Wu Cheng curled up in a makeshift shelter, the cold ground still damp from yesterday's rain and the morning dew. His shoes, socks, and trousers were soaked through, and the pre-dawn wind cut straight to the bone. But Wu Cheng dared not move too much, afraid of making noise and being discovered. He could only endure the cold and hunger, breathing through the nauseating stench of decay, forcing himself to stay still. His swollen, bloodshot eyes peered from behind the shelter, fixed on the distant landlord's compound. The shelter was little more than a few scattered, stinking grave pits. Some starving refugees had dug them open, even taking the bones to boil for soup. Now, these empty pits provided hiding spots for Wu Cheng and a few of his fellow soldiers. Small, filthy, and reeking but safe. At least the yawning night watchman of the landlord's estate hadn't noticed them yet. Rubbing his swollen, bloodshot eyes, Wu Cheng felt waves of hunger, fear, exhaustion, and cold. He thought of his warm apartment and comfortable bed now, just a dream. 3 days ago, Wu Cheng had volunteered as a university graduate village official, sent to a poverty-stricken village in Guizhou. He had just met the teacher assigned to pick him up when a mudslide struck. While saving a student, Wu Cheng was swept away and, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this godforsaken era. The Ming dynasty. The second year of Chongzhen. Wu Cheng had time-traveled not as an emperor, general, or wealthy merchant, but as a military household soldier in Shanxi. At least he wasn't a lowly conscript. This body was strong, with decent armor and weapons, making him one of the elites of the Shanxi garrison. That was why he had been dragged here to defend the capital. In the 10th month of Chongzhen's second year, the later Jin Khan, Huang Taiji, led his elite 8 banners through the defenses at Danku and Zaifengku, guided by the Kharcha Mongols. The Ming troops stationed there either locked their gates or outright surrendered, letting the enemy march straight to the capital. The court panicked, recalling the Guaning army to defend Beijing only to suddenly arrest its commander, Qiuyuan, mid-battle. The Guaning troops, fearing betrayal, broke through Shanhaiguan and fled north. With generals like Man Gui dead and others captured, the capital's defenses collapsed. Emperor Chongzhen had no choice but to order Yuan Chonghuano Imprisonento write letters calming his troops while urgently summoning reinforcement from across the empire. Shanxi Governor Geng Ruqi and General Zhang Honggong led 5,000 elite troops eastward, including the original owner of Wu Cheng's body. But that man was lucky. At least he hadn't starved for 3 days like Wu Cheng. The later Jin army pillaged the capital's outskirts, and with countless troops converging on Beijing, the court couldn't supply them all. The Ministry of War ingeniously declared that new arrivals wouldn't receive rations, shuffling the Shanxi troops from Tongzhou to Chongping to Liangxiang 3 days without food. No food meant no strength. Wu Cheng's legs trembled, his vision swimming with spots. A man of the modern era, he had never known such hunger. Desperate, he and a few others sneaked out of camp, aiming to borrow food from a nearby landlord's estate. His stomach convulsed while rising to his throat. Wu Cheng clenched his teeth, forcing the acidic liquid back down. A middle-aged man beside the grave pit heard the noise and rolled in, pulling a few black beans from a pouch at his waist and stuffing them into Wu Cheng's mouth. "Kid, put something in your belly. Hold on. Once those watchmen change shifts, we'll slip in." Mian Zhengyu, their squad lead-era brawny man in his 40s, had planned this food requisition. Wu Cheng nodded, chewing the beans roughly. They tasted foul, but his brain screamed at him to swallow. His empty stomach settled slightly. Another man rolled into the pit, grinning. "Uncle, gimme some too." Mian Changhe, Mian Zhengyu's nephew, just 16. The cramped pit now held 3 grown men, nearly crushing Wu Cheng. Mian Zhengyu cursed under his breath. "Fourth kid, these are life-saving rations. You'd wolf them down in one bite. Stay in your own damn pit." Mian Changhe chuckled, complaining, "TCH uncle, you're biased. Your own nephew's starving, but you give all the beans to brother Cheng. Whis kid just recovered from the plague. He's still weak." Mian Jingyu sighed, pulling out a few more beans. After hesitating, he put half back and handed the rest to Mian Changhe. "Make him last. These came from horse dung, not easy to find. We don't know if Governor Geng or General Zhang will get us food. These beans might save our lives." Wu Cheng's stomach churned, but he scraped the bean bits from his teeth with his tongue and swallowed. Mian Changhe grinned, popping one bean into his mouth, tucking another into his belt, and slipping the rest into Wu Cheng's empty rice pouch. Just then, the drowsy night watchmen finally gave up waiting for their replacements and staggered toward a row of huts near the estate. "Huh, Kid Wu, you were right, this is when they're sleepiest." Mian Jingyu clapped Wu Cheng's shoulder and crawled out. Wu Cheng and Mian Changhe followed, joining the others at a small slope. "Listen up, Mian Jingyu whispered. Little Mao scouted earlier. Over that wall is the estate's kitchen where they cook for the servants. We got little time. Get in, eat what you can, take what you can carry. No trouble. The men nodded. Mian Jingyu led the way, crouching as they jogged toward the estate. Wu Cheng tried to stand, but wobbled, nearly face-planting. Mian Chang caught him just in time. Wu Cheng couldn't help but mutter, "This damned era. The landlord's dogs eat their fill, while soldiers have to steal to survive." Mian Chang grinned, hauling him up. Those big shots are too busy stuffing themselves to care about his grunts. Come on tonight, we feast. Chapter 2. The theft of chickens on a winter's night. The darkness was so profound that one could not see a hand in front of their face. Wu Cheng and his companions hurriedly ran to the earthen wall surrounding the estate, their senses tantalized by the alluring aroma of food, which incessantly provoked their empty stomachs, urging them to indulge in a feast. Yet, they resolutely restrained themselves, pressing against the wall, tightly gripping the steel knives at their waists. Mian Jingyu picked up a stone and tossed it into the courtyard. The group had ventured out of the camp without authorization, a transgression punishable by death according to military law. Consequently, they exercised utmost caution, wary of leaving any incriminating evidence behind. If the courtyard housed vigilant servants or ferocious guard dogs, they would have to abandon their delectable pursuit and retreat in search of other options. Fortunately, fate seemed to smile upon them. After a moment's wait, the courtyard remained eerily silent, suggesting that, amidst the frigid night, all inhabitants, human and animal alike, were lost in slumber. Mian Jingyu exhaled deeply, turned to his comrades, and nodded. He positioned himself as a makeshift cushion, allowing several members to step onto his back to scale the wall. With a determined push from his legs and a firm grip on the earthen structure, he vaulted over. The group, taut with anticipation, scanned their surroundings. After a brief wait, they confirmed the absence of anyone in the courtyard and let out a subdued cheer, swiftly converging towards the kitchen, where they climbed through a window and began their search for sustenance. Wu Cheng, driven by insatiable hunger, followed into the kitchen, groping in the darkness for anything edible. His hands landed on a cabbage, and disregarding any concerns about cleanliness, he seized it and began to devour it voraciously, even scooping up the scraps that fell to the ground, frantically shoving them into his mouth and chewing with abandon. However, the cabbage could not satiate his physiological hunger. After enduring a prolonged period without food, his stomach protested fiercely, convulsing painfully. After catching his breath, Wu Cheng resumed his search. Soon, he discovered a piece of a coarse grain cake, tearing off a substantial chunk to swallow hastily, nearly choking in the process. He coughed and spluttered, drawing the attention of Mian Changka, who was ravenously consuming a half-eaten bun. Upon noticing the commotion, Mian Changka offered Wu Cheng his water bottle. Wu Cheng, undeterred by the dirtiness, accepted it eagerly and gulped down a generous mouthful, washing down the remnants of the cake that had lodged in his throat, consuming the morsel with an insatiable appetite. With some carbohydrates finally in his stomach, his hunger subsided momentarily, allowing his brain to reclaim some energy and restore his senses. Wu Cheng gradually regulated his breathing, continuing his search for food. Vegetables and fruits were swiftly devoured, while he consumed more than half of the cake, packing the remainder into his grain sack. The army's rations were uncertain, and he needed to rely on these rudimentary provisions to survive. As he munched and stowed away the food, Mian Jingyu approached and inquired, "Wu-S boy, the fourth one, have you seen the little one?" Mian Changka, mouth full, could hardly respond, and simply shook his head. Wu Cheng hastily swallowed his food and replied, "What? The little one is missing? I saw him just before we entered the kitchen." Mian Jingyu scratched his head, furrowing his brow as he muttered a curse. "That little rascal. He's disappeared in the blink of an eye. TSK, let us hope nothing troublesome arises." Just then, a slender figure appeared at the window. Waving to the crowd while lowering his voice, "Boss Mian, brothers, come quickly and see what I've caught." The crowd gathered around, and they beheld the scruffy child holding a plump chicken, its feathers vibrant and bright, weighing several pounds, its neck tightly gripped as it struggled in silence. The onlookers' eyes sparkled with excitement, and one soldier eagerly inquired, "Is that a laying hen? Where did you get it?" The child replied, "There's a chicken coop in the courtyard. I spotted it while scouting during the day, and lo and behold, there were indeed chickens inside. I even found a few eggs." He raised the chicken triumphantly. "Boss Mian, how long has it been since we tasted meat? Let us feast on this fine bird." "Absolutely not." Mian Jingyu firmly rejected the idea. "Stealing scraps is one thing, but a well-fed laying hen is not cheap. They will surely come after us for this." Mian Changha, with his eyes darting, pulled over Wu Cheng, who was nibbling on a piece of cornbread. "Uncle, you mentioned that Qing just recovered from an illness. He needs nourishment. Uncle, we saved your life from bandits back in the day. And with our family being the only one left, how can we let him starve?" The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on the plump chicken, gleaming with hungry anticipation, causing the bird to freeze in fear. Mian Jingyu shot a fierce glare at Mian Changha, then glanced at the pallid Wu Cheng and several comrades. Hesitating for a moment before sighing and waving his hand in reluctant acquiescence, the crowd erupted in joy, hastily gathering their food and provisions before making their escape through the wall. Luckily, the servants on duty had yet to arrive, and they quickly sprinted away, eventually finding refuge in a dilapidated grass hut, seeking shelter from the wind. They utilized firewood pilfered from the landlord's kitchen to kindle a fire, with everyone pitching in. They killed and plucked the chicken, roasting it over a makeshift spit, while the eggs were buried in the embers. The savory aroma wafted through the air, making everyone salivate. Mian Changha could no longer resist reaching for a chicken leg, only to have Mian Jingyu swat his hand away. "Not yet. Eating raw meat will give you the runs. And we can't afford a doctor." Mian Changha withdrew his hand, his throat growling in protest, and resorted to nibbling on a piece of flatbread. After a while, Mian Jingyu used a knife to cut off a chicken leg and handed it to the equally ravenous Wu Cheng. "Wu-S boy, you're weak. You should eat first." Having gone days without meat and famished, Wu Cheng wasted no time with pleasantries, snatching the chicken leg and devouring it hungrily, his hands burning from the heat, yet oblivious to the pain. The chicken leg, lacking seasoning and far from the fried delicacies of modern times, tasted like ambrosia to Wu Cheng, who polished it off and tossed the bone aside, eager to join his comrades in claiming more of the chicken. "Hey, Qing, were you born with a silver spoon in your mouth? Why waste so much?" The long-necked crane diligently gathered the bones discarded by Wu Cheng, licking them clean of the remnants of fat before cracking them open to suck out the marrow. Wu Cheng offered a sheepish smile as he tore into a piece of chicken, with sustenance finally in his stomach, the turmoil in his mind and gut eased, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. This was a wretched era, and it was destined to become even more dire. Having barely survived 3 days, he found no glimmer of hope for the future. Manchu invasions, civil unrest, rampant disease, and famine spread across the land. A bloody path lay before him, leaving him at a loss for direction. Wu Cheng felt adrift, left with no choice but to navigate one step at a time, desperately fighting for survival. Chapter 3. Mutation. A single plump chicken was hardly sufficient to satisfy a few burly men. Within mere moments, they had devoured it down to the bones. The group left only half-sated, licking the remnants of grease from their lips as they made their way toward the encampment. The entire camp lay in eerie silence, resembling a graveyard. Although Liangxiang was not far from the battlefield near the capital, the sentinels appeared weak and listless, swaying as they stood guard. Wu Cheng and his companions stealthily approached the camp's entrance, where a young standard-bearer greeted them, lowering his voice to inquire, "Old Mian, where have you been on your night watch? Did you bring back any provisions?" Mian Jingyu chuckled softly, handing over a sack of rations. The young flag-bearer hastily opened it and pulled out a biscuit to stuff into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Consider yourself compassionate. It's not in vain that we cover for you. But for our flag, this paltry offering is hardly enough to sate our hunger. Conserve it," Mian Jingyu sighed, glancing towards the sun that was gradually rising in the distance. "If we are reassigned like before, we may go another day without provisions, relying solely on this meager supply to endure." The young flag-bearer nodded in resignation, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. It would be better to hide in Shanxi and tend to the birds." "Be quiet," Mian Jingyu hurriedly admonished, letting out another sigh as he patted the young man's shoulder. The flag-bearer stepped aside, distributing the provisions among his comrades. Together, they stealthily returned to the camp with Mian Jingyu, discreetly concealing the sack within the tent. Each person took a generous swig of water to trick their half-full stomachs, then collapsed onto makeshift beds of straw to steal some rest. However, Wu Cheng found sleep elusive. Having recently grappled with the specter of death, his mind was consumed by hunger. Now that the threat of starvation had receded, he was instead beset by tumultuous thoughts. With no background in history, his understanding of the late Ming dynasty was superficial at best. He only knew that eventually, Li Zicheng would seize Beijing, only to be vanquished by the Manchus who would claim dominion over the realm. The intricacies of history offered him no guidance, leaving him lost about the path ahead. Yet, he was acutely aware of the brutality that characterized the late Ming period. Having just traversed into this reality, he had already faced harsh trials. and the future of the Ming dynasty promised to be even more chaotic, cruel, and blood-soaked. Once merely a recent graduate stepping out of an ivory tower, he now found himself a destitute military household with no parents. How could he possibly survive in such a tumultuous era? With bloodshot eyes fixed upon the tent ceiling, he listened to the cacophony of snoring reverberating within, his agitation mounting. Resolutely, he sat up, sighed, and donned his clothing, preparing to wander the camp to clear his mind. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted by the same young flag-bearer. "Hey, what is the matter? Can't sleep?" Wu Cheng was at a loss for words and could only awkwardly mimic a gesture of respect he had observed from other soldiers. Fortunately, the flag-bearer was not there for him. He nodded in acknowledgement and approached Mian Jingyu, delivering a swift kick to rouse him. "Old Mian, wake up. Governor Geng and General Zhang have returned." Mian Jingyu was about to unleash a tirade of anger when he suddenly snapped to attention, leaping up. How could they have returned so quickly? Did they bring back the supply wagons? Supply wagons? Nonsense. The young flag-bearer cursed. Forget about the rations. Look at their demeanor. It seems we shall have to relocate our camp again. Mian Jingyu furrowed his brows tightly, casting a glance at the pallid-faced Wu Cheng, muttering, "Damn it. Is the Ministry of War intent on driving us to our doom?" The feeble sound of the military drums echoed 4 or 5 times before the 5,000 soldiers from Shanxi sluggishly assembled in the training ground, a disarrayed formation. Geng Rookie wore a scowl of anger, turning to observe Zhang Honggong, who merely snorted dismissively, disregarding the hierarchy of civil and military ranks, aware of his own shortcomings. Geng Rookie sighed in resignation, compelling the soldiers to beat the drums repeatedly, urging them to form ranks. At that moment, a personal guard rushed onto the stage, whispering hurriedly to Zhang Honggong and Geng Rookie, prompting a change in their expressions. Geng Rookie could no longer contain his ire, exclaiming, "General Zhang, your lax discipline has allowed soldiers to infiltrate the home of Minister Bai's relatives to steal. Now they have come seeking restitution. How do you propose we handle this?" Zhang Honggong clenched his teeth, retorting, "If they lost something, how does that implicate us? They trespassed into the military camp, which is a capital offense. Spare them their lives and cast them out. Preposterous." Geng Rookie shouted in frustration, then softened his tone. "General Zhang, in these past few days, we have been pleading for supplies. Now is not the time to offend the Ministry of Revenue. Furthermore, the soldiers' theft from the camp is due to our lack of provisions. Can you conjure up food at this moment? If we do not stabilize the soldiers' morale, we risk a revolt. In my view, we should sacrifice a few scapegoats to appease the higher-ups and quell the restless spirits of our troops." Zhang Honggong bit his lip, his gaze sweeping over the 5,000 soldiers, and finally sighed. "Very well, summon the steward into the camp, and bring forth the soldiers on night duty from last night for public trial." Wu Cheng, mingling in the chaotic formation, watched as Zhang Honggong's personal guard intruded, binding the young flag-bearer and several soldiers, forcing them to kneel with blows to their knees. Subsequently, a man resembling a steward ascended the platform, haughtily greeting Geng Rookie and Zhang Honggong, berating them with disdain, referring to them derisively as scoundrels. "Uncle Mian, are they taking the blame for us?" Wu Cheng turned to inquire of the frowning Mian Jingyu. Mian Jingyu nodded, saying, "It's merely their misfortune, it matters not. General Zhang, being empathetic to the soldiers, will likely only scold them and give a few lashes. Old Yu, valuing loyalty, has kept us under wraps. We shall compensate them with additional rations later." The others nodded in agreement, and indeed, as Mian Jingyu predicted, the steward seemed to tire of his tirade and stepped aside. Zhang Honggong approached, chastising the culprits, ordering his guards to declare military law and prepare to whip them. However, the winds shifted suddenly when the steward leaped forward, shouting vehemently, "General Zhang, is this how you intend to let them go? A few lashes and that is all? Absolutely not. The master has commanded these men to be paraded before the public." A tumultuous uproar arose among the troops, as the so-called arrow-pierced parade referred to the punishment of soldiers who had transgressed military law, having their ears pierced with arrows and paraded through the streets. To receive such a severe penalty for merely stealing a chicken and some provisions was a blatant display of humiliation orchestrated by the steward. This was no mere jest. It was a serious matter. Mian Jingyu spat in disdain, subtly pushing forward while the crowd was distracted. On the platform, Zhang Honggong's face turned crimson. Yet the steward remained unfazed, defiantly confronting Zhang with his nostrils flared. After a tense moment, Geng Rookie stepped forward, whispering a few words into Zhang's ear. Overcome with rage, Zhang turned on his heel, and stormed back to the main tent without a backward glance. Gung Rookie, shaking his head in resignation, gestured for his personal guards to follow suit. Instantly, the small banner and the soldiers began to struggle vigorously, shouting their innocence. At that moment, however, Mian Zhengyu boldly stepped out from the ranks, his voice booming like thunder. "It was I who stole the chicken. No one else is involved. Let the punishment fall solely upon me." Chapter 4. Rebellion. The moment Mian Zhengyu stepped out of the military formation, Wu Cheng sensed impending trouble. He hurriedly reached out to grasp his sleeve, only to be violently shaken off. Helplessly, he watched as Mian strode confidently to the front, boldly declaring that one should bear the consequences of their own actions. Oh dear, is the esteemed Mian courting death? This is hardly the time for loyalty. The anxious Mao Hai stamped his feet, while Mian Changhe, equally distressed, rushed forward but was halted by a comrade. "Steady now, let us observe first." The sudden turn of events left those on the stage momentarily stunned. The guards holding the small flag and several soldiers looked at Gung Rookie in confusion, who, with an ashen expression, fixed his gaze on Mian Zhengyu. Meanwhile, the steward, who had been enjoying the spectacle, frowned as he scrutinized Mian. The theft was solely the act of one villain. Mian Zhengyu shouted once more, his words ringing clear, "My lord the governor, my brothers have not received rations for 3 days and are utterly famished. We merely stole some food to fill our bellies. I willingly accept the punishment, whatever the loss. I shall repay it through toil and labor. Repay my foot." The steward charged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Mian. "You stole the laying hen. A hen lays eggs, and those eggs yield more hens. An endless cycle, worth a fortune. You wretched paupers couldn't pay even if you sold your lives." The steward continued, pointing at the soldiers in fury. "If the rations are withheld, why don't you seek the Ministry of War? If they refuse, then just starve quietly. How dare you steal from us and still have the audacity to argue? A lifetime of eating slop and starving to death is your fate." The troops stirred restlessly. Seeing this, Gung Rookie stepped forward. "Why bother getting angry at a mere soldier? After the arrow storm is past, I shall personally take him to apologize to Wang Yuan Wai." The steward, however, sneered coldly, his gaze fixed maliciously on the upright Mian Zhengyu. "Humph, such a loyal hero, how can we allow him to be humiliated? Governor Gung, let us proceed with the execution." A wave of shock swept through the army. Gung Rookie, sensing the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brows and said, "Steward, it is just a bit of food, merely a chicken. Is it truly necessary to go this far?" The steward raised his head defiantly, nostrils flaring as he threatened, "Governor Gung, do you have any idea how many connections the Minister of Revenue has leveraged for your sake? He has even vomited from the stress at banquets. Now, all you need to do is deal with a thieving soldier, yet you refuse? Fine. If you choose to protect this soldier, I shall report to the master and take this matter to the minister." Gung Rookie's face turned pale with rage, his body trembling. He glanced at the emaciated soldiers and the pallid guards, suppressing his anger with a resigned sigh. "Very well, it shall be as you say. Come forth, drag this flag-bearer away, and execute him." A fresh wave of uproar erupted among the troops. Even Gung Rookie's own guards exchanged hesitant glances, unwilling to act. For a mere chicken, they would condemn Mian Zhengyu to death? Mao Hai was flustered, disbelief etched on his face. "How can this be? How can this be?" Mian Changhe was equally distraught, muttering incessantly as tears threatened to spill. The soldiers surrounding were filled with indignation, yet none dared to speak up for Mian Zhengyu. In this era, the hierarchy was strictly observed, and human life was as cheap as straw. A provincial governor could extinguish the life of a common soldier with the ease of a game, often without the need for justification. Despite their collective anger, no one was willing to risk their life in protest. However, Wu Cheng was bold enough. He was not a product of this age, unbowed by feudal etiquette and the oppressive hierarchy. Moreover, since his arrival in this world, he had relied on Mian Zhengyu and his comrades for survival. To turn a blind eye now would be to forsake his own humanity. Taking a deep breath, Wu Cheng broke through the ranks, exclaiming, "For the sake of a mere chicken, one life is to be sacrificed. How can such a thing be justified in this world?" Mian Zhengyu, startled by Wu Cheng's audacity, quickly interjected, "Silence. Return to your place. This is not your place to speak." On the platform, Gung Rookie also frowned and shouted, "Leave. Military orders are absolute. Who do you think you are to make such a commotion here?" Though their words were harsh, both were attempting to provide Wu Cheng with a way out, hoping to prevent him from further provoking the arrogant steward and unnecessarily costing a life. Yet, Wu Cheng was undeterred, continuing to shout, "Governor, we 5,000 have journeyed from Shanxi to support the throne, each of us a loyal soldier. But how has the court treated us? First, we were moved to Tongzhou, then to Chongping, and finally to Liangxiang, and for 3 days, we have received no rations. My brothers can no longer endure the hunger and have resorted to stealing scraps just to fill their stomachs. Yet for this, we risk our heads. Gung, does the court intend to starve us all? A wave of uproar surged through the military ranks as some soldiers, emboldened by Wu Cheng's words, began to question why the court had not provided them with provisions. Gung Rookie's face shifted between shades of blue and white, but he could only respond with anger. The court has its methods. How can you, a mere guard, presume to understand? Withdraw at once, or I shall punish you for the disturbance. Wu Cheng let out a cold laugh, knowing he had already escaped death once. What was there to fear? He stepped forward and demanded, Governor, I ask you plainly, will the court provide us with rations today? Wu Cheng clearly saw that after 3 days of hunger encircling the capital, the soldiers' grievances were boiling over like a pile of gunpowder, one spark away from explosion, while a timely rain could extinguish it. Food was that spark. Food was that rain. Yet, Gung Rookie held no rain, only fire. With blades poised at their throats, the soldiers felt compelled to ignite a blaze, willing to perish together in flames. Gung Rookie understood this truth all too well. He had no answer, only gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Wu Cheng. His silence only confirmed the grim reality of their starvation, and the famished soldiers began to murmur angrily, some hurling profanities at the court's officials in a most vulgar manner. Wu Cheng raised his hand to signal for calm, sneering as he added more fuel to the fire. Governor, if there are no rations, does the court intend for us to starve while being redeployed elsewhere? Gung Rookie remained speechless, as the Ministry of War had indeed issued orders for them to move troops to Fengtai, continuing their aimless circling around the capital. No one is a fool. Upon witnessing the appearance of Gung Rookie, who could still comprehend the intentions of the Ministry of War, even the most temperate souls could no longer contain their indignation. Pointing fingers at Gung Rookie, hurling curses, crying in distress, and clamoring for provisions, creating a cacophony of chaos. Observing the deteriorating situation, the steward sidled up to Gung Rookie and, with a sardonic tone, remarked, What fine soldiers the governor has brought. Will they not be reprimanded for such disorder? Are we to await a mutiny within the ranks? Gung Rookie, his face flushed with fury, was about to retort when suddenly a shadow darted past, followed by a glint of cold steel, and in an instant, scalding blood splattered across him. Stunned, Gung Rookie stood frozen as Wu Cheng, gripping a bloodied steel blade, paid him no heed. Stifling the urge to retch, he seized the severed head from the pool of blood, raised it high, and with all his might proclaimed, We come by imperial decree. Not only have we endured 3 days of hunger, but even a mere steward dares to lord over the soldiers of the Wei state, taking lives at will. How can the court treat us thus and still expect loyalty? Disperse. Return to Shanxi. Return to Shanxi. Chapter 5. The planned Gung Rookie, being a civilian official, was utterly paralyzed with shock as he witnessed the butler meet his tragic end before him, blood pooling around the scene. Wu Cheng, brandishing the severed head and a steel dagger, erupted in a frenzied roar beside him, causing Gung to weaken and collapse onto the ground. The soldiers, stirred by the chaos of Wu Cheng's violent act, erupted in cheers, and the military formation disbanded in an instant, each individual returning to their camp to collect the spoils. The cries of those heading back to Shanxi reverberated through the air, while Wu Cheng and Mian Changhe seized the opportunity to drag Mian Jingyu through the tumultuous crowd, escaping the main camp amidst the disorder. Meanwhile, Zhang Honggong, brooding in the main tent, was taken aback by the cacophony of shouts. Alarmed, he rushed to the parade ground, only to find the entire army in disarray, with soldiers scattering in all directions. Gung Rookie sat dazed on the ground, fixated on the lifeless form of the butler, surrounded by his bewildered bodyguards. Zhang Honggong let out a bitter laugh as he helped the blood-soaked Gung to his feet. Old Gung, it seems we have failed to maintain control. The army has revolted. Those in the Ministry of War will certainly seek a scapegoat now. Tears streamed down Gung Rookie's face as he shook his head in despair. Enough, enough. For days we have desperately sought even a single grain of food. Did we not foresee this outcome? We devoted ourselves to the court, and this is the reward we receive for our loyalty. It is deserved. Zhang Honggong sighed again, addressing the panicking bodyguards. Disperse. Take whatever you can from the camp and return to Shanxi. Live well. This court is not worth sacrificing your lives for. Wu Cheng and his companions halted, breathless and shaken. The horrifying memory of the butler's death overwhelmed Wu Cheng, leading him to retch uncontrollably, his body trembling with unease. Though his physique was agile and responsive, he remained a novice at killing, engulfed by nausea and panic. Mian Changha approached, patting Wu Cheng's back with a grin. "Brother Cheng, you look weary. Allow me to carry you." Wu Cheng waved him off and looked around, only to notice that beside their small banner, another troop, led by a man named Yu, had followed them, all gazing at him with respect. Only Mian Jingyu appeared irate, rushing over to kick Mian Changha aside and landing a slap on Wu Cheng's head. "You reckless fool. You've caused a grave disaster. Leading a mutiny like this can cost you your life. I might be half buried, but you are the sole heir of the Wu family. If you lose your head, how can I repay your father's life-saving grace?" Wu Cheng rubbed the back of his head, managing a wry smile. "Uncle Mian, your kindness towards me is immeasurable. How could I bear to see you perish? Besides, if it were not for that villain's aggressive provocation, the army would not have revolted. You speak truth, Brother Wu. Ultimately, it is the court's lack of integrity that has led us here." The soldier named Yu interjected, stepping forward with a bow. "Old Mian, given the circumstances, blaming others is futile. I am Yu Gong, and I pledge my loyalty to you, Old Mian, and Brother Wu. From now on, we shall stand together." The soldiers from Yu's troop rallied around, affirming their allegiance. Wu Cheng quickly reciprocated their gestures, while Mian Jingyu shook his head with a bitter smile. "Old Yu, this is hardly the time for such frivolities. Let us deliberate our next course of action. Where else can we go? Are we truly to linger in the capital, awaiting the arrival of the Jinui to apprehend us?" Mian Changha exclaimed. "Regardless, I intend to return to Shanxi. At least there is food to be had at home." "Silence. This is not a place for your words." Mian Jingyu rebuked sharply, then sighed with a wry smile. "Old Yu, what do you think?" We fled in haste, leaving the provisions behind in the camp, and with no gold or silver on us. The journey back to Shanxi spans thousands of miles, and we shall surely perish from hunger along the way. Yu Gong furrowed his brow but remained silent. He turned to Wu Cheng and inquired, "Brother Wu, do you have any suggestions?" After a moment's hesitation, Wu Cheng replied, "Uncle Mian speaks the truth. If we are to return to Shanxi, we must secure some provisions. Returning to camp would be akin to walking into a trap. We must seek food elsewhere." With determination, Wu Cheng clenched his teeth and declared, "Let us return to that village and borrow grain and silver from the landlord." Mian Jingyu was taken aback and hurriedly interjected, "No, we are soldiers. Stealing a morsel is one thing, but to go brazenly borrowing grain and silver in broad daylight would make us no better than bandits. Absolutely not." Yet, Yu Gong smiled ever so slightly, agreeing, "Old Mian, I find Brother Wu's plan quite sound. We fight for our country, safeguarding their safety. What harm is there in requesting some funds and provisions from them? Besides, if we do not borrow from them, how shall we return to Shanxi? As you mentioned, leading a mutiny is a capital offense, and remaining here in the capital would lead to our demise. The court is currently overwhelmed with issues. They may very well overlook us as they did previously." Mian Jingyu fell silent. Yu Gong's reference to previously alluded to the earlier mutiny of the loyal troops in Yanshui, sparked by the general's embezzlement of provisions, extortion of soldiers, and illicit sale of military horses, which incited a strong backlash among the troops. Many soldiers deserted, leading to the death of the Yanshui governor, Zhang Mingjing, who succumbed to fear and anger, while the court could do nothing but let the matter rest. Mian Changha chuckled and chimed in, "Uncle, I too find this plan agreeable. If it weren't for the landlord's fierce dogs, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits, bearing this unjust blame. Let us demand some funds and give him a thrashing. It would also serve to relieve our frustrations." Mian Jingyu shot him a disapproving glance and looked at Wu Cheng and Yu Gong, both of whom nodded slightly. He then surveyed the emaciated, eager soldiers around them and sighed deeply. "Very well. Very well. We have already committed such a great folly. What does it matter if we incur further troubles?" The village where the landlord resided was but a short distance from the camp. Yet most of the rebellious Shanxi soldiers were still busy looting in and around the camp, leaving this area unscathed for the time being. The villagers had not yet received word of the Shanxi soldiers' mutiny and were entirely unprepared. As the fearsome soldiers entered the village, the working villagers hastily retreated, and the once lively village fell into silence, with doors shuttered, leaving not a single soul in sight. Wu Cheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could a nation survive when its own people were so terrified of their own soldiers? Before long, an elderly man approached, accompanied by a group of robust servants, each one formidable and wielding a weapon, including 2 formidable 3-barreled guns. In comparison to the emaciated figures of their captors, It became difficult to discern who among them were soldiers and who were mere civilians. Were these soldiers from Shanxi stationed in Liangxiang? What business had brought them here? The elderly man, displaying a degree of civility, stepped forward and inquired, I am the village head. Feel free to share your matters with me. Yu Gong and Wu Cheng exchanged glances, then brought the bound Mian Zhengyu forward. Headman, this scoundrel is the thief who pilfered the Wang family's possessions. General Zhang has dispatched us to bring him here for the Wang family. General Zhang stated that this villain is guilty of heinous crimes, and it is at the Wang family's discretion to deal with him. We kindly ask you to lead us to the Wang family to report our findings. Chapter 6. Borrowing grain in the tumultuous times of the late Ming dynasty, even the capital region was fraught with danger. The estate of the landlord had been fortified to resemble a small fortress, with watchtowers standing tall and sturdy servants at the ready. If Wu Cheng and his companions were to mount a direct assault, it would surely lead to their demise. Thus, Wu Cheng devised a cunning plan, entering the estate under the guise of escorting Mian Zhengyu, only to later erupt in rebellion. Indeed, the ruse succeeded. The local magistrate squinted as he scrutinized Mian Zhengyu, inquiring, Why has Steward Wang not returned with you? Steward Wang remains at the camp, Wu Cheng replied with a sly grin, lowering his voice. Governor Geng has retained him to address certain matters, and has sent us ahead to deliver this scoundrel. Wu Cheng continued. Governor Geng wishes for Steward Wang to plead for aid, as the army has not received rations for 3 days and morale is waning. He hopes that Steward Wang can appeal to Lord Wang to persuade the minister to release some grain. Otherwise, the soldiers' discontent may incite further unrest among the villagers. The magistrate nodded thoughtfully, letting out a sigh. This young soldier may not be aware, but the country is embroiled in chaos, and the treasury is in dire straits. Even if Steward Wang were to approach the minister, the court may find itself powerless. Shaking his head, he concluded, Let us not dwell on such matters. You may leave this ruffian with me, and then be on your way. That cannot be, Wu Cheng exclaimed, his performance impeccable as he waved his hands. We have received military orders and must hand this villain over to Lord Wang. If we were to leave now, we might very well face execution at the hands of General Zhang. The magistrate let out a cold laugh and asked, Surely, your intention to see Lord Wang extends beyond merely fulfilling your duty? Wu Cheng paused, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face as he scratched the back of his head. Your keen insight is appreciated. I shall not conceal the truth. The Ministry of War has withheld rations for 3 days, and we have been starving. General Zhang, showing compassion for his troops, has dispatched us to deliver this scoundrel, hoping to please Lord Wang and perhaps receive a meager portion of leftover food to satiate our hunger. The magistrate scrutinized Wu Cheng and his companions, noticing their pallid faces, some gaunt and weary, their steps unsteady. He sighed softly and beckoned, Very well. You brave Shanxi soldiers have journeyed far to combat the Tartars, yet have gone 3 days without sustenance. Follow me, and I shall take you to meet Lord Wang. Whether you receive food will depend on his disposition. The group erupted in joy, following the magistrate toward the estate. Inside, word had already spread of their arrival. As the magistrate approached with Wu Cheng and the others, the main gate opened slightly, and a servant emerged, engaging the magistrate in conversation while casting a sidelong glance at Wu Cheng and his companions before retreating inside. Shortly thereafter, the gate opened halfway, and that same servant reappeared. Consider yourselves fortunate, you soldiers. A few young refugee girls have just arrived at the estate, and having pleased the steward, he has consented to meet with you. Wu Cheng and his companions cheered, escorting Mian Zhengyu into the estate. Upon entering the main hall, they were met with the sight of a corpulent, greasy man seated in the center, indulging in a piece of lamb while playfully teasing a yellow dog. As the crowd entered, the rotund man squinted and scrutinized them, glancing at the bound Mian Zhengyu before chuckling. With your physique and appearance, you hardly resemble a cunning thief. What brings you to my abode to pilfer? Mian Zhengyu, feeling aggrieved, straightened his back defiantly. It's been 3 days since I had a morsel to eat. I merely took a bit of grain and a hen from your home. I could repay it through labor, so why must you be so relentless? The rotund man laughed heartily, grinding his teeth as he replied, You see, we usually feed our dogs with mutton. The scraps meant for the servants are hardly worth my concern. Yet, who in Liangxiang is unaware of the Wang family name? You've stolen from my house. If I do not deal with you, how can I face the elders of Liangxiang? Just wait. I've prepared the punishment. Soon. You shall feast on bamboo shoots and meat to your heart's content. The rotund man sneered coldly and turned to Wu Cheng and the others. Are you ruffians here to beg for food? Wu Cheng and the others nodded eagerly. The rotund man chuckled again, tossing a piece of mutton, gnawed by a yellow dog, before them. Out of kindness, I cannot bear to see you starve. This piece of mutton, brought from beyond the pass, you shall never taste again in your lifetime. Enjoy it here, and depart only after you finish. Wu Cheng felt a surge of anger. He realized that this man treated them as mere jesters, there solely for his amusement. Gritting his teeth, he assumed a sycophantic demeanor and stepped forward, clasping his hands. Master Yuan, why? General Zhang has sent us here not only for the purpose of escorting criminals, but also to discuss an important matter with you. The rotund man frowned, impatiently grunting and gesturing for Wu Cheng to continue. Master Wang, we have come to borrow grain. Wu Cheng smirked coldly, suddenly drawing his blade and striking down a nearby servant. Yu Gong and the others immediately sprang into action, drawing their swords and attacking the armed servants fiercely. Mian Zhengyu freed himself from his bonds, seizing the waist knife thrown by Yu Gong, and charged at the rotund man. However, a burly servant guarding the rotund man reacted swiftly, shouting, "Get the master to safety." He drew his blade and engaged Mian Zhengyu in combat. Damn it, Wu Cheng cursed. Realizing that if that fat man escaped, they would all perish today, he rushed towards the rotund man's position. Fortunately, the man was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, still sitting dazed in his seat, while his servants attempted to pull him away, struggling with his weight. The servant, seeing the commotion, pushed Mian Zhengyu aside and swung his sword at Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng attempted to block with his blade, but being half-starved and inexperienced in combat, he faltered, and the clash of steel echoed as his knife was knocked from his grasp. The servant, filled with joy, swiftly swung his blade towards Wu Cheng's neck. With no means of evasion, Wu Cheng braced himself for the impending strike. Just as the blow was about to land, a resounding bang echoed through the air, and a hail of lead projectiles struck the servant's back, leaving it mangled and bloodied. The force of the assault caused him to stagger, his arm faltering mid-swing. Seizing the moment, Wu Cheng hurriedly rolled to the ground, narrowly escaping the lethal blow. At that instant, Mian Zhengyu rushed in, delivering a diagonal cut that severed the servant's head from his body, blood gushing forth in torrents and drenching Wu Cheng in the process. Witnessing the demise of their comrade, the remaining servants and lackeys erupted in chaotic cries, lamenting the death of Instructor Lin, before they scattered in disarray. In mere moments, the hall was emptied of all but Wu Cheng and his companions. Alongside the grotesque array of corpses and the quaking figure of the terrified rotund man. Chapter 7, The Heist. Brother Qing, are you all right? The young boy, holding the salvaged three-eyed gun, approached with a grimace. This thing makes a lot of noise, but its power is too feeble. It couldn't kill anyone at such close range. Mian Jingyu smacked him on the head. What are you shooting blindly for? What if you hit one of your own? The lead is poisonous, and if the wound festers, there's no saving it. The boy, shrinking his neck, retorted, I was trying to save Brother Qing. I aimed carefully. I wouldn't miss. I'm fine. You did well, young lad. Wu Cheng smiled as he got to his feet, wiping the blood from his face and glancing at the household servants outside the hall, who were encircled but dared not enter. They were merely a group of commoners, unaccustomed to bloodshed. Although physically robust, they were paralyzed by fear in the face of death, losing their courage to confront the blood-soaked soldiers. Wu Cheng sighed in relief. Fortunately, the situation was perilous but ultimately harmless. Turning to the plump man seated on the ground, whose face was etched with terror, Wu Cheng approached with a smirk and spoke warmly. Master Wang, as soldiers tasked with defending the kingdom against the eastern invaders and ensuring your safety, it is not unreasonable for us to borrow some provisions from you, is it? The rotund man, however, failed to respond, his body trembling as he hoarsely threatened, You dare to plunder the common people. I am related to the Minister of Revenue. You hillbilly ruffians, are you not afraid of death? Since we are destined to die, it is far better to perish with a full belly than to starve. Wu Cheng replied coldly, waving his hand. Mian Changha stepped forward and seized the back of the man's collar, pressing one of his hands onto the table. What are you doing? What do you want? I am related to the Minister of Revenue. You cannot harm me. The man shrieked in terror, struggling desperately, but Wu Cheng paid no heed to his cries. Drawing his knife, he brought it down forcefully towards the man's pudgy hand. The plump man let out a horrified scream, dampening his trousers significantly, soon filling the air with the stench of urine, as tears and snot streamed down his face. Yet, Wu Cheng did not actually strike him. The blade thudded against the table, nearly cleaving it in two. Oh dear, I missed. Master Wang, look, we are so hungry that we can't even cut straight. The next stroke might just land on your head. The man was utterly paralyzed by fear and hurriedly shouted, No, no, no. I'll give you whatever you want. Just please. Take anything. Wu Cheng exchanged glances with the others, sharing a smile as Mian Changha hoisted the man up. Take us to your granary. We will not ask for much. Just enough to return to Shanxi. And some silver as well. Seeing Mian Changha's earnestness, Wu Cheng, momentarily speechless, added, It would be most kind if Master Wang could lend us some silver. You know how it is in these times. Without money, one cannot move an inch. The rotund man, trembling with fear, hastily instructed the servants outside to prepare food and silver. At that moment, the village head, who had just fled the hall in a panic, returned, trembling, and bowed deeply, saying, Gentlemen, please take whatever you wish. Just do not harm the lives of the villagers. Wu Cheng sighed. This village chief still possessed some semblance of conscience. Were it not for his assistance, Wu and his companions would have encountered considerable difficulties in meeting Master Wang. He immediately responded with polite gestures, reassuring, Rest assured, esteemed chief. We merely seek some silver and provisions to return to Shanxi. We harbor no intention of causing harm. Once we obtain the silver and supplies, we shall depart. The village chief lowered his gaze to the lifeless body on the ground, momentarily displaying an expression of skepticism, yet he refrained from voicing his doubts, instead responding submissively. As long as that is the case, all is well. Yu Gong selected a few individuals to accompany the servants in retrieving the provisions and silver, while the young lad followed suit. Before long, he returned, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, Brother Qing, you are unaware of the amount of grain this corpulent individual possesses. There are several granaries. This is sufficient for our entire army to sustain itself for a week or two. Wu Cheng furrowed his brow and slapped the plump man's cheek with a knife, saying, Master Wang, what purpose do you serve by hoarding such an abundance of provisions? I have heard that this year the northern regions have suffered calamities, and many prefectures have reaped nothing. How is it that you possess such an abundance of grain? Speak truthfully, or I shall sever your hands. The rotund man, terrified by the gleaming steel blade, felt tears welling up in his eyes and hurriedly replied, My lord, all this is merely the stored grain from the reserve warehouse. I acquired it through the influence of the Minister of Revenue, purchasing it with my own funds. Once the invaders retreat, I plan to engage in a bit of commerce to earn some modest profits. Wu Cheng was nearly rendered speechless with indignation. What a situation! The national treasury was so depleted that it could not even provide salaries for the loyal troops, leaving them to suffer hunger for 3 days. It turned out that the court-stored grain had been clandestinely sold to these local tyrants and gentry. It seemed they would not even wait until after the war to reap their profits, with the loyal troops continuously arriving in the capital. Where would the court procure grain to support them? It seems that one must spend a considerable fortune to reclaim their own grain from the grasp of these wealthy and unscrupulous gentry. With each transaction, these affluent individuals undoubtedly amass a fortune, while the officials in the capital profit as well. The true sufferers are the loyal and dutiful military households and the scattered common folk. Wu Cheng gritted his teeth and struck the hefty man's head fiercely with the back of his knife, exclaiming, You foolish buffoon. The eastern marauders are currently ravaging the capital with their pillaging and burning. Sooner or later, they will reach Liangxiang. Without our protection, your hoarding of such abundant provisions will earn you not but a paltry sum. In the end, shall we not allow the eastern invaders to gain an undue advantage? Such fools, providing support to the enemy. The hefty man dared not retort, gritting his teeth as tears streamed down his face. He replied with a countenance of obsequiousness, My lord, I was momentarily foolish, but now I have come to my senses. All the grain shall be delivered to you. Please take it away. Wu Cheng, weary of engaging in further pointless conversation, struck the ground a few more times in frustration before turning to the trembling village head, who remained in the hall. Village head, he said, these provisions must have been largely pilfered from the village. We cannot carry away much, so it would be more prudent to distribute them among the villagers as a gesture of apology for the disturbance we have caused. The village head, however, merely smiled wryly and shook his head, casting a knowing glance at the rotund man. The soldiers may take their share, but with so much grain, what good will it do the villagers? Even if they take it, how can they hope to keep it? Wu Cheng fell into a moment of silence, fully comprehending the meaning behind the village chief's words. In comparison to the local tyrants and gentry, the officials of the court, and the encroaching forces of the later Qing surrounding the capital, the villagers were undeniably feeble. Distributing grain would only invite disaster. Not only could they not retain it, but their very lives also hung in the balance. Wu Cheng knew he could not remain there to protect them. He could only let out a long sigh. Nodding in resignation, choosing not to pursue the topic any further, Yu Gong and the others procured a cart, loading several bags of grain upon it. sufficient for them to consume half and discard the rest during their journey. Upon their return to Shanxi, they could even sell what remained. Wu Cheng made a quick calculation, and as soon as the household servant delivered the silver, he instructed Mian Changhe to carry the plump man as a hostage. He also requested a packhorse to draw the cart in preparation for their escape. Just then, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted in the distance, and a servant rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "It's terrible! It's terrible! The Shanxi soldiers have revolted, and the chaotic troops are burning and pillaging in the village." Chapter 8. Pillage the house. Servant rushed into the hall, shouting, and upon catching sight of Wu Cheng and the others, he froze, his face turning crimson as if he were a goose with its neck grasped tightly. Those inside and outside the hall were equally alarmed, and one anxious individual quickly approached, grasping Wu Cheng's sleeve. "Sir, did we not agree to refrain from taking lives? How could this happen?" Wu Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Should he explain that they were two separate factions, and the marauding soldiers outside were not their concern? Yet, it was he who had instigated the mutiny among the Shanxi troops, making him the principal culprit. It was evident that the rebellious Shanxi soldiers had begun to flee the camp, rampaging through Liangxiang, looting and burning as they went. Wu Cheng took a deep breath, glancing at the worried village head and the panicked villagers. His heart, however, was unable to harden completely. With a sigh, he shook off the village head's hand and approached the plump man bound with hemp ropes, bringing his knife down with force upon the man's neck. In previous instances of killing, Wu Cheng had acted on instinct during moments of urgency. Now, with deliberate intent, he found his resolve faltering. The blade penetrated the flesh but failed to sever the neck completely, becoming lodged in the bone. It took considerable effort to withdraw the knife, and with renewed determination, he struck again, blood splattering as he finally beheaded the man. With trembling hands, he lifted the severed head, panting heavily, and addressed the terrified village head who had collapsed to the ground. "Trust me just this once. I cannot guarantee the safety of your village, but I will do my utmost to protect the villagers." After speaking, he ordered the bewildered Mian Changhe to bind the village head and toss him onto a cart. He then instructed Yu Gong to gather more carts and retrieve supplies from the granary, whispering a few words to Mian Zhengyu, who furrowed his brow and sighed before leading the others to threaten the house servants, compelling the landowner's women to gather in the hall and onto the carts. Wu Cheng glanced at the weeping women and the bodies on the ground before shouting at the house servants, "Disperse! Are you waiting here to be slaughtered by the marauders?" After his command, he paid them no further heed, climbing onto a cart and urging the horses forward. Thus, a small convoy boldly exited the estate, making its way along the road toward the rising black smoke. That area had transformed into a hellish scene. Dozens of famished soldiers stormed into the village, smashing open doors, killing everyone, men, women, and children alike, without distinction, rifling through belongings in search of food and silver. They indiscriminately stuffed their mouths with whatever they could find, while coins and bills, treated as worthless as scrap paper, were crammed into their pockets. After plundering, they set fire to the houses, laughing maniacally as flames soared. Some well-fed soldiers even began to amuse themselves by shooting arrows at fleeing villagers from elevated positions. These soldiers, filled with bitterness, were driven mad by rage and hunger, transforming into bloodthirsty beasts, unleashing their wrath upon the defenseless populace. What a thrill! Having spent a lifetime as a lowly soldier, when had he ever felt such exhilaration? A few Shanxi soldiers clad in mismatched jackets emerged from a house, their steel blades dripping with blood, remnants of food lingering at the corners of their mouths, their packs overflowing. It was indeed a brilliant idea from Chief Qian. A soldier stepped forward, laughing heartily. "To hell with Liangxiang County. It has walls, and plenty of able-bodied men within. Those officials won't even provide us with food, let alone open the gates for us to enter. How can we, a bunch of starving soldiers after 3 days without sustenance, hope to conquer Liangxiang County?" The soldier surnamed Qian, who was busy shooting at fleeing civilians, turned his head with a laugh. "Indeed, Lin Baihu must have lost his wits to lead us into this fight. Why should we join him in certain death? Even if we succeeded, what spoils could we possibly share among so many? It would be far better to scavenge for provisions in these villages. Wouldn't that be far more carefree?" The soldiers erupted into laughter, but just then, a convoy approached in the distance, bringing them joy. They quickly drew their weapons and encircled the convoy. Upon closer inspection, the soldier surnamed Qian was taken aback and called out, "Hey, Mian Shaoqi, where are you headed with all this wealth? How did you manage to gather so much grain and silver?" Wu Cheng and his companions appeared like newly wealthy merchants, their carts laden with silver, grain, fabrics, porcelain, furniture, and clothing. Alongside these treasures were the weeping women, bound and seated atop the carts. These women, accustomed to a life of luxury, were strikingly different from the peasant girls. Their delicate skin and graceful figures made their tears all the more pitiful, igniting a stir among the ragtag soldiers. Mian Zhengyu, feeling embarrassed, remained silent. While Wu Cheng jumped down from the cart and clasped his hands together in greeting. Have you brothers also come to seek fortune? If so, why are you taking from these impoverished folks instead of raiding the landlord's estates? The soldier surnamed Qian chuckled. You jest, my young friend. The landlords reside in fortified compounds. How could we, mere starving soldiers, hope to breach them? Wu Cheng laughed heartily and waved towards the convoy. While Yu Gong tossed a landlord's severed head to him, the landlord's estate has already been breached by us. Otherwise, how could we have come by such grain, silver, and beauties? There is still plenty of grain and silver left in that estate that we couldn't carry away, so brothers, hurry and take what you can before the villagers seize it. Is that true? The ragtag soldiers were filled with elation as they glanced at the bounty on the carts, then clasped their hands in gratitude. In that case, we won't disturb you any longer. Perhaps we shall meet again in Shanxi. Wu Cheng smiled and nodded, watching them depart before his expression shifted. He climbed onto a cart, and the convoy continued on until it reached the village entrance. Wu Cheng and his companions let the village head and the women down. With Wu Cheng personally unbinding the village head, we were left with no choice but to resort to such measures. The marauding soldiers will surely wreak havoc in the estate, so I must trouble you to take these women and villagers away from the village for their safety. We will only take one cart along with the silver, leaving the rest of the grain and fabrics for you. The village head sighed, nodding. When bandits pass, it is like combing. When soldiers come, it is like a sieve. All the villages around Liangxiang will likely suffer from this military disaster. Where can we possibly find refuge? Nevertheless, you possess a semblance of conscience. Should fortune favor me with survival, when the Minister of Revenue inquires in the future, I shall deflect the matter of murder onto the other marauding soldiers, thus repaying your act of protection. Wu Cheng nodded, and the two groups parted ways. The young lad drove the cart, while the others journeyed westward. The anguished cries from the village remained distinctly audible, and occasionally, bodies could be spotted outside the village. A 7- or 8-year-old girl lay by the roadside, her headless body half sprawled in the field and half draped over the road, her small head rolling nearby, her lifeless eyes fixed upon the travelers heading west. Mian Zhengyu sighed deeply, unable to restrain his murmured lament. Alas, what a wicked fate! Wu Cheng felt a surge of uncontainable fury. Erupting in a shout, what can I do? Am I not merely striving to survive? Damn it, tell me what I should do. Chapter 9. The celestial realm. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, biting wind that swept through every crevice like a phantom. Wu Cheng sat listlessly beneath a withered tree, seeking refuge from the frigid gusts, warming himself by the fire before him. Wrapped in a fur coat pilfered from a landlord's estate, he trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Mian Changhe approached with a bowl of chicken soup. Brother Cheng, please eat something. You have just recovered from a severe illness. If you fall ill again, there may be no remedy. Wu Cheng nodded, accepting the soup and savoring its warmth as it coursed through his body, invigorating him. He quickly drained the bowl and began to gnaw on the pieces of chicken within. How have you developed such a bad habit of wasting food after recovering from sickness? Mian Changhe remarked, picking up the discarded chicken bones to gnaw on. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Brother Cheng, Uncle Lao does not hold you accountable. We all understand that you were compelled to instigate the rebellion. The chaos wrought by the soldiers cannot be blamed on you. This soup was sent by Uncle Lao for you. Wu Cheng nodded, wiping his tears and snot with his sleeve, letting out a sigh. I am not angry with Uncle Mian. My frustration lies elsewhere. He need not concern himself. I shall calm myself and later apologize to him. Uncle Lao is not one to harbor grudges. As long as you eat and drink well, he will be satisfied. Mian Changhe waved his greasy hand and popped another bone into his mouth. What troubles you? Share it with me. Uncle has said that harboring anger can be detrimental. Expressing it brings relief. Wu Cheng fell silent, and Mian Changhe too refrained from speaking. They sat quietly for a time until Wu Cheng sighed deeply and nodded. I see. You know, I fell into a coma for several days due to the plague. In that time, I journeyed to the celestial realm. The celestial realm? Mian Changhe's interest piqued. He sat up from his half-reclined position, grinning in anticipation of a tale. Wu Cheng nodded, gathering his thoughts. Indeed, it is the celestial realm. There, no wars rage. Soldiers do not pillage or kill. nor do they oppress the common folk. They frequently provide disaster relief and assist the populace. Oh, I have heard from the 100 households that the Qiuyuan army of your operated in such a manner, taking neither gold nor silver from the people, nor demolishing their homes, often aiding them instead. Ming Chong mused, trying to recall. But what happened to them? Oh, it seems they were annihilated during the Wanli period due to a mutiny over pay in Liaodong, wiped out entirely, and such soldiers have not been seen since. The armies there are even more remarkable than the Qiuyuan army, Wu Cheng asserted with conviction. For families like ours, serving in the military brings honor. There is care for injuries and illnesses, compensation for those who fall in battle, ample pay, and no fear of starvation. The government arranges assistance for agricultural work throughout the seasons. If that is the case, it truly is a life akin to that of the immortals. Ming Chong grinned. Though his tone was laced with skepticism, Wu Cheng paid no heed to his doubt and continued to reminisce. The people there never suffer hunger. Regardless of the quality of their meals, there is always a hearty dish to partake in. Many have never experienced hunger, leading to habits of extravagance, to the extent that the court had to issue decrees urging the populace to conserve food. Wu Cheng imitated the long crane's demeanor, picking up a piece of chicken bone, sucking and chewing on it, not to mention chicken, even beef, lamb, fish. If I desire it, I can have it. Many grow weary of lavish feasts and turn to wild vegetables and grains. How could one ever tire of meat? I would relish eating meat every day. At every meal. The long crane could not help but interrupt Wu Cheng's musings. As for wild vegetables and grains, I have no fondness for them. In recent years, the harvest has been poor, and only in dire circumstances do we resort to them. Wu Cheng sighed resignedly, unsure how to respond, choosing instead to change the subject. In any case, those folks won't starve. When in dire straits, they can seek assistance from the court. There will always be a morsel to eat. No worries about food or clothing. This celestial realm is truly a splendid place. A glimmer of envy flickered in the long crane's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Wu Cheng nodded, letting out a deep sigh. Yet, when I opened my eyes, I found myself back here, struggling daily on the brink of starvation, resorting to violence and theft, constantly living in fear for my life. Ah, see, do you think I shall never return to the celestial realm? The long crane shrugged, offering counsel. Brother Chong, I cannot expound grand philosophies. But I once heard in a play, whatever the situation, one must find peace within it. Given our current circumstances, we should focus on the immediate, savoring each day. If fate permits, the celestial realm may yet be within reach. Since we are here, let us find peace within it. Wu Cheng smiled faintly, patting the long crane's shoulder. Ah, see, you speak wisely. Since we find ourselves in this era, there is no use pondering other matters. Just the other day, with an empty stomach, my sole focus was on satisfying my hunger. Now that I am fed, my mind wanders aimlessly. Ah, see, I am grateful for your clarity. Haha, Brother Chong, you are the only one among our 100 households who has awakened to this. You scholars always tend to overthink, unlike me. A simple man who knows only to eat and sleep. The long crane laughed heartily, prompting Wu Cheng to join in the laughter. In the distance, the long Zhengyu, engaged in conversation with Yu Gong, glanced over with a smile before turning back to boast further. After a bout of laughter, the long crane smacked his lips and asked, Brother Qing, you say that celestial realm is so wonderful. Does it mean there are no poor people? Wu Cheng paused for a moment before responding. There are, but their poverty differs from ours. They do not worry about food and clothing. Their concerns lie in poor living conditions, lack of income, and absence of educational opportunities. We may never experience their worries. Wu Cheng took a deep breath, touching his chest where his village official's appointment letter once rested. Yet, just decades ago, they were even poorer, struggling for food and clothing, just like us. Not only them, but the majority of the celestial realm once faced similar hardships, fretting over their next meal. In merely a few decades, most no longer worry about hunger but rather ponder what to eat today. In such a short span, over 1 billion lives have been nourished. No nation, ancient or modern, has achieved such a feat. Wu Cheng's eyes sparkled with intensity, disregarding the long crane's bewildered expression, lost in his thoughts. Why is this so? Because there are always those who toil diligently, those who strive with unwavering determination, those who advocate for the people, and those who seek the truth at great personal sacrifice. Wu Cheng turned his head, revealing a radiant smile. I see. I aspire to be such a person, both in the celestial realm and here. Perhaps, with a lifetime of effort, I could transform this place into a paradise as well. I don't understand. Ming Chong, he waved his hand dismissively. picking up a chicken bone to toss into his mouth. "Brother Qing, you have always been wiser than I. Pursue whatever you wish, and I shall accompany you." Wu Cheng nodded solemnly, exhaling deeply. "Then let us walk this path together." Chapter 10. Snowy Night in the second year of the Chongzhen reign. The royal army in Shanxi faced 3 consecutive days without provisions, leading to a mutiny among the troops. They ravaged the Liangxiang region, creating chaos as they scattered and fled back to Shanxi. The court was thrown into disarray, and Emperor Chongzhen, incensed, issued orders for the arrest of Governor Geng Ruki and General Zhang Honggong of Shanxi on charges of dereliction of duty for failing to maintain order among the troops. However, those officials who had neglected to provide supplies for 3 days faced no repercussions. Yet, this turmoil was of little concern to Wu Cheng and his companions. As the soldiers plundered Liangxiang and slaughtered the innocent, they were already on their way back to Shanxi, loaded with a cart full of provisions. With their bellies satisfied and ample gold and silver in hand, they felt no fear of being beheaded by the eastern invaders on the battlefield. Their journey was relatively easy, though they dared not enter the city for fear of being pursued by the court for desertion. Eager to return home, they made only brief stops at villages to procure supplies, hastening toward Shanxi. As they approached the border of Shanxi, the snowfall intensified. By nightfall, the snow had accumulated to the height of their ankles, and the biting cold wind penetrated their very being. When dusk fell, visibility diminished to nothing. Wu Cheng and his party sought refuge in a dilapidated shelter to wait out the storm before continuing their journey. The river nearby had frozen solid. A young scout returned from surveying the terrain, his face adorned with frost. "The snow is too deep. I did not venture far. I walked along the riverbank, and the ice is thick enough for us to cross." Wu Cheng nodded and handed him a bowl of steaming pork soup. The pork of the Ming dynasty was raised and slaughtered with less advanced techniques compared to modern practices, leaving it with a strong gamey odor. However, it was more affordable than other meats, and they had bought a substantial quantity for their provisions. The young scout, unfazed by the taste, took a couple of sips and nestled closer to the massive figure of Mian Changha, seeking warmth. It is often said that abundant snowfall heralds a fruitful year. Yet in recent years, the snowfall had become increasingly severe, sometimes continuing into June, killing off the crops. Where, then, was the promise of a bountiful harvest? Mian Zhangyu sighed and sprinkled some salt into the pork soup, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Regardless, this year we shall indeed enjoy a rich harvest. If only the heavy snow hadn't blocked the roads. Otherwise, we would have entered Shanxi right at the new year. A good omen indeed." Laughter erupted among the group, and Yu Gong interjected. "In recent years, the court has failed to provide salaries, making it difficult for families to make ends meet. On New Year's Day, we can only give a red string as a gift to the children. This year, when we return, I must buy them new clothes to celebrate properly." Mian Changtha, with his mouth full, mumbled, "I don't want clothes, just buy food. Let us get a couple of pounds of beef in the city. Beef is precious, and I have yet to taste it. Eat, eat, always thinking about eating. Make sure you don't buy some privately slaughtered ox. That could bring us trouble." Mian Zhangyu scolded, smacking Mian Changka on the forehead with frustration. He sighed. "In a couple of years, the 6th child will be ready for schooling. I must save some silver for him to attend a private school, so he won't have to endure the hardships of military life." A silence fell over the group. The young scout, sneezing, turned to Wu Cheng and asked, "Brother Qing, what do you plan to do with all this gold and silver? Purchase some land, engage in trade, acquire some weaponry?" Wu Cheng replied while hugging his knees, "The eastern marauders have breached the Great Wall, plundering the capital region. With hundreds of thousands of troops stationed nearby, who can stand against them? Would the eastern marauders refrain from seizing such a tempting morsel? Sooner or later, there will be a second and a third wave. As the weather grows colder, the northern regions face poor harvests or even total crop failures. The court will only find itself in increasingly dire straits. If we do not prepare in advance, we will inevitably find ourselves ensnared on the battlefield." A heavy silence enveloped the group. Yu Gong sighed. "My brother Wu speaks with reason, yet we, stationed at the foot of the Taiying Mountains, find most of our surroundings dedicated to farming. To purchase land, we would need to venture near Qiuyuan, and for trade, we must also head to those larger cities or perhaps even to Zhangjiago. However, with our limited capital, we are likely unable to buy much land or conduct substantial business." Mian Zhangyu nodded in agreement. "Acquiring weaponry should be feasible. Our military craftsmen have long since fled, but I have acquaintances in Datong town. Perhaps I could procure some arms from them." Wu Cheng sighed softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Those matters can be discussed later. We must first return to Shanxi. In a few days, it will be New Year's Eve. Let us hope we can reach the Shanxi border by the new year. The others nodded in unison, relishing the pork soup with cold flatbreads and garlic, enjoying their meal with delight. Once satisfied, they succumbed to sleep, the sound of their snores soon filling the air. Yet, Wu Cheng remained awake. He used the fire to melt some snow for rinsing his mouth, retrieved a frozen towel, rolled it in the water, and wiped his face before taking the basin from the fire and soaking his feet. In this era, medical conditions are lackluster. Even a minor illness could claim a life. Thus, as long as circumstances allow, Wu Cheng remained diligent about personal hygiene. Outside, the snow-laden night was silent save for the howling wind, as if all creatures were retreating from the biting cold to find warmth and slumber. As Wu Cheng closed his eyes, savoring the warm water on his feet, a sudden, piercing scream shattered the stillness, followed by a continuous, faint wailing. It seemed a woman was in distress. Wu Cheng's eyes flew open, and Mian Zhengyu, frowning, climbed to his feet, drawing a portion of his waist blade. Soon, Yu Gong and Mao Hai also rose. Mian Chanka remained deep in slumber. While most others were still asleep, only they, alert or seasoned, detected the strange commotion. Yu Gong slowly relaxed his tense body, but kept his grip firm on the hilt of his knife. We are downwind. The wind carries the sound to us. Though it seems close, the source may be far. In such heavy snowfall and frigid night, where could a woman be making such a ruckus? Mao Hai's face reflected a mix of shock and fear, his voice trembling. Could it be a ghost? Ghosts, you say? What wandering soul would dare to disturb us? The soldiers of the emperor? Mian Zhengyu retorted, frowning at Wu Cheng, who was putting on his shoes. The incessant cries suggest something amiss. Should we not investigate? Wu Cheng nodded, instructing Mao Hai to stay behind as he, along with Mian Zhengyu and Yu Gong, ventured cautiously through the snow towards the source of the sound. After walking for a while, the sounds grew increasingly distinct, and in the distance, flickering flames danced amid shadows of figures engaged in a quarrel amidst the ruins of a building. Wu Cheng exchanged glances with his companions, drawing their blades and quickening their pace. They soon discovered a group of ragged men and women huddled in the debris, swaying unsteadily. A few emaciated men were surrounding a woman in her 30s, berating her while she clutched something tightly in her arms, letting out intermittent cries of terror. Wu Cheng stepped forward, brandishing his knife and bellowing, "Who dares to mistreat a woman? Leave at once." Startled, the men scurried away, but not far. As they gathered around a ceramic pot perched over a fire, casting wary glances at Wu Cheng and his companions, Wu Cheng wrinkled his nose, catching a strong scent of meat wafting through the air. Frowning, he used the back of his knife to push aside the men, stirring the broth simmering in the pot with his blade. To his horror, a small, boiled hand surfaced in the soup. Chapter 11. The refugees. Wu Cheng leaned against a crumbling pillar, retching for nearly half an hour. The dry heaves escalated to the point where he was expelling bile. And when there was nothing left to bring forth, he reverted to dry heaving again. The ragged men and women around him, emaciated and desperate, showed no shame. A few audacious souls even approached him, scavenging his vomit from the snow and shoving it into their mouths. This gruesome sight only intensified Wu Cheng's nausea, compelling him to fend them off with the back of his knife. In the cauldron, human flesh simmered. An unfortunate child, barely of an age to understand, was either dead or alive, thrown into the pot. Had Wu Cheng and his companions arrived even slightly later, that child would have surely become sustenance for these wretches. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that these were refugees from Shanxi. Mian Zhengyu's expression mirrored the horror of the scene, having been unable to survive in Shanxi. They had ventured towards the capital of Zhili in search of alms. Starvation had driven them to cannibalism, boiling and consuming that child. Mian Zhengyu gestured towards a woman huddled in a corner, weeping. That woman's child is still nursing. She has changed her mind and cannot bear to part with her baby, so these refugees have assaulted her, attempting to seize her child. The commotion is what drew our attention. Wu Cheng trembled uncontrollably. The historical accounts of cannibalism had now gruesomely manifested before him. Unlike the refugees, who had grown numb to their plight, or Mian Zhengyu and Yu Gong, who had become desensitized, he felt a visceral horror and disgust that left him increasingly unwell. Caught in a cycle of retching, Mian Zhengyu sighed and stepped closer to pat Wu Cheng's back. "Young Wu, the past 2 years have brought erratic weather, leading to poor harvests. The court is engaged in great warfare in the north and south, draining resources and leaving countless destitute. This is a world that consumes its own. As you witness more of such grim realities, you will slowly acclimatize." Wu Cheng bit his lower lip until it bled, rendered speechless. Mian Zhengyu was indeed correct. This was a world of cannibalism, and he could only learn to endure it. Turning his gaze back to the refugees, He observed their fixated stares at the pot of broth and the dismembered corpses that Yu Gong had laid out on the ground. Many were surreptitiously eyeing Wu Cheng's vomit, ready to pounce at the slightest opportunity for a meal. Yu Gong shook his head and approached Wu Cheng. There are over 20 of them, all able-bodied men and women. The elderly and young have likely perished along the way. I roughly counted and noted that 6 have already succumbed to starvation and 2 have frozen to death. If the others do not consume something soon, they may not last much longer. We cannot resort to cannibalism again. Wu Cheng murmured, tears streaming down his face. Go find Mao Hai and procure some provisions for them. Yu Gong furrowed his brow, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed and said nothing. Stepping into the heavy snowfall. After a while, Mao Hai and Mian Changke appeared, carrying several flatbreads, following Yu Gong. As the flatbreads were handed to the refugees, they scarcely had time to express gratitude, seizing the bread and stuffing it into their mouths. Many choked and turned pale, yet they continued to ravenously consume. Eat slowly. There's enough for everyone. No need to rush. Mian Zhangyu gently reassured the refugees, while Mian Changke poured the pot of meat soup, melting some snow to serve the bread to the displaced individuals. At that moment, the refugees regained a semblance of strength. Several of them knelt on the ground with tears brimming in their eyes, calling out to the military officers as if they were deities. Wu Cheng took a piece of bread and approached a woman huddled in the corner, silently offering her the food. After a moment's hesitation, she finally released her tight grip on her baby and accepted the bread, taking a hearty bite. Wu Cheng sighed and inquired, is the disaster in Shanxi truly severe? The woman responded with a bitter smile, her voice tinged with sorrow yet devoid of tears. The summer drought was devastating, followed by a locust plague. We mortgaged our land and borrowed from the benevolent Wu to survive, but as autumn arrived, we faced a frost disaster. Our entire village has reaped nothing. Wu urged us for repayment, and we had to sell our eldest daughter to cover the interest. The authorities demand taxes, and we are left with no choice but to abandon our fields and flee. But where can we escape to without food? The government does not distribute grain for relief. We have resorted to eating insects and rats, and when those are gone, we turn to tree bark. When that is depleted, we are left with the earth itself, and ultimately, there is nothing left to consume. They say beneath the feet of the emperor in the capital, the benevolent sovereign would not allow the people to starve and would provide grain and porridge, so everyone heads towards the capital. When we left, our family of 5 was reduced. My husband and mother-in-law succumbed to hunger, and my husband was beaten to death while trying to seize food from other refugees. It is only I who have continued on with my child, step by step. Indeed, they were right. Upon reaching Jili, a kind official provided us with food. Wu Cheng felt a lump in his throat, tears welling in his eyes as he watched the woman consume the bread. He wanted to say something, yet words failed him, and his gaze shifted to her child, only to find the infant's eyes tightly shut, their chest eerily still, devoid of color. Furrowing his brow, Wu Cheng reached out to check the baby's pulse at the neck. The woman shuddered and twisted her body, but ultimately did not pull away. The baby was ice cold, and there was no sign of a pulse. Wu Cheng exclaimed, your child. He has long since starved to death, the woman replied with another sorrowful laugh. I have been starving myself and had no milk. The baby cried for 3 days and nights, and at last, he fell silent, succumbing to hunger. Wu Cheng's lips trembled. Why not lay him to rest? The woman shook her head. He was the sole heir of my husband's family, born just days ago, and has not even grown to maturity before leaving us. I cannot bear to part with him. If buried, he would be dug up and consumed by wild dogs or those driven to desperation by hunger. I fear that if I burn him, he would feel pain in the afterlife, so I carry him with me until only bones remain, and then I will incinerate him. In that instant, tears streamed down Wu Cheng's face. Nodding, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, stood up, and sighed, stepping back into the falling snow. After a while, Mian Changke approached. Brother Chong, we have distributed bread to everyone. The young lad has gone back to the camp to fetch some pork. We will provide them with meat soon. It is freezing at night, and many of them will not survive on just cold bread. Wu Cheng remained silent for an extended period, and Mian Changhe leaned in closer to observe. He noticed Wu Cheng picking up a twig and repeatedly inscribing 2 characters in the snow, human and eat. Brother Cheng, what are you writing? He inquired. Eating humans. Wu Cheng exhaled forcefully, gritting his teeth as he reiterated, eating humans. Mian Changhe fell into silence for a moment before advising. Brother Cheng, the common folk have always lived this way. In times of peace, they subsist on meager rations, and in tumultuous times, they consume whatever they can find. One cannot allow oneself to starve. Do not take it to heart. Wu Cheng nodded slightly, only to shake his head in dissent. Just because it has been this way throughout history does not mean it is right. See. I must hold this in my heart and forever remember these two characters. If I have the chance to traverse this world, yet it remains a place that devours its own, then what purpose does my presence serve? How can I reconcile this with my own conscience? Chapter 12. Shanxi in later generations. Shanxi is renowned for its coal mines, its coal barons celebrated for their lavish expenditures. Yet overall, Shanxi is regarded as a relatively impoverished province. Present-day Shanxi mirrors this sentiment. The Qing merchants originating from this region possess wealth rivaling nations. Yet Shanxi remains a desolate place, characterized by its mountainous terrain and unyielding soil, yielding little in terms of produce. During times of peace, the common folk toil throughout the year merely to scrape by, and in the face of recurrent natural disasters and incessant warfare, Shanxi is engulfed by a sea of refugees. With the fields littered by the dead, as Wu Cheng and his companions traversed this grim landscape, the sight was utterly harrowing. Along the official road, gaunt, emaciated refugees huddled in small groups, their tattered garments failing to provide any semblance of warmth as they sat or lay in the snow. Teetering on the brink of life and death, many, burdened with the elderly and young, trudged numbly towards the capital, forming an endless river of despair. Occasionally, a fierce wind would sweep away the snow, revealing the rigid, contorted bodies beneath, gnawed upon by wild dogs, with limbs strewn about and bellies split open, their innards missing. No signs of life, animals or insects, could be seen along the way. Every tree had been felled, and the bark, wheat chaff, and straw had all become sustenance for these wretched souls. Some even resorted to digging in the snow and consuming the earthy mixture to stave off hunger. Their bellies swelling grotesquely, only to awaken the next morning as lifeless corpses, their bodies cold and still. As they ventured deeper into Shanxi, the scenes grew ever more gruesome. Refugees would unearth corpses from beneath the snow, butchering them as one might slaughter a pig or sheep, cooking their flesh by the roadside. Women, their legs frozen and unable to move, lay beside their deceased husbands, gnawing on their flesh to survive. The desperate would consume every last bit of human meat, even grinding bones into powder to mix into snow cakes for sustenance. Yet, they were the fortunate ones. Countless others lacked both the means to procure flesh and the strength to cut it. They lay dying by the roadside, awaiting the inevitable, to be devoured by wild dogs or fellow refugees. Passing by a desolate village, the bodies of the dead hung like livestock on meat hooks, while a steward, of unknown origin, directed butchers wielding their knives, selling the flesh. In their desperation, the refugees bartered everything of value, ultimately selling their children, wives, and even themselves for a mere taste of human flesh. The landscape bore witness to a living hell, yet the onlookers seemed desensitized to the horror. Since the years of the Tianxi reign, had there been a year devoid of such desolation and suffering? The more one witnessed, the more numb they became. Even Wu Cheng felt a sense of detachment as he gazed upon the fallen bodies and the gruesome spectacle of cannibalism, though his heart felt heavy with unease. He no longer experienced the same revulsion. Instead, a greater fear took hold of him. Lacking a background in history, he was only vaguely aware of the calamities that had plagued the late Ming dynasty, yet he had heard whispers of the decades-long Little Ice Age, where famine and war ravaged the entirety of China. Such scenes would persistently unfold before him, leaving him powerless to intervene. This year's snow disaster appeared far worse than in previous years, with an alarming increase in refugees. Mian Jingyu sighed, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, and offered a glimmer of hope. However, with such a heavy snowfall this winter, the drought should ease somewhat this year, and there may be some harvest to look forward to. After speaking, he chuckled at himself and lifted his gaze towards the gathering dark clouds in the distance. But this heavy snowfall must cease. If it continues for months like in previous years, our spring plowing and summer cultivation will be delayed. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. After a moment, Yugong cleared his throat and gestured behind him. Let us not dwell on distant matters for now. What shall we do about the refugees trailing behind us? Wu Cheng turned to look, shaking his head in resignation. Since leaving that dilapidated shack, those dozens of refugees had followed them, and Wu Cheng and his companions could not bear to watch them starve, thus sharing their limited provisions. This, however, had attracted more and more refugees, and now over 100 were following them. These refugees would eat if given food, and starve if not, maintaining a certain distance while accompanying them for hundreds of miles. Unwaveringly, if this continued, the grain they had purchased in Jili would likely not last until their return home. Yugong sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. We have reduced our rations from 2 meals a day to 1, then to a single flatbread, and now only half a flatbread daily. all in hopes of encouraging them to leave. Yet still, they persist in following us, and in increasing numbers. Wu Cheng glanced back and spotted a frail figure among the crowd. The infant cradled in their arms was already showing signs of malnutrition, prompting a profound silence. In this hellish land of Shanxi, where even human flesh was seized, the refugees would not abandon their lifeline, however meager it might be. Mian Zhengyu turned to survey the refugees, letting out a soft sigh. Let them follow. We shall provide them with grain every couple of days, and we will conserve what little we have, enduring until we return home. As for whether they can keep up, that depends on their fate. Sensing potential dissent among the group, Mian Zhengyu added, in our 1,000-household establishment, there are already many military families fleeing, and this disaster has likely left numerous farmers abandoning their fields. There shall be plenty of unclaimed land in the vicinity of Wu Cheng. If these refugees accompany us back, we need not worry about their settlement. Wu Cheng readily agreed, nudging the nearby Mao Hai and Mian Changtha when cooking and distributing rations. Be vigilant not to give away our seed grain. Given the severity of the disaster in Shanxi, even with gold and silver, we may find no place to purchase seeds. Rest assured, we are keeping a close watch. Mao Hai exclaimed with a laugh, suddenly reaching up to catch a drifting snowflake. Hey, why is it snowing again? Layer upon layer of dark clouds completely obscured the sunlight, shrouding the world in twilight. The biting cold wind intensified, swirling down a heavy snowfall, and the air was filled with flurries, rendering the path ahead increasingly unclear. Stumbling back through the accumulating snow, Mao Hai found his torch reduced to a mere flicker. Mian Lauda. I spotted a dilapidated temple from a distance. I feared losing my way and did not dare approach too closely, but it seems we could find shelter from the wind and snow there. Mian Jingyu nodded, instructing the group to push the cart and lead the horses towards the temple, while the refugees trailing closely behind struggled to keep up. After traversing nearly half an hour, with the snow nearly reaching their calves, the group finally discovered the dilapidated temple. It consisted of a single main hall, its courtyard walls in disarray, and the roof appeared to have succumbed to the weight of the snow, collapsing significantly. Mian Zhengyu stood respectfully outside, reciting fervent prayers. May the divine protect us. Today we seek refuge from the tempest, and in due course, we shall return to offer burnt paper as tribute. The others bowed in solemn reverence, yet Wu Cheng, who harbored no belief in deities, strode forward to push open the half-closed temple door. Suddenly, he heard the unmistakable sound of a bowstring tautening, followed by a swift whoosh. Wu Cheng's body tensed instinctively as he turned his head, narrowly evading a feathered arrow that grazed his temple and embedded itself with a thud in the wooden door. Chapter 13. The border troops. Wu Cheng was taken aback, drawing his waist knife with a clang. As he looked up, beams of light pierced through the dilapidated temple roof, illuminating a solitary figure, clad in a deep blue cotton armor and wearing a 6-petal iron helmet, with a goose-feathered knife at his waist and a bone spear in hand. The person stood majestically in the center of the temple, glaring at Wu Cheng like a ferocious wolf. Wu Cheng quickly discerned that the archer was not alone. There were others concealed in the shadows, drawing bows and aiming at him. He hastily pulled apart his leather jacket to reveal the paired battle armor beneath, declaring, I am a soldier of the Qing. Who goes there? Are you friend or foe? Hearing the commotion, Mian Zhengyu and others rushed into the temple, with Mian Changtha moving closer to Wu Cheng, shielding him with his body. The figure squinted, assessing Wu Cheng and his companions for a moment before inquiring. The Qing is far in the southern Qing. If you are indeed soldiers of the Qing, what brings you to this place? We are under royal order to defend the kingdom, but our forces have scattered, and we were just about to return to Qinzu, Mian Zhengyu explained, scrutinizing the man in turn and cupping his hands in greeting. Might I ask if you are one of the border troops from Datong? Do you know Officer Huang? He is my brother-in-law. The man narrowed his eyes and regarded them again, suddenly bursting into laughter. The officers of Datong are as numerous as the stars. How could I possibly recognize them? I thought you were a band of thieves, nearly putting my own brother in peril. With that, he waved his hand, and 2 stout men emerged from the shadows, also clad in cotton armor. We are the night watch from Datong, caught in a snowstorm. We sought refuge here and inadvertently encountered you. The man inclined his head apologetically towards Wu Cheng. I sincerely apologize for nearly endangering this young brother's life. You possess formidable skills. Should you ever venture to Datong for recruitment, I shall certainly recommend you to my superiors. Wu Cheng promptly returned the gesture, dismissing the matter with grace, yet curiosity piqued within him. If you are the night watch from Datong, why are you not patrolling the borders and instead found here at the boundary of Shanxi and Zhili? Chuckling, the man rubbed his hands together and explained, to be candid. The bandits from Shanxi have infiltrated Qing, and many local guards have been dispatched to defend the kingdom, leaving the areas vulnerable. Thus, we Night Watch have been sent to scout and ensure we are not caught unawares. Bandits from Shanxi? What is the story? Wu Cheng was taken aback, suddenly realizing. Is it the peasant army from Shanxi? Who else could it be? The man confirmed with a nod. Last year's calamity in Shanxi was even more severe than in Shanxi. Banditry has surged, and the court has ordered the Grand Governor Yang to pacify them. Yet, he lacks even the supplies to support the border troops, so how can he quell the unrest? The bandits are growing bolder, not only wreaking havoc across Shanxi, but also occasionally crossing into our Shanxi territory. Wu Cheng and the others exchanged glances, and Ming Jingyu sighed. Once again, we face both natural disasters and marauding bandits. When will this end? This is just the beginning. The man laughed heartily. Now that Governor Yang's pacification strategy has faltered, the court will inevitably send a large army to quell the bandits. Those bandits will find it impossible to survive in Shanxi and are likely to flee into Shanxi. You must prepare well before returning to Qinzu. Ming Jingyu sighed deeply and nodded. At that moment, Yu Gong led his subordinates to ignite a fire, while Mao Hai brought the horse from the cart into the dilapidated temple, tying it alongside the 3 cavalry horses. Ming Changhe directed his men to carry the grain from the cart into the temple, finding a dry spot for storage, and set a pot to boil meat soup. Hey, share a bowl with us. Shanxi is suffering from disaster. Not only can we not find proper meat anywhere, but the grass and trees have almost been consumed by the starving populace. It's difficult to even start a fire, and we've been living off cold rations to the point of nausea. The 3 cavalrymen approached with cheerful expressions, and Wu Cheng hurriedly ladled 3 bowls of pork soup for them. These men, indeed famished, were unperturbed by the heat, slurping the soup eagerly. Ming Changhe, stirring the pot with a large spoon, gazed intently at their equipment. One of the men requested another bowl, grinning as he patted his armor and goose-feathered sword, envious. Are you? We, the border troops, rely on these items to safeguard our lives beneath the blades of the Tartars. He then shook his head, sighing. The court hasn't disbursed our salaries for nearly 3 months now. Maintaining this armor and weaponry incurs considerable expense. If this continues, we might one day find ourselves like those impoverished local guards, merely putting on a fade with a single pair of matching coats. The others shook their heads in lament. Wu Cheng wished to inquire about the peasant army, but Ming Jingyu stepped out of the dilapidated temple. After a short while, he returned, leading a group of shivering refugees into the temple. The wind and snow outside grew increasingly fierce. Denying them entry would surely lead to fatalities. Ming Jingyu explained briefly before turning to the refugees, calling out, "Find a place to light a fire and shield yourselves from the wind. You will spend the night in the temple and have a bowl of meat soup to fill your stomach. Tomorrow morning, we will provide you with more food." It seemed that the blizzard had disoriented many of the refugees, leaving only around 40 to follow. Nevertheless, this small, crumbling temple was now packed to the brim. The refugees appeared numbed by the cold, hastily using various broken bowls and containers to collect the meat soup, devouring it ravenously, while their eyes greedily fixated on the pork in the pot. The 3 cavalrymen observed the scene with puzzled expressions, and the leader sidled up to Wu Cheng, asking, "Young brother, are these people from your Qinju office?" Wu Cheng shook his head, sipping the soup while sighing. "They are merely refugees we encountered on the road. We cannot stand by and watch these people starve to death. We offered them some food, and they ended up following us." "I see." The man chuckled heartily, gnawing on a piece of pork. "You are overly kind-hearted. These wretches are nothing but a burden. They cannot even feed themselves, yet you concern yourselves with these doomed souls?" Wu Cheng furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure, and replied, "We cannot help everyone, but we cannot allow them to starve before our eyes. Every life saved is worth it." The man shook his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You, a mere child in your teens, have yet to witness the world. We have encountered such lowly folk countless times. They are as insignificant as chaff, their lives worth little. Today we may save one, yet tomorrow he may perish without a trace. Moreover, these wretches are both timid and inept, devoid of any wealth. Saving them yields no reward, in essence. It is a venture destined for loss." Suddenly, he patted his belly and stood up, a grin spreading across his face. "I thank you for the hospitality, but in return, allow me to impart a lesson to you soldiers. When faced with such commoners, there exists but one method to avoid a loss." With that, he approached a destitute man who was greedily devouring a bowl of meat soup and patted his head. "Good fellow, I shall borrow your head for a moment." Chapter 14. The slaughter of innocents in a fleeting moment. A human head soared high into the air, followed by a fountain of blood that erupted from the severed neck, cascading down like a macabre rain. The nearby refugees were splattered with blood, momentarily stunned, still consuming the meat soup tainted with crimson droplets. Only a few raised their heads in confusion, glancing around. Wu Cheng and his companions were equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Rendered speechless and frozen in place, the two border soldiers gathered around the fire merely chuckled, indifferent, as they continued to gnaw on their pork. The soldier known as Yi Buxiu appeared unfazed by the bloodshed, nonchalantly kicking the severed head aside before raising his knife to decapitate another refugee. At last, the nearby refugees sprang into action, frantically scattering in all directions, yet they did not venture far, crowding together among others. Eagerly eyeing the pot of meat soup over the fire, Yi Buxiu caught up with one individual, seizing his disheveled head and smashing it against the ground, rendering him unconscious. Before raising his blade again, "Stop!" Wu Cheng finally regained his composure, rising to his feet and shouting in protest, unsheathing his sword with a clatter. But Yi Buxiu had already struck down the refugee's head, turning to face the enraged Wu Cheng, a look of confusion flashing across his blood-smeared visage, soon replaced by a grin as he explained, "Ah, I forgot you were part of the loyalist troops." Unaware of the newly issued bounty from the court, 3 taels of silver for every bandit's head. With a chuckle, Yi Buxiu held the severed head aloft, presenting it to Wu Cheng. A head of a barbarian fetches 50 taels, while that of a bandit merely 3. Admittedly, it is not much, but bandits are wretched creatures. Untested in battle, weakened by hunger, easy to kill. Besides, these bandits are merely refugees. They want to be recognized by those above us. This is a heinous slaughter. This is the unjust killing of innocents. Wu Cheng shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Mian Zhengyu and the others, now awakened to the gravity of the situation, drew their swords and stood firm. The two border soldiers, sensing the shifting atmosphere, moved closer to their comrades. Yi Buxiu frowned, tossing the head at Wu Cheng's feet. "What is so unusual about killing innocents for personal gain? Which of our Ming armies has not committed such acts? Moreover, these refugees are doomed to die of starvation or frostbite. Better to collect their heads for a bounty." Wiping the blood from his face, he exchanged glances with his approaching companions, continuing to persuade Wu Cheng, "You are young and inexperienced, which is why you react so strongly. But think carefully, there are over 40 refugees here, that has more than 100 taels of silver. You loyalists barely receive a stone of grain for a month's pay. Right? We've enjoyed your soup and your pork. We'll take only a modest share, 60 taels for us. How long could that sustain you? Enough of your nonsense." Wu Cheng roared, his grip on his sword tightening, his knuckles paling. "We are soldiers. We are human. To senselessly slaughter the innocent for a mere pittance of silver is an act befitting a beast." The night scout seemed utterly indifferent to Wu Cheng's insults, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "TSK, young lad, I genuinely believe you've got some skill. Thought if you ever couldn't make it in the garrison troops, you could come to Datong and enlist. I'd personally mentor you. Never imagined you'd be so dense." Glancing at the severed heads on the ground, the scout sighed. This business of killing innocents to claim merit. Everyone from the court down to the lowest official knows about it. Usually, no one bothers to intervene, at most withholding the silver rewards. But if word gets out, the court will have to sacrifice a few to appease the people. Narrowing his eyes, the scout swept his gaze over the crowd. "I've heard the Shanxi loyalist army mutinied and scattered, with many turning to banditry. You garrison troops shielding these refugees so fiercely, no doubt your deserters turned rebels." The bowstring suddenly twanged, and a feathered arrow hurtled directly towards Wu Cheng's face. "Be cautious." In a timely manner, the vigilant Mian Changhe swiftly struck, knocking down the incoming feathered arrow. At that moment, 3 soldiers from the night watch charged forward with fierce roars. Undeterred by their numerical disadvantage of 3 against more than 10, instead, they exuded a fervent battle spirit. The formidable night watch warrior, wielding a bone club in one hand and a goose feather blade in the other, swiftly felled one of the guarding soldiers, then dispatched another who dared to obstruct his path, making a beeline for Wu Cheng. The other 2 soldiers rushed towards Mian Zhengyu and Yu Gong. These elite fighters, seasoned in combat, quickly discerned that Wu Cheng, Mian Zhengyu, and Yu Gong were the pivotal figures among the understrength guards. Eliminating them would inevitably lead to the collapse of the remaining forces. Mian Changhe charged forward with a fierce cry. But the Night Watch warrior showed no inclination to engage him. He deftly sidestepped Mian Changhe's waist blade, then unleashed a powerful blow that sent Mian Changhe sprawling to the ground. Tossing his bone club at another approaching guard, forcing him to dodge in desperation. The Night Watch warrior continued his relentless assault on Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng tensed, letting out a sharp shout as he lunged forward. Swinging his blade at the Night Watch warrior, a jarring clash erupted, the sound piercing, as Wu Cheng's waist blade met the Night Watch's goose feather blade, sending sparks flying and resulting in Wu Cheng's weapon snapping in two. Fortunately, the force of their collision momentarily halted the Night Watch's downward strike, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow. Just then, the soldier who had narrowly avoided the bone club charged forward with a spear. With no other option, the Night Watch warrior kicked Wu Cheng to the ground, deflecting the spear with his blade. In one swift motion, he flicked the goose feather blade upwards, its sharp edge slicing through the guard's throat, extinguishing his life. Wu Cheng attempted to rise, seizing the moment, but the Night Watch warrior was already upon him, delivering a brutal kick that struck Wu Cheng squarely in the mouth, sending him spinning to the ground. Blood mixed with several teeth spilled forth as he fell. The Night Watch warrior approached, planting his foot firmly upon Wu Cheng's head, and with a mocking chuckle, he said, "Little brother, even if you gathered 10 more of your guards, they would not match our strength. You spurned a chance at wealth to protect some commoners, ultimately sacrificing your life. Tell me, was it worth it?" Wu Cheng struggled fiercely and spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva at him, exclaiming, "Bah! I would rather perish as a human than survive as a beast. You wretched scoundrel, I shall haunt you even in death." "Very well. If the officials do not take action against the bandits, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The figure known as Yi Basho chuckled derisively, wiping the spit from his cotton armor. "In truth, from the very beginning, we had no intention of allowing you soldiers to live. The heads of bandits are not all of equal value. You soldiers can be considered mere pawns in this game. Your lives worth even more than those of the common folk." With that, he raised his Yinling knife high, poised to strike down. At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air as a figure lunged forward, tackling Yi Basho to the ground. Chapter 15. Cremation. It was the woman carrying the deceased infant who, at an unknown moment, burst into the hall and charged forward with all her might, bringing down the armored soldier of the Night Watch. The two tumbled aside, and the woman shrieked and howled, flailing her fists and kicking wildly. "He fed us. You want to kill us? You are the true thieves. Where did this madwoman come from? Get away." The soldier's armor rendered the woman's blows ineffective. Instead, they incited his fury. Rising to his feet, he plunged his blade into her abdomen and twisted it with force. The woman let out a horrific scream, yet summoned an inexplicable strength to cling tightly to the soldier's arm, crying out in a frenzied wail, "He fed us. You want to kill us? You are the true thieves. Damn you, let go." The soldier, unable to withdraw his knife, struck her face with a furious punch, causing blood and flesh to fly. Yet, the woman remained resolute, still grasping his arm, her bloodied mouth lunging towards his neck. "Valkyr, die." Wu Cheng scrambled to his feet, seizing a nearby bone fragment and charging forward, aiming a fierce blow at the soldier's head. The soldier, quick to react, did not evade but instead advanced, seizing Wu Cheng's weapon and crashing his helmeted head against Wu Cheng's, seeking to wrest the bone from his grasp. However, Wu Cheng endured the excruciating pain in his head, resolutely holding on to the bone, gritting his teeth and engaging in a struggle of strength with the soldier. At that moment, Mian Changhe arrived, wielding a spear, and shouted as he thrust it into the soldier's back. The soldier screamed, spitting blood, his limbs weakening, barely able to stand. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Cheng broke free, raising the bone high and bringing it down with ferocity upon the soldier's head. Again and again, he struck, once, twice, thrice. Wu Cheng's eyes burned with rage. His jaw clenched as he mechanically delivered blow after blow, blood splattering as the soldier's helmet and skull were crushed, brain matter scattering until Mian Changhe managed to restrain his arms. "Brother Qing, he is already dead. Enough. Come down." Wu Cheng struggled a few times but could not break free, panting heavily and fixing a fierce gaze upon Mian Changhe. Lifting his head, he noticed some refugees rushing into the hall to assist, hurling stones and earth at the remaining 2 soldiers of the Night Watch. Some bold souls even picked up knives and spears to strike fiercely. The 2 soldiers, clearly taken aback by the refugees and the guards not fleeing but daring to confront them, found themselves overwhelmed, outmatched by sheer numbers. As Mian Jingyu and Yu Gong led the charge against them, gradually, Wu Cheng's breath steadied, and the crimson hue of his eyes began to fade back to their natural state, wiping the blood from his mouth. He felt an unexpected pang in his heart and hurried to check on the woman, only to find her on the ground, barely clinging to life, blood flowing freely, her lips trembling as if she wished to speak. Wu Cheng leaned in closely, and with what seemed to be her last ounce of strength, she managed to utter a single word, "Child." Understanding her intent, Wu Cheng turned to Mian Changhe and commanded, "Asi, quickly go outside and fetch this woman's child. We must not let the refugees steal and consume him." Mian Changhe nodded slightly before turning and dashing out of the hall. Wu Cheng took a deep breath and glanced back at the woman, only to find her eyes vacant. Her chest devoid of any rise and fall, she had already departed for the realms beyond. Mian Changhe hesitantly brought forth the lifeless infant, saying, "Brother Qing, this child is dead. It appears he has been gone for quite some time." "I know," Wu Cheng replied softly, nodding gently as he accepted the deceased infant. Placing it in the woman's embrace and encircling her arms around the child, arranging them as if she were cradling him, he murmured, "The debt of life-saving today, Wu Cheng shall never forget. May your family reunite in the afterlife, free from the sufferings of this world." Mian Zhangyu approached, clutching his wounded arm, and spat contemptuously at the band of night watchmen. "I have spent my life as a soldier. Never did I expect to be nearly decapitated by these thieving ruffians in my old age." Wu Cheng felt a pang in his heart as he tore a piece of cloth to bandage Mian Zhangyu's injury. "Uncle Mian, it is I who have brought you trouble." Mian Zhangyu smiled faintly, patting Wu Cheng on the shoulder. "What are you saying? These scoundrels slaughter the innocent, even if you had not intervened." "I would have fought them myself. Old Mian was right. If we turn a blind eye, would we not become beasts ourselves?" Yugong limped over, sighing. "We have lost 4. 3 are gravely injured, 8 commoners are dead, and 2 critically wounded. With this heavy snow, there is no place to seek a physician. The severely injured may not survive. These night watchmen have good horses. When dawn breaks and the snow lightens, let the young ones ride out to find a doctor and medicine. They're our brothers and the people who fought alongside us. We must do our utmost to save them." Mian Zhangyu sighed as well, noticing Wu Cheng's somber expression. He patted Wu Cheng's shoulder again. "Young Wu, do not dwell too much on it. Life and death are predestined. The mountain deity protects this shrine. If they cannot be saved here, it is simply their ill fate." Wu Cheng nodded, gazing at the woman's corpse, and sighed. "We cannot abandon the deceased commoners and brothers. Tomorrow, let the young ones fetch some coffins to take them away. The snow is so heavy, surely it will be deep tomorrow. Without horses or carts, how shall we transport so many coffins?" Yugong scratched his head, looking troubled. "Perhaps we should bury them here and retrieve them later." "Absolutely not. If we bury them here, they will be dug up and consumed by the starving." Wu Cheng firmly rejected the idea. He looked at the mother and child, clasped his hands in prayer, and said, "If that is the case, let us proceed with cremation, and take their ashes back to find a place with good feng shui for their burial." The two nodded in agreement and rose to arrange for the fire cremation. Mian Changhe, who had been silently listening from the side, approached and asked, pointing at the corpses of the night watchmen, "Brother Qing, what shall we do with these 3 ruffians? 3 or 2 silvers per head. Do not waste them." Wu Cheng kicked one of the corpses viciously. "Decapitate them and claim the bounty." Mian Zhangyu and Yugong led the refugees outside the shrine to dig several deep pits, where they burned the bodies of the fallen refugees and soldiers, later retrieving earthenware jars to carefully collect the ashes. The inferno surged, swiftly engulfing the lifeless bodies of the mother and child, propelled by the fierce winds. Wu Cheng gazed at the scene for a prolonged moment before lifting his head, only to find the earthen statue of the mountain deity in the dilapidated temple, its eyes wide open as if intently observing him. Suddenly, a laugh escaped Wu Cheng's lips, prompting the curious Mian Changhe, who was holding a ceramic jar beside him, to inquire, "Brother Cheng, what are you laughing at?" "I laugh at myself," Wu Cheng replied, a smile gracing his lips, yet tears streamed down from his eyes. "Asi, do you not find it absurd that they sent me here, to serve as an officer of the great Ming or a valiant defender of the kingdom, only to find that I never laid eyes on the eastern invaders? Instead, I witnessed the massacre of the Ming landlords, followed by the slaughter of the border troops. Is this not laughable?" "Indeed, laughable, laughable." Chapter 16. Homeward the snowstorm raged throughout the night, gradually subsiding only with the dawning light of the following day. The young lad, despite scouring for several hours, failed to locate a physician. Several among the injured did not survive the ordeal, leaving Wu Cheng and his companions no choice but to hoist the remaining wounded onto a cart, alongside the ashes of the deceased. As they journeyed homeward while continuing their search for medical assistance, the border soldiers had left them with a modest bounty, 3 severed heads, valued at 9 taels of silver, not substantial, yet better than nothing. Each of the 3 soldiers had ridden 2 horses, resulting in a total of 6 excellent war steeds. Alas, such fine horses required superior fodder, which Wu Cheng and his group could not afford, thus they resolved to sell them for coin. They also acquired 3 sets of cotton armor and a piece of chainmail. One soldier had donned both, layering the cotton armor over the chainmail. Though most of the armor was damaged, with one helmet crushed by Wu Cheng's blow, it was still preferable to the inferior garments worn by the imperial guards. Among their spoils were 2 bone clubs, a cavalry spear, a sturdy bow, a matchlock musket, and 3 feathered sabers, all formidable weapons of the border troops. The bone clubs and the cavalry spear were commendable, but the sturdy bow was a notable enhancement compared to the ones Wu Cheng's group had been using. And Yugong treasured it dearly, stowing it away. The feathered sabers were razor-sharp. One, wielded by a soldier of the night watch, had effortlessly cleaved Wu Cheng's waist knife in 2 without sustaining even a nick, an overwhelming display of power. Wu Cheng, Mian Zhengyu, and Yugong each claimed one for themselves. Most astonishing to Wu Cheng was the musket, which, according to the young lad, was crafted during the Wanli era by an official named Zhao Shizhen, who had drawn inspiration from the finest firearms of Europe, Lu Mi, and Japan, hence its appellation as the 3 long muskets. These weapons were commonly equipped among the border soldiers. Although Wu Cheng was unfamiliar with firearms and knew little of Zhao Shizhen, his knowledge of history from a future time prompted him to instruct the young lad to safeguard this musket, hoping to find a craftsman upon their return to Wuxiang who could disassemble and replicate it. Initially, Wu Cheng harbored concerns regarding the repercussions of their confrontation with the border soldiers. However, Mian Zhengyu, well-versed in the dynamics of the border, reassured him that the soldiers, accustomed to the harshness of their frigid abode and the constant threat of death, often faced delays in their pay, leading to instances of desertion. Thus, the escape of the 3 soldiers was not particularly unusual, allowing Wu Cheng to ease his mind and join his companions in dividing the spoils. Yet, throughout their journey, a weighty gloom enveloped him, not solely due to the loss of so many refugees and comrades, but also because of the foreboding future that loomed ahead. Equipped with superior armaments, ferocious valor, and extensive battlefield experience, the 3 border soldiers had nearly annihilated their small contingent of understrength troops. Had it not been for the assistance of the refugees, they might have perished in that dilapidated temple. The eastern marauders, whom they had yet to encounter, were even more ferocious, braver, more experienced in warfare, and better equipped. The mere thought sent shivers down Wu Cheng's spine. Within the ranks of the Shanxi imperial guards, they were considered elite. Otherwise, they would not have been summoned to defend the throne. Yet, against 3 border soldiers, they had nearly met their end. What would happen if they faced the full might of the eastern marauders? Would it not be a path to certain death? In the 17th year of Chongzhen's reign, as the Manchus breached the pass and enforced the practice of shaving heads and changing attire, Wu Cheng, an idealist at heart, envisioned a reality devoid of such humiliations. His only aspiration was to resist to the last breath against the eastern marauders. It is now the 3rd year of the Chongzhen era, and the time left for Wu Cheng to develop is quite limited. However, in his previous life, he was merely a fresh graduate, and in this life, he is but a soldier in the military. Regardless of how one looks at it, it seems he is destined for a path of demise. With a long sigh, he lamented the cruel fate that cast him into this wretched era without granting him a system. If only he could summon a great force, unleashing a barrage of nuclear warheads, turning the likes of Huang Taiji and He Taiji to mere ashes. At the very least, he wished for a firearm for self-defense. As he gingerly touched his still aching chin, he glanced back at the refugees trailing behind them, letting out yet another involuntary sigh. After the storm and snow, they journeyed southward, with the refugees persistently following them. Along the way, they encountered several small groups of refugees who joined their ranks, bringing their numbers to over 100. With so many refugees, he was uncertain how they would be accommodated in the future. While lost in his thoughts, Mian Changhe approached him with a pancake. "Brother Chang, we are about to reach the territory of Qinzhou. Uncle Mian said we should not enter the city, but instead send a scout to assess the situation and find a doctor. We should return to Wuxiang first. The Qinzhou garrison is located in the southeastern part of Shanxi, while Wu Cheng's battalion is stationed near Wuxiang County, nestled within a basin surrounded by mountains. The terrain is relatively flat, and the land is quite fertile, making it one of the more prosperous regions of Shanxi. In the past, soldiers like Wu Cheng could at least ensure they did not go hungry. In these times, not being hungry is already a sign of being among the elite of the Wei army. However, the situation is not much better, as Shanxi is inherently a poor province. And this year has brought disaster. Many farmers in the vicinity of Wuxiang have lost their land, becoming refugees or tenants, leading to a desolate scene. The village where Wu Cheng's small battalion is stationed has also suffered. As they parted ways with Yugong and headed towards the village, they could see from afar several soldiers and remaining troops at the village entrance transporting corpses. Mian Shaoqi, you have returned. A soldier greeted them with enthusiasm. But upon noticing the throng of refugees behind them, he was taken aback. The refugees we encountered on the road followed us back. Mian Zhengyu briefly explained. Glancing at the corpses, what happened to the Lu family? They committed suicide by hanging themselves. The soldier sighed, his tone tinged with anger. You know that we soldiers have to surrender 70% of our harvest, leaving us with little surplus. Last year was disastrous, and many families could barely sustain themselves, let alone provide grain for taxes. We had to borrow from the Zhang family, but the calamity shows no signs of abating, and the court's demands grow more urgent. The Zhang family is pressing hard, and many soldiers and remaining troops have fled. The Lu family had nowhere to escape, unable to endure. They took poison and then hanged themselves. Mian Zhengyu nodded, aware of the hardships faced by the Wei army, particularly the remaining troops and soldiers. Instances of fleeing or suicide are not uncommon, and he has long since grown accustomed to such tragedies. He pointed at the refugees behind him. Lao Chang. Is there a place to settle these refugees? Settling them is not a problem. Last year many from the garrison fled, and they could be counted as placeholders. The soldier furrowed his brow and spoke in a lowered voice. But with the Zhang family and the court pressing hard, these people will likely end up fleeing as well. Let us defer future matters for another time. For now, let us first ensure their settlement. Mian Zhengyu sighed and gently patted the shoulder of the stationed soldier, instructing him to prepare accommodations and provisions. He then turned to the gathered crowd and declared, let us enter the village and return to our respective homes. Wu's boy, since you are alone at home, come to my place for lunch. This afternoon, I shall accompany you to pay respects at your father's grave, to inform him that I have safely brought you back. Chapter 17, Tomb offering a humble earthen dwelling, accompanied by a modest courtyard, adorned only with a wooden bed and a few dilapidated pieces of furniture. The yard was enclosed by uneven branches, featuring a cooking stove and a water vat, alongside a withered juju tree. This was Wu Cheng's home in this world. While it may be an exaggeration to claim the walls were bare, the truth of their poverty, to the point of subsisting on dirt, is far from hyperbole. Yet, for someone like Wu Cheng, possessing both a roof and a bed, his family could be regarded as part of the middle class. Many others were so impoverished that they lacked even trousers, residing in thatched huts or makeshift shelters. In southeastern Shanxi, this region was already considered relatively affluent. Poverty rendered them defenseless against natural disasters, and their destitution left them no choice but to implore the government and military for a modicum of compassion. With a sigh, he piled his belongings onto the bed and scanned the earthen house. On one wall, he noticed a wooden rack adorned with several crude spirit tablets. Upon examination, he discovered they bore the names of his parents and grandparents in this world. Mian Zhengyu ensured that his family members frequently tidied up, keeping the tablets spotless, devoid of even a speck of dust. Wu Cheng carefully arranged them back in order and stepped outside into the courtyard, casting a glance at the dilapidated village, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Well, I had intended to engage in poverty alleviation, hadn't I? Leaving the courtyard, Wu Cheng couldn't be bothered to lock the door, meandering slowly towards Mian Zhengyu's home. The village was engulfed in a desolate atmosphere, with many patched-up villagers, young and old, numbly seated before their doorsteps, their faces pale, even the children devoid of vitality. As for the able-bodied men of the village, aside from the recently returned flag soldiers and a few station troops, most were in the fields hastily preparing for spring planting or seeking work as laborers in the homes of local landlords. Arriving at Mian Zhengyu's doorstep, he finally sensed a hint of life. Mian Zhengyu's wife was stewing meat and vegetables, while their eldest son, on the brink of maturity, cradled his infant brother and giggled by the stove. Mian Changhe was guiding his younger brother in arranging the tables and chairs, while Mian Zhengyu was engaged in conversation with his widowed sister-in-law. Wu Cheng hurriedly joined in to assist, setting the tables and chopsticks. Before long, a pot of wild vegetables stewed with pork and several plates of grain pancakes graced the table. The farmers had no strict dining etiquette, and Mian Zhengyu enjoyed a lively atmosphere, inviting the women to join the meal, which indeed created a more vibrant gathering. It had perished in the neighboring village, Mian Zhengyu's wife remarked, nibbling on a pancake as she conversed. With both drought and heavy snowfall, the harvest was already poor, and the Zhang family even raised the rent. The court has made no efforts for disaster relief, only pressuring for grain. Many have resorted to selling their children in Wuxiang City. and those unable to endure have either fled or taken their own lives. Her tone was remarkably flat, as though speaking of death was a commonplace occurrence. Do you remember Liu Hai? To spare his family a meal, one night he ventured into the snowy expanse with a crutch, and by daybreak, he was found frozen stiff. Mian Zhengyu nodded. Catching a glimpse of Wu Cheng's discomfort, he immediately scolded, "You, woman, why bring up such matters while we are dining?" Silence. Mian Zhengyu's wife closed her mouth in displeasure. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Mian Chang's mother chuckled and turned to Wu Cheng, inquiring, "If I recall correctly, you should be turning 16 this year, right?" Wu Cheng nodded. And Mian Chang's mother suddenly grinned, turning to Mian Zhengyu and said, "Brother, the Wu family has grown so much, it is time to discuss a marriage. Have you spoken to the Wu family? Their daughter will be 13 this year, which is a perfect match for the young man from the Wu family." Wu Cheng nearly spewed his soup, realizing why Mian Zhengyu and Yu Gong had gotten close. It turned out he was being sold off. Mian Zhengyu smiled slightly. Old Yu has shown a keen interest in the Wu family's boy and has already mentioned that once his eldest daughter turns 13 in November, he will handle the marriage arrangements. Wu Cheng choked, hastily declining. "Uncle Mian, I am not in a hurry for marriage. This matter is non-negotiable. It has already been decided." Mian Zhengyu interrupted Wu Cheng. "You are the only heir of the Wu family. We, who serve in the military, live on the edge of life and death, and who knows when fate may call us. Your father entrusted you to me. I cannot allow your family line to end." Mian Changge chimed in to support. "Indeed, Chengge, it is best to marry and have children early. We can raise a strong boy together and train him in martial arts." Wu Cheng shot him a glare. Glancing at the serious faces of Mian Zhengyu and the two women, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. Mian Zhengyu's expression lightened, and he laughed heartily. "That is the spirit. Come, eat more meat. We will visit the graves together later." To the southwest of the village lay a small mountain, unsuitable for farming, which turned into the village cemetery. Wu Cheng's parents and Mian Changge's father were buried there. The two of them, carrying a bundle of incense and a packet of joss paper, followed Mian Zhengyu up the mountain to pay respects to the deceased. They were not alone. Several militia leaders were guiding refugees and digging graves to inter the ashes of those slain, while families of fallen soldiers were burning paper and mourning atop the hill. The air filled with sorrowful cries. The disaster in Wuxiang was not severe, and the number of refugees was still manageable. Mian Zhengyu led Wu Cheng and Mian Changhe in clearing the weeds from the graves, murmuring, "Fortunately, the refugees are driven mad by hunger. Perhaps they would dig up these graves, boiling the flesh for soup." Wu Cheng recalled the child in the pot from that snowy night, involuntarily shuddering. Mian Zhengyu frowned and shifted the topic. "Wu family's lad, your father was the most educated among our 100 households. Back when the old 100 households were alive. When the court issued a military manual, they had to seek out your father to comprehend it. Your father was more insightful than I, saving money to send you for education, hoping you would become a scholar so that future generations would not have to endure this life of hardship. Alas, good men do not live long. He was struck by bandits and succumbed to a fever after 3 days." As Mian Zhengyu spoke, tears began to fall, pattering onto the ground. He lifted his hand to wipe his tears with his sleeve and sighed, "Therefore, Wu family's lad, you must live well. Marry and have children in peace. Otherwise, how can I fulfill your father's wishes?" Wu Cheng nodded, yet his heart was heavy. In this world, who could truly live in peace, marry, and lead a fulfilling life? With a sigh, Wu Cheng suddenly realized something and inquired, "By the way, Uncle Mian, you mentioned that old Bai brought a military book to my father. What was the title of that book? Is it still here?" Mian Zhengyu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. "The book was taken back by old Bai, but I recall your father had transcribed a copy, stating he intended to use it for military training within our banner. After your father departed, I could no longer comprehend it and have no idea where I discarded it. I shall have to search for it upon our return. At that time, your father was immensely excited, constantly reciting the title, which I managed to remember. It is called Record of Military Training." Chapter 18. The military treatise. Mian Zhengyu, accompanied by Wu Cheng and Mian Changhe, turned the house upside down, ultimately discovering the military treatise in the outhouse. This volume, titled Records of Military Training, had been used by Mian Zhengyu's illiterate wife as a footrest for a cabinet that had partially collapsed. The book was somewhat worn, exuding a persistent musty odor. Yet Wu Cheng was overwhelmed with excitement. The mere inscription on the cover nearly caused him to leap for joy. Published in the Dingyu year of the Wanli era, it was reprinted by the Minister of War and Governor of Jilin and Liaoning, Xingjie, and authored by Qiuyuan. Wu Cheng was unfamiliar with Xingjie, but Qiuyuan was a name well known, for he was none other than the illustrious Qiuyuan. This military treatise was penned by Qiuyuan himself. Disregarding the unpleasant smell, Wu Cheng eagerly brought the book home and began to peruse it. As night descended and the household lacked any form of illumination, he resolutely ignored the cold and fetched a chair to sit in the courtyard, continuing his study by the light of the moon. After several hours of diligent reading, Wu Cheng concluded that this records of military training was a comprehensive manual specifically designed for the officers of the Ming dynasty, encompassing a total of 15 volumes. It covered various aspects such as troop selection, unit organization, military etiquette and laws, soldier training, and combat tactics. This revelation was akin to a windfall for Wu Cheng. In an era where the absence of a formidable military was tantamount to slow self-destruction, he, a mere village official in his past life, and now just a humble military household, had only a fleeting acquaintance with military matters. His sole experiences were limited to a few drills during university military training, far removed from the aircraft, tanks, and missiles that were irrelevant in this age. With Qiuyuan's records of military training in hand, Wu Cheng was no longer groping in the dark and had found a guiding light for his endeavors. The next step was to summarize and grow through practical experience. As fatigue began to set in, his eyelids grew heavy, and after a prolonged yawn, Wu Cheng took the military book into his room, carefully hiding it beneath the bed. Upon looking up, he noticed the ancestral tablet on the wooden shelf and broke into a silly grin. Could this be a blessing from my forebears? At least it has granted me a glimmer of hope. That night, Wu Cheng slept soundly, never having experienced such tranquility since his arrival in this world. He did not awaken until nearly noon, roused by the urgent need to relieve himself. After hastily running to the outhouse and shivering in the cold wind, he quickly returned to the warmth of his bed. Hey, Chenggu, I see you're awake. Why are you going back to sleep? It's already noon. Aren't you hungry? Mian Changhe suddenly entered, carrying a bowl of wild vegetable soup and a few pancakes. I came several times, but you were always asleep. I figured you must be exhausted from your journey, so I didn't disturb you. Are you planning to sleep the whole day away? At Mian Changhe's words, Wu Cheng realized his stomach was growling and quickly wrapped himself in his quilt, sitting up with an embarrassed smile as he began to nibble on the pancakes. Mian Changhe observed Wu Cheng as he ate, smacking his lips slightly. He dipped his finger into the crumbs that Wu Cheng dropped and tasted them. Engaging in casual conversation, Uncle said that in a few days, when the boy returns, if the court isn't hunting us down, he'll take us to Wuxiang City for a stroll. Now that we have some money, we can buy chickens, ducks, and lambs to raise, and hire a blacksmith to repair our weapons and forge some farming tools. Wu Cheng nodded, using wild vegetable soup to wash down the crumbs, and inquired, What's the current situation in the village? Not bad. Last year we faced both drought and snow disasters, leading many households to flee. However, with the refugees we brought back, our numbers have actually increased. Mian Changhe chuckled, though his expression soon grew somber. Our village originally had 10 flag soldiers, but is short by 2. 3 more died in that dilapidated temple. Only Zhao's brothers are of age to fill in. And now with so many refugees, Uncle Mian plans to select some strong and young ones among them to take their names and join us. This was the second time Wu Cheng had heard of name filling, yet Mian Zhengyu and Mian Changhe seemed to accept this blatant violation of military law as commonplace. Will anyone come to check for impersonation? No one checks for empty rations either. Who would bother with this? Mian Changhe laughed heartily. The higher-ups only care about the head count. They don't mind if it's the actual person. In the past, those who received empty rations would forcibly conscript civilians or even prisoners in times of war. And no one intervened. Wu Cheng's eyes brightened as he rummaged under the bed and pulled out a military manual, proclaiming, if that's the case, let us simply enlist all the strong refugees into the army. I'll test the training methods in this manual. That won't do. The number of flag soldiers and village troops is regulated. We are not border army generals. We cannot privately recruit soldiers. Mian Changhe shrugged, flipping through the manual. A small flag cannot train so many soldiers without raising suspicion of rebellion. What is this? I can't understand it, but the illustrations are quite interesting. Mian Changhe chuckled, placing the manual back on the bed. Unless we become 100 households, this area of Wuxiang will be under our control. Usually, no one will come to oversee us, as long as we manage to handle the court's occasional inspections. 100 households. Wu Cheng's eyes glazed over as he asked, how can one become 100 household? By inheritance or by paying silver? Mian Changhe noticed Wu Cheng had lost his appetite. So he lifted the earthen bowl and drank the remaining wild vegetable soup clean. wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The previous 100 household inherited the title from his father. Later, when that old 100 household was gone, the current Lin 100 household bought his position with silver. As he spoke, Mian Changa grew enraged and exclaimed, "Damn it, that Lin 100 household is worthless." Having bought his position, he naturally has to recoup his investment, endlessly exploiting the households. If it weren't for relying on his flag soldiers to fight, he would have long since oppressed us. Wu Cheng nodded slightly, his mind seemingly adrift in distant thoughts. Mian Changha, observing his demeanor, understood that he was still preoccupied with the matter of becoming 100 households leader. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Brother Qing, perhaps it would be wise to set that aside for now. Let us await the news from Mao Hai before making any decisions. Should the court pursue us, the rebels who have fled, we would be forced to escape with our families to distant lands. Even if you were to secure the position of 100 households, we would find little joy in it." Wu Cheng let out a resigned sigh. Since his arrival in this world, it had been a continuous series of calamities leading a rebellion, ambushing the kin of the Minister of Revenue, and slaying soldiers under the cover of night. He pondered which misfortune might ultimately be his undoing. Picking up the military treatise, still bearing an unpleasant odor, he flipped through its pages with a bitter smile. Even the most skilled woman finds it hard to cook without rice. Even if Qi Jiguang were in my position, wielding this book would likely yield little success. Mian Changha meticulously scraped the remnants of oil from his bowl with his fingers, licking them clean. Turning back, he noticed Wu Cheng lost in thought and, with a playful smile, reassured him, "Brother Qing, having visited the celestial realm, you must surely have the blessings of the immortals. After all the hardships we have endured, surely good tidings must be on the horizon." Wu Cheng laughed heartily, lifting his gaze toward the row of spirit tablets, and with a touch of self-deprecation remarked, "Indeed, it is high time we received some good news, isn't it?" Chapter 19. Good news. After a few days, Wu Cheng had nearly traversed the village, and slowly, Mao Hai returned, bringing a plethora of news. "I heard from Master Yang that it had been published in the official gazette. The eastern bandits had retreated, and the court intended to execute the governor of Jilin and Liaoning by slow slicing. It was rumored that Governor Geng and General Zhang were also to face execution." Mao Hai wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, panting as he recounted. Master Yang said that the eastern bandits came and went at will, leaving the court utterly humiliated. They pillaged the outskirts of the capital, and many high-ranking officials lost their properties and homes to the eastern bandits' flames. Thus, they had to find scapegoats to vent their frustrations, and unfortunately, Geng and Zhang became the sacrificial lambs. General Zhang is a commendable leader, and Governor Geng is known for his integrity. Why must fate be so unkind? Mian Zhangyu shook his head with a sigh. The Ministry of War has been remiss in providing supplies, yet they executed 2 diligent officials. Who knows what the emperor is thinking? The emperor is a wise sovereign, the simple-minded Mao Hai remarked, but I've had my fill of water. Will the court come to apprehend us? Have you heard any news? Don't push it. I'm drinking. Mao Hai choked slightly, his irritation surfacing. Why are you so anxious? I was just about to say that the court is far too preoccupied to concern themselves with us insignificant figures. You see, after the mutiny of our Shanxi troops, the loyal forces in Qiuyuan also revolted en route to the capital. Their actions were even more drastic. They executed their commanding general. Many, fearing retribution from the court, fled to Shanxi to join the Qing bandits, which is why they suddenly became a formidable force, capturing several prefectures. The court is busy arranging campaigns against them. How could they spare the time to deal with us? Master Yang informed me that last year, Shanxi was plagued by calamities and floods, with refugees spread across the land. Many Qing bandits infiltrated Shanxi to wreak havoc. The court is wary of pushing us too far. Should we, the garrison troops, join the Qing bandits, it would incite chaos in Shanxi. The court is currently bereft of funds and troops, having just fought against the eastern bandits, leaving the capital in disarray. What resources would they have to quell us? As long as we return to our posts and serve dutifully, the court will likely turn a blind eye. That is indeed good news. Mian Zhangyu exhaled in relief, patting his chest, a smile illuminating his face. No need for us to hide. With the gold and silver we borrowed from the landlords, we can live comfortably. Wu Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he inquired. Let us hope the court does not seek retribution later, Mao Hai. What other good news do you have to share? Mao Hai chuckled heartily, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. There's another monumental piece of news. Lin the demon will never return. Our entire army revolted. That greedy Lin Bahu led men to attack Liangxiang County, oblivious to the fact that the eastern bandits were ravaging the capital. How could Liangxiang not prepare for battle? The gatekeepers saw through his scheme and repelled him along with the militia. Mao Hai turned to Wu Cheng, his smile growing wider, Lin the demon, in his madness. Unleashed his troops to ravage the villages, slaughtering innocent civilians, and even killed a relative of the Minister of Revenue. Wu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. But then a wave of joy surged within him as he suddenly comprehended the situation. The old village chief had successfully evaded the calamity of war alongside the villagers and had kept his promise by shifting the blame for the landlord's murder onto another. The heinous crimes committed by the Lin fiend were so egregious that the court, despite its reluctance, would have no choice but to intervene. Mao Hai burst into laughter. Gesturing towards the west, in Qingzhou City, his wanted posters are everywhere. I found Chen Aliu, who managed to escape. He said the Lin fiend led a group to Shanxi to join the Qing bandits. The crowd erupted in joy. Lin Baihu, known for his insatiable greed and ruthless demeanor akin to an evil spirit, had now become a wretched outcast, provoking delight among all. However, Wu Cheng astutely seized upon a crucial piece of information. Mao Hai, if Lin Baihu has fled, does that mean his position is now vacant? Of course, Mao Hai replied, realizing the implications. If the fiend has escaped, then the position of Baihu is indeed open. Mao Hai paused, suddenly struck by the realization. Chenggu, you're not thinking of purchasing the Baihu position, are you? Wu Cheng exchanged a knowing glance with Mian Changhe and smiled. Why not? Chenggu, we are but a militia. Even with silver, we cannot acquire such a position, Mao Hai remarked, casting a wary glance at Mian Zhengyu, whose expression was far from friendly. Uncle Mian might have a chance, had he not offended the Lin fiend. He was up for promotion to Baihu before. Now, with many from the militia defecting to the Qing bandits, we are short on soldiers. A bit of silver might just fill the vacancy. Mian Zhengyu shook his head in refusal. No, the silver needed to buy the Baihu position is considerable. I am not cut out for officialdom. It would be wiser to save that money for future disasters to purchase grain. Uncle Mian, that is not how it works. Wu Cheng quickly interjected on our way back. You saw how disasters affect entire regions. If we only think to buy grain to save our village, when the neighboring refugees hear of our supplies, they will flock here. Will you be able to help them all? If, God forbid, we face a province-wide disaster like in Shanxi, what good will our wealth do if we cannot procure grain? If you become Baihu, we will have the strongest foothold in Wuxiang, and you can organize the villagers for disaster relief. You will have the authority to negotiate with the wealthy landowners, compelling them to provide grain and reduce debts so that the surrounding communities can weather the storm. Mian Changhe nodded vigorously, adding, yes, uncle, Chenggu makes a valid point. Moreover, if you do not take the Baihu position, what if another tyrant like the Lin fiend emerges? We will once again suffer. You should seize the position, and if any issues arise within the bureaucracy, we will lend our counsel. Mao Hai and the others joined in with their encouragement, and after some contemplation, Mian Zhengyu found himself persuaded, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Wu Cheng sighed in relief and asked, Mao Hai, you are well informed. Do you know how much silver one must spend to buy a Baihu position? Mao Hai scratched his head, frowning as he replied, I remember that when the Lin fiend purchased the position previously, he spent 600 taels of silver. Borrowing quite a bit. With our 3 heads of military merit, perhaps we could negotiate a lower price? Wu Cheng inhaled sharply, astonished. 600 taels of silver was an astronomical sum during the Ming dynasty. The entire village might toil for a lifetime without ever amassing such wealth. It was no wonder that the nefarious Lin had succumbed to greed, likely burdened with considerable debts. Fortunately, they had a benevolent landlord from Liangxiang, who had lost his head, generously offering to sponsor the amount. 600 taels it was. Young lad, we shall bestow upon you all the silver we brought back from Liangxiang. And you must also venture to the neighboring village to borrow some from Yuxiachi. Take all of it to Qinzhou, and ensure that we reclaim the position of these 100 households. Chapter 20. Tunbao at this point in time, prior to the most tumultuous era of the late Ming dynasty. The officials of the court, at the very least, still honored their monetary obligations and diligently attended to their duties. After some time, Mian Zhengyu's appointment as a 100 households officer was finally conferred. The higher-ups, having received their silver, were quite accommodating, allowing Mian Zhengyu to take over the vacancy in Wuxiang without requiring him to relocate. Thus, Mian Zhengyu officially stepped into the bureaucratic realm, donning a brand new official robe. He could hardly contain his joy. He hosted a celebratory feast in the village and even arranged for a theatrical troupe to entertain the local villagers, inviting neighbors from far and wide to revel in the festivities for several days. In later years, after significant developments, the theatrical arts in Wucheng seemed rather bland to Wu Cheng, who had little interest in the rudimentary folk performances of the present day. Reluctantly accompanied by the unwilling Mao Hai and Mian Changha, he made his way to the Tunbao, the site of the 100 Households office, intending to investigate the situation there first. Though referred to as a Tunbao, it resembled a modest fortress, encircled by walls barely a mile and a half in length, with the low walls visibly crumbling from neglect. Within the fortress, alongside military installations such as barracks, stables, training grounds, and armories, there were also civilian structures like homes and markets to accommodate the soldiers' families. As Wu Cheng strolled through the fortress, he noted that the able-bodied soldiers had mostly been dispatched to support the throne, many following the 100 Households officer Lin to Shanxi to confront the Qing invaders. What remained were the elderly, infirm, and a few young recruits, barely taller than their rifles, making Wu Cheng feel that a single stumble could cost them their lives. The families of the soldiers bore expressions of despair. Lin, the tyrant, had squandered a fortune on the 100 households, amassing a mountain of debt, and was determined to extract every possible coin, depriving the soldiers of their rations. These families often experienced hunger, surviving from one meager meal to the next. And it was a stroke of luck that they had not perished from starvation. With a faint sigh, Wu Cheng approached the stables, opening each stall only to find them entirely empty. An elderly soldier quickly came forward to explain, "Brother Wu, when the army was called to support the throne, all the fine horses were requisitioned, leaving only a few inferior ones. Later, when Shanxi suffered from a snow disaster and the court fell behind on payments, the families here could no longer endure and had to sell their horses in Wuxiang City." Wu Cheng nodded slightly. The private sale of military horses was indeed a capital offense, yet when faced with starvation, who could afford to concern themselves with laws and military discipline? No matter. He would have Uncle Mian submit a report, placing the blame entirely on Lin. Mao Hai chuckled, "Since Lin took away the war horses, the court ought to compensate us for purchasing new ones. You know the state of the court as well as I do. Any silver that reaches our hands might barely be enough to buy a horseshoe. If we are fortunate." Mian Changha shrugged, raising his hands in exasperation. With another sigh, Wu Cheng exited the stables and approached the armory. The wooden door was secured with a large lock, yet the two panels appeared on the verge of collapse. Frowning, he pushed against the door with force, only for it to crack open, leaving Wu Cheng momentarily speechless. The court has failed to disburse salaries, and petitions for silver have vanished without a trace. The fort's supplies have fallen into disrepair, the elderly soldier awkwardly explained, hastily retrieving the key to unlock the heavy padlock. As Wu Cheng stepped inside, he was greeted by a stockpile of weapons, swords, spears, and polearms, yet they were clearly neglected. The spear shafts were infested with worms, and the battle blades were covered in rust. Wu Cheng casually picked up a matchlock gun, brushed off the thick layer of dust, and noticed it was inscribed with prominent characters, "Manufactured in the 21st year of the Yongle reign, by the Kinzhou garrison." Wu Cheng was utterly speechless. It was one thing for the arsenal's weapons to lack maintenance, but how could such antiquities from the Yongle era still exist here? Was this truly an armory or a museum? Seeing Wu Cheng gaze blankly at the matchlock gun, the old soldier approached with a smile, "Brother Wu, despite their age, these firearms are durable and reliable. They can still fire. In contrast, the newer weapons issued over the years either misfire or fail to ignite, making the venerable relics from the Yongle period far superior." Wu Cheng could only manage a resigned smile. No wonder these ancient relics remained in the armory. It seemed that our Ming army had to rely on archaeology to wage war. Setting down the matchlock gun, Wu Cheng lost interest in further exploration and turned to inquire. With a bit of repair and maintenance, many of these weapons should still be usable. "Old soldier, are there any blacksmiths in the garrison?" The elderly soldier shook his head, letting out a sigh. According to the court's regulations, craftsmen are divided into resident and rotational smiths. The resident smiths serve 10 days on site each month, while the rotational smiths periodically serve at the official workshops. However, with the court failing to pay wages, we soldiers can't even feed ourselves. The military artisans can earn no silver here, and with the upper echelons withholding funds, they won't be spared either. After laboring throughout the year, they can't even gather enough to purchase materials, leading many to flee. Numerous military artisans have escaped from our garrison, and in our small 100 household unit. How can we retain anyone? Wu Cheng nodded in silence, stepping out of the arsenal toward the quarters where the 100 household leader resided and worked. A few literate soldiers had laid out the account books and records from the 100 household unit and neighboring villages, piled on the table awaiting Wu Cheng's inspection. Furrowing his brow, Wu Cheng examined the documents. The 100 household unit in Wuxiang was among the larger in Shanxi. comprising over 120 military households and 30 civilian households, with 17 residing in the fort, while the remainder were scattered across various villages. The flag troops totaled over 100, with more than 400 remaining soldiers and militia. However, these were merely figures on paper. The Ming army often faced desertions, and officers were notorious for receiving empty salaries. Following the recent upheaval, many had fled to Shanxi, making it a stroke of luck if there were even 40 to 50 combat-ready soldiers left. Wu Cheng's brow knitted tightly, his mind echoing the 4 words, destitute and impoverished. As he continued to peruse the records, Wu Cheng suddenly detected some discrepancies. Taking paper and pen to calculate, he asked, "Old soldier, these accounts don't add up. I've calculated the annual yield and grain contributions from the military garrison, yet how could the income for the past 2 years be reduced by more than half?" The old soldier sighed and replied, "Brother Wu, you are unaware that the lands near Wuxiang are predominantly controlled by the Zhang family. They, under the guise of leasing land for military cultivation, effectively seize these fields to sublet to tenants. These lands are officially labeled as military farms and appear in our accounts. Yet in reality, they are private estates of the Zhang family. The military farms have regulations for tax payments, while the Zhang family imposes rents that are several times the standard grain quota, colluding with the officials overseeing the military granaries to commit fraud, evading tax on military grain, and reaping the benefits of military provisions without contributing any grain themselves. The tenants are already suffocated by the burden of rent. And when the court raised the grain quota, the Zhang family opportunistically increased the rent as well, while also issuing predatory loans for profit. In the past 2 years, Shanxi has suffered calamities, leaving many tenants with nothing to harvest, unable to pay their rent or repay the exorbitant loans, forcing them to abandon their fields in despair. Consequently, our military grain collection has also plummeted, leading to a significant reduction in our income. Wu Cheng, visibly perplexed, urgently inquired, "How could the military farms become the private property of the Zhang family? What exactly is this leasing of military cultivation?" Chapter 21. Land. The old soldier gathered his thoughts and replied, "The transformation of military farms into private fields is also related to the leasing of farmland. Allow me, Brother Wu, to elucidate this matter for you. Our Shanxi province is mountainous and the farmland is scattered. For instance, the military stronghold in Baoda primarily lies within its vicinity. Yet the military farms are mostly located near Xinzhou, over 500 miles apart. How can the soldiers stationed in Baoda travel such a distance to cultivate the fields in Xinzhou? They must lease the military lands to local civilians, who, in turn, cultivate the fields and pay the produce as rent to the military granaries. This arrangement is commonly referred to as civilian-leased military farming." Wu Cheng understood, essentially. The army of the Ming dynasty acted as landlords while the local populace of Shanxi served as tenants. He nodded to encourage the old soldier to continue. The old soldier took a breath, sipped his tea, and further explained, "The lands assigned to the military by the court are typically uncultivated lands, abandoned fields, idle lands, or wastelands. These parcels of land are sourced from various origins and are spread across different locations. The stationed troops must attend to military affairs and practice drills, making it impractical to cultivate lands scattered all over. Hence, they must lease them to the locals. Brother Wu, you are also aware of the situation of the garrison. The stationed soldiers and the remaining troops must train and guard the city. And a significant portion, sometimes as much as 70%, of the harvested produce must be remitted to the court to support the annual income and provide rations for your banner troops. During the Zhengde period, the court's attempts to rectify the encroachment of military lands by officials and wealthy families were in vain, leading to the implementation of the camp soldier system. These camp soldiers were primarily recruited, and their salaries were 2 to 3 times that of the garrison soldiers. Consequently, commanders had to double their encroachment of military lands and exploit the soldiers' resources. To maintain a single camp soldier, 4 to 5 military households had to toil day and night, often barely subsisting, thus rendering the lives of military families increasingly dire and prompting a mass exodus. As the soldiers fled, the grain still had to be collected, and the surplus burden fell upon the local tenants who cultivated the military lands. Their lives, too, grew increasingly arduous, leading many to escape. Numerous civilians preferred to tend to private lands rather than the official fields, resulting in widespread abandonment of military farms. The old soldier sighed and continued. In light of this situation, affluent landlords and powerful landowners sought to lease the military lands, enticing the populace to cultivate them. This arrangement alleviated the military's burdens, as they could simply rely on these landlords to manage the cultivation as long as the produce was delivered punctually. Brother Wu, you must know that the official tax collection is merely 30%. The bulk of the taxation comprises the oppressive levies imposed by the government. However, the local authorities have no jurisdiction over the military, and while the grain quotas for military farms are substantial, they are still less burdensome compared to the oppressive levies from the government. These landlords often conspired with military officers to concoct schemes to evade grain payments, profiting handsomely compared to the cultivation of private lands. The old soldier rummaged through some documents on the table, eventually extracting a yellow ledger. He opened it and pointed to a page, saying to Wu Cheng, the Grand Minister Zhang from the Wanli era conducted several land surveys. Look, Brother Wu. The leased military lands near Wuxiang amount to 585 acres, yielding 1,373 stones, 7 dough, 2 Qing, and 1 g of grain, ample sustenance for our 100 households. Yet, I, an old soldier who has served since the 31st year of Wanli, have never seen a granary filled with even 1,000 stones of grain. They have all been consumed by the Zhang family and the officers above. Wu Cheng furrowed his brow tightly. A flag soldier receives merely around a stone in monthly salary, and the court does not disburse the full amount. Instead, it provides cotton cloth, wooden tools, and even banknotes that are nearly worthless, akin to waste paper. If Wuxiang could record 1,000 stones of stored grain, a single 100 households could sustain the entire 1,000 households' military force. Is it not true? Those landlords and gentry are not benevolent souls. How could they resist the lure of profit? The old soldier chuckled softly, then sighed, rather than obediently paying for stored grain. It is wiser to sell the grain for money and bribe the officers. After all, as long as one pays the small portion of the annual tax to the court, the majority of the stored grain remains in the granaries of various guards, reserved for wartime. Whether there is grain in the granaries is ultimately at the discretion of these officers. Wouldn't the higher-ups send someone to investigate? Wu Cheng found it peculiar that even an old soldier was so well informed. Could the court truly be oblivious? Investigate? Back in the day, Elder Zhang diligently scrutinized military granaries, and what was the final outcome? The old soldier sneered, shaking his head. Besides, which officer has not engaged in the embezzlement of stored grain? If a thorough investigation were to occur, and those officers raised their banners in rebellion, would it not plunge the realm into chaos? Moreover, which of the powerful families does not have connections in the court, just like our Zhang family, whose patriarch was the Minister of War during the Wanli era, and whose elder was also an inspector in Liaodong, although they have long passed. Their former classmates and disciples still hold positions in the court, who would lend a helping hand, with protection from above. As long as the annual tax is paid punctually and the embezzlement does not exceed limits, the court will turn a blind eye. The old soldier shook his head once more, letting out a long sigh. It is we, the guard soldiers, who suffer. With more than half of the stored grain taken by the corrupt, we are left to scrimp and save, while the gentry oppress the tenants without restraint. Many military farms, though labeled as military, extract rents as burdensome as those from civilian lands, with the excess rents funneled directly to the gentry and officers. Yet, they remain unsatisfied. Military farms are not supposed to be sold or inherited. Yet these gentry collude with officials to trade military farmland privately or to list it under military farms names, only for it to revert to the gentry's possession after the owner's death, becoming their private lands. Wu Cheng also sighed. Realizing what systemic corruption truly meant, there is not a single good person in the hierarchy, all are leeches feeding off the military farms. The land issue is the root of all problems. Why has the military strength of the Ming dynasty diminished to such an extent that it is nearly useless? The core issue lies within the military farms. If the problems of the military farms can be resolved, soldiers would have enough to eat and wear, no longer struggling on the brink of life and death, and their combat effectiveness would naturally improve. Yet, while it is easy to speak of solutions, the execution is fraught with difficulty. Countless hands reach into the military farms, and obstructing their financial gains is akin to murdering one as parents. These interest groups are beyond the court's reach, and when compared to them, one feels as insignificant as an ant. Wu Cheng felt somewhat despondent. In another world, he could confidently venture to Guizhou to alleviate poverty, supported by the entire nation. Yet now, the extent of his influence amounts to merely 100 households under Mian Zhengyu. What is 100 households compared to those interest groups? They could extinguish him without even batting an eye. With a long exhale, Wu Cheng rose to his feet. Regardless of the circumstances, one must take action, He needed to ascertain the situation of the Zhang family in order to identify a point of approach. At that moment, a young lad named Mao Hai, who had been chatting with several soldiers outside the door, rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother Cheng, the Zhang family has sent someone to invite Uncle Mian to a banquet in the county town. Uncle Mian has dispatched a messenger to inform us that you are to accompany him." Chapter 22. The Zhang family. Wuxiang County is a quaint town. With a population of less than 100,000, comprising 16 villages, the town stretches between the Taihang and Taiwei mountain ranges, with its terrain rising in the east and west while descending in the center, resembling a traditional Chinese auspicious symbol. In his previous life, Wu Cheng was not a native of Shanxi and had never even heard of Wuxiang. After his transmigration, he had yet to set foot in the town. Akin to an outsider peering into the Grand View Garden with curiosity, Wuxiang is an ancient town, with fortifications dating back to the Northern Wei period. Located in the relatively affluent southeastern region of Shanxi, the townspeople exhibit a commendable spirit, and the streets are lined with numerous shops, presenting a scene of prosperity. The majority of these establishments belong to the Zhang family. Mian Jingyu, mounted on horseback, leaned forward to quietly explain to Wu Cheng, "Observe this grand avenue, paved with bluestone. It was financed by the Zhang family. They have contributed substantially to the maintenance of Wuxiang city walls, road repairs, and the Fuzhou irrigation system, earning them the affectionate title of benevolent ones among the locals." Wu Cheng curled his lip in disdain, recognizing the hypocrisy of these landlords who monopolized wealth while oppressing the common folk, only to sprinkle a few coins on charitable acts to polish their image and win public favor, all in pursuit of a reputation as virtuous gentlemen. The Zhangs were not originally from Wuxiang. They hailed from the Zhezhou Qingshui region, with their primary estates situated there. Their holdings extend well beyond Wuxiang, making them one of the most affluent families in Shanxi. Mian Jingyu continued his explanation. His brows knitting together, the Lin evil spirit was able to attain 100 households by borrowing money from the Zhang family. The 1,000-household lord maintains a close relationship with them, and even the governor must show them deference. I cannot fathom how they would host a banquet for someone as insignificant as our 100 households. Indeed, Wu Cheng replied calmly. Having discerned the Zhang family's intentions during their journey, 550 taels of silver is not something a mere minor official could afford. The Zhang family is wary of the powerful figures standing behind us, which is why they have organized this banquet, to probe into our connections and test our attitude toward them. "Oh, I see." Mian Jingyu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Wu's boy, your scholarly background truly sets you apart. I'm fortunate to have brought you along. I would never have unraveled these intricate matters on my own." Wu Cheng shrugged and turned to glance at Mian Changke, who accompanied them. Clad in military cotton armor and wielding a rifle confiscated from 3 border soldiers, presenting an imposing figure. Wu Cheng chuckled and said, "Therefore, we must project an air of authority, allowing them to believe we have influential backing. Only then will the Zhang family regard us with caution, making negotiations regarding land rent and loans more feasible." Mian Jingyu nodded in agreement, then sighed. "The 4th child mentioned you had visited a realm of immortals. I thought it was merely a fanciful delusion born from illness, yet now it appears you have indeed received guidance from celestial beings. You have changed remarkably since your recovery." Wu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then shot a furious glare at Mian Changke, who responded with a silly chuckle and explained, "Uncle has always found it peculiar since your recovery. When asked about it, I thought it appropriate to share with him, as he is not a stranger." Wu Cheng glared at him again, leading Mian Jingyu's horse as they continued onward. Mian Lao Shu refrained from discussing this with outsiders in the future. "We are nearing our destination, and when we meet the Zhang family, you need not say a word, just maintain an air of profundity. I shall handle all negotiations." The Zhang family, a prominent lineage, despite any internal corruption, would surely uphold appearances. They had reserved the largest tavern in Wuxiang City. And as Wu Cheng and his companions approached, a man in splendid attire greeted them with a beaming smile and a respectful bow, saying, "I am Zhang San, the steward of the Zhang residence, here to warmly welcome you, Mian Baihu. The host has prepared a banquet in your honor. Please allow me to escort you to your seats." Mian Jingyu reciprocated the bow, and the trio followed the steward into the tavern, where they found the main hall entirely cleared out, adorned with vibrant red lanterns. A solitary round table stood at the center, laden with an array of delectable dishes. Mian Chang's eyes widened in astonishment, only to be nudged back to composure by Wu Cheng's elbow. He adopted a dignified stance, striving to appear imposing. A middle-aged man, resplendently dressed and adorned with fine jade, rose from his seat and approached them with a genial smile. "I am Zhang Daohe, the 2nd son of the Zhang family. responsible for the agricultural estates in Qingshu. Upon hearing of your elevation, Mian Baihu, I have arranged this banquet to celebrate your success. Mian Zhengyu quickly returned the courtesy. And Zhang Daoa, as if greeting an old friend, jovially pulled him to the table, while Wu Cheng and Mian Changhe stood attentively to the sides. Zhang Daoa glanced at Wu Cheng and Mian Changhe, smiling lightly. These two brothers are indeed remarkable. I have interacted with numerous military personnel. Yet few possess the means to don such cotton armor. Mian Baihu, I presume you have invested considerable effort in this. In response to Mr. Zhang's inquiry, Mian Baihu remarked. It required little effort. Acquiring this cotton armor merely necessitated financial resources. Wu Cheng interjected, prompting a frown from Zhang Daoa as he turned his gaze toward him. The son of my brother, who saved my life on the battlefield but unfortunately passed away, entrusted me with his care in his final moments. Mian Zhengyu explained with a wry smile. Thus I have brought him along to serve as a personal guard and hone his skills. Mian Baihu is indeed a paragon of loyalty and righteousness, Zhang Daoa exclaimed, raising his cup in a toast. He then continued to probe Mian Baihu in today's court. Nothing can be accomplished without money. The Zhang family pours a fortune into the government daily. I have heard that your military faces a similar plight. Is it true that to fill a vacancy, one must also pay a hefty sum? To Mr. Zhang's statement, Mian Baihu confirmed, indeed, for this occasion. I cover the vacancy with 550 taels of silver. Wu Cheng interjected once more, eliciting another frown from Zhang Daoa, who cast a sidelong glance at him but chose not to dwell on it, merely nodding lightly. The officials above are remorseless. Who does not know of the military's impoverished state? To fill a vacancy and yet demand such a sum, how can the average soldier possibly afford it? Zhang Daohua shook his head with a sigh, seemingly expressing genuine sympathy for the plight of the soldiers, like the former Lin Baihu, who wished to fill the vacancy but lacked the funds. He could only borrow 600 taels from my Zhang family's bank to manage affairs. Mian Baihu, this time you are stepping in. I fear you are also indebted to others, are you not? Wu Cheng secretly scoffed, recognizing that Zhang Daohua's probing had finally reached the crux of the matter. Regrettably, he had no intention of adhering to his script. He straightened his body sharply, his gaze darkening, and spoke sternly. Mr. Zhang, Lin the thief plunders the good, slaughters the common people, betrays the court, and colludes with the enemy to bring disaster to the nation. To still refer to him as Lin Baihu at this juncture, if such words were to reach the ears of those with ill intentions, it would surely reflect poorly on you. Chapter 23 Negotiation. Zhang Daohua's expression shifted dramatically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he cast another glance at Wu Cheng. His entire body tensed, the grinding of his molars echoing ominously, clearly agitated by Wu Cheng's words. Yet, he soon regained his composure, the warmth of his previous demeanor returning as he clasped his hands and smiled, saying, This young brother is quite right. I misspoke earlier, and I beg for Mian Baihu's forgiveness. Mian Zhengyu nodded nonchalantly, while Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. The mention of Lin evil spirit seeking refuge with the Qing bandits had elicited such a vehement reaction from Zhang Daohua, only for him to suddenly back down, sparking a suspicion in Wu Cheng's mind. Unaware of Wu Cheng's subtle movements, Zhang Daohua poured a drink for Mian Zhengyu, continuing, setting aside that Lin rogue. Let us discuss you, Mian Baihu. How could one save up 550 taels of silver as a guard? Surely, you have had to seek out various means. And I imagine you have borrowed quite a bit from creditors? For the sake of this Baihu position, my uncle indeed borrowed a substantial amount of silver. Wu Cheng chuckled heartily, fixing his gaze intently on Zhang Daohua. But we need not worry. With Lin the rogue setting the precedent for us, if we must, we can simply flee. Can those creditors pursue us to the ends of the earth? Zhang Daohua shivered slightly, glancing at Wu Cheng with a somewhat evasive gaze. Taking a sip from his cup, he chuckled. What are you saying, young brother? Those of us with families naturally should remain in the court to serve the nation. Shun Tiwi? Why emulate Lin the rogue in such a perilous trade? A cold smile crept onto Wu Cheng's lips. He had become increasingly certain of his suspicions. Each time he brought up Lin evil spirit, Zhang Daohua's response was distinctly peculiar, indicating that the Zhang family wished to distance themselves from Lin, perhaps even fearing association with him. Yet, this reaction was highly unusual. The Zhang family patriarch had served as the minister of war during the Wanli era, and Zhang Daohua's father was a heroic figure who perished valiantly while resisting invaders in Liaodong. Presently, Zhang Daohua himself held a position as a deputy commander in the Jinyue, an esteemed lineage with significant influence in the court. A mere Baihu, having fled after borrowing from the Zhang family, should be of little concern. Hardly worth soiling their garments with the mud of this affair. However, Zhang Daohua's exaggerated reaction, tinged with fear, suggested something more alarming. It implied a breakdown in the Zhang family's protective networks within the court. Zhang Daoxuan must have entangled himself in some trouble, rendering the family's position precarious, where even a trivial matter could lead to their ruin. It was no wonder the Zhang family had suddenly extended an invitation to a lowly baihu for a banquet, nor that Zhang Daohua was so intent on probing Mian Jingyu. The Zhang family likely feared that Mian Jingyu's acquisition of this baihu might be backed by a political adversary within the court, aiming to exploit the defection of Lin evil spirit to strike at the Zhang family. Wu Cheng smiled subtly. Zhang Daohua's attempts to probe their backers had inadvertently revealed his own limits. The forthcoming extortion would be considerably easier. Mr. Zhang, you are correct. It was indeed foolishness on my part. Yet, allow me to speak a candid truth. This 550 taels, compounded with interest, may well leave an entire baihu like us indebted for a lifetime. In the end, we may have no choice but to flee. Zhang Daohua furrowed his brow, letting out a cold laugh as he clapped his hands. Several servants emerged, carrying wooden chests, which they opened to reveal a dazzling brilliance. Inside lay a substantial sum of silver. Here are 1,000 taels of silver, to assist the 100 households in settling their debts. Zhang Daohua exclaimed with a hearty laugh, waving his hand grandly. We are both in the territory of Wu Cheng. In the future, we shall see each other often. We should look out for one another. Should you ever find yourself short of funds, do not hesitate to speak to me. Wu Cheng and the others gasped in astonishment. The Zhang family truly displayed remarkable generosity, presenting such a significant sum of 1,000 taels of silver, as if intending to crush them with wealth. Yet, Wu Cheng understood well that the Zhang family's lavish display was merely a tactic to secure their own interests against political adversaries in the court. They were attempting to buy their loyalty. He realized that once Zhang Daojuan's position became secure, or if they discovered that they had no one to protect them, they would be compelled to repay the debt with interest. Given the Zhang family's influence, dealing with mere 100 households would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Thus, he could not simply accept the silver. Mr. Zhang, your intentions are commendable, but we cannot accept this 1,000 taels of silver. Instead, let us use it to repay the debts of our military households and the local residents of Wuxiang. Last year, Shanxi suffered a great disaster, and many military and civilian households owe high-interest loans to the Zhang family. By alleviating their burdens, you would not only win their hearts but also allow them to focus on production without fear of fleeing. This would enable me to organize the populace for development and training. However, Zhang Daohua was clearly reluctant to entertain such an idea, chuckling lightly. My young brother, the past 2 years have been harsh. My Zhang family has faced considerable decline, and I have many mouths to feed at home. We rely heavily on the revenues from land and loans. If we were to forgive these debts, we would not survive. I am afraid I cannot agree to this. Wu Cheng understood the implications. Zhang Daohua's eloquent words masked ulterior motives. The Zhang family sought to use high-interest loans to drive military households and local residents to flee or become tenants, allowing them to consolidate land and consume military resources. Zhang Daohua was fully aware of this strategy. Wu Cheng did not wish to provoke the Zhang family unduly, as he currently lacked the strength to confront them. If he were to incite the Zhang family's wrath, it would lead to his own demise. He nodded thoughtfully and proposed, Mr. Zhang makes a valid point. However, you are aware that last year's disaster left many military and civilian households with nothing. If we force them to repay their debts, it could lead to unrest. If they were to collude with the bandits, how could the Zhang family remain unscathed? If the Zhang family were to forgive a year's rent and debts, we would sign a contract, and next year we would surely repay the principal and interest in full. This was Wu Cheng's strategy to buy time. By having the Zhang family forgive a year's rent and loans, the military households and local residents could breathe easier and focus on production. Wuxiang was primarily composed of tenant farmers. If managed well, they could yield over 1,000 shur of grain, not including the harvest from military-owned fields. With over 1,000 shur of grain in a year's time, if all went smoothly, Wu Cheng could train a formidable army of over 1,000 men. With such a sharp blade in hand, what need would he have to repay the debts? Could the Zhang family truly resort to armed debt collection? Zhang Daohua evidently had not contemplated such far-reaching implications, yet he was clearly reluctant to endorse the agreement. He furrowed his brow in deep thought until a maid emerged from the elegant chamber above, exchanging a few words with a servant outside. The servant hurriedly approached Zhang Daohua, whispering something in his ear. With a frown, Zhang glanced up at the chamber, and then, breaking into a hearty laugh, he acquiesced. In that case, Let us draft a written document here, ensuring we have a record for the future. The steward of the Zhang residence promptly fetched paper and ink, and Zhang Daohua personally inscribed the document. Together with Mian Jingyu, they affixed their seals, while Wu Cheng signed on behalf of Mian Jingyu. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and merriment ensued among the guests. Chapter 24 shadows. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, its cool light cascading through the clouds, mingling with the brisk winds of early spring, evoking a palpable chill. Wu Cheng tightened his cotton armor, exhaling a plume of white vapor. The deserted streets of Wuxiang County were eerily silent, save for the occasional darting of a stray cat, enveloping the town in an atmosphere of profound stillness. Mian Jingyu, his senses dulled by a belly full of liquor, wobbled atop his horse, his face flushed as he removed his helmet, loosening his collar to allow the cold wind to seep in, both cooling his heated body and slurring his words. Wu's boy, you must keep that document safe. A year without rent collection will surely allow those soldiers and civilians at the 100 House to breathe easier. With a deep sigh, Mian Jingyu furrowed his brow in worry. But how will you promise the Zhang family to repay double next year? That's an enormous sum. How can we possibly manage it? Wu Cheng shrugged, a knowing smile crossing his lips. We shall take it one step at a time. Who can predict what a year will bring? We shall see then. Mian Jingyu squinted, studying Wu Cheng intently before erupting into laughter. I knew it. You have no intention of repaying. But the Zhang family wields significant power. How can we, a mere 100 House, stand against them? Wu Cheng shrugged again, grinning. Uncle Mian, I've said it before, anything can happen in a year. Perhaps the Zhang family will be too preoccupied with their own affairs to concern themselves with our trivial matters. Mian Jingyu paused, casting a puzzled glance at Wu Cheng, then nodded thoughtfully without pressing further. He kicked the horse beside him, targeting the pensive Mian Changka. You simpleton, what weighs on your mind so heavily on this journey? Mian Changka grinned foolishly, licking his lips. Uncle, about that spread of meat and fish on the table, I've never seen anything like it. What does it taste like? Share with your nephew to satisfy my curiosity. Curiosity for food? Always thinking of eating. Mian Jingyu kicked Mian Changka playfully, laughing heartily. Those extravagant dishes are nothing special. A hearty meal of grains is far more fulfilling. Come on, let us return early and have your aunt prepare a pancake to stave off your hunger. The round table lay in disarray, remnants of the banquet scattered about, as several maidservants and household servants busied themselves with the aftermath. Zhang Daohua cradled a cup of tea, leaning against the window, sipping to alleviate his intoxication while furrowing his brow at the three distant silhouettes retreating into the night. A series of knocks broke his reverie, but he was lost in thought until a cough jolted him back to reality. He sprang up in surprise. Mother, why are you still here at such a late hour? The newcomer, supported by a cane and clad in splendid attire, bore an air of elegance and refinement, flanked by 2 or 3 maidservants. It was Madame Hua, the matriarch of the Zhang family. With age comes shorter sleep, and after listening to your conversations outside for so long, I found it hard to rest. Madame Hua sighed softly, moving to the window and nodding towards the 3 figures. Erlang, have you had any dealings with them? Zhang Daohua frowned slightly, shaking his head. From their words, it is evident that someone is backing them, but as to who that may be, I regret that my inquiries have yielded no answers. Certainly, there are indeed individuals involved. Otherwise, how would they, a mere 100 households, dare to negotiate terms with the Zhang family? Madame was scoffed, her eyes filled with coldness. I discerned clearly in the private chamber that the head of those households is merely a puppet, with the real authority resting in the hands of his personal guard. Humph. A man bought with gold, how could he possibly embody loyalty and righteousness? That young man possesses an extraordinary demeanor, is cultured and discerning, bold yet meticulous. He hardly resembles a mere common soldier. It seems he has been sent by those behind the scenes to keep watch on the 100 households. Zhang Daohua furrowed his brows, anxiously rubbing his hands as he concurred. What you say is true, mother. Eldest brother has recently offended the censors and has been embroiled in the case of Yuan Qiuyuan. These individuals have suddenly emerged, likely targeting our Zhang family. Madame Hua sighed deeply, nodding before shaking her head. I cannot be certain. If they indeed aim at our family, then the matter of the bandit Lin would serve as a significant leverage against them. How could they so lightly gloss over it? Moreover, if they intended to strike at us, why would they propose a contract to exempt us from rent and debt for a year, presenting a facade of long-term amicability? In my view, this is merely a delaying tactic on their part. Zhang Daohua analyzed further. Mother, although eldest brother's position is precarious, the hammer from above has yet to fall. Father and grandfather's connections in the court will not allow eldest brother to be toppled by the censors without assistance. Perhaps the emperor will show leniency considering father's sacrifice for the nation. Thus, those behind the scenes must also bide their time. Should eldest brother secure his position, the head of that household would merely be a pawn, and they would prepare for a long-term coexistence with us. Conversely, if eldest brother falls from grace, they will undoubtedly exacerbate the situation and strike when we are down. Madame Huan nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. The officials in the court are increasingly callous and self-serving. If eldest brother can weather this storm, it will be beneficial for us all. However, should he lose power, those rabid dogs will undoubtedly rush in to tear us apart. With a heavy sigh, she felt her eyes welling with tears. It is indeed a pity that your father departed too soon. He died honorably, leaving a legacy etched in history, while we, his bereaved family, are left to guard this estate, which many covet. Alas, it is also a hardship for you children, enduring daily calumny and living in perpetual unrest. Zhang Daohua's eyes too glistened with unshed tears as he stepped forward to wipe Madame Hua's tears away. Mother, there is no need for concern. The Zhang family's fortune was earned by father's sacrifice. I will resolutely safeguard it and will never relinquish it to outsiders. Madame Hua nodded, her tears flowing for a while longer until her emotions gradually steadied. Zhang Daohua offered gentle words of comfort and then turned to the shadows that were gradually melting into darkness, inquiring, Mother, since we know they harbor ill intentions, should we not take the initiative? We could report to the Ministry of War. The mere matter of 550 taels of silver for the purchase of an official position would suffice to entangle them. However, Madame Hua shook her head. These few minor subordinates are not worth our concern. The crux of the matter lies in the capital. If your brother can maintain his position there, our Zhang family can rest easy. Should he falter, those minor subordinates will come in waves, and we would be unable to withstand them. Madame Hua let out a sigh and turned to walk towards the entrance of the tavern. Let them be for now. It is not yet the time for us to fall out with their backers. While they remain still, we shall not hasten to draw our blades. Let us observe for a while. Once the turmoil in the court settles, the victor will inevitably reveal themselves. Chapter 25. The manure Dan Wu Cheng rose early, taking a half-cold pancake to accompany the cold tea on the table. Dressed neatly, he folded his bedding, filled a basin with water from the tank to wash his face, and ventured out towards the village outskirts, rubbing his slightly reddened, cold hands. Many of the villagers and displaced individuals were already up, preparing their farming tools for the fields. Upon seeing Wu Cheng, they greeted him warmly, inviting him to join them for breakfast, but he could only smile politely, repeatedly declining their offers. The previous day, Wu Cheng and his companions had returned to the village with a document and read it aloud in front of the villagers and the newcomers. The latter were delighted to learn they wouldn't have to pay rent, but as they were new to the area, their reactions were somewhat muted. In contrast, the local tenants, burdened by oppressive land rents and loans, were ecstatic upon hearing they would not have to pay for a year. Overcome with joy, they knelt down in reverence, treating Mian Zhengyu and his companions as deities, which startled Wu Cheng. Today, Mian Zhengyu was to visit his superior at the Qianhu office in Qinzhou, accompanied by his personal guard, Mian Changhe. Wu Cheng, wishing to avoid the humbling spectacle, graciously declined Mian Zhengyu's invitation to join him and decided to wander around the village with Mao Hai instead. Upon reaching Mao Hai's doorstep, Wu Cheng found him already awake, bearing dark circles under his eyes, using a tattered cloth to wipe his blind mother's face. Upon seeing Wu Cheng, Mao Hai chuckled. Brother Cheng has arrived. Sit for a moment. I'll prepare some food for my mother, and then we can leave together. You can go ahead without worrying about me, Mao Hai's mother interjected, turning towards Wu Cheng as she spoke. Wu family boy, my son is quite fickle. You should keep him close and ensure he behaves, lest he gets into trouble. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Mao Hai exchanged a look with Wu Cheng, recalling how their previous misadventure had stemmed from Mao Hai stealing a chicken from a landlord, resulting in considerable chaos. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement, helping Mao Hai's mother to sit down as he waited for Mao Hai to prepare porridge and bake pancakes. After sharing a bowl of porridge and a pancake, the two set out towards the village, each biting into their food as they walked. The spring sowing season is approaching, Wu Cheng remarked, his mouth full. Uncle Mian said the disaster this year will be less severe, so we must take this opportunity to tend to the fields and boost our agricultural production. He wiped his mouth, then instructed Mao Hai, later, I will give you some silver. You and old he should go to Wuxiang to buy some farming tools, and perhaps procure some chickens, ducks, and livestock as well. Old he had previously hosted them at the village and had spent his life as a soldier in Wuxiang, making him very familiar with the surrounding areas. Wu Cheng felt assured that sending the sharp-witted but inexperienced Mao Hai with him would prevent them from being deceived by unscrupulous merchants. Mao Hai nodded, considering the suggestion. Brother Qing, let us just buy some laying hens and ducks. We could also get some cattle for plowing, but let us skip the pigs. They carry a strong odor, require excessive feed, and are hard to raise. If we don't feed them properly, they become as thin as dogs. With that money, we might as well buy 2 horses. We wouldn't have to walk everywhere. Wu Cheng nodded thoughtfully. The pigs of the Ming dynasty were not the foreign breeds that were common in his era, nor the improved large white pigs. Without a substantial supply of feed or pig forage, it was exceedingly difficult for pigs in this period to gain weight. In the more affluent regions of Jiangnan, where lush pastures and high grain yields allowed for scaled pig farming, in contrast, Shanxi was impoverished. They could scarcely sustain themselves, let alone spare any feed for pigs. Unless Wu Cheng could procure high-yield crops, such as sweet potatoes or corn, which would provide surplus grain for feed, he could only keep 1 or 2 pigs at most. The venture of pig farming was a losing enterprise. Comparatively, the meat yield and cost-effectiveness of chickens and ducks were significantly higher, reflecting on sweet potatoes and corn. Wu Cheng let out a deep sigh. Having studied agriculture, he was aware that these crops had already been introduced to China by the end of the Ming dynasty, albeit only in limited quantities in regions like Fujian and Guangdong. However, he had no means to acquire seeds, not even if he had the funds. In the short term, it was futile to contemplate such crops. Moreover, the sweet potatoes and corn available at present had not undergone breeding improvements, rendering them incapable of withstanding the cold. With the Little Ice Age relentlessly besieging the north, even if Wu Cheng were to obtain their seeds, he lacked the resources to establish greenhouses, leaving him helpless as he watched them perish in the frost. How arduous it was. Wu Cheng sighed again, his mind brimming with agricultural knowledge. Yet most of it was founded on the technological advancements of the industrial era, rendering it utterly ineffectual in the present context. Regardless, you must keep that list I gave you safe. Everything on it must be procured, he instructed earnestly. The success of our harvest this year hinges entirely upon the items on that list. Mao Hai nodded seriously, placing a hand over his heart. Brother Chong, I will see to your instructions, but what exactly is written on that list? I cannot comprehend it. Could you enlighten me? It merely contains some materials like black alum, arsenic, and sulfur, Wu Cheng replied with a smile. They are to be used for the preparation of dung pellets. The late Ming period was one of the significant eras of agricultural advancement in Chinese history. New high-yield crops were introduced, and agricultural technologies such as fertilizers and farming tools developed rapidly. Dung pellets were among these innovations. This fertilizer comprised human, livestock, and poultry manure, along with hemp cake, soybean cake, black beans, animal carcasses and entrails, as well as inorganic fertilizers like black alum, arsenic, and sulfur. These ingredients were packed into soil pits or sealed in jars and buried underground until decomposed. Once dried and crushed, they could be utilized. Su Guangqi's notes on the comprehensive treatise on agriculture detailed the precise formulation of dung pellets, stating that each dough could yield the equivalent of 10 sure of manure, exhibiting remarkable fertilizing power while also possessing insect repellent properties. As someone well-versed in agricultural studies, Wu Cheng was intimately familiar with dung pellets as the inception of concentrated mixed fertilizers in China. Naturally, he had seamlessly transcribed the relevant knowledge from Su Guangqi's comprehensive treatise on agriculture, which serves as a systematic compendium of ancient agricultural techniques and is essentially an encyclopedia on the subject, representing one of the few areas of his extensive academic knowledge that he could effectively apply in this era. Some materials on the list may be difficult to procure, but do not fret over the cost. Wu Cheng chuckled heartily as he patted the young man's shoulder. If I successfully produce the fertilizer, and if all goes well, we could see a substantial increase in yield this summer and autumn. Let us not act like greedy spirits after paying our dues to the emperor. We shall allow each household to keep the remaining harvest and enjoy a bountiful year. Chapter 26. The soldier. The Tun fortress was not far from the village where Wu Cheng resided. As Wu Cheng and Mao Hai engaged in lively conversation, they arrived at the fortress just as dawn broke. The sentry at the gate, recognizing them as trusted confidants of the newly appointed 100 house, greeted them with a smile and granted them entry. Inside the fortress, the atmosphere was as vibrant as a festival, bustling with people. Wu Cheng surveyed the scene, noting the crowd was predominantly composed of young men, many of whom wielded wooden spears and carried waist knives and shields. Groups gathered in clusters, chatting animatedly, creating a cacophony of noise. My goodness, there must be at least 1,000 people here. Are they gathering for a market? Mao Hai exclaimed in astonishment, glancing around. Suddenly, he pointed in the distance. Look, Chengge, There's General Yu over there. Following Mao Hai's gesture, Wu Cheng spotted Yu Gong standing atop the western gate of the fortress, peering down into the courtyard and gesturing towards the crowd. Mian Jingyu had been appointed as the 100 House leader and had naturally selected trusted individuals to fill the ranks of the basic military officers. Yu Gong held the position of general, while Wu Cheng had also been granted the title of a minor flag officer. Mian Jingyu's visit to Qingzhou to pay respects to the 1,000 House leader was aimed at solidifying their official appointments. Quickly, Wu Cheng and Mao Hai made their way up the city wall, just in time to see Yu Gong finish counting heads and turn to converse with the respectful elder he, who stood by his side. Wu Cheng approached eagerly, and upon noticing the two, Yu Gong's face lit up with delight as he greeted them. Brother Wu, why aren't you with 100 House Mian in Qingzhou? What brings you to the Tun Fortress? Wu Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, aware that Mian Jingyu had essentially arranged for Yu Gong to become his father-in-law. Yet here was Yu Gong addressing him as brother. He wondered if this familiarity would persist or if it would eventually change. I came to the Tun Fortress to take a look, preparing to accompany Mao Hai and Elder He to the city of Wuxiang to procure some supplies. He cleared his throat and continued, glancing at the young men in the courtyard. General Yu, why are there so many young men in the fortress? Is there a significant event planned? Yu Gong waved his hand with a chuckle, explaining, it's nothing major. These are all soldiers from the 100 House, along with local troops and some refugees. As we take office, it's imperative to drill the flag soldiers. I came to assess the situation, and where there are vacancies, we'll fill them with local troops, refugees, and others. I'm aware of your flag's circumstances, so I didn't summon you to avoid unnecessary travel. You can join the drills and training once 100 House Mian returns. Wu Cheng's eyes brightened, and he suggested, since all the capable young men from the 100 House are here, why not conduct some drills today? It would be beneficial to evaluate the quality of our 100 House. Yu Gong smiled, his eyes narrowing in thought. I heard from old Mian that your father left you a military treatise. Are you preparing to try your hand at this? Very well then, let us sound the drums and assemble the troops. You can scout for promising recruits to bring into your flag. The oppressive sound of war drums began to resonate, echoing throughout the encampment. Before long, the rhythmic beats summoned the banner soldiers and garrison troops, who were well acquainted with the call to arms, hastily assembling in the training ground. Meanwhile, the displaced individuals and remaining laborers, oblivious to the unfolding events, were caught in a state of confusion. As the drumbeats intensified, some stood frozen in bewilderment, others followed the soldiers from their village in a frantic dash, and a few aimlessly wandered about, contributing to the chaos within the training ground. When the drumbeats ceased, the area remained in disarray. Yu Gong, visibly struggling to maintain composure, rubbed his nose and, with an irritable tone, commanded a nearby junior officer to restore order. The junior officer, brandishing a whip, charged into the fray, resorting to punches and kicks until he managed to organize the scattered able-bodied men into formation. Having never served in the military, Yu Gong awkwardly offered an explanation, inquiring, Brother Wu, what do you wish to see them practice? Wu Cheng, observing the earlier tumult, felt a sense of foreboding and furrowed his brow. Commander Yu, since most of these young men have never been soldiers, let us not be too harsh. Let them turn left and take 30 steps. Yu Gong nodded, waving his command flag to the left, prompting the drums to sound once more. However, even the majority of the banner soldiers and garrison troops were at a loss as to what to do next, exchanging puzzled glances. Frustrated, Yu Gong and several junior officers shouted hoarsely, to the left. To the left. Take 30 steps. Such a straightforward command proved to be exceedingly difficult for the young men to execute. Wu Cheng watched in dismay as many of them, including some soldiers, turned right upon hearing the order and began to march forward, only to be whipped back into line by the junior officers. They cannot even distinguish left from right. Wu Cheng lamented, covering his face in disbelief. At that moment, the young men, with the aid of the junior officers' whips, finally found their bearings and commenced their march. But before they had taken 10 steps, the formation devolved into chaos, with everyone surging forward in disarray. These were mere common folk, and most of the banner soldiers had recently been recruited, lacking any prior military training in drum signals and commands. Yu Gong shrugged. Even if we teach them, it would be in vain. Most of us in the garrison cannot read. Just look, many cannot even tell left from right, let alone remember the intricate drum signals. In battle, commands are shouted, relying entirely on the leader's actions. Wu Cheng, puzzled, asked, Commander Yu, what do you mean by that? Yu Gong chuckled and replied, it's simple. On the battlefield, when the leader shouts, charge with me, everyone rushes forward in a frenzy. If the leader falls or flees, we hastily retreat as well. This is how most of our garrison fights. And it's not just us, and the border troops, aside from the seasoned veterans, most share the same disposition. However, their equipment is superior to ours, as they can form ranks with chariots, keeping the infantry in line. With chariots as support, the foot soldiers are less likely to scatter. Chariot camp. As Wu Cheng contemplated, he was reminded of the chariot encampments recorded by Qiuyuan in his military treatises. These chariot encampments, in essence, were devised by Qiuyuan in response to the inadequacies of the Ming army's infantry, which was characterized by its lack of training and poor quality. By utilizing chariots as a makeshift fortification, he created a defensive position that provided cover and support to the soldiers, thereby allowing them to leverage the advantages of their firearms without succumbing to panic in the face of enemy assaults. However, where could he procure a multitude of chariots? And how could he afford the resources necessary to sustain such a chariot camp? The innovations of Qiuyuan's chariot encampments might be suitable for the generals of the border troops, but for someone in his modest position as a 100 household commander, implementation was utterly impractical. With a faint sigh, he gazed at the chaotic training grounds, and a grimace flickered across Wu Cheng's face. The basic soldiers of the Ming dynasty were so untrained that they could not even comprehend military drums or commands in battle. They would only rush forward en masse or flee in panic. Despite boasting an army of 1 million, most were barely fit to be cannon fodder. It was no wonder that since the rise of Nurhaci, the Ming dynasty had not won a single major battle against the eastern barbarians. Relying on these guards, they might struggle to defeat even the servants of the Zhang family. Wu Cheng stroked his chin, brows furrowed in deep thought. A literacy campaign was imperative within the military. Chapter 27. The recruitment as Mao Hai and Old He rode a small donkey out of the gate of Tunbao. They were halted by Wu Cheng, who approached them and pressed some silver coins into their hands. Are we really in need of hiring a teacher, Chenggu? Surely, that is unnecessary, Mao Hai chuckled, attempting to return the coins to Wu Cheng. You can read, can't you? What purpose would it serve to invite those scholars back? The literati disdain as common soldiers. Those who can barely read would never pass the imperial examinations. Inviting them would be futile, and it would be a waste of resources. I have no intention of sending everyone to take the examinations. I merely wish to select a few clever ones to learn some letters alongside the teacher, Wu Cheng insisted, pushing the coins back. Did you not see how the young men practiced in the training grounds? Many of them cannot even distinguish left from right. How can they comprehend the banners on the battlefield? With such ignorance, how can we expect them to uphold military discipline? Must we always rely on whips and clubs to maintain order within the ranks? Mao Hai wore a skeptical expression and laughed. Chenggu, when has the army of the Ming dynasty not depended on whips and clubs? By the way, aren't you planning to train our troops using Qiuyuan's military treatise? I've heard that the Qi family army also enforced discipline through execution and collective punishment. Wu Cheng shook his head, countering. The Qi family army received pay that was more than double that of ordinary recruits. How does our meager pay compare? In our impoverished and dilapidated barracks, how could we possibly adopt the methods of the Qi family army? Moreover, if you claim that the Ming army is managed in such a manner, what does that say about the state of our barracks? If we do not devise some means to forge a new path, how shall we contend with the eastern barbarians should we face a rebellion? With a slight sigh, Wu Cheng continued, without literacy, even if we tell them why they must fight and how to fight, they would not understand. If they are unclear on both the reasons and the methods of warfare, relying solely on heavy rewards for combat is futile. Our loyal forces, dedicated to the defense of the throne, are barely supplied by the court, which may lead to mutiny among our ranks. And where will we find the means for such rewards? What strength or future can such an army possess? Mao Hai pondered for a moment, ready to speak again, when Old He, who was seated atop the donkey, cleared his throat and discreetly kicked Mao Hai's leg. Brother Wu has offered the silver for hiring a teacher. We shall hire the teacher. What is the need for all this chatter? After admonishing Mao Hai, Old He hesitated for a moment before addressing Wu Cheng. Brother Wu, we must also remind you that learning to read and write cannot be accomplished in a short time. There are many like Mao Hai in the ranks who deem education useless. Even if we bring in a teacher, I fear not many will study earnestly. And in the end, we will still rely on whips and clubs. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement, replying, rest assured, old veteran, I do not expect instant results. I will first select a few intelligent and willing individuals to learn. Within each small squad, at least someone should be able to comprehend the banners, follow commands, and grasp the principles. We shall establish a framework before anything else. Old He smiled and nodded, accepting the silver from Mao Hai and placing it in his pocket. With a squeeze of his legs, he urged the donkey forward, which began to trot along. Mao Hai, with a slight grimace, hurriedly followed, leading the donkey's reins ahead. After walking for a while, the young lad turned back to glance at the fort and saw that Wu Cheng had already turned and entered. He then raised his head to express his grievances to the old man riding the donkey. "Old man, I never claimed that studying is futile. I merely believe it's a waste of money. With the silver spent on raising an idle poor fellow, it would be more prudent to purchase several chickens for their eggs." In the past, there were educational institutions within the military garrisons. The old man chuckled and suddenly, without any apparent reason, began reminiscing about history. That educational institution was established by the founding emperor, and during the reign of the Yingzong, it was expanded to all military garrisons. In the Qiuyuan period, it became a formal system, selecting sons of military personnel and banner soldiers to receive instruction in propriety, archery, calligraphy, and mathematics. The old man shook his head on the donkey, reflecting, "Let us not even mention the founding emperor's era. During the Yingzong's defeat at the Tumu fortress, the elite forces of the capital were nearly annihilated. Yet, through the efforts of various loyalist troops, they managed to engage in fierce battles against the Mongols in the capital and emerge victorious. In the Chonghua period, the armies of the Ming could even venture north onto the steppes, striking against the various Mongol tribes. Eventually, the military garrisons fell into decline, and the educational institutions withered away. Our Ming's military forces gradually transformed into ineffectual entities incapable of even defending a city." The old man sighed deeply, looking at the bewildered young lad. He chuckled and kicked him lightly. "What Brother Wu seeks is not merely to teach some military commands. It is beyond your current understanding. In the future, refrain from unnecessary chatter and simply follow him." Observing the departing figures of the old man and the young lad, Wu Cheng let out a faint sigh before turning back to the fort. The banner troops had already disbanded, gathering in clusters, pointing and laughing at the scattered militia, reserve troops, and vagrants standing in the training ground. Several junior officers selected individuals as if choosing livestock, delivering a punch to each young man. Those who could not endure would fall to the ground and be immediately eliminated, while the remaining candidates had their mouths inspected for teeth, with those possessing poor dental health also dismissed. The eliminated candidates wore expressions of disappointment, while those chosen rejoiced. For becoming a banner soldier meant they were no longer burdened with labor duties and taxes, focusing solely on training for battle and receiving provisions from the emperor. Who would not be elated? Yu Gong and several senior officers stood atop the inspection platform, laughing and chatting. Upon seeing Wu Cheng frowning as he observed the junior officers selecting soldiers, they waved him over. Wu Cheng scanned the chaotic training ground and ascended to the inspection platform. Standing beside Yu Gong, the senior officers all recognized that the new 100 households regarded Wu Cheng as family and greeted him politely, even though he was just a junior officer. "Brother Wu, are you not going to choose soldiers to fill the gaps?" Yu Gong laughed heartily, pointing at the training ground. "Let me tell you, the soldiers to be selected should be those who are simple-minded and robust. The simple-minded will follow orders, and the strong can fight and endure. If you don't choose quickly, the good candidates will all be taken by the other junior officers." Wu Cheng, however, shook his head and replied, "Let them take them. I do not desire mindless soldiers." Yu Gong furrowed his brow and advised, "Brother Wu, the clever ones, once on the battlefield, will overthink and become uncertain. If the morale is unstable, how can we expect to fight? We are not in the business of trade or governance. Cleverness is not a virtue for soldiers. Those who indulge in idle thoughts do so because they lack clarity about their purpose and the cause for which they fight." Wu Cheng pointed at the selected young man, remarking that these seemingly simple souls are no different. Every individual holds an instinctive reverence for life, no matter how naive they may seem. When confronted with the specter of life and death on the battlefield, without a definitive goal, can they truly avoid spiraling into confusion? Wu Cheng smiled faintly and struck his palm with a fist to forge a truly formidable army. It is imperative to provoke their thoughts, to encourage them to contemplate, and to guide them in understanding the fundamental reasons behind their struggle. Chapter 28. The drunkard. After the selection process concluded, the soldiers left unchosen, along with the refugees and remaining laborers, could only return home in disappointment, each seeking solace from their mothers. The small banners herded the new recruits into formation on the training grounds as if driving sheep. Soon after, Yu Gong ascended the platform, instructing his personal guards to display a box of copper coins and provisions. "Listen closely," Yu Gong exclaimed, raising a handful of copper coins high above his head, ensuring that the new recruits could see clearly. Once you join the banner army, you will partake in the emperor's rations. With the emperor's provisions comes the obligation to adhere to the court's regulations. Disobedience will lead to execution. Those who flee from battle shall also face death. Yet, those who demonstrate bravery in combat shall be handsomely rewarded. These are the rules you must remember. Keep them etched in your minds from this day forth. Is that all? Wu Cheng asked, somewhat astonished. He distinctly recalled that the military laws of the Ming dynasty were numerous and intricate, addressing various aspects of camping, marching, and combat. Had Qiuyuan truly reduced them to just 3 rules? Young brother Wu, you're still naive. A nearby small banner interjected with a patronizing tone. Everyone understood that Commander Bai treated Wu Cheng like a son, and that Commander Yu was destined to become Wu Cheng's father-in-law. Consider this. These banner soldiers were once common folk, utterly uneducated. How could they possibly remember a multitude of military laws? Frankly, even these 3 brief rules will take them several days to memorize. Wu Cheng fell silent, pondering the implications. If the soldiers lacked a fundamental understanding of military law, how could they possibly uphold it? Without regulations to govern them, the army would be akin to a disarrayed mass, unstable and susceptible to collapse. Such poor foundational quality among the most basic soldiers foreshadowed the army's overall caliber. After concluding his speech, Qiuyuan commanded his guards to begin calling out names and distributing rations. The new recruits, receiving the emperor's provisions for the first time, were filled with joy and exuberance. Noticing Wu Cheng's gaze fixed on the distribution scene, the small banner quickly approached him once more. Do not be disheartened, brother Wu, he said. Military discipline requires a balance of the stick and the purse. The first round of rations for new recruits must be substantial. It is crucial for fostering their hopes. When we later delay their pay, they will recall the joy of their initial distribution and hold on to that thought, discouraging immediate desertion. Pausing briefly, he continued, Brother Wu, when we inevitably withhold rations in the future, do not be overly severe. We must continue to distribute some provisions from time to time. This will prevent unrest among the banner soldiers, and they will not blame us for their grievances. Wu Cheng shot him a glance, feeling a surge of disgust. Even at this initial stage, the small banner was already scheming on how to delay pay, presenting a comprehensive strategy for sustainable exploitation. The court allocated vast sums of silver each year, but by the time it passed through the hands of numerous officials, governors, and commanders, nothing remained for the lower ranks. Yet, even the officers at the grassroots level succumbed to greed, redirecting their avarice toward the common soldiers and civilians. Thus, the entire Ming dynasty transformed into a vast cesspool, tainting the heavens and earth, casting shadows over sun and moon alike. Wu Cheng felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, letting out a cold snort as he turned away. The small banner, oblivious to his displeasure, continued imparting his dubious wisdom. Brother Wu, the banner army has little to offer. It is best if the court sends down some silver. After all, I take not a single coin from the emperor's treasury. Wu Cheng replied. The young flag-bearer was momentarily taken aback, muttering a word of disdain before sulking to the side, engaging in whispers with a few other flag-bearers. Occasionally casting peculiar glances at Wu Cheng, their suppressed laughter barely contained. Wu Cheng, indifferent to their antics, even disinterested in seeking retribution in the future, understood that the prevailing atmosphere in the military was not solely the fault of these few flag-bearers. A strict military discipline must be established, and the corrupt practices that siphoned off provisions would naturally dissipate over time. However, to enforce such discipline, it was imperative that soldiers comprehended the laws governing them. Only through the collective participation of everyone within the ranks could the fertile ground for corruption be eradicated, thereby transforming the military culture entirely. Ultimately, this necessitated a widespread educational initiative, accompanied by a dedicated team capable of instilling ideological understanding, much like the great army that emerged from the mountains in later times. Wu Cheng rubbed his temples, gazing towards the direction of Wuxiang City, hoping sincerely that the young ones, including Mao Hai, would have a smooth journey and find a competent teacher. As dusk approached, Mao Hai and Oldie returned, riding on a donkey and herding a flock of chickens and ducks. Following the avian parade were several carts laden with farming tools, pulled by the oxen that Mao Hai and his companions had purchased. Make sure to note down the distribution of chickens and ducks for each village, old soldier. Wu Cheng instructed, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency. We will venture down later to assess the conditions of each village. Farming tools and oxen are valuable. They cannot be distributed directly to households. If they are damaged or sold, we would be none the wiser. Most villagers cannot count, so we must store everything securely within the stockade. The quantities of tools and oxen must be accurately recorded, and their destinations logged meticulously. Signatures will be required to ensure accountability, enabling us to retrieve them later. Wu Cheng patiently directed, these items must be managed with the utmost rigor. I will speak with Mian Baihu and Yu Zongqi. If any village loses an ox or farming tools, the managing flag bearer and village head will be held accountable, and you will share in the responsibility. The soldiers nodded obediently, having been intimidated by Wu Cheng's authoritative tone. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Go ahead with the inventory for now. I shall draft a set of regulations for the management of tools and oxen this evening. Follow the guidelines accordingly." As the soldiers dispersed, Wu Cheng turned back into the throng of people, catching hold of the raucous Mao Hai, inquiring, "Mao Hai, where is the teacher we requested? Why is there no sign of him?" Mao Hai wriggled free, pointing toward a cart. "Brother Qing, look, he is asleep on that cart. He insisted we buy him liquor and food before he would return with us. He can't hold his drink. After just one jug, he was completely inebriated. So we had no choice but to haul him back on the cart." At that moment, one of the soldiers accidentally tugged on the rope binding the farming tools, causing them to tumble from the cart. A disheveled young man, reeking of alcohol, rolled off the cart and landed heavily on the firm, muddy ground, emitting a loud thud. "Oh dear, that nearly knocked the wind out of me." The man immediately let out a wretched scream, and in a flurry, he fumbled in his bosom, retrieving a flask of liquor. Thank goodness, Dukong is unharmed." Wu Cheng, consumed by rage, seized a stick and pursued the cowering youth. "I entrusted you with such a substantial sum of silver to hire a tutor, and yet you chose to bring in a mere drunkard. You must be loath to part with any of your precious coins, aren't you? Halt. Stand still. I shall not rest until I have delivered you your due punishment." Chapter 29. Scholar Brother Qing. "Please, let me explain." As he scrambled away with his head cradled in his arms, Mao Hai shouted. The two of them engaged in a comical chase around the village, panting heavily before coming to a halt. "You may explain, but do so quickly," Wu Cheng gasped, using a wooden stick as a makeshift cane, pointing angrily at Mao Hai. "If your explanation is unsatisfactory, I shall certainly punish you today." Mao Hai, equally breathless, plopped down on the ground and replied, "Brother Qing, it's not that I don't wish to find a good teacher. You can ask old he. We truly visited the academy in Wuxiang County. The moment they heard we were seeking teachers for our military, they promptly expelled us, claiming they had toiled for many years in their studies to achieve fame and could not stoop to instructing soldiers like us." Old he arrived, supporting Mao Hai and chiming in, "Mao Hai speaks the truth. They had even harsher words, asserting that the sacred text should not be sullied by ignorant soldiers, and branded us as baseborn, destined to be dull and unlearned. If it weren't for our limited numbers, we would have certainly given those scholars a good thrashing." Wu Cheng fell silent, still struggling to adapt to this era where knowledge was monopolized by the gentry. The educated, in a sense, constituted a privileged class, which naturally led to their disdain and disregard for the lower strata of society. Confucius may have proclaimed that education should be accessible to all. Yet in the eyes of many scholars, only the gentry were deemed worthy of such consideration, let alone those of us who resembled slaves, like the soldiers of the guard. With a long sigh, Wu Cheng cast aside his wooden stick and pointed at a disheveled man leaning against a cartwheel, drinking heartily from a jug. "And what of this drunkard?" Seeing Wu Cheng discard the stick, Mao Hai approached with a smile, chuckling, "Brother Qing, weren't we expelled from the academy? We sought out several private schools, but none would accept us. Then I thought, you mentioned that we only needed someone who could write and teach basic military commands. There was no necessity for a learned scholar, right? So, I took old he to Guanwen Alley, where a number of destitute artists sell their calligraphy and paintings, hoping to find someone willing. After a fruitless search, either we dismissed them, or they dismissed us, or they demanded exorbitant fees. Even when the salary was agreed upon, they refused to teach soldiers." Mao Hai shrugged helplessly, gesturing towards the inebriated man. "Eventually, we spotted this fellow. He had been ostracized by the artists, huddled in a corner by the refuse bin of a tavern, surrounded by a foul stench. Who would come near? Yet, he remained undeterred, sprawled out next to the bin, with his calligraphy and paintings scattered on the ground, sound asleep. We had to kick him several times to rouse him." Wu Cheng was taken aback, asking, "Given this, what made you consider him?" "Because this man possesses genuine talent." He Lao, taking the opportunity to speak, retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket. "Brother Wu, take a look at these. While most of the popular works are merely copies of classical texts or predetermined writings, such as memorials, this individual sells his own original poetry and prose. I have read a few pieces and found them quite remarkable. However, as you know, my literary skills are lacking, so I brought them back for you to examine." Wu Cheng took the papers and, though not an expert in poetry, could discern their quality. The pieces displayed significant literary merit, comprising critiques of current events alongside various essays and prose. They not only referenced classical texts but also exhibited a seamless flow of ideas, with viewpoints that were both novel and incisive, albeit occasionally revealing a cynical disdain for the world. Wu Cheng glanced at the inebriated man and remarked, "These writings require a certain level of skill to compose. This fellow is likely not just a mere seller of wares. We must awaken him and inquire about his origins." He splashed a basin of cold water onto the slumbering man leaning against the wheel, causing him to shiver involuntarily and leap to his feet, cursing loudly, "Oh, it's freezing. Who dares to disturb my dreams?" The surrounding guards erupted in laughter, yet the man paid them no heed, shedding his drenched garments while squinting around. Soon, his gaze fell upon Wu Cheng, who was observing him with crossed arms. "You must be the little flag officer recruiting me," he said. Wu Cheng frowned. This man was indeed quite audacious, stripping in public without a hint of decorum, showing no respect for himself. It was no wonder he had been relegated to squatting next to the refuse heap by the disheartened literati. He gestured for a young boy to bring him a clean set of clothes and asked, "You guessed correctly. I am indeed the one recruiting you. May I inquire about your name and background?" As he donned his clothes, the man replied nonchalantly, "No need for formalities. Simply call me by my name. I am Du Weisher from Dejiakan in Wuxiang County. I passed the courtyard examination in the first year of the Tianqi era and have remained a student ever since." "A student from the first year of Tianqi," he low murmured, then suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Do the prodigy. Is that you? The one who topped the 3 examinations at the tender age of 12? That is indeed me." Du Weisher laughed heartily, shaking his head. "A hero should not dwell on past glories. The tales of my extraordinary talent and the notion of being a literary star are merely fanciful tales spread by the masses." Wu Cheng could not help but roll his eyes. No one had mentioned his past achievements, yet he boasted of them himself. The young boy interjected, "If you were indeed the top student, how did you end up in such a dire situation, scavenging near the refuse?" The once jubilant expression of Du Weisher suddenly darkened, and he turned away, unwilling to respond. However, He Lao, stepping in to explain, said, "The rumors that circulated widely claimed that Du the prodigy failed to pass the Juren examination in the 5th year of Tianqi and became embroiled in a cheating scandal in the 1st year of Chongzhen, resulting in a decree barring him from participating in the imperial examinations for eternity. His family fortune was confiscated, and his mother died of grief. It appears these rumors hold some truth." "Such nonsense!" Du Weisher was seething with rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You treacherous scoundrel! My grandfather has not engaged in any fraudulent activities. It was a wealthy gentry who coveted my ancestral home and pressured me to relinquish it. When I refused, that wretch colluded with the chief examiner of the provincial examination to falsely accuse me of cheating, usurping my place as a scholar with his own relatives. Such a vile creature. The court, blind to the truth, believed their deceitful words. They drove my mother to her death and shattered my family." With eyes ablaze, Du Weisher continued his tirade, while Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Mr. Du, to accuse someone of cheating in the imperial examination is a grave offense that could lead to the extermination of 9 generations. Is there truly such audacity and power in Wuxiang? Could it possibly be that family Zhang?" Chapter 30. Fertilizer, may their entire clan perish, Du Weisher exclaimed, suddenly awakening to the realization, pointing an accusing finger at Wu Cheng. "You, rascal, have deceived me?" Wu Cheng offered a slight smile and nodded. "Indeed. It is the Zhang family. Ah, speaking of which, the Zhangs and we have had some interactions in the past. Mr. Du, I shall pose you one simple question. Do you wish to reclaim your ancestral home? Do you yearn for vengeance?" Du Weisher squinted at Wu Cheng for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. "You, my friend, are quite amusing. With such a serious demeanor, you have almost convinced me. You are merely a lowly flag officer, commanding a mere 10 men. The Zhang family holds immense power. Death is not ours to seek. How could we possibly exact revenge?" "Indeed, Mr. Du, I am but a humble flag officer, with fewer than 10 men under my command." Wu Cheng shrugged, spreading his hands. "Yet yesterday, you were merely a beggar surviving on scraps, and today, with my modest 10 men at your disposal, if you were to remain and diligently teach our troops, in time, you might have 100 brothers to support you. In this turbulent world, who knows what fortunes may come our way? By staying with us, there remains hope." Wu Cheng paused, adopting a sincere expression as he continued, "Currently, famine abounds, and the court is perpetually lacking in funds and rewards. Our troops are impoverished. unable to sustain idlers. If you continue to live as you have, lost in indulgence, I shall have no choice but to seek a more capable mentor. You would then return to that alleyway, forever deprived of thoughts of vengeance. Du Weisha shuddered, gazing deeply into Wu Cheng's eyes. A peculiar smile briefly gracing his lips before vanishing. Huh. No wonder the little flag officer expends so much silver and effort to invite a teacher. Now it makes sense. Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes, prepared to speak, but Du Weisha interrupted, tugging at his disheveled clothes. Is there a place for me to bathe? To be a teacher, one must have the appearance of one. Please, little flag officer, procure for me some bathing essentials and grooming tools. Wu Cheng secretly exhaled in relief, instructing old he to escort Du Weisha for arrangements. The surrounding soldiers gradually dispersed, and only then did Mao Hai approach, scratching his head in confusion. Brother Cheng, what did that beggar mean? By now it makes sense. He seems to have seen through my thoughts. He is a clever man, Wu Cheng replied nonchalantly, patting Mao Hai's shoulder. He has discerned my intentions, yet he remains with us. Huh, Mao Hai, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Mao Hai stared at Wu Cheng, bewildered. But Wu Cheng was disinclined to elaborate, shifting the topic. By the way, have you gathered all the items I asked you to procure? I would never dare to cut corners on something Brother Cheng specifically entrusted to me. With a hearty laugh, Mao Hai caught sight of Du Weisha from the corner of his eye, prompting a blush of embarrassment to cross his face. He hastily approached a large cart, calling upon several villagers to assist in unloading the goods. Entrails, bones, hair, and fresh blood were all readily available, as these items became useless after butchers had slaughtered chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. Flattering words could easily procure them for free. Items like sesame, soybeans, and black beans were not only edible, but could also serve as feed, albeit at a cost. The most troublesome commodities were alum, arsenic, and sulfur, which the authorities strictly prohibited from private trade. Pharmacies dared not sell them to us clandestinely. After we intimidated a few local officials with the name of our 100 household, we finally received a lead on a black market, though the prices were steep. It was an oversight on my part. After you left, I surveyed our stock in the granary and found plenty of these items accumulating. We actually need not spend this unnecessary money. Wu Cheng awkwardly rubbed his nose and chuckled, however. The existence of a black market provides us with an avenue should we ever need to trade in prohibited goods. Huh, I wonder about the scale of that black market. Do they sell blueprints for casting cannons or constructing fortifications? Next time, Chenggu, you should accompany us to take a look. I've heard that the black market is backed by the Daiwang of Shanxi, though I can't tell if that's merely boasting. Mao Hai laughed heartily, gossiping as he arranged the items on the ground. By the way, how do we make the fecal pellet? Should we start now? Wu Cheng nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work, instructing Mao Hai and the villagers, prepare some large vats. Follow my lead. Over the next few days, we will produce a substantial amount, ensuring that every village receives some. Mao Hai and the villagers eagerly rolled up their sleeves, mimicking Wu Cheng's movements. They began by crushing and compressing the sesame, soybeans, and black beans, allowing them to sit and form a cake-like fertilizer. Next, they chopped and mixed the remains of slaughtered chickens, ducks, and geese, along with entrails, bones, hair, and blood, before grinding the sulfur, arsenic, and alum purchased from the black market into powder. Finally, they combined these prepared ingredients with animal and human manure to create individual fecal pellets. The process was no simple task. Mao Hai pouted as he observed Wu Cheng meticulously inspecting each fecal pellet before sealing them in ceramic jars. The ingredients we need and the steps to remember are far too many. It's not as straightforward as the manure fertilizer we used to make. Do not underestimate the effort. The potency of these pellets far exceeds that of ordinary manure. Our harvest this year depends entirely on these treasures. Wu Cheng filled the jars, patting their sides. We must find a spot to bury them. They require a month to ferment underground. Only once they mature can we dry and crush them for use. Cannot we use them directly? Mao Hai questioned, along with the other villagers, as they carried the jars beyond the fort. The fields are being tilled, and during tilling, we ought to sprinkle some fertilizer. If this fecal pellet is so potent, now would be the perfect time to apply it. Wu Cheng shook his head, wielding several shovels as he walked ahead. No, if we apply the pellets before they have fully fermented, the high temperatures generated during their decomposition will scorch the crops. Burying them now allows for fermentation to coincide with our subsequent fertilization efforts, ensuring sufficient potency. What a hassle! The little creature murmured softly. Then followed Wu Cheng to a clearing, where he set down the ceramic jar and seized a spade to begin digging. What trouble is farming, after all? There will be far greater troubles ahead, Wu Cheng remarked, shoveling a couple of scoops of earth. His gaze fell upon Du Weisher, who had just finished grooming and was now dressed in a fresh outfit, standing at the entrance of the stockade, surveying them. A bitter smile crossed his lips, especially during this harvest. If it indeed turns out to be a bountiful one, there will inevitably be great troubles. Ah, human nature. How troublesome it can be. No sooner had he spoken than a dusty militiaman came running from afar, shouting, "Brothers, grab your weapons. Grab your weapons. Damn it. The rascals from Xishan village have invaded." Chapter 31. The armed conflict. Xishan village is situated on the outskirts of Wuxiang County. Nestled against the Taihang Mountains and in close proximity to Wangjiatan, governed by the 100 households. A considerable distance separates it from the fortifications. Wu Cheng, breathless and drenched in sweat, sprinted while clutching a long spear. As he approached, he spotted a swirling cloud of dust rising from the fields ahead, where shadows of countless figures seemed to flicker indistinctly. Slowing his pace, Wu Cheng glanced around and climbed a small earthen slope. The dozens of banner soldiers and village militia surrounding him halted in disarray, while a few impetuous youths, wailing like banshees, charged into the dust-laden fray, brandishing various weapons. Exasperated, Wu Cheng shouted at their retreating forms, "Chongzhen, do not draw your blades. For heaven's sake, Maohai, gather a few men and restrain them. But do not harm anyone with swords or spears." Maohai complied and rushed off, while Wu Cheng, panting heavily, shaded his eyes with his hand to better observe the scene ahead. After a moment, he discerned the chaos unfolding in the fields outside Wangjiatan, where over 1,000 men, women, and children were engaged in a tumultuous melee, wielding wooden sticks, hoes, and shovels. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, and profanities, punctuated by the occasional sight of someone collapsing, groaning in pain. Now and then, a woman or child would emerge from the throng, bloodied and crying, dragging the injured away. A long sigh of relief escaped Wu Cheng's lips as he noted that both sides retained a semblance of reason. The fleeing women and children were not pursued, and no one was delivering fatal strikes to those already down. As long as there remained a thread of rationality, the situation would not spiral out of control. "Sheathe your blades and wrap your spearheads. First, separate the villagers. If anyone loses their life, I shall demand retribution," Wu Cheng bellowed, his voice straining. The flag soldiers and militia exchanged glances but complied, hastily securing their weapons before rushing towards the disordered battlefield. The thunderous crack of three-eyed guns erupted, and the soldiers charged into the fray, swinging their sheathed blades and wooden spear shafts while calling out to mediate the conflict. They formed a tenuous human barrier, slowly beginning to divide the warring villagers. With the tension easing, Wu Cheng sank down onto the ground, overwhelmed by the enormity of the scene, which was unfamiliar to one raised in a new era. As calm descended, his limbs grew weak, and beads of sweat streamed down him, soon saturating him as if he had fallen into a river. Yet, these were mere trifles compared to a troubling question that had plagued him throughout his journey. Conflicts over water and land, as well as clan disputes, often engender countless grievances. The feudal dynasty's authority barely extended to the county, and the local government, lacking both the will and power to mediate conflicts, allowed tensions to fester until they erupted into violence. However, today's skirmish struck him as peculiar. Xishan village was a civilian settlement, while Wangjiatan was a military village under the jurisdiction of the 100 households. One cultivated civilian fields, while the other tended to military lands. Their distinctions unmistakable and their interactions infrequent. How then had such a significant conflict arisen between them? Moreover, although the military garrisons of the Ming dynasty's village settlements were largely indistinguishable from ordinary peasant villages, they nonetheless bore the mantle of military status. Historically, common folk have trembled before authority. Thus, the farmers of Xishan village dared not confront armed troops over land disputes. Wu Cheng had no time for contemplation when a resounding roar echoed from afar. An impoverished, ragged old man pointed vehemently at the flag soldiers and the garrison troops, shouting, "The government's extortion kills me. The landlord's debts kill me. You thieving soldiers seek to seize my land. Better to die than live." As he cursed, the old man cried out like a wild beast, brandishing a hoe and charging forward, heedless of the spear shafts and scabbards striking him. His chaotic flailing with the hoe sent the surrounding flag soldiers into a panic, causing the already disordered human barrier to collapse. The villagers and garrison members, witnessing this, began hurling insults at one another, ready to escalate into further violence. What the devil? So many soldiers, yet a mere old man can scatter them? Wu Cheng felt a surge of anger and urgency, rushing forward. Fortunately, the young lad acted swiftly, firing a shot into the air, the deafening sound quelling the emotions of the villagers and garrison alike. Seizing the moment, Wu Cheng embraced the agitated old man, urging him vehemently, "Calm yourself, old man. Speak your grievances to me, and I shall advocate for you. Be cautious, lest you harm yourself." The old man struggled for a moment, but his frailty proved a hindrance, and he eventually heaved a sigh, gazing at Wu Cheng. "You little brat, barely out of childhood, what right do you have to speak for us? My uncle is the headman of Wuxiang. No one holds greater authority there." Wu Cheng, undeterred, boldly surveyed the flag soldiers and garrison troops, all of whom nodded in understanding and offered their support in unison. The old man, scrutinizing Wu Cheng and then the surrounding soldiers, finally slammed his hoe into the ground. Gritting his teeth, "Fine. I shall trust you and share our grievances. You tell me, are you officials not oppressing us too much? Are we not driven to this?" Furrowing his brow, Wu Cheng's eyes glimmered with curiosity, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. Releasing his grip and assisting the old man to sit upon a mound of earth, gesturing for him to continue. The old man steadied his emotions and spoke, "Military sir, you are young and come from a privileged background, so you may not be aware of our plight. Over these past 2 years, the imperial taxes have risen annually. After paying the regular taxes, there are additional levies. After those, we must fulfill corvée labor. We, the farmers, have scarcely a moment's respite. We merely struggle to survive. However, Shanxi has suffered calamities year after year, with poor harvests compounding our troubles. Yet the government's taxes have never seen a reduction, on the contrary. They have become increasingly burdensome. What are we to do when we cannot afford the taxes? We are forced to sell everything we possess, and in the end, we even sell our children to pay the taxes, resorting to borrowing from benevolent households just to get by day by day." Wu Cheng lowered his head slightly, his heart already harboring a vague suspicion. The old man wiped away his tears and continued, "The loans from the benevolent benefactor are nothing but usurious debts, compounding relentlessly. After a month or two, we find ourselves unable to repay even the interest, forced to mortgage our lands, becoming tenants for a lifetime. Enslaved yet at least having a morsel to eat." The old man struck the ground fiercely with his hoe, producing a series of resonant thuds. "Once the fields and houses are mortgaged, they belong to others. The land cultivated by our ancestors, the homes built brick by brick. And they merely present the land deeds, taking everything away without leaving a trace for us." The old man exhaled heavily, casting a glance at Wu Cheng. "Fortunately, the benevolent benefactor has granted us a means of survival by allowing us to cultivate the fields in Wangjiaten." Chapter 32. The temptation stop right there. Wu Cheng interjected, interrupting the old man's words with a look of confusion. Although the land in Wangjiaten consists of barren mountainous fields, it is still military farmland. Transferring military lands without the approval of the Ministry of War and the Military Supply Department, at the very least, would require the consent of our Qingji's 1,000 households. Wouldn't it? What right does this so-called benefactor have to let you cultivate military farmland? The old man shook his head and replied, "The county's registrar, Hong, has brought the land deeds. Most of the fields in Wangjiaten were pledged to the benefactor's family during the Tianqi era. Had we not seen the land deeds, we would not dare to provoke the military. If you do not believe me, the benefactor's steward and registrar Hong are both in Xishan village. You may inquire with them yourself." Wu Cheng furrowed his brows in contemplation. He turned to the old man, who was still trying to catch his breath. Understanding the situation, he quickly stepped forward to explain, "Wu Xiaoqi, during the late Wanli period, the military grain tax was doubled, and the military households, already impoverished, could hardly endure it. Many fled during that time, and with continuous disasters during the Tianqi era, it stands to reason that several military households in Wangjiaten could not survive and secretly mortgaged their fields to that benefactor, abandoning their lands and fleeing." Wu Cheng nodded and continued to inquire, "But those fields in Wangjiaten, are they still officially recognized as military lands?" "Indeed," he replied. "On paper, they remain classified as military farmland, though the authorities do not acknowledge the private transactions. Furthermore, once they are converted to civilian land, they become subject to the court's taxes, which would be a losing venture. Rather than exhausting efforts to convert them to civilian land, it is more prudent to maintain their military designation and offer bribes to the higher-ups, as they largely turn a blind eye as long as the military grain quotas are met." He paused, casting a glance over the villagers of Xishan, and continued, "Wu Xiaoqi, since you have brought back a considerable number of refugees, we will naturally settle them according to the military land register. Many have been placed in Wangjiaten, And I believe the fields they cultivate are those that are officially military, but in reality private. Wu Cheng comprehended the situation and could not help but let out a cold laugh. Before he could respond, the old man grew anxious, exclaiming, "Military, sir. You know that the court's regulations are rarely adhered to. Since the fields in Wangjiadan have become private land, they should be dealt with according to the land deeds. We have had our lands taken from us, and without fields to cultivate, will we not all starve?" His words incited a chorus of curses from the military men of Wangjiadan, while the villagers of Xishan did not back down, each glaring and cursing fiercely. Both sides surged forward, and the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Enough. What cannot be discussed civilly? Anyone who dares to make a ruckus will be dealt with. A commanding voice rang out, and a squad of soldiers charged into the crowd, creating a barrier that thickened by layers, effectively separating both sides by several paces. These soldiers were far less accommodating than Wu Cheng, wielding wooden clubs to strike at the villagers and military men, leaving them bloodied and battered. Any sign of resistance was met with drawn blades, and the villagers and military men, having lost their earlier bravado, could only retreat in the face of the glinting steel. Yu Gong approached through the passage left by the human wall, observing the trembling, tearful old man with a cold snort. "Brother Wu, you are sometimes too soft-hearted. In the face of these troublesome commoners, draw your sword directly. Why bother reasoning with them? If I hadn't received word on my way back to the village and hastily gathered troops for assistance, you few would hardly have dared to unsheathe your blades, and trouble would surely have ensued." As he spoke, Yu Gong prodded the quaking old man with the hilt of his sword, intimidating him. "Old man, do not underestimate the youth's ignorance. I am here to reason with you. The military farm belongs to the military households. Naturally, they are the ones who should cultivate it. Even if it is the private field of that great benefactor, what does it have to do with you common folk? The tenants we have here do not include your names. It is not your place to till the land." The old man trembled further, remaining silent, his tear-filled eyes seeking help from Wu Cheng, a flicker of anger hidden within. Wu Cheng furrowed his brow as he scanned the villagers of Xishan, noticing their suppressed rage and their tightly gripped weapons. He quickly intervened, stopping Yu Gong from speaking further, and gently inquired, "Old man, I ask you, is that great benefactor from the Zhang family? Is there any connection to them?" The old man shook his head in response, stating, "The great benefactor Qin is a native of Wuxiang. I have not heard of any relation to the Zhang family, although they are all gentry. So they likely interact from time to time. As long as he is not from the Zhang family." Wu Cheng sneered, rising to ease his slightly sore legs, and gestured for Yu Gong to accompany him. "Old man, please take a moment to rest. I will discuss a plan with Captain Yu here. Rest assured, we will ensure that the villagers of Xishan do not suffer any loss." The old man looked at Wu Cheng with suspicion but nodded. Wu Cheng then led Yu Gong to a small slope where they had previously stood, waving his hand to call over Mao Hai. "Mao Hai, go find some civilian clothing. We will need as many outfits as we have people, and also procure some sturdy sticks to inflict pain." Mao Hai complied and hurried off, while Yu Gong, observing his swift departure, asked with confusion, "Brother Wu, what are you planning? Why seek civilian attire to disperse these troublesome folk?" "This matter is not so simple," Wu Cheng replied with a cold smile. "On the surface, it appears to be a dispute over land among the villagers of Xishan. But behind it all are the signs of that great benefactor Qin stirring the pot. In this world, who would willingly relinquish their fields, having taken their land? He even arranges a retreat for them. Xishan village is composed of mountainous fields, and while Wangjiadan may be barren, it still has a few acres of fertile land. Qin, the great benefactor, is truly trading a fine horse for a donkey. He is indeed a once-in-a-century benefactor. Are you suggesting that the Qin is instigating trouble for us?" Yu Gong quickly grasped the implication but then shook his head. "No, the Qin is merely a small landlord from Wuxiang. How could he dare provoke us, the Wei army?" "Exactly. A local landlord with no backing. How would he dare to confront the Wei army?" A colder look crossed Wu Cheng's face. "What did the old man say? They are all gentry, and they certainly interact frequently. Without the formidable support of the Zhang family behind him, how would the great benefactor Qin dare to touch our land? Are you suggesting that this matter is being manipulated by the Zhang family from behind the scenes?" Yu Gong's face paled in shock, and he hurriedly inquired, "But the Zhang family has just signed an agreement with us. Why would they provoke us? Aren't they afraid of severing ties?" Wu Cheng replied nonchalantly, "The agreement is merely a scrap of paper, a truth we are aware of. And the Zhang family knows it too. The only reason it holds any value is due to our respect for the Zhang family's power, while they, in turn, are wary of the influential figures behind us. Once that apprehension dissipates, the agreement would be deemed worthless, even fit for mere cleanup. This altercation is merely a test from the Zhang family towards us. Chapter 33. Demonstration or Provocation. Yu Gongwei felt increasingly perplexed and hastily inquired. What do you mean by that? We must feign the appearance of having someone backing us, Wu Cheng explained patiently, to intimidate the Zhang family, who are ensnared in court intrigues and whose power remains fragile. However, how much support can this backer truly provide us? This remains a question in the minds of the Zhang family. Thus, they instigated this conflict to gauge the extent of their backing based on our response. If we were to capitulate entirely, it would signify that we lack any real support, prompting the Zhang family to take advantage of our vulnerability. Conversely, if we present ourselves as amicable and cautious, clearly mindful of the local gentry and governmental authority, they will undoubtedly continue to seek opportunities to undermine us. Therefore, we are left with but one course of action: to project an image of utter fearlessness. Wu Cheng coldly concluded. The old man mentioned that the steward of the virtuous Qing and the county's clerk remain in Xishan village. We shall create trouble for them. Those associated with the virtuous Qing shall not return unscathed, and the county officials will have their official robes stripped from them. Wu Cheng chuckled heartily, spreading his arms wide. In our illustrious Ming dynasty, where literary pursuits are valued over martial might, a mere clerk represents the face of the government, an entity not easily trifled with by the Wei Jun. Yet, we shall provoke them regardless. What does this signify? It indicates that our backer possesses greater influence than the Zhang family and, moreover, offers us unparalleled support, even permitting us to assault government officials. You are gambling. Yu Gong succinctly summarized Wu Cheng's scheme. It is akin to inciting rebellion in the capital. What if the Zhang family does not succumb to your tactics and incites the county to bring charges against us? We have no one to shield us. Merely assaulting county officials is a capital offense. I am indeed gambling, but we are left with no alternative, Wu Cheng replied with a bitter smile. Yu Zongqi. Since we forged an agreement with the Zhang family, we are locked in a struggle to the death. The grain loans are of secondary importance. The Zhang family, being affluent gentry, values their reputation above all. To have been deceived into signing an agreement by a few common soldiers would be a tremendous loss of face for them. Once they realize this, they will stop at nothing to eliminate us. If we wish to survive, we must keep them wary. Yu Gong stared at Wu Cheng thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. He pointed towards the approaching group of children carrying a pile of clothes and asked, if that is the case, then why must we change into civilian attire? Shouldn't we charge in directly to demonstrate our audacity? Wouldn't that be more effective? Because we truly lack any backing, we must temper our boldness, Wu Cheng replied with another rueful smile and a sigh. While we may kick each other under the table, we cannot openly sever ties. If we provoke the Zhang family into a full confrontation, we would find ourselves with no place to bury our dead. With the Zhang family refraining from direct involvement and sending the virtuous Qing to test the waters, it was evident they did not intend to sever ties yet, leaving room for maneuvering. We shall play the fool, asserting that the villagers of Xishan village, not the Wei Jun, were responsible for assaulting the county officials and harming the Qin family's servants. Yu Gong suddenly realized, chuckling with amusement, you are indeed thoughtful. I could tell even in Liangxiang that you are no ordinary child. I shall follow you into battle. The sun gradually concealed itself behind the verdant mountains, leaving only a faint blush of sunset illuminating the distant horizon. In Xishan village, torches flickered to life, as the fierce servants of the Qin family and the obsequious officials gathered in clusters, reveling in raucous gambling and merriment. With the sun nearing its descent, what response could be expected from Wang Jiatan? Leaning against a jujube tree, the Qin family steward slurped a bowl of white noodles, commenting, do these few hundred unruly peasants truly warrant such prolonged handling? Perhaps they fear inciting civil unrest and are merely trying to placate the situation. If it is merely a matter of placation, then it should be easily managed, replied the scribe, who was squatting under the tree, nibbling on garlic. Once we finish our meal, we shall dispatch some men to investigate. If they cannot handle a few hundred unruly peasants, then these guards are nothing but bullies. And Master Zhang has no reason to hesitate. The Qin steward nodded, preparing to speak, when suddenly a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions, followed by a thunderous shout, brothers, charge in and eliminate those tyrannical officials who have seized our land. The Qin steward's expression changed drastically, and in a panic, he exclaimed, what nonsense! We possess swords and guns, and there are dozens of us, along with the official documents and tokens. Unless they intend to rebel. The scribe's face also paled, as he hurled the bowl to the ground, leaping to grasp the Qin steward's arm, urging him to flee. Moreover, Where did all these able-bodied men in Xishan village come from? They're the guards. Damn it, they are those hillbilly imposters masquerading as villagers. Run. Yet escape was no longer an option. Wu Cheng and Yu Gong, leading hundreds of militia dressed as commoners, had surrounded Xishan village under the cover of dusk, and with a single command, surged forth from all sides, brandishing wooden clubs and creating chaos. The Qing family's servants and the county officials were caught completely off guard. Many near the village entrance were still dining when they were suddenly struck, leading to a frenzied scramble for survival, akin to herding sheep, as the militia drove them away. These tyrannical officials had descended upon the village to exploit the common folk, who would willingly endure a beating or risk their lives in this forsaken mountain village. Upon witnessing the throng of approaching heads, they were instantly paralyzed with fear, their weapons trembling in their hands as they desperately fled. Those unable to escape fell to their knees in surrender, while the battered officials and servants, caught in a wretched plight, rolled on the ground, evading the oncoming clubs. Their cries for mercy piercing the air. The scribe and the Qing steward, gasping for breath under the protection of a few guards, found themselves surrounded on all sides. Unable to break free, they sought refuge in a nearby house, kicking open the door, only to witness the crowd swelling outside, gradually encircling them. The scribe, trembling in fright, huddled behind the door while shouting, "I am Hong Lei, the scribe of Wuxian County, appointed by the court as a ninth-grade official. To attack us is to rebel against the court. Brave heroes, think carefully. Think carefully. Who cares about your authority? Surrender at once. Otherwise, we shall set your house ablaze." A commanding voice echoed as Wu Cheng and Yu Gong pushed through the crowd and approached the dwelling. Several militia members hurled various pieces of wood and rags towards the earthen structure. Yu Gong drew the sturdy bow he had confiscated from a soldier by the dilapidated temple, knocking an arrow wrapped in blazing rags, and aimed it at the kindling before the house. Upon witnessing Wu Cheng and his companion's earnest approach, the clerk trembled in fear and hastily emerged from the building, exclaiming, "We surrender. We surrender. Spare our lives. Spare our lives." Chapter 34. The signal Yu Gong lowered his bow and arrow, while several soldiers advanced to subdue those who had fled from the house, bringing the chief clerk and the steward of the Qing residence before Wu Cheng. "Old man, are these two the culprits?" Wu Cheng inquired, turning to see the elder from Xishan village nodding in affirmation. He then addressed the two individuals, "You reckless fools. How could you incite our Xishan village to seize the military farmland of the 100 households? Are you not driving our villagers to the blades of the Wei army? My lord, this is not our intention." The Qing steward trembled with fear, tears, and snot streaming down his face. "My lord, this is all at my lord's behest. We are but humble servants, and we follow his orders. How could we dare to provoke you, my lord?" Wu Cheng's eyes glinted with menace as he delivered a sharp slap to the steward's face, causing him to see stars and visibly swell on the cheek. "Consider this an opportunity to reflect. Who are you kneeling before? The valiant men of Xishan village, with no ties to the military of the 100 households." The chief clerk, Hong, interjected, visibly relaxing as he discerned Wu Cheng's limits, recognizing that they would not harm officials of the court, provided he complied. "The valiant men of Xishan village. The valiant men of Xishan village." The Qing steward quickly caught on, bowing his head in contrition, his forehead reddened from repeated prostrations. "O valiant ones, spare my life. Whatever demands you have, please do not hesitate to voice them. You two are indeed perceptive." Wu Cheng smiled, his toothless grin appearing ghastly to the two men, eliciting further tremors. Oblivious to their fear, he continued, "Here is the deal. Relay a message to the benevolent Qing. He has support behind him, and we are not without allies in the court. Now that his family is embroiled in political strife, it is prudent for him to tread lightly. Let him consider the consequences before provoking Xishan village." The steward, bewildered, dared not question further, merely nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Hong, who understood the gravity of the situation, cast a deep glance at Wu Cheng before lowering his head, lost in thought. This message must be conveyed accurately, with no detail overlooked, so that Qing can grasp every nuance. Wu Cheng instructed with a smile. Suddenly, he unsheathed a gleaming blade from his waist, and in a flash, the steward's head rolled from his neck, blood splattering onto Hong, who screamed in terror, his face turning pale as he felt a dampness at his groin. "Hong, I entrust you with this message for Qing to Wang Jiatan is military land, and we cannot cultivate it. Our roots lie in Xishan village, and we can only remain here. If the Qing family seeks to seize our land, we will fight to the death." Wu Cheng lifted Hong, intimidating him further, while shoving the severed head into his hands. Hong, panic-stricken, dared not refuse, clutching the head awkwardly, unsure whether to hold or discard it. Escort Hong out of the village. With a chuckle, Wu Cheng arranged for several flag soldiers to escort the terrified and trembling Hongzhu, along with the battered county clerks and the corpses of the Qing family personnel, out of the village, allowing them to flee in a state of half-crawl, half-run, as he watched their retreating figures vanish into the night. The smile on Wu Cheng's face faded, and a frown creased his brow. He stood silently at the village entrance until Yu Gong approached him, initiating a conversation. Brother Wu, do you think we have won this gamble, or lost it? Wu Cheng shook his head and sighed. I do not know. If we lose, the Zhang family will come after us with ruthless intent, and we will have no choice but to take refuge in the Taiying Mountains. If we win, it will only grant us a brief respite. Our strength is far too unequal compared to the Zhang family, and lies will eventually be exposed. With a long sigh, Wu Cheng steeled himself. Let us take one step at a time. If we can secure even a moment's breath, we shall find a way to seize control of the situation. Hongzhu fled from Xishan village, not daring to stop for a moment, and he ran breathlessly back to Wuxiang City, where he sought out the Zhang family estate that very night. Zhang Daohua had just settled into bed when he was awakened by the news. Knowing that Hongzhu would not come to him in the middle of the night without good reason, he instructed his servants to welcome Hongzhu in the side corridor of the main hall while he dressed and groomed himself with the aid of several maidservants. As he approached the side corridor, he was met with the sight of a visibly shaken Hongzhu, clutching a bloody severed head as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Daohua's heart sank, and he waved his hand to have the head taken away, frowning as he asked, Hongzhu, did those guards lay hands on you? Hongzhu nodded, recounting the events that had transpired in Xishan village in a disjointed manner. After listening in silence, Zhang Daohua remarked, Old Qin at least holds the title of Jiren, and his household servants are not mere commoners who can be offended at will, let alone attacked with blades. You are a court-appointed assistant official, leading the county's officials with government orders, and no one should find fault with you. Yet, these guards have brutally assaulted you. If taken seriously, this is tantamount to rebellion, and punishing them and their entire clan would not be excessive. Zhang Daohua took a deep breath, murmuring, Such arrogance, could it be that a powerful figure is backing them? Have these hill soldiers made connections with the officials in the capital? Hongzhu eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Second Master. Master Zhang has become embroiled in the case of Yuan Chonghuan in the capital, and these hill soldiers have returned to Shanxi, clearly targeting the Zhang family. We should strike first and eliminate them. Zhang Daohua pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, Hongzhu, you come from a clerical background. It must have taken considerable effort from my elder brother for you to be promoted to this 9th-rank assistant official, correct? Hongzhu hurriedly bowed in respect, replying, You are absolutely right, Second Master. If not for Master Zhang's assistance, I would have spent my life as a mere clerk without prospects. I cannot forget the Zhang family's kindness for even a moment. Zhang Daohua nodded slightly, saying with a calm demeanor, Then let it be known, Hongzhu, that you need only repay this kindness. As for other matters, my Zhang family will handle them accordingly. There is no need for clerkly to meddle. The chief registrar was taken aback and hurriedly bowed in apology. Zhang Daohua waved his hand and continued, The enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light. My brother's position is precarious, and thus, my mother instructed me that this is not the time to offend the Wei army. She directed me to sign that agreement. Yet she is far away in Qishui, largely unaware of the situation in Wuxiang. How could she possibly grasp the circumstances I am facing? I have concealed this matter from my mother, allowing you to probe the situation, but this must not reach a whisper outside our circle. Zhang Daohua's gaze was as piercing as frost, fixed upon the starry sky as he proclaimed, My mother has already dispatched Zhang San to the capital to gather intelligence and to establish contact with my brother. They will identify the officials backing these unruly bandits and devise a remedy. Our own actions must not falter. It is only a matter of time before we eradicate this band of ruffians. Chapter 35. Military drills after a day or two without any noticeable activity in Wuxiang City. Wu Chengkai felt a slight sense of relief, yet unease still gnawed at his heart. The threat posed by the Zhang family loomed over him like a dark cloud, refusing to dissipate. From the very beginning, Wu Cheng was acutely aware that the agreement they had struck with the Zhang family was nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. The Zhang family had dominated Wuxiang for many years, controlling the majority of local military settlements, and they would never allow outsiders to encroach upon their profits. The position of the Wuxiang 100 House was destined for someone like Lin the Evil Ghost, who was easily manipulated by the Zhang family. However, Wu Cheng was not one to be easily controlled. As a time traveler, he understood the currents of history and was unwilling to languish in complacency. Nor did he harbor any penchant for the hairstyle of shaved heads with queues. To resist the tide, he needed a formidable army, and to train such a force, he required agricultural resources, which he could only obtain by seizing them from the Zhang family. Severing one's financial lifeline is akin to committing murder from the outset. The conflict between the two parties was irreconcilable, and a day of reckoning was inevitable. All Wu Cheng could do was postpone that day, striving to accumulate sufficient strength for self-preservation and retaliation when it finally arrived. The urgent beating of war drums jolted Wu Cheng from his reverie. Adjusting his cotton armor and clutching his helmet, he ascended the command platform, gazing down at the chaotic sea of heads in the training grounds, which momentarily dampened his spirits. The ranks were filled with recently recruited refugees who had previously wielded hoes, lacking both military training and literacy, their cultural awareness at an abysmal low. Despite the drums resounding several times, the formations remained disarrayed, with many still engaged in idle chatter, and even those who had taken their positions appeared listless, their eyes wandering aimlessly. Under the stern gaze of the ashen-faced Yugong, several junior officers brandishing whips and wooden clubs rushed into the training grounds to impose order. Although the drill was ostensibly overseen by Yugong, it was actually orchestrated by Wu Cheng. He need not, like other junior officers, personally engage in the fray. Instead, he remained on the platform, frowning at the chaotic formations and the cries of the inexperienced recruits, his lower lip turning pale from biting. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the city gate tower. Wu Cheng glanced up to see Du Weisher perched on the parapet, drinking and pointing at the panicking recruits as they scurried about beneath the whips and clubs, laughing heartily. Yugong shot him a furious glare, turned his head away with a snort, muttering, "If it weren't for the fact that our old soldiers in Liangxiang have scattered completely, we wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation today." Embarrassment might be beneficial. The sooner they lost their dignity, the safer they would be on the battlefield. Wu Cheng offered a word of comfort and waved his hand, stating, "Moreover, no army can rely solely on seasoned veterans. We must find a way to transform these recruits into experienced soldiers to maintain our combat effectiveness." A few recruits heaved a hefty pig onto the training grounds. Upon receiving Wu Cheng's nod, the cook promptly slaughtered the pig and set up a large pot nearby, soon boiling the meat. Before long, the rich aroma of the broth pervaded the entire training area, capturing the attention of the recruits, who had barely enough to eat even in the form of wild vegetables. The previously raucous training grounds fell suddenly silent. Wu Cheng approached the cauldron, grasped a large wooden ladle, and extracted a piece of pork, gnawing at it voraciously before the assembled crowd. The new recruits in the training ground stirred restlessly at the sight, the sound of their eager swallowing distinctly audible. After consuming a morsel of pork, Wu Cheng wiped his mouth with his sleeve and proclaimed, pointing at the cauldron, "All of you see. The meat in this pot is tender and delectable, but whether you can partake in it depends on your obedience and capability." Returning to the training ground, he seized the command flag handed to him by Yugong and waved it nonchalantly. "Sound the drums thrice. Everyone, form up and stand in position. Anyone who fails to assemble correctly shall forfeit their chance to taste the meat broth." The war drums thundered, and the recruits hurriedly sought their places, no longer requiring the prod of the flag officers' whips and sticks. After the third roll of the drums, the formation within the training ground finally exhibited a semblance of order. Several flag officers gathered around the pot with earthen jars as the cook ladled the meat broth into them. The flag officers returned to the ranks, distributing the broth to the new recruits, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation as they clutched their earthen bowls. Once they had drained their bowls, the vessels were collected in unison. "This initial practice is your reward," Wu Cheng bellowed. "Remember your positions well. In future drills, only one roll of the drum will sound. If you fail to take your places, not only will you miss out on the broth, but you will also face punishment. Do you understand?" A scattered murmur of responses echoed through the ranks, but Wu Cheng shook his head in dissatisfaction, roaring, "What is this? Has the broth sapped your energy? I shall ask once more. If your responses do not satisfy me, none shall have broth today." Once again, the ranks erupted into a cacophony of responses, though still lacking cohesion. However, the volume had increased sufficiently. Wu Cheng remained unsatisfied. "With such a multitude of voices, how can I discern anything? I require a singular sound. Only when I hear a unified understood shall we proceed. If you cannot achieve harmony, you shall continue shouting until dusk. We have broth and meat. We can endure this all day long." After several more rounds of shouting, the recruits finally found a synchronized rhythm, and at last, they shouted in unison. Wu Cheng nodded with satisfaction. "You must all remember this. Our Wuxiang 100 house is a collective. From this moment forth, everything in the ranks must be executed uniformly. Any errors or omissions will incur punishment. Do you understand? Understood. The recruits chorused in unison, though their eyes frequently darted towards the cauldrons of broth. Wu Cheng, having noticed their furtive glances, smiled slightly and once again waved the command flag. Now, commence. The war drums shall sound, and all will stand still, gazing straight ahead. No movement is permitted until the drums cease. Any fidgeting or wandering gazes will not only result in missing the broth but will also lead to punishment. As his words fell, the war drums resounded once more. The recruits hurriedly stood still, adhering to the command, their eyes fixed ahead. Yet the tantalizing aroma of the broth lingered like a siren's call, and having just tasted it, their appetites were only inflamed, leading some to discreetly glance towards the large cauldrons. Their gazes could not escape the scrutiny of Wu Cheng and the flag officers on the platform. He promptly instructed a junior officer, who was wielding a whip and patrolling the area, to pull them out of the ranks one by one and form a separate line beneath the platform. Today is merely a preliminary drill, so I shall refrain from using the whip on you, Wu Cheng remarked with a slight smile. However, your violation of military orders cannot go unpunished. You shall run laps around the training ground until the drum ceases its sound. Those who halt without command shall face the consequences of the whip. Chapter 36. Training. The thunderous sound of war drums reverberated incessantly, yet more than half of the soldiers standing in formation were absent. Initially, most of the new recruits were able to follow orders and remain still, but as the drums continued to beat without a hint of cessation, they gradually succumbed to fatigue. Some began to sway, others cast their eyes about restlessly, and a few simply relaxed completely, twisting and turning in the ranks. Naturally, these new recruits were soon pulled from the formation to run laps around the training ground. The number of those sprinting in circles increased, raising a cloud of dust. Some, unable to endure any longer, halted to catch their breath, only to be promptly reprimanded by the flag officers, who dragged them back to the front of the ranks and delivered a few harsh lashes before sending them back to continue their laps. Under the threat of the whip, these new recruits had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere. The line of runners grew increasingly sparse, many gasping for breath, swaying with every step, having fallen far behind. If this were on an open field, they would undoubtedly have lost their way long ago. Yugong furrowed his brow and leaned in to inquire in a hushed tone, "Brother Wu, what is the meaning of this standing still and running in circles? Is this one of the training methods recorded in Qiuyuan's military treatise?" Wu Cheng shook his head and explained, "The teachings of Qiuyuan are not yet applicable. The purpose of making the new recruits run laps and stand still is to temper their character, leaving them with a profound understanding of the principle that military orders are as solid as a mountain." Observing the running recruits, Wu Cheng smiled slightly. "If we do not ingrain this lesson deeply within them, once they reach the battlefield, they will act on impulse, resulting in chaos. To instill this understanding, they must comprehend the rules of rewards and punishments and personally experience the distinctions between the two. We cannot solely rely on whips and staffs for training. What good is it to beat them to a pulp? On the battlefield, will we maintain order solely with blades? If we were to slay all our soldiers, what battle would we be fighting? We must adopt gentler methods." Wu Cheng paused, gesturing toward the new recruits who remained standing at attention, and continued, "Moreover, this method serves as a selection process. Those who can endure until the end are undoubtedly hardworking, obedient, and unaffected by external distractions. Such individuals are promising candidates. And once Mr. Du's school opens, they will be the first to be enrolled for education and literacy." Wu Cheng then glanced at the flag officers patrolling the ranks, identifying the earlier one who had engaged him in conversation. "If the upper beams are not straight, the lower ones will be crooked. If the foundation is not solid, the mountains will shake." The morale of the army hinges on the demonstration and guidance of these grassroots officers. The recruits who persist to the end are far more valuable than those whose true colors have been obscured by the corrupting influences surrounding them. Yugong paused in contemplation, casting a deep look at the flag officers before nodding silently and stepping aside to observe quietly. As the time drew near, Wu Cheng waved the command flag, and the drumming abruptly ceased. The recruits running laps collapsed in a heap, sprawling on the ground as they gasped for air. Those who had remained standing in formation visibly wilted, with many seating themselves on the ground to rub their aching legs, leaving only a handful still upright in the training ground. Wu Cheng nodded gently, instructing the old man to record the names of the few standing new recruits according to the list. He then waved his hand, signaling the junior officers to deliver meat broth to the new recruits who had persevered until the end in the training ground. In our Wu Township's 100 households, We uphold strict discipline, with clear rewards and punishments. I assure you, those who follow orders and stand firm until the end will be rewarded with meat and broth. Today's initial training will not be overly demanding. However, in the future, whether in peacetime or wartime, military orders must be executed without fail. Those who defy orders will face consequences far more severe than mere laps around the field. Do you understand? The exhausted new recruits, disheveled and weary, responded in a cacophony of voices, their tones wavering due to fatigue. Wu Cheng furrowed his brow and repeated the question twice more, until their responses became somewhat more coordinated. He understood that it was unrealistic to impose strict demands at the onset. Satisfied with the general consensus, he gestured for the soldiers to bring over several buckets of fresh water for the new recruits, allowing them to hydrate and rest, having run for hours with empty stomachs. They watched enviously as their comrades enjoyed pork and broth, their heads bowed in disappointment as they drooled at the sight of the feasting soldiers. After allowing the new recruits a brief respite, Wu Cheng raised his command flag once more, and the war drums thundered. The recruits scrambled to return to formation, eager not to miss out on the promised meat and broth. In no time, they had reassembled into military ranks. Wu Cheng smiled slightly, glancing back at Yugong, who met his gaze with a smile of his own and nodded. Wu Cheng then commanded, "As new recruits, we shall not begin with overly difficult tasks. Let us start with the simple act of walking. Remove your right shoes." The recruits hurriedly bent down to take off their shoes. Most of them were illiterate, and many lacked a clear sense of left and right, mimicking their comrades' actions. This led to a whole line mistakenly removing their left shoes, which incited a furious tirade from the inspecting junior officers, causing chaos in the formation once again. The essence of marching lies in the ability to differentiate left from right. If they cannot even manage that, how can they hope to stand firm in battle? Wu Cheng explained to the approaching Yugong. Training in formation is also about instilling in them a sense of order and discipline. A well-structured army will always surpass a disorganized mob, whether charging forward or retreating. Yugong nodded in understanding, remaining silent as he retreated. Ignoring him, Wu Cheng raised both arms and proclaimed, "Listen carefully. Those without shoes are on the right, and those with shoes are on the left. Raise your arms just like me. When I call right, you will step with your right leg and lower your right arm. When I say left, you will step with your left leg and lower your left arm. Keep the concepts of left and right firmly in your minds. You will need them daily in the future. Do you understand?" Understood. The shouts from the ranks were much more synchronized this time. Without delay, Wu Cheng led the new recruits in a series of movements akin to a dance, and with the reference of shoes and bare feet. The recruits quickly learned to distinguish left from right. Gradually, their actions became more orderly and swift in response to Wu Cheng's commands. "Excellent. By following orders, you shall surely enjoy bountiful meals." Wu Cheng nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand to signal the junior officers to serve the meat broth. Each new recruit was presented with a bowl, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the ranks. Once the junior officers had collected the bowls, Wu Cheng raised the command flag once more. "As I stated before, our drills will commence with marching. You are all to adhere strictly to my orders. To the left. Turn. Commence moving forward, and do not halt until instructed." The formation promptly turned left, though it remained somewhat disordered during the maneuver. As they began to advance, the ranks became even more chaotic. Some took long strides while others took shorter ones, resulting in several lines becoming entangled. They were all promptly pulled from the formation by the junior officers, who set them to run laps around the training ground. Observing the disarray of the marching ranks, Wu Cheng could not help but let out a wry smile, turning to Yugong and remarking, "Chief Yu, we have a heavy burden ahead of us." Chapter 37. Observation. As dusk descended, the training grounds were filled with exhausted new recruits and flag officers, all of whom had collapsed from fatigue. The junior flag officers, too, were hoarse and swinging their whips with little strength left. At last, Wu Cheng concluded this initial drill and summoned the cooks and soldiers to bring forth steaming bowls of fragrant food. However, Wu Cheng had no intention of allowing these new recruits to dine so easily. Observing the prostrate figures, mouths watering, he wore a mischievous smile and raised his command flag, proclaiming, "Have you all taken a good look? There are delectable grain cakes and flatbreads, savory mutton soup, and both chicken and duck eggs. But to savor these delights, you must first pass one final test. Today's drill was meant to instill many lessons in you. You each claim to understand. Now, I shall quiz you, and whichever team fails to answer will have to watch the others feast before they may eat." With a sly grin, Wu Cheng picked up a chicken egg from the bowl, cracked the shell, and carefully peeled it. The egg, as white as fine jade, reflected the golden rays of the setting sun, appearing to the new recruits like a glimmering jewel, making their mouths water. Some were desperately sniffing, attempting to catch a whiff of the egg's enticing aroma. Wu Cheng scattered the eggshell on the ground, stuffing the egg into his mouth as he remarked, "These eggs are precious commodities, typically reserved for the families of affluent landlords during the new year. This bowl contains merely 20 or so. If you delay, you might miss out entirely." A stir ran through the ranks as the previously languid recruits sprang to attention, eagerly awaiting Wu Cheng's questions. Without delay, he pointed to the recruit at the front. "Tell me, what is the foremost lesson you are to remember from today's training?" The recruit visibly tensed, momentarily at a loss for words. His teammates, filled with urgency, quietly urged him on, with some even resorting to expletives in their frustration. Wu Cheng had selected the first recruit merely as a demonstration and had no intention of making things difficult. Patiently, he waited. Finally, after some encouragement from his comrades, the recruit stammered out a few words, conveying a meaning not far from the truth. Understanding that one should not be overly harsh during initial training, Wu Cheng waved his hand, signaling the cooks to serve the meal. Each member of that team received a chicken egg, and jubilant cheers erupted among them. Some, in their excitement, bit into the eggs without even peeling the shells, the crunch echoing around them, prompting envious glances from their fellow recruits. Yet, fortune was not as kind to others. Wu Cheng persistently quizzed each team. Those who answered correctly were allowed to eat, while those who faltered or provided incorrect answers left their entire squad lamenting in despair, watching their comrades indulge. Today's initial drill has truly broadened my horizons. Yugong laughed heartily, dipping a flatbread into the mutton soup as he feasted. These new recruits shall surely remember this training for the rest of their lives. Today's initial training session was merely about establishing rules. Wu Cheng let out a bitter smile, reflecting on how yesterday they were nothing more than a group of illiterate commoners. Even discerning left from right took considerable time. As you observed, Commander Yu, their formation was consistently thrown into disarray after only a few steps. Despite running laps and enduring lashes, they remained oblivious. It was only by the end that they barely managed to resemble a cohesive unit. Alas, after just one day of training, it would be unrealistic to expect them to achieve any remarkable results. If they could firmly grasp the principles of military orders are as unyielding as mountains and rewards and punishments are distinct, today would not be in vain. I believe they will never dare to forget, especially those new recruits who watch others feast. Yugong laughed heartily, glancing at the new recruits scrambling for food. However, such a training method incurs significant costs, disregarding the expenses of eggs and ducks, which will not be frequently utilized. The constant provision of meat comes at a considerable price. To cultivate a strong army, one must not be stingy with expenditures. Wu Cheng replied nonchalantly, "In this world, nothing is as reliable as a blade. If we possess a formidable army, we can recoup any costs incurred. Moreover, the current high expenses stem fundamentally from weak foundations. If we can solidify our base, we shall no longer need to invest so heavily in training." Yugong furrowed his brow and turned to look at Du Weisher on the city tower. "Brother Wu, I understand your perspective. These junior officers are merely the tallest among the short. They will inevitably be replaced. However, that drunkard Du seems to be a proud man. Only here out of necessity. Can he genuinely teach our flag officers to read and grasp profound truths? Had you asked me this before, I would have been uncertain. However, after today's initial training, I believe he can." Wu Cheng responded, also glancing at Du Weisher, who was drinking heartily from a wine jug atop the tower. "Commander Yu, you are mistaken in one regard. Mr. Du did not remain with us out of necessity, but because I made him realize that we also wish to contend with the Zhang family. Yet, wishing is one thing, possessing the strength to do so is another." Wu Cheng smacked his lips and surveyed the new recruits dining in the training grounds. "Mr. Du has been perched atop the tower since dawn with a jug of wine, but I can see clearly that he has not taken a single sip until we conclude our training. He is observing us, evaluating whether we possess the potential to challenge the colossal Zhang family." He took a sip of soup and chuckled. "Mr. Du is an astute individual. If we lack potential, he would have already succumbed to intoxication or fled from the encampment. Why would he remain on the tower all day? In my opinion, today's training has revealed our potential to him, and he has resolved to become our teacher at the 100 House. Mr. Du is indeed a clever man. If he truly comprehends my intentions, he must realize that being this teacher is no easy task and could even be perilous. Since he has made his decision, he must accompany us on this journey until the end." Yugong cast a perplexed glance at Wu Cheng, chuckling softly. "Brother Wu, you speak in alarmist tones. No matter how overbearing the Zhang family may be, their retaliation would likely be limited to us few in charge, perhaps dismissal from our posts, or even exile. It is unlikely they would resort to such extremes against someone like Mr. Du, who is a scholar. Wu Cheng chuckled inwardly, waving his hand dismissively. Scholars, by nature, tend to be contemplative. The more one contemplates, the more one anticipates the worst outcomes. Whether the Zhang family acts or not is one matter. Mr. Du's perspective is quite another. That is a valid point, Yugong nodded, pushing a bowl of lamb to Wu Cheng. We, as mere soldiers, have suffered due to our lack of education. Otherwise, who would willingly risk their lives as soldiers perpetually owed their wages? The mere ability to read and write endows these new recruits and militia with gratitude and loyalty, fostering a sense of belonging. Knowledge should not be monopolized by the few. I have merely done what is just and proper. Wu Cheng smiled faintly, shifting the subject. Today's initial drill is merely a demonstration. With spring sowing imminent, I must visit various villages. Tomorrow, I shall leave the training in your capable hands, General Yu. Tonight, I will reference General Qiuyuan's military treatises to draft a training regulation. Please select some literate guards to assist you in training according to this regulation. From tomorrow onwards, the flag troops will also begin their training, and the militia and remaining soldiers with free time must participate. Normally, we practice every 3 days for half a day, but our time is limited. The Zhang family could strike at any moment. Thus, it is prudent to prepare our troops as swiftly as possible. From tomorrow, we shall drill daily, practicing throughout the day. After each session, remember to reflect on what issues arose during the drills. What aspects of the regulations can be improved? Document these observations, and we shall review them thoroughly later. Do not fret about costs. One must risk to gain. Only when the blade is sharpened can one earn significant achievements. With such accomplishments, wealth will naturally flow in abundance. Wu Cheng expounded at length, and Yugong solemnly assured him, "Rest easy, Brother Wu. You may proceed to the villages. The responsibility of training the troops shall rest with me." Chapter 38. Examination. The spring rain fell gently, carrying a hint of coolness in the air. Wu Cheng rode on a small donkey along the rural path, while old he followed closely on another donkey. The young lad, without a mount, could only rely on his own 2 feet, leading the donkey that Wu Cheng rode by its reins ahead of him. Everywhere in the fields, the busy farmers, soldiers, and their families toiled industriously. Newly acquired plow oxen pulled the plow through the fields, while the farmers wielded their hoes to prepare the soil meticulously, planting seedlings in the paddies and scattering fertilizer. The cool spring rain did not hinder their efforts. Clad in straw raincoats and wide-brimmed hats, the farmers worked tirelessly, many with faces glistening with raindrops and smiles, their lively folk songs drowning out the rumbling of distant thunder. Farmers feared not the rain, but rather the absence of it, which could delay the crucial spring sowing. In recent years, Shanxi had experienced scant rainfall and occasional droughts, leaving many farmers and their families destitute, some perishing from starvation or becoming refugees. As Wu Cheng journeyed, he encountered numerous abandoned plots of land, most left fallow due to drought-induced flight of farmers or villagers. Now, this timely rain was a boon, nurturing the newly planted seedlings. For the majority of farmers who depended on the land for sustenance, it was akin to a long-awaited blessing after a drought, heralding the prospect of a bountiful harvest this year. Moreover, fortune smiled upon them as the Zhang family had absolved them of a year's worth of rent debts. Although the government had requisitioned a substantial amount of grain, it was always a trivial expense for the farmers. The burdensome rent and exorbitant interest loans had been the real mountains pressing down upon them. With this weight lifted, should this year prove fruitful, they could save a considerable amount of grain and live comfortably. Who would have guessed that such a promising future would not be filled with joy? As for what next year would hold, or how they would repay double the rent, life was lived one day at a time, and there was no need to ponder so far ahead. Besides, if the 100 or so households could negotiate an agreement with the Zhangs, perhaps they could do so again next year. If worst came to worst, they could always become tenant farmers or wanderers. However, Wu Cheng did not share their lightheartedness. After circling through various villages, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. Thankfully, they had visited the village. Alas, the Zhang family had not come to oversee matters, and now another family, the Wangs, had emerged, brandishing government documents to deceive the farmers, claiming that the Zhangs had transferred their rental obligations to them, asserting that the agreement signed by the Zhangs had nothing to do with them, and that the rent was still due. Wu Cheng exhaled a long breath of frustration and cursed. What audacity! That Wang, a local gentry. Where does he find the means to assume the Zhang's debts? What temerity to provoke us, the Wei army! He is nothing but Zhang's puppet. Come to collect debts on their behalf. Humph. When summer harvest arrives, if the Zhangs indeed refrain from demanding payments as agreed, these local landlords will come to exploit us. Old he, clearly agitated, puffed his cheeks and glared, cursing, those wretched thieves. Even after signing the agreement, they pull such tricks. Clearly, they never intended to honor it. This was hardly surprising. Wu Cheng had never held any illusions about the Zhangs honoring their promises. He took a deep breath and scoffed, since ancient times. Wolves feast on flesh. How can they swallow and regurgitate? Under the pressure we exerted, the Zhang family has reluctantly signed the agreement. Yet it merely serves as a stalling tactic. They will never relinquish their profits from Wuxiang. What shall we do then, Brother Cheng? Asked Mahai, leading his donkey. These landlords are all somewhat connected to the government, and with the Zhang family backing them, how will we cope when they swarm in like flies during the summer harvest? What other way is there to cope? Whoever comes shall be met with force. Wu Cheng cursed vehemently, adjusting his Yinling knife at his waist. The military farmland transfers require layers of approval. The government has no jurisdiction over our Wei army. What use are the official documents these landlords bring? Even if it escalates to the Ministry of War, we hold the moral high ground. The Zhang family is employing a stalling tactic, and so shall we. They are unwilling to part with the meat they have swallowed. Why should we abandon the succulent morsels within our grasp? We must show no leniency to these petty landlords and small gentry. We shall drive them all out. If they seek trouble with us, let them come to the Zhang family themselves. I wish to see whether Zhang Dao truly intends to tear the facade with us. Exactly. Precisely. Old he nodded vigorously, his courage surpassing that of Wu Cheng. Damn it. How can these scoundrels bully us? If it comes to it, we shall leave them battered and bloodied. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement. Weary of dwelling on the matter, he shifted the conversation. By the way, old he, you didn't lose the notes from your scuffle with that Wang family servant, did you? Those records are of utmost importance. Rest assured, Wu Shaoqi. I have tucked them away safely. Oldie laughed heartily, patting his chest. In our recent rounds through the various villages, I have noted the extent of the abandoned fields and the status of the village militia. Upon returning to I will arrange for personnel to meticulously investigate each village, ensuring we have a thorough understanding of the conditions. Wu Cheng nodded, saying, I shall also request some flag troops to accompany you. It will serve as training. As we journeyed, the conditions of each village did not align with the records in the yellow and white registers. The yellow register is merely a facade to placate our superiors, a tool of deception. However, the discrepancies in the white register reveal that in the past 2 years, Lin Gui has been preoccupied with amassing wealth, neglecting his duties entirely. The yellow register, known as the tribute yellow register, was established in the 14th year of Han Wu to record the population, names, ages, lands, and assets within the jurisdiction. In military contexts, it serves to document military personnel. Of course, one cannot expect much diligence from a feudal government. As early as the Qiuyuan period, the yellow register became a mere formality, with compilers often colluding with local gentry to falsify records, resulting in a significant disconnect between the numbers and actual conditions. Nevertheless, the government had a genuine need for tribute and conscription. Thus, various local governments and military garrisons often compiled an additional register as a basis for these purposes. This register, not reported to the court, was compiled locally and was generally more accurate than the yellow register, commonly referred to as the white register. However, by the late Ming dynasty, the systemic decay had rendered even the white register haphazardly maintained, with local authorities and military garrisons relying largely on conjecture to understand the situation. He does not take action, so we must act. The spring plowing is exceedingly busy, and we lack the time to measure the land. Therefore, we shall first clarify the population and land situation of the 100 households based on the white register. How many individuals among thee and have reached the age of military service? How many can engage in production? Which individuals possess skills that can be utilized? We must also record how many women and children are capable of labor, as well as ascertain the asset situation of the end. Once we have a clear understanding of the population, we can then allocate work and train thee accordingly. After the spring plowing, we must organize personnel to measure the fields. According to regulations, the land cultivated by the should be evenly distributed. However, during my preliminary observations in the village, I noticed a stark disparity. Some possess vast tracts of fertile land, while others toil in fields barely sufficient to sustain a single family, and some even lack land to cultivate, resorting instead to working for local landlords to make ends meet. Once we have measured the land, we will have a foundation for our subsequent work. The land must be equally divided, and if there is insufficient space, we must organize labor to reclaim wasteland. Any excess can be allocated to recruit displaced individuals for cultivation. By the time of the summer harvest, we will have a clearer understanding of the grain storage. In any case, we must ensure that every household has land to cultivate, enabling them to sustain themselves and their families. Oldie nodded and chuckled. Perhaps the Zhang family is even more familiar with these circumstances than we are. Haha. If all else fails, we shall inquire with the Zhang family. The three of them burst into hearty laughter, and just as they were laughing, in the distance began to come into view, albeit faintly. Chapter 39. The soldiers of the great Ming must remember that all actions must align with commands, and unity in pace leads to victory. In the distance, from within the stockade, a chorus of songs resonated, the raucous shouts of hundreds of voices creating a cacophony, yet the catchy lyrics were distinctly audible. Wu Cheng couldn't help but smile faintly as he urged his donkey into a brisk trot. Upon entering the stockade, he observed hundreds of newly recruited soldiers, flag bearers, and local militia lined up in training on the parade ground. They were still practicing the basics of marching, and it was evident that, in just a few days, they had made some progress, as the number of soldiers running laps around the field had significantly decreased. Wu Cheng nodded to himself and ascended the platform. Yu Gong turned back in surprise and asked, "In just a few days, have you completed the rounds of all the villages?" "Not quite," Wu Cheng replied. "We only managed a cursory visit to a few villages to gauge the situation. The records in both the yellow and white books do not match, and it is likely the same for other villages. Continuing further would serve little purpose, so we decided to return. After the spring plowing, we can send people to conduct a thorough inspection." He glanced at the spirited soldiers on the parade ground and smiled. "It seems they are coming along quite well. The military is impoverished. Many have never had a full meal in their lives," Yu Gong said with a wry smile, shaking his head. "On one side, there is punishment, and on the other, there is the promise of meat soup. Anyone can see which option they would choose, and who wouldn't be diligent in their training." Chuckling, Yu Gong pointed to the marching soldiers moving in time with the drumbeats. "The song you composed is quite good, simple, and easy to understand. In just a few days, those new recruits and militia have memorized a considerable portion of the military discipline and regulations, and they are becoming familiar with the war drums and bugles. I believe in a few days, they will be ready to learn the wielding of weapons." Wu Cheng smiled sheepishly. Initially, he had intended to cut corners by using the victory song of the Qi family army as the military anthem. However, after witnessing the soldiers' lack of education, he abandoned that notion. While Qiuyuan's victory song was powerful, it was somewhat difficult for the illiterate soldiers to grasp. Hence, he stitched together the victory song and the later 3 major disciplines and 8 points for attention into a straightforward military song, making it easier for the unlettered soldiers to remember and comprehend. Regarding literacy, Wu Cheng suddenly recalled someone, stretching his neck to look around. He noticed the absence of Du Weisher and frowned, asking, "Where is Mr. Du? Is his night shift underway? Why haven't I seen him?" Yu Gong displayed a peculiar expression and pointed to a small building within the stockade. "You might want to check for yourself. A few days ago, during his night shift, he spoke recklessly, insulting the court and the emperor, inciting rebellion, and clashed with the soldiers. He was beaten and has been hiding in his room ever since." Startled, Wu Cheng turned in confusion to inquire further, but Yu Gong waved his hand. "It's good you're back. He claims that only you understand him and wants to speak solely with you. Go see whether he is merely drunk or has truly lost his senses to utter such treasonous words." Carrying a jug of inferior homemade wine from Tunbeo, he ascended the small building and gently rapped on the door. Just as he was about to speak, the door creaked open, and Du Weisher stood at the threshold, snatching the poor quality wine from Wu Cheng's hands. "I spotted you from the window long ago," he exclaimed, "and I commend your conscience for remembering to bring me wine." Wu Cheng found himself caught between laughter and exasperation. Why was Du Weisher idly peering out the window? It was evident he had been waiting for Wu Cheng's arrival. Yet he insisted on adopting such a haughty, scholarly demeanor. The modest quarters where Du Weisher resided were, in fact, the attic of the small building, cramped and disheveled, with belongings strewn about carelessly. After much effort, Wu Cheng finally found a place to sit, facing Du Weisher, who was seated on the bed, tapping the wine jug. "Mr. Du," Wu Cheng began, "I entrusted you with the responsibility of teaching the soldiers and the common folk of the garrison to read and write. Why do you speak so recklessly? If it weren't for Captain Yu's protection, providing you with a drunken excuse, it could have easily escalated beyond a mere beating. You could have been sent to the authorities to face execution. I have not spoken recklessly. I am inciting you to rebellion." Du Weisha chuckled heartily, took a swig of wine, and thrust the jug towards Wu Cheng, fixing his gaze upon him intently. Young officer, I am merely following your wishes and educating them. Do you not harbor any rebellious thoughts? Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes, neither accepting the wine nor offering a response, and asked coolly, Mr. Du, what do you mean by that? I am nourished by the imperial grain of the Ming, a loyal subject to the crown. How could I possibly rebel against the court? Feign it as you will. Du Weisha erupted into laughter, retracting the jug to take another drink before pushing it back toward Wu Cheng. You spent over 500 taels of silver to acquire this 100-household garrison. Where did such a fortune come from? It must either be because you have someone backing you or you have plundered it from Liangxiang. If you truly had support, you would be intent on fulfilling their commands. Swiftly rising to enjoy wealth and power, why bother painstakingly training troops in this humble 100-household garrison, pretending to establish roots? Seeing Wu Cheng still refusing to take the jug, Du Weisha chuckled, undeterred, and continued his analysis. I hear the loyalist troops from Shanxi have revolted in Liangxiang, pillaging left and right, even killing the relatives of the Minister of Revenue. The principal offender fled to Shanxi to join the rebels, an escape that leaves no witnesses behind. Wu Cheng furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Du Weisha, animated and engrossed in his discourse, paid no heed to Wu Cheng's reticence. Without anyone backing you, how can you hope to cultivate a formidable army? History shows that strong armies are nourished by provisions. The court can barely supply the border troops. What regard would they have for the military households of your garrison? Thus, you must rely on the harvest from your fields to sustain your provisions. However, much of the farmland is in the hands of the Zhang family. To gather enough supplies to train a powerful army, you must seize control of the farmland, which inevitably means confronting the Zhang family. Striking at their financial lifeline is akin to slaying one's parents. How could the Zhangs relinquish their wealth? They would never permit an independent 100 household to emerge within their domain. A conflict is inevitable, a struggle for survival. Du Weisha dramatically gestured with both hands, his excitement palpable. Is the Zhang family merely a common household of wealth? The venerable elder holds numerous disciples and subordinates within the court, many of whom occupy esteemed positions. Lord Zhang is universally regarded as a national hero, having made the ultimate sacrifice for his country. Although the Zhang family has fallen into disrepute, he still retains the rank of deputy commandant of the Qiuyuan, overshadowing your humble guard post. In times past, Zhang formed alliances with the eunuchs and targeted figures such as Qian Longxi and Qing Jiming, drawing the disdain of both court and public alike. Yet, after the ascension of the current emperor, who purged the eunuchs and executed countless officials, Zhang remains unscathed. A testament to the emperor's acknowledgement of his father's valiant deeds against the invaders and his loyalty to the nation. Du Weisha chuckled softly, took another swig from the wine jug, and pushed it once more towards Wu Cheng. The Zhang family resides in the emperor's favor. What of you? The military officials from Shanxi might not even recall your names. Is there any path forward against a family so entwined with the court, other than rebellion? Chapter 40. Betrayal of the Heart. Wu Cheng nodded slightly, accepting the wine flask and taking a sip. He inquired mildly, Mr. Du, you are indeed exceptionally astute. In just a few days and a couple of encounters, you have discerned my true sentiments. Indeed, I harbor a sense of betrayal. But it is not due to the Zhang family. Mr. Du, you must have gathered quite a bit of information about us in recent days. However, there are matters that you remain unaware of. Ever since the upheaval in Liangxiang, we have faced numerous adversities along our journey. Wu Cheng's countenance darkened as he took a large gulp of wine. Governor Geng and General Zhang are not acquaintances of mine. Yet every soldier from the garrison speaks of them with admiration, praising their loyalty to the throne, their integrity, and their talent. Such honorable officials have been brutally coerced by the court to face execution, resulting in their heads rolling on the ground. This clearly demonstrates the depths of corruption within the government. As he made his way back, he was met with the harrowing sight of disaster-stricken refugees and the corpses of the starved. The accounts and books of the land strewn with the dead and desolation for miles were vividly before him, and he became desensitized to the horror. Yet, the authorities offered no relief whatsoever. Instead, they turned a blind eye to unscrupulous merchants trafficking in human flesh and profiting from the misappropriation of disaster relief funds. The government is utterly rotten. In that dilapidated temple, we encountered 3 elite soldiers from the Datong border forces, formidable in martial prowess and well-equipped. Our small group of a dozen was no match for them. Originally valiant defenders of the homeland, they now wielded their blades against defenseless civilians, claiming their heads for rewards. They have become accustomed to such deeds, with little scrutiny from the court. Alas, the army of the Ming has also succumbed to decay. Upon returning to Shanxi, The soldiers in the garrison were all beset by calamity. The burden of taxes imposed by the court was already heavy. Yet the landlords and gentry offered no reprieve from their rents and debts. Instead, they seized the opportunity to exploit and oppress, driving the garrison's populace to flee incessantly while enriching themselves through the appropriation of farmland. The state of the nation is dire. These gentry, who have reaped the benefits of the country, show no inclination to repay their debt of gratitude, but instead rush to become parasites. The gentry are thoroughly corrupt. This edifice of the Ming dynasty, from top to bottom, inside and out, is beyond redemption, devoid of any hope for revival. Wu Cheng let out a long sigh, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. The common people suffer unbearably, while external threats loom ominously. This dilapidated structure of the Ming cannot fend off the predatory eastern barbarians, who come and go as they please, treating the Great Wall as if it were a mere latrine. Internally, it fails to alleviate the dire straits of the populace, instead tightening its grip and increasing its exploitation. In such a Ming dynasty, what is there to preserve? It would be better to overturn it entirely, raze this crumbling edifice to the ground, and construct a robust new one anew. Wu Cheng returned the flask to Du Weisher, gazing earnestly at him as he asked, "Mr. Du, this is my true intention. I wonder if you are still willing to join me in this endeavor?" Du Weisher burst into hearty laughter, accepting the flask and drinking deeply, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. "My family, the Du clan, was once considered affluent in Wuxiang. My father amassed wealth through trade, and my mother hailed from a scholarly family, well versed in the ways of the world. My childhood was relatively carefree. Yet, how can such a world allow virtuous individuals to live in peace and prosperity? During the waning years of the Wanli reign, the court imposed a tax for the Liao region, compelling merchants to contribute as well. Those affluent traders, well connected within the court, the border troops, and even the vassal kings, managed to evade these levies, leaving the burden to fall upon us, the less fortunate merchants without connections. My father toiled daily. Yet the demands from the government multiplied under various pretenses, ultimately leading to his collapse from exhaustion." Du Weisher, cradling a wine jug, spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as if recounting a commonplace tale. How does a widow and her orphans safeguard their inheritance? The family estate was devoured by relatives and the government, leaving only an ancestral home and a few acres of meager land. My mother, a woman of integrity, refused to remarry and tarnish her honor. She raised me single-handedly on that scant land, educating me in reading and writing, hoping I would achieve success in the imperial examinations. I did her proud, securing the top rank in the child scholar examination at the tender age of 12. Yet, I must reiterate, how could a virtuous person find peace in such a world? Du Weisher lowered his head, a flicker of rage igniting his voice. The Zhang family coveted our ancestral home and coerced my mother into selling it. The Du family had but this one residence left. How could she possibly agree? The Zhangs resorted to underhanded tactics during the examinations, colluding with corrupt officials to sabotage my ranking. Their second attempt was even more ruthless, falsely accusing me of cheating and destroying my prospects. Du Weisher bitterly laughed as he took several swigs from the jug, his voice trembling. My mother endured countless hardships to raise me, all in the hope that I would earn a title and reclaim my father's legacy. In the end, my future was shattered, and how could she withstand such a blow? Thus, she took her life, and within days, the rumor spread that I had caused her death through my actions. Du Weisher smashed the wine jug onto the ground and sat upright. This world, which denies virtuous individuals the tranquility of life, deserves to be overturned. Wu Shaoqi, Du Weisher, harbored rebellious thoughts since the year of Chongzhen when my mother passed and our ancestral home was seized. However, being powerless, I could only drift aimlessly each day. Now that you and I share this sentiment, I, Du Weisher, shall walk this path with you to the bitter end. Wu Cheng solemnly nodded, rising to bow to Du Weisher, who promptly returned the gesture. Wu Cheng sighed and pointed out the window, advising, "Mr. Du, let us keep this matter between us. Do not speak of it to others. The common folk and soldiers in the garrison are unlike us. They have not been educated to discern the truth of our circumstances and have not been driven to desperation by the court. For over 2 centuries, the people have retained a degree of reverence for the Ming dynasty and the court. Now is not the time to incite rebellion. We must conceal our rebellious thoughts to avoid complications." Du Weisher furrowed his brow but nodded in agreement, questioning, "What then shall I teach during the night classes? You have gone to great lengths to find me, and it cannot be merely to have me serve as a teacher, can it?" "Certainly not." Wu Cheng laughed heartily and replied, "While literacy is vital, the essence lies in fostering thought. You must encourage the students in your night classes to ponder why they toil endlessly yet remain mired in hardship, struggling on the brink of survival, while others are born into ease and comfort. Do those landlords and gentry, those military officials and dignitaries, and the emperor seated upon the dragon throne truly possess an inherent right to wealth and glory? From whence do their riches arise? Are we, the common folk, destined to languish in poverty and hunger? Who has appropriated our rightful interests? Once these truths are comprehended, there is no need for us to incite. They will naturally rally around us, joining in our quest to reclaim what is rightfully ours, to upend this chaotic world, and to usher in a new era. Chapter 41. News. After a thorough discussion regarding the night shift schedule with Du Weishi, Wu Cheng stumbled out of the attic, belching slightly. As he descended the staircase, he spotted the exuberant young boy running towards him, who shouted from a distance, "Brother Cheng, come quickly, Uncle Mian and the others have returned." A smile spread across Wu Cheng's face as he hurriedly followed the boy into the duty room, where he found Mian Zhengyu and Mian Changka eagerly consuming pancakes and meat soup. Upon seeing Wu Cheng enter, Mian Changka sprang to his feet, delivering a couple of playful punches to Wu Cheng's shoulder. "Hey, Brother Cheng, you've gotten stronger," he exclaimed. "We heard you went to the village and almost set out to find you, but then learned you returned to the Tunbao, making us take a detour." Wu Cheng, feeling delighted, returned the playful punches, laughing heartily. "What delightful experiences and delicacies did you find in Qingju? Share the details with me." Just as Mian Changha was about to respond with a grin, Mian Jingyu suddenly cleared his throat and interjected, "Changha, you go eat first. I need to discuss some matters with Wu's boy." Reluctantly, Mian Changha picked up his bowl, pulling the young boy with him as they exited the duty room. Wu Cheng sensed a shift in the atmosphere and quickly found a place to sit, awaiting Mian Jingyu's words. "I just observed you training the troops. I hear the training protocol was devised by you?" Mian Jingyu inquired while sipping on the meat soup. Seeing Wu Cheng nod, he continued, "That's commendable. It proves more effective than the usual method of small flag officers using military sticks and whips for training. I also heard you invited a scholar to teach the soldiers to read and write. I have heard of Du Shintong. He is quite learned. With daily drills and night shifts, we should soon witness results, yes?" Mian Jingyu sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. "We must hasten our military training. Peaceful times may not last much longer." Wu Cheng furrowed his brow and quickly inquired, "Uncle Mian, have you received any troubling news from the Qianhu?" Mian Jingyu nodded somberly and replied, "You were correct in your earlier speculation. The Qianhu indeed wishes to distance himself from our affairs with the Zhang family. He has not inquired about our connections and maintains a respectful distance, treating matters with formality, and has not collected any funds from us. However, he did disclose a piece of alarming news." Taking a breath, Mian Jingyu lamented, "Wu's boy, do you know that Shanxi is currently in turmoil due to the Qing bandits? They are pillaging and burning throughout the region. The government's strategy for appeasement has failed, and they can only resort to military action. Originally, the governor of the three borders, Lord Yang, who advocated for appeasement, succumbed to pressure from the court and recommended a man named Hong Chicho to serve as the governor of Yinsui to train troops and suppress the bandits in Shanxi." Hong Chicho? Wu Cheng was taken aback. Even with his limited knowledge of history, he was aware of Hong Chicho's name and accomplishments. This man is quite capable. The Qing bandits in Shanxi are in for a tough time. "Indeed," Mian Jingyu replied, echoing the sentiment. Mian Jingyu sighed softly, remarking that the court had dispatched a contingent of border troops from Liaodong to support Shanxi. The newly appointed Governor Hong, armed with soldiers, had begun his tenure by turning Shanxi into a veritable sea of corpses, exhibiting a brutal and merciless approach. He ordered the indiscriminate execution of all refugees who had allied with the bandits, regardless of age or gender. Even those who surrendered were not spared. The Qing bandits found themselves unable to fight back or surrender, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Many escaped into Shanxi, which borders Shanxi. Wu Cheng recalled the information he had gleaned from his conversation with the three border troops in the dilapidated temple, and he articulated with deliberate clarity the four words, "Qing bandits have entered Jin." "Indeed," Mian Jingyu nodded, setting down his empty soup bowl. Previously, only small groups of bandits had ventured into Jin, but now, as the bandits in Shanxi faced severe slaughter, they were streaming into Shanxi. It would not be long before larger bands of marauders would wreak havoc in Shanxi. Wu Cheng pondered for a moment. He had long prepared for the onset of war, yet its rapid and ferocious arrival far exceeded his expectations, leaving him somewhat breathless. Mian Jingyu glanced at Wu Cheng's grave expression and sighed in consolation. "Do not be overly concerned, young Wu. Our southwestern Jin is distanced from the chaos. For the time being, the Qing bandits are unlikely to disturb us, granting us time to prepare. Wu Cheng nodded but remained silent, and Mian Jingyu, wishing to avoid delving deeper into the matter, shifted the conversation. Regarding the shortages of grain, horses, and equipment, I have addressed this with the captain. He clearly informed me that even if reports reach the Ministry of War, after being subjected to the court's layers of extraction, little will remain. If we are anxious, we must devise our own solutions. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement. The court was unable to even disperse the soldiers' wages, which was unsurprising given the current circumstances. I had anticipated this. Previously, when the lads ventured into Wuxiang County to procure supplies, they encountered the black market. In a few days, I shall personally investigate. Perhaps what is available there will be superior to what the court provides. Mian Jingyu frowned slightly. Your method of training troops requires daily meat and grain, with spring sowing and summer harvest demanding expenditure. Now we must resort to the black market, where prices are steep. The silver we borrowed from Liangxiang is already dwindling. How can we sustain this? If there is no silver, we shall borrow. The Shanxi merchants' exchange houses are plentiful. We can always resort to their usurious loans. Wu Cheng shrugged with a hint of rogue charm. When the bandits arrive, Shanxi will descend into chaos, and we shall owe them nothing. You rascal, always scheming to gain without giving. Mian Jingyu chuckled heartily. Those exchange houses are not fools. They know we are impoverished and destitute peasants, armed though we may be. How would they lend us money? You must not approach them for borrowing. Let that scholar you recruited handle it. His degree will lend him credibility, or we can leverage my position as 100 households to secure a loan. Wu Cheng's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Excellent, excellent. Once we secure the funds, I shall visit the black market. Even if we cannot procure military supplies or horses, we can acquire materials and tools, enabling us to produce our own. Mian Jingyu nodded in agreement, saying, regarding this matter, my brother-in-law sent me a letter a few days ago, informing me that he has found a skilled military craftsman in Datong who will be coming to Wuxiang soon. He has already accepted our deposit. It is said that he is adept at crafting firearms. Military craftsmen are typically impoverished and often suffer from salary deductions by their superiors. The border troops in Datong have been owed months of wages and, facing dire circumstances, are compelled to relocate with their families to our area. Wu Cheng felt a surge of joy within him. He had previously inspected the arsenal of the 100 households and found that, although it was well preserved, the usable firearms were alarmingly few. Most were antiquated 3-barreled guns, known for their loud noise, minimal power, poor accuracy, and cumbersome operation, rendering them little more than noisy distractions on the battlefield. He had personally tested the 3 long guns confiscated from the border troops, which, despite their complicated handling, boasted impressive power and penetration. Wu Cheng had long desired to promote their use throughout the army, but unfortunately, he lacked the necessary blueprints, craftsmen, and production lines, forcing him to temporarily shelve the idea. This news was indeed promising. Once the craftsman arrives, we will have a clear direction for our procurement in the black market. Chapter 42. The Armorer. Previously, within the dilapidated temple, Wu Cheng had inadvertently crushed a border soldier's helmet into a pancake. He lamented over the loss for quite some time, unable to part with the mangled helmet, which he kept hidden at home. Unfortunately, the military command post lacked a skilled armorer, and the craftsmen within Wuxiang City were largely inept. Despite several attempts at repair, the helmet remained a sorry sight. However, upon the arrival of the armorer surnamed Qin, a mere quarter of an hour's work transformed the helmet back to a semblance of its original form, allowing Wu Cheng to don it atop his head with some semblance of dignity. Old Master Qin truly possessed remarkable craftsmanship. With such skills, one might wonder why he struggled to secure a livelihood among the border troops. Wu Cheng felt a flicker of surprise as he observed Qin, a man in his 40s or 50s, lean and sturdy, with hands adorned in calluses and scars, presenting the aura of a master artisan. Yet, Wu Cheng could vividly recall their first encounter, a cart laden with a destitute family, each member clad in tattered rags resembling beggars. The 2 sons and daughter were clearly malnourished, their eyes gleaming with a feral hunger at the sight of food, akin to famished dogs. Wu Cheng was no stranger to craftsmen. Artisans in this era often led a dire existence. Even those with exceptional skills earned scant coin, struggling to survive on the precipice of poverty like the soldiers they served alongside. However, it was rare to encounter someone as visibly starved as Old Master Qin, especially one with such commendable skills and decades of experience with the border troops. With a deep sigh, Old Master Chen cast aside his hammer, wiping his sweat-drenched hands on his clothing. He replied, "Young Wu, you may not be aware, but our artisans in the Ming dynasty are categorized into resident craftsmen and rotational craftsmen. The former serve 10 days in place each month, while the latter rotate in official workshops or can pay a fee to be exempt from duty. We military craftsmen endure the harshest of conditions. Unlike urban artisans who can earn a living through their skills, those of us in the military and border forces are not spared from service duties. The government summons us for labor intermittently, and once we enter the official workshops, our livelihoods suffer, barely keeping hunger at bay. Moreover, we do not enjoy the theoretical monthly rations of a stone of grain that military households receive, nor do we benefit from the land allocated by the state for sustenance. Compared to the border troops recruitment, our monthly provisions amount to a mere 3 dough of grain, supplemented by 8 he of rice per day during work hours. This system has remained unchanged since the founding of the nation, and after layers of deductions, little remains by the time it reaches us." After a pause, Old Master Chen hesitated before continuing. "Fortunately, I possess a particular skill. The military requires weaponry and armaments merely for the sake of formality. They seek numbers rather than thorough inspections. I managed to cobble together materials to fabricate some arms for the black market, and the profits from these sales suffice to support my family. Most military craftsmen share a similar plight." Wu Cheng furrowed his brow, nodding in understanding. He began to grasp the origins of the military equipment sold in the black market of Wuxiang City. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. The wares available in the black market were undoubtedly superior to the subpar provisions issued by the government. Old craftsman Chun continued to lament his plight, "But now I can no longer endure. The court has failed to distribute salaries for months, and the officers of the border troops do not suffer as their elite retainers do. Their very existence relies upon this. They can only consume more empty allowances and intensify their exploitation, devising every possible means to squeeze us, the military craftsmen and the lower-ranked recruits. Truly, we can no longer survive. We must flee." Wiping his eyes, whether it was tears or sweat, one could not tell, Old Shin cupped his hands toward Wu Cheng. Expressing gratitude, "We owe great thanks to Officer Huang for his assistance, bringing us to Wuxiang. Young Wu's magnanimity is commendable. He has generously provided me with a year's wages. Should there be any future assignments, just a word will suffice." The old craftsman was being polite. "Rest assured, I shall settle here peacefully and will ensure you do not suffer any losses." Wu Cheng hastily returned the gesture of respect and, from his back, retrieved a meticulously wrapped long gun, carefully unwrapping it and presenting it to Old Shin. "Old craftsman, do you think this firearm can be replicated?" "Ah, the long gun is a challenging endeavor." Old Shun discerned the complexity at a glance. Examining the well-preserved firearm as he spoke, the long gun draws upon the merits of the Three Kingdoms firearms, yet it is fraught with similar difficulties in its construction. Comparatively, the bird gun is simpler to manufacture and uses less material. Setting the long gun aside, he advised, "Young Wu, both the long gun and the bird gun carry the risk of bursting. The three-eyed gun favored by border troops is relatively safer and easier to produce. Perhaps the three-eyed gun lacks sufficient power, akin to mere firecrackers. We cannot afford cavalry, and it would serve little purpose." Wu Cheng interjected, shaking his head. "The Ming army's firearms are prone to bursting, primarily due to their crude craftsmanship and lack of skilled training among the gunners, who often miscalculate the powder charge." Wu Cheng paused, gazing toward the northeastern sky. As Qiuyuan once stated, "The bird gun can pierce armor and strike true, not merely splitting a willow. The three-eyed gun is adequate for intimidating unarmored bandits or Tartars, but the adversaries we shall face are heavily armored warriors wielding formidable arrows." Old Shun was momentarily taken aback, questioning with some confusion, "Young Wu, are you referring to the easternly? But they are far in Liaodong. While we are situated in Shanxi, a great distance away, it seems unlikely they would reach us. Not now, but the future is uncertain." Wu Cheng shrugged, offering a smile. "It is prudent to be prepared. Possessing a well-trained squad of gunners is never a disadvantage." Seeing that Wu Cheng had no intention of elaborating, Old Shin wisely refrained from pressing further, shrugging his shoulders. "Very well, since it is your funding, whatever military equipment you wish to produce, I shall craft it for you." Wu Cheng nodded with a smile, pointing toward the recruits training outside the workshop. "Old Shin, you must have heard about the Qing bandits invading Jin. It seems we shall soon be embroiled in conflict. Time is of the essence. I will find some apprentices for you, or you may personally select individuals to assist and learn from you, so we can swiftly prepare our military armaments in readiness for the impending war." Master Chen nodded in agreement. Wu Cheng produced a sheet of paper and a charcoal pencil. Master Chen, since you assert that the bird gun is easy to construct, let us proceed with its creation. Please compile a list of the necessary materials and tools, and I shall venture into Wuxiang County to procure them. I am aware that you can read but not write, so feel free to dictate, and I shall record it. Master Chen clearly showed no intention of being dismissive. He patiently articulated each material and tool required for every step of the construction process. Wu Cheng meticulously noted everything down, verifying each item with Master Chen before carefully securing the list. He then stepped outside in search of the long-legged crane and the young lad training in the courtyard. Come. While the day is still young, let us explore the city of Wuxiang. Chapter 43. The Black Market in stark contrast to Wu Cheng's initial foray into the city. Wuxiang had succumbed to a palpable desolation. The storefronts lining the streets had shuttered their doors, and the once bustling shops had vanished without a trace. Wu Cheng, accompanied by Mian Chang'e and Mao Hai, wandered for quite some time before discovering a modestly appointed tavern where they could address their hunger. By heavens! A single bun costs an entire tael of silver. Is the dough crafted from gold, or is the filling gilded? Mian Chang'e exclaimed, pounding the table in indignation. Beside him, Mao Hai nodded in agreement, while Wu Cheng maintained a stern countenance, scrutinizing the disdainful young waiter. The waiter, manifestly condescending towards the trio of rugged soldiers, displayed no courtesy. Impatiently waving his hand, he remarked, "Gentlemen, Shanxi has suffered calamities in recent years, food is scarce, and the southern grain has yet to arrive. Just look outside, where can one find affordable sustenance? You find it expensive, and yet you still complain." Mian Chang'e, infuriated, was about to unleash his wrath when Wu Cheng restrained him. "Very well, young man, simply bring us some coarse fare, whatever is cheap will suffice. Per soldiers. Without a coin to spare, yet you wish to dine like others do?" The waiter muttered as he turned to leave. Mian Chang'e, his face flushed with anger, turned to Wu Cheng, lamenting, "Brother Cheng, why do you hold me back? This fellow looks down on us. I must teach him a lesson." Though the waiter's contempt was palpable, his words bore a semblance of truth. The recent disasters had devastated Shanxi, leaving the merchants with little to harvest, and the lack of southern grain had driven prices skyward. Wu Cheng, extracting a pair of chopsticks from the holder and wiping them with a rough cloth, surveyed his surroundings coldly. The soaring prices, coupled with exorbitant costs, were compounded by the government's unrelenting taxes and fees. The local officials and their henchmen were increasingly brazen in their extortion, leaving ordinary shops struggling to survive. Those that remained open were likely backed by influential patrons. Unafraid of governmental oppression and the harsh edicts of the court, Mian Chang'e suddenly grasped the implication and exchanged a knowing glance with Mao Hai. In unison, they queried, "Brother Cheng, are you suggesting that the proprietor of this tavern is from the Zhang family?" Wu Cheng nodded, arranging his chopsticks. In these tumultuous times, the government's exploitation knows no bounds, regardless of one's status. Only families like the Zhangs, intertwined with the court, can shield the merchants beneath them. Our purpose in Wuxiang is to establish a connection with the black market's manager. We must avoid unnecessary entanglements. Now is not the time to provoke the Zhang family. Reluctantly, Mian Chang'e acquiesced, and just as Mao Hai was about to speak, the young waiter returned, accompanied by a troop of servers bearing an array of dishes that filled their table. "Gentlemen, I beg your pardon for my earlier oversight. The manager has already reprimanded me. Please, enjoy this feast, and do not hesitate to summon me for any requests." Mian Chang'e and Mao Hai exchanged glances, while Wu Cheng smirked coldly, lifting his chopsticks to select some fish and meat. Such a reversal of demeanor only invites mockery. "Depart now, and inform your manager that I have duly acknowledged the Zhang family's kindness." The attendant nodded and withdrew, while the boy turned to look at Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng understood his unspoken question and promptly replied, "It is quite evident that the shopkeeper has recognized us. The Zhang family seems to have alerted all the shops, and as soon as we make an appearance, our movements are under their scrutiny. The Zhang family does not wish to confront us at this moment. Hence they are using these refreshments to silence us, preventing us from causing any disturbances." Glancing at the shopkeeper behind the counter, Wu Cheng smiled faintly. "Even if we were to cause a ruckus, let it not be in his establishment. It appears that those under the Zhang family are not entirely united. Many are compelled to seek refuge under their influence, preferring to avoid trouble." The boy remained uneasy and quickly inquired, "Brother Cheng, now that the Zhang family is aware of our whereabouts, should we still venture into the black market? What if they discern something from our purchases?" Wu Cheng laughed heartily. Indulging in a lavish meal, what clues could they possibly uncover from mere components and materials? He continued, besides, if the black market instills fear in the Zhang family, could there truly be a princely figure backing it? A black market so spineless could hardly offer anything of quality. We need not concern ourselves with it. After feasting heartily, Wu Cheng led the two companions to the enigmatic black market. They sought out the previously contacted officer at the county office and, after presenting a pouch of silver, followed him through several buildings into a narrow alley, arriving at the exterior of a wall surrounding the county office. The officer knocked a few times on the wall, and a head emerged to assess the scene before lowering a bamboo ladder. Wu Cheng and his companions ascended the ladder and entered the small courtyard of the county office. Remarkable. A mouse's hole within a cat's lair, truly secure, Wu Cheng thought, bemused, as he raised his hands. A burly man lowered his three-eyed firearm, and several robust men approached to search the three. The officer, grinning, remarked, "Everyone here has received silver, and the magistrate has collected quite a bit as well. We are merely borrowing their precious territory." He cast a glance at the boy. "I mentioned to your brother last time that we have the support of the Prince of Daitong. Thus, we are quite safe." "Only the Prince of Daitong? Surely. He is but a facade," Wu Cheng casually conversed, aiming to extract more information, thereby enhancing his leverage. Smuggling in the black market is not a respectable endeavor. The officials of the court are not entirely oblivious. With such brazen activities, could they not have caught wind of it? If it truly is the prince backing you, why do you openly disclose your benefactor's name to everyone? The officer squinted, chuckling, "You are indeed astute. The prince is merely a figurehead. Many influential individuals are entangled in this black market, scattered across the capital and borderlands. I advise you not to pry too deeply. Knowing too much may not bode well for you." "Understood. There are questions best left unasked and matters best left unsaid." Sensing no further information could be gleaned, Wu Cheng wisely fell silent. Once the searches were concluded, he obediently followed the officer into a small room where a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe sat behind a desk, not lifting his gaze upon their entrance. "This is Master Huang, the advisor beside the county magistrate." The young lad approached to explain, and Wu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, stepping forward to pay his respects. "Master Huang, we wish to engage in a transaction involving restricted goods. Might I inquire about the regulations? There are not as many formalities here as there are in the court." "It is quite simple," Master Huang replied with a slight smile, raising his gaze to survey the gathered assembly. "There is but one rule. The amount of silver you bring determines the quantity of goods you may acquire. Wu Shaoqi, how much silver have you brought with you?" Chapter 44. The transaction. Wu Cheng paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. Despite the brazen nature of the black market, it remained an underground realm, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Naturally, an investigation into the buyer was to be expected, and it was not surprising that Master Huang had discerned his identity. "Master Huang, regarding the finances, we must first assess the quality of your goods." Wu Cheng chuckled heartily, taking a seat as he did so. "Since you have conducted inquiries about me, you should be aware of how I attained this minor rank. Finances are not an issue." Master Huang squinted at Wu Cheng for a moment before breaking into a hearty laugh. "That is indeed the case. However, Wu Shaoqi, let me be frank. We are merchants. Our role is to ensure the stability of this establishment on behalf of our backers. We prefer not to entangle ourselves in other matters. The political strife in the court should not reach us. Whatever conflicts arise between you and the Zhang family and Wuxiang should remain separate from our dealings. Rest assured, I am not a reckless individual. I simply wish to cultivate friendships and open more avenues." Wu Cheng replied earnestly, producing a stack of promissory notes he had discreetly kept and placing them on the table. "Our dealings will be straightforward, relying solely on silver." "Promissory notes issued by the Fan Family S Bank," Master Huang remarked, inspecting the notes while also cautioning, "If you understand the terms, we can proceed. Since this is your first visit, consider it a gift. In the future, we will only accept tangible gold and silver, and you need not worry about transporting it. After the transaction, we will arrange for porters to carry the silver." Wu Cheng readily agreed, and Master Huang returned the notes to the table, inquiring, "What does Wu Shaoqi wish to purchase?" "We offer a wide array of goods, of course, at a price somewhat higher than the market rate. However, there is a rationale behind the cost. We are honest merchants, and the quality of each item is guaranteed. Rest assured, we will not substitute inferior goods for superior ones. Should you be dissatisfied, you may return the items for a refund within 7 days." A wry smile crossed Wu Cheng's mind. In this world, even dining could lead one to encounter unscrupulous merchants, yet here were black market traders prioritizing quality and safeguarding buyer rights, a rather absurd irony. Wu Cheng retrieved the list he had prepared and presented it on the table. Master Huang, may I inquire whether the items on this list are available? How much silver will they require, and how long will it take to assemble them? Master Huang examined the list, furrowing his brow as he asked, Wu Xiaoqi, are you planning to manufacture bird guns? Huh. This list indicates you are quite knowledgeable, as the proportions of gunpowder are explicitly detailed. Wu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, squinting as he replied, Master Huang, you certainly possess insight. You are aware of the current state of our Wei army. The court is neglectful, and the rare acts of benevolence yield nothing but useless scraps. In the past, this was inconsequential, but with increasing disturbances caused by the Qing bandits in Jin, we may find ourselves on the battlefield at any moment. Thus, we must prepare some military provisions. Do you truly require so many bird guns to confront a band of brigands who can scarcely afford a meal? Master Huang scoffed, shaking his head. Well, I had promised not to interfere in your matters, but I must advise you, procuring these gunpowder materials can be troublesome. We have excellent bird guns available here, all unopened and of superior quality from the frontier troops. You would be better off purchasing the guns directly. It is both convenient and economical. Dear Master Huang, I appreciate your concern, yet I am determined to produce my own goods. Should I wish to purchase finished products, opportunities will abound in the future. Wu Cheng shook his head in refusal. Indeed, for merchants, buying is preferable to producing, and renting surpasses buying. However, this perspective does not bode well for an army. Wu Cheng's desire to manufacture firearms stems not merely from equipping a mere 100 households, but rather from cultivating a cadre of skilled military craftsmen. In the event that access to the black market is severed, self-production would be essential, and perhaps even establishing a black market to profit from arms sales. Seeing Wu Cheng's steadfastness, Master Huang did not press further. He shrugged and transcribed the items from the list, taking a moment to jot down calculations on paper, ultimately presenting a detailed list to Wu Cheng. Wu Xiaoqi, he began, I have stated before that we are principled merchants, committed to integrity. Please review the quotations on this list. I have clearly outlined costs and timelines. If all is satisfactory, shall we proceed according to this list? Wu Cheng perused the document, acknowledging that Master Huang was a commendable accountant. Every necessary aspect was meticulously detailed, the logistics, transportation costs, the procedures for goods transfer, and delivery timelines. Wu Cheng, not daring to be negligent, took a pen and paper to verify the calculations accordingly. Master Huang glanced over, a slight surprise crossing his face. This. I have seen such numerical symbols used by Western merchants when I was in my hometown of Yuegang. Wu Xiaoqi, your mathematical foundation is quite impressive. Naturally, I have been educated for many years. Wu Cheng smiled inwardly, diligently working through the calculations without discovering a single error. Master Huang truly was a principled trader, demonstrating integrity and fairness, at least not taking advantage of their limited knowledge. Wu Cheng sincerely hoped that the goods they received in the future would similarly adhere to these standards of trustworthiness and quality. After completing the calculations, Wu Cheng finally set down the paper and pen, admonishing, Master Huang, while our transaction is mutually beneficial and entirely justified, it remains somewhat clandestine. I trust that you will keep this matter confidential, sparing both our employers any unnecessary troubles. Master Huang squinted slightly, straightening in his chair to regard Wu Cheng with seriousness. Rest assured, you need not worry. In our line of work, integrity is paramount. Those who come to conduct business with us all face various challenges. We must keep their secrets, for if we were to expose a client's identity, we would tarnish our own reputation. Who would then wish to trade with us? If our employer fails to prosper, we too shall face starvation. If our employer's ire is ignited, we may lose our livelihoods. Everyone involved understands this principle. So you need not fret. Pausing for a moment, he leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Wu Xiaoqi, I do not know who your employer is, nor is it necessary for you to know who ours is. You must grasp one thing. While your employer must tread carefully in dealings with the Zhang family, our employer finds it as effortless as crushing an ant. The Zhang family is aware of this truth. They will not provoke us, and thus they will remain oblivious to what you have purchased. Master Huang reclined back in his chair, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Wu Xiaoqi, I hope you comprehend this principle clearly. Once you leave this room, we become entirely disconnected. None shall recognize the other. I understand completely. Wu Cheng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, while Master Huang picked up the teacup, adopting the demeanor of a gracious host. Without delay, Wu Cheng carefully tucked away the sign list and departed with Mao Hai and Mian Chonghe. scaling the courtyard wall via the bamboo ladder and making their way towards the alley's entrance. Goodness, Cheng, those men are all exceptionally skilled warriors, wielding the weapons of the border troops. Wu Cheng, he remarked. Individuals of such caliber are treasures within the border forces. Which esteemed family would dare to send them as mere guards? Naturally, it would be those within who partake in the profits, Wu Cheng retorted, waving his hand as he hastened towards the alley's exit. Let us keep these matters to ourselves. We have been warned not to meddle unnecessarily, and it is best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Wu Cheng, he nodded in silence, while Mao Hai leaned in closer, saying, Cheng, good. The tavern attendant who followed us earlier has vanished without a trace. Chapter 45. Heating in the attic, a rough wooden door lay ajar, behind which a groaning innkeeper lay, his limbs broken, emitting pained sounds with each labored breath. Zhang Daohua furrowed his brow deeply, staring at the innkeeper for a prolonged moment before turning to inquire of the steward beside him. Were those from the county government's side yard responsible for this? The innkeeper, drenched in sweat, hurriedly responded, Indeed, sir, it was those guards and servants from the county office. That little flag-bearer surnamed Wu dined at my establishment as per your instructions, and I arranged for someone to follow them. Yet within mere hours, this innkeeper was thrown onto the street by the household servants from the side yard, and the constables brought him back. It seems he was discovered while spying. Hence his current state. Serves him right. Zhang Daohua exclaimed in anger, exasperated. I have warned you repeatedly not to venture into that alley. Those individuals from the side yard are backed by military officials and the nobility of the court, a veritable treasure trove for them. Though not as extensive as Qing or Qiuyuan, they are not to be trifled with. They had already made their intentions clear to us, yet you recklessly intruded. Consider yourselves fortunate that a beating was all you received. The innkeeper, in a flurry of apologies, cowered under Zhang Daohua's ire, spitting disdainfully at the innkeeper. Zhang gestured for his servants to remove him. He then retreated to his seat, taking a sip of tea before continuing. So, it follows that the little flag-bearer surnamed Wu has ventured into the black market. Do you know what he purchased? The steward, drenched in perspiration, replied, Sir, you put me in a difficult position. You are aware of the black market's regulations. Even if the county magistrate were to inquire, what could he possibly uncover? Zhang Daohua nodded in resignation, sipping his tea once more, muttering, Items in the black market do not come cheap. Where would a band of impoverished commoners procure such wealth? The steward could not provide an answer and stood silently, adopting a posture of invisibility, fortunate that Zhang Daohua showed no inclination to press him further, lost in his own contemplations. Moments later, a hurried servant burst in, delivering a letter. Sir, news from the capital. The mistress has sent a courier post-haste. You must take a look. News from the capital? Has there been a resolution regarding my elder brother? Zhang Daohua gasped, swiftly snatching the letter and scanning it hurriedly. His brow furrowed as he murmured, Increased taxes? More taxes? Increased taxes? What kind of taxes? Wu Cheng had just returned to the garrison and had not even dismounted from his donkey when he heard the news brought by Wu Cheng. He hurriedly explained. News from Qiuyuan and Qing has arrived swiftly. The court intends to impose additional taxes. The Ministry of Revenue has issued a decree, originally increasing the tax by 9 coins per mu of land, which will gradually rise by an additional 3 coins by the end of this year, meaning an increase of 1 and 2 coins per mu. In addition to the land tax hikes, each tail will incur an extra charge of 1 coin, and half of the miscellaneous taxes from various regions will be sent to the Ministry of Revenue for military funding. New taxes will be levied at the customs in places like Wuhu, along with the reinstatement of the salt tax from the 6th year of the Tianqi era. Master, he has received a considerable sum of silver from us, which indeed serves a purpose. Wu Cheng let out a bitter laugh and dismounted from the donkey. The court is exhausting every means to extract money, indicating that the military affairs in Liaodong, the suppression of bandits in Shanxi, and the pacification of unrest in the southwest are likely to witness significant actions in at least one direction. Surely, this tax increase will not be imposed upon us at the garrison, will it? How could it not? Wu Cheng sighed. When the court raises taxes by a fraction, how could those in power resist the temptation to exploit this opportunity? Ultimately, the burden falls upon the most disadvantaged, the militia. Wu Cheng sighed again, feeling a pang of melancholy. Such is the nature of the court's tax increases. The wealthy and influential possess myriad ways to evade taxation, leaving the burden squarely on the common people, farmers, and ordinary merchants. With this latest tax hike, how many more will be reduced to destitution? This is not the time to concern ourselves with others. Wu Cheng furrowed his brow and pointed towards Wuxiang, saying, As you mentioned, The affluent have their means of tax evasion, and ultimately, it all weighs down on the lower strata. What will the Zhang family do? Wu Cheng understood Mian Zhengyu's implication. The Ming dynasty favored the gentry, who enjoyed certain privileges, primarily exemption from corvée labor and various local taxes. However, this does not exempt them from paying taxes. The court's official taxes still apply. With the current tax increase also categorized as an official tax, the gentry, represented by the Zhang family, must comply. Yet, having diligently gained their status and connections, how could they simply acquiesce to paying taxes? Naturally, they would seek every possible method to evade them, the most common being to pass the tax burden onto tenants through increased rents or loans, thereby exploiting the farmers to cover the tax shortfall. The Zhang family undoubtedly follows this practice, yet according to the agreement they signed with Wu Cheng, the military rents and loans in Wuxiang were to be exempted for a year. Now, facing a sudden tax increase from the court, they find themselves deprived of double the benefits. The Zhang family, known for their avarice, would never willingly accept such a significant loss. That agreement is nothing more than worthless paper, easily discarded. Recently, the Zhang family has been inciting local landlords like the Qin and Wang families, clearly disregarding that so-called agreement, continuously seeking opportunities to reclaim their interests. The situation in Wuxiang is already simmering. The court's tax increase is akin to throwing fuel onto the fire, intensifying what was a relatively calm situation into a boiling turmoil. For the time being, the Zhang family is unlikely to act recklessly. Wu Cheng stroked his chin. Analyzing the situation, their hesitation towards a mere 100-household garrison ultimately stems from the precarious position of the Zhang patriarch. Until a resolution is reached regarding his fate, they will not create unnecessary complications, lest they unwittingly place a weapon in the hands of others. Driven by greed, they are aware of the perilous path that could lead to their downfall. Wu Cheng sighed, though the furrow in his brow remained. After all, the Zhang family has produced high-ranking officials and witnessed the broader world. Their vision is not so myopic. Without assurance of victory, they will refrain from making a move, granting us time to prepare. Very well, Uncle Mian, please send some silver to Master He and have someone guard Qinzhou. Should there be any news from the capital, it must be conveyed back immediately. Wu Cheng instructed with a furrowed brow. We must not succumb to chaos. We shall proceed methodically. We must cultivate the fields, train our soldiers, and educate the young. As long as we maintain our composure and do not reveal any weaknesses, the Zhang family will choose to remain observant. Mian Zhengyu nodded but then suddenly changed his expression, lowering his voice to inquire, speaking of education, Wu family lad, I have a question for you. Is the content taught by Du Shenong during the night classes something you instructed him to teach? Chapter 46. Attending class in a modest earthen dwelling. A few long benches were arranged, and the flickering light from oil lamps and candles cast a dim glow. The walls, coated in white paint, served as a makeshift blackboard, with military regulations neatly inscribed in charcoal. This humble space was the classroom for the literacy program at the Wuxiang 100 household office. During the day, the flag army and new recruits engaged in training, while the local farmers prepared for spring sowing. Thus, the literacy classes could only be held in the evening. The cost of lighting with candles and oil lamps posed a considerable expense. Yet with the Qin invaders pressing into Jin and the weight of the Zhang family's two mountains resting heavily on Wu Cheng, he was compelled to hasten the development of his army, leaving little room for frugality. The military and civilian populace of the 100 household office displayed remarkable enthusiasm for this initiative. In this era, education was a luxury. The mere price of books rendered them inaccessible to ordinary families. Even in households of modest means, the collection of books often consisted of various handwritten copies. Many could not even gather the materials necessary for the foundational texts like the three-character classic. Hence, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, adopted the 8-legged essay format, confining the imperial examination to the 4 books and 5 classics, thereby striving to reduce the cost of education for the common folk while broadening the scope of candidates for the imperial court. Consequently, private academies proliferated throughout the Ming dynasty, and gentry and wealthy merchants took pride in establishing educational institutions. Most impoverished scholars relied on these private schools to acquire the knowledge necessary for the imperial examinations, and the public's admiration for literati and eminent scholars reached unprecedented heights. Ultimately, the cost of education was prohibitively high. The majority of ordinary citizens could scarcely access books, let alone pursue literacy. The opportunity to participate in the imperial examinations became a privilege monopolized by affluent classes, serving as a tool for social stratification. Among the officials and military, those hailing from ordinary backgrounds could be counted on one hand. The private academies, originally intended for teaching and nurturing, had transformed into mouthpieces for wealthy merchants and gentry, engaging in factionalism, inciting public sentiment, and manipulating the affairs of the court, thereby bringing calamity to the nation. Wu Cheng was determined that his literacy class would not devolve into a petty clique engaged in self-serving interests. From its inception, the class was open to all. Anyone with the desire to learn was welcome. Among those selected during recent training sessions, the new recruits, identified as key candidates for nurturing, occupied the benches, equipped with charcoal and paper. Meanwhile, those not chosen from the flag army, local farmers, and others voluntarily filled the room to capacity, many bringing their sons and grandsons to partake in the lessons. Education has the power to transform destinies, and in this era, it was far from an empty phrase. Just being able to read and write could lead one to opportunities such as becoming a bookkeeper in a shop, assisting in accounts in the county, or even securing a minor official position, all of which provided a better existence than toiling in the fields as a soldier perpetually owed pay. With a chance to alter one's fate laid before them, how could anyone resist? When Wu Cheng followed Ming Zhengyu to the classroom, he was astonished to find the space surrounded by layers of people. Even more surprising was the complete absence of noise. Only the resounding voices of the newly selected recruits reading aloud could be heard from within. Occasionally, literate farmers and soldiers would rush out of the classroom, vocally reciting the lessons, prompting the crowd to echo their words, interspersed with parents urging their children to memorize the material. While it may not be characterized by perfect order, the atmosphere here is decidedly distinct from that of our routine lives and training sessions, resembling two entirely different crowds. Education possesses the power to alter destinies. For individuals like us, who struggle through life, the emergence of a prodigious figure like Du Shentong offers a rare opportunity for transformation. Who among us would dare to relinquish such a chance? Ming Zhengyu observed Wu Cheng scrutinizing the crowd and smiled subtly, saying, "Do not be deceived by their current semblance of decorum. At the outset, chaos reigned supreme." Provoking Du Shentong's ire, he expelled several of the most unruly, forbidding them from attending classes, and only then did this orderly facade emerge. Would the expulsion of a few truly enforce discipline among all? Despite our relentless beatings with whips and batons, there have always been those who refuse to conform. Wu Cheng silently shook his head, opting not to delve further into the topic. Glancing around, he remarked, "A sharp memory pales in comparison to a poorly written note. Mere repetition in reading is insufficient. Tomorrow, let us organize a group to erect several walls outside the classroom, freshly painted white, allowing the literate soldiers and militia to write and illustrate upon them. Those who attend the lessons shall be provided with paper and charcoal to take notes." Ming Zhengyu chuckled heartily, then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, inquiring, "Wu's boy, I am more than willing to cover any expenses for hiring a teacher to instruct in literacy. However, given Du Shentong's youth and the hardships he has endured, it is only natural for him to harbor resentment, which may reflect in his teachings. This, I suppose, is to be expected." Wu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Ming Zhengyu was subtly justifying Du Weishe while simultaneously seeking to distance himself from him. This piqued Wu Cheng's curiosity, prompting him to wonder what Du Weishe had taught that warranted such urgency in Ming Zhengyu's desire for separation. As they maneuvered through the outer layer of the crowd, they soon recognized that the new Baihu was leading Wu Shaoqi, who was greeted with a parting of the sea of bodies. Wu Cheng and Ming Zhengyu entered the classroom, finding a dimly lit corner to quietly nestle in and listen to the lesson. Du Weishe held a copy of the three-character classic, meticulously teaching word by word. With each character he pronounced, he diligently inscribed it on the wall, guiding the students to repeat after him several times before reading entire sentences together. Occasionally, he would call upon individuals to recite or transcribe passages, noting the names of those who faltered to punish them during the next day's drills. Amidst the classroom, a mischievous child, at some point, spotted Wu Cheng and Ming Zhengyu. As the two settled into their spots, the child stealthily approached, grinning foolishly, "Brother Cheng, have you come to listen to the lesson too? You should have arrived later. Du Shentong will soon discuss the multiplication tables, which is far more engaging than the literacy lessons currently underway." Wu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, pleased that the literacy class would also encompass mathematics, a particular request of his own. Luckily, Du Weishe hailed from a merchant family and had indeed studied the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, making him sufficiently equipped to instruct these soldiers, thus saving Wu Cheng the expense of hiring a separate mathematics teacher. Ming Zhengyu craned his neck, surveying the room, and asked, "Child, where has the fourth boy run off to? Were you not instructed to attend the lesson together?" Fourth brother becomes drowsy during lessons. He attended once and has not returned since. The young lad appears somewhat embarrassed, stating that he merely wishes to be an ordinary soldier, asserting that literacy holds no value for him since he has no intention of taking the imperial examination. This little rascal, I shall not hesitate to break his legs. Mian Jingyu, filled with righteous indignation, raised his voice slightly, which elicited a dry cough from Du Weisher and a fierce glare of disapproval. Once you enter my classroom, you must adhere to the rules. Du Weisher, placing his book down, exuded an air of authority despite his youth. Today we conclude our lessons on the three-character classic. Over the past few days, you have learned dozens of characters. Be prepared for an impromptu quiz tomorrow. Remember the rules. Should you fail to pass 2 such quizzes, there shall be no place for you in this classroom henceforth. With a glance towards Mian Jingyu and Wu Cheng, he nodded slightly before seizing a charcoal pencil to write on the wall. We shall now commence our studies in mathematics. Today, you shall diligently calculate land taxes. Chapter 47. The dilemma. My father once imparted a profound truth to me. The essence of numbers is absolute. They shall never deceive. Du Weisher inscribed a series of figures upon the wall, accompanied by several formulas. With precise numbers, one could unravel the mysteries of the world, including taxation and grain storage. He paused, surveying the crowd both inside and outside the room, and continued, for the common fields, the imperial tax should not exceed 30%. However, in these trying years, with conflicts raging from north to south, the land tax has considerably increased. Let us consider it 50%. As for military farms, since the inception of the state, a levy of 70% was imposed. Yet, following the land reforms of Zhang Zhuzheng during the Wanli era, a taxation method based on the fertility of the land was adopted, which significantly alleviated the burden of grain contributions from military farms. Du Weisher gestured towards the numbers on the wall, smiling as he said, I have laid out a few figures, all of which are simple arithmetic, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. As I have taught you before, calculate, based on the imperial tax, what your current dues should be. A rustling sound of charcoal pencils on paper filled the air. While the young ones furrowed their brows in concentration, Wu Cheng glanced at the wall, recognizing the straightforward calculations. He had yet to return his mathematics to the teacher, but he swiftly completed the mental arithmetic, observing the youngsters and several newly enlisted soldiers scribbling numbers on their papers. After a moment of waiting, noticing that no one had finished their calculations, Du Weisher, slightly embarrassed, took it upon himself to write the answer on the wall. Here is the answer. Please verify if your calculations are correct. As the candlelight held by a nearby attendant illuminated the figures, gasps of astonishment erupted among the soldiers. Is it truly this little? How could the imperial tax on grain be so minimal? Wu Cheng smiled subtly, casting a glance at the serious Mian Jingyu, surmising his concerns. Clearly, Du Weisher was adhering to their agreement, using the matter of taxation to make his point. To sever one's financial means is akin to taking a parent's life. This holds true for the affluent as well as for the common folk. These soldiers and civilians of the garrison are often suffocated by excessive taxes and tributes, teetering on the brink of survival. Should they awaken to the realization of who plunders and exploits their wealth, it would become evident where their swords and spears would be directed. Du Weisher was well aware of this reality. He subtly nodded towards Wu Cheng and remarked, Indeed, it is merely this amount. Though not a burden of light taxes, it is sufficient for our survival. But why, I ask? Do the levies during the summer harvest and autumn grain collection always far exceed this sum? Returning to the wall, Du Weisher began to add more figures. The imposition of miscellaneous taxes constitutes the bulk of the levies. Take military farms as an example. According to the imperial valuation, each rice measure converts to 2 guan in currency, with various fees such as water fees at 101, cart fees at 301, food fees at 101, warehouse inspection fees at 100 won, money for baskets at 100 won, and offerings to local deities also requiring 100 won each. You may calculate how much of this 2 guan will remain in the end. The crowd engaged in a moment of silent calculation, and a few ventured to voice their figures. Du Weisher nodded and continued, The court's taxation is fixed. Whatever is collected must be reported to the Ministry of Revenue, and these funds will not be drawn from the granaries, so they will inevitably be imposed upon you. Consequently, you find yourselves burdened with an additional tax of 800 won. This sum is merely what minor officials collect, calculated according to established regulations. Will the higher authorities not seek to partake in the profits? Beyond these items, will new levies not be instituted? Ultimately, as the layers of taxes accumulate, the sum you owe will surpass the court's legitimate taxes by several multiples. This is what we call oppressive levies and miscellaneous taxes, which suffocate you. Yet the court seldom receives these funds, leaving them to enrich various levels of officials and commanders. Inside and outside the room, a wave of unrest stirred. The military and civilians were well aware of the heavy burden of taxation, yet most could barely read, leaving them perplexed about the nature of these oppressive levies. Upon hearing Du Weishi's explanation, it was as though a clarion call had awakened them, and they began to fervently discuss among themselves, with some vocally condemning the corrupt officials. Silence. This is my classroom, and I will not tolerate such noise. Du Weishi struck a wooden stick against the wall with great force, and the room fell silent. He nodded with satisfaction, brazenly tilting his chin towards Wu Cheng, and continued, I previously mentioned that oppressive levies largely stem from imposed assessments. According to court regulations, these taxes are meant to be temporary. Once the matter is resolved, they should be lifted. However, if they were to be abolished outright, how would the plump officials and commanders survive? Thus, what begins as an assessment gradually becomes a permanent fixture, resulting in an ever-increasing tax burden upon you. Yet, you cannot always expect bountiful harvests. The land cannot remain fertile indefinitely, and these oppressive taxes will not diminish in the face of poor yields. There will inevitably come a time when you cannot meet your tax obligations. Should you fail to pay, you are left to borrow and rent. And the only loans available in the market come from the usurious practices of landowners like the Zhang family. Du Weishi's tone hardened at the mention of the Zhang family. But he soon regained his composure. According to the Great Ming Code, any private lending and pawnshop transactions must not exceed 3% interest per month. Although time may pass, the principle remains the same. Violators face 40 strokes, and any excess interest is treated as embezzlement, with severe penalties. But consider, does the Zhang family ever adhere to court regulations when lending and collecting rents? Are they not constantly engaging in exorbitant usury? Are they not consistently adding additional charges on top of the court's taxes? When the military lands allocated to you are mortgaged to the Zhang family, you must pay rent on the mortgage, a fee for the land, prepay a year's rent before harvest, along with various other fees such as small rents, grain taxes, and overdue rents. Even at the time of payment, they manipulate the scales to collect more and give less, blatantly extracting wealth. Du Weishi paused, noticing signs of agitation once more among the crowd. The new recruits seated inside were visibly incensed. He exchanged a brief smile with Wu Cheng and raised his voice. You are subjected to layers of exploitation, which is why the Zhang family grows increasingly affluent while you grow poor. The Zhangs and the officials thrive, while you struggle daily for survival. The court must defend against the marauding invaders and stabilize the realm. If that necessitates the imposition of additional taxes, so be it. Yet, what have those corrupt officials and the affluent gentry, such as the Zhang family, truly done for you? By what right do they indulge in your sustenance? Born into lives of ease and luxury, while you, those who toil and fight on the battlefield, are left to suffer, impoverished and famished? All possess a single nose and 2 ears. Who decreed that some are destined for wealth while others are condemned to poverty and hunger? Is your arduous struggle for survival a consequence of your own laziness and ignorance? Or is it because someone has usurped the wealth that rightfully belongs to you? Du Weishi inhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward Wu Cheng. Noticing that Mian Zhengyu's brow was furrowed in concern, while Wu Cheng wore a faint smile, nodding slightly in his direction, Du Weishi returned the gesture. Reflecting, this conundrum I present to you is both the simplest and most complex, devoid of answers. It beckons you to delve into the depths of your own conscience for resolution. Chapter 48. Dire warnings. Du Weishi understood that certain truths could only be comprehended by the military and civilians of the 100 Household Division through their own reflections. He chose not to dwell on this issue and continued to teach his arithmetic classes, which lasted until the hour of the snake. As Wu Cheng emerged from the classroom with the throng, he gazed at the myriad twinkling stars and couldn't help but chuckle. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Du Weishi was a natural revolutionary. The nature of a teacher inevitably shapes the character of their students. The sparks he ignited would flow into the various villages and troops, eventually igniting a conflagration. Beside him, Mian Zhengyu did not share Wu Cheng's lightheartedness. Furrowing his brow, he lowered his voice. Wu kid, how can you still be laughing? This genius has provoked the sentiments of the military and civilians more than once. If he truly ignites their passions, what shall we do if the militia and flag troops cause a disturbance? It's merely a few words. It cannot be that grave, Wu Cheng replied with a hearty laugh, attempting to reassure him. Moreover, if the court did not impose such heavy taxes and if the Zhang family and the gentry did not exploit and oppress so much, would there be any fire for Mr. Du to stoke? Even without Mr. Du, would the flames not still erupt? Mian Jingyu frowned deeply, fixing a penetrating gaze on Wu Cheng for a moment before asking, "Speak honestly, Wu kid, are these things taught by Du the ones you instigated? Is this fire of discontent you're doing?" Wu Cheng neither confirmed nor denied it, merely holding Mian Jingyu's gaze. Mian Jingyu's eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, "Do you understand how serious it is to stoke such flames? Do you realize that these words can be construed as rebellious rhetoric? What do you intend to achieve? Do you wish to lose your head?" Wu Cheng shook his head, sighed, and inquired, "Uncle Mian, do you think the court can eliminate the Qing bandits?" Mian Jingyu paused, somewhat displeased by Wu Cheng's sudden shift in topic, but he suppressed his frustration and replied, "Impossible. The Qing bandits emerge from the ranks of the displaced. With the current prevalence of refugees, they have an endless supply of recruits. Unless the court addresses the issue of the displaced, the bandits will continue to return in waves after each suppression. But the court cannot resolve the issue of the displaced, and it may even exacerbate it." Wu Cheng nodded and continued, "Uncle Mian, do you think the court can eradicate the eastern invaders?" Mian Jingyu pondered for a moment, then sighed, "I fear not. Since the uprising of the old slaves during the Wanli years, the court's armies have encircled them countless times, yet they have failed to achieve a single decisive victory. Suffering losses and territorial setbacks, they can only cling to the fortifications of Qiuyuan and Jinzhou. While the forces of the Mongols and Koreans have been consumed by the eastern invaders, the Great Wall is riddled with vulnerabilities, and the court struggles even to maintain its defenses." Wu Cheng nodded again and asked, "Uncle Mian, do you think the eastern invaders will once again breach the passes and plunder the capital? Will we be called upon to defend the throne once more? Do you think the Qing bandits will grow increasingly bold, leading the court to impose further levies and taxes to sustain the war? Will the Zhang family and the generals above take advantage of this to continue their exploitation? Can we sustain this burden of grain and taxes indefinitely?" Mian Jingyu found himself at a loss for words. The reality was starkly evident. Since the ascension of Emperor Chongzhen, the state of the realm had not improved in the slightest. Rather, it was careening towards the abyss of chaos and destruction. Wu Cheng waited for a moment and, noticing Mian Jingyu remained lost in thought, continued to elucidate, "Uncle, my intention in asking Mr. Du to impart these rebellious notions is precisely to safeguard our lives. On one side, there are the bandits, on the other, the eastern invaders. Both are issues the court is utterly incapable of resolving, representing two gaping wounds from which the blood of the Ming dynasty flows, while the court stands helpless, unable to staunch the bleeding. Instead, it resorts to incessantly carving flesh from other sources to sustain the very life of the Ming." Wu Cheng sighed deeply. "Ultimately, the knives that carve our flesh and the tubes that siphon our blood will fall upon us. Uncle Mian, what do you propose we do? Shall we allow the court officials and the gentry to consume us entirely?" Wu Cheng pointed towards the classroom, a smile gracing his lips. "Uncle Mian, you have seen it yourself. The raucous militia has maintained a serene decorum within the classroom, for they comprehend the truth that education alters one's destiny. Thus, they earnestly adhere to the rules. Mr. Du's teachings merely impart further wisdom on changing fate. Once they grasp these principles, they will resolutely unite by our side. Only through solidarity can we confront this increasingly chaotic world." Mian Jingyu furrowed his brow and scoffed. "What use is a mere 1,000 soldiers and civilians from this 100 households? Of great use. They are seeds, sparks." Wu Cheng's tone was unwavering. "It is said that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. How many oppressed souls inhabit this land? The ground is strewn with wild grass and dry kindling, and they are the sparks that will kindle the flames of rebellion." Mian Jingyu scrutinized Wu Cheng for a moment, then shook his head. "You, child, have returned from the celestial realm with a multitude of thoughts. I have undertaken the responsibility bestowed by your father to ensure your safety. Yet I fear I may fail him." Without awaiting Wu Cheng's response, he stormed away in a fit of anger. Just as Wu Cheng contemplated pursuing him, he heard the voice of Du Weisha beside him. "Wu Shaoqi, let Mian Baihu be. Some matters he must ponder alone. Your following him may do more harm than good." Wu Cheng nodded, turning with a smile. "Today's lesson was intentionally designed for Uncle Mian, was it not? Not just today, whenever he audits the class. I make it a point to convey such truths." Du Weisha laughed heartily, offering a jug of wine to Wu Cheng. "Ultimately, Mian Baihu is the head of this Wuxiang 100 households. If he does not support us, there is no need to discuss the future. With your relationship with him, you shall remain secure in your position as a small officer. Yet, as for me, a mere purveyor of chaotic words, I may very well find myself relegated to the slops." Wu Cheng chuckled, took a sip of wine, and passed the jug back to Du Weisha. You speak rightly, mister. Fortunately, we two have managed to collaborate harmoniously. Uncle Mion's heart is wavering. Ah, that is sufficient. It is likely that soon, the court, the officials, and the Zhang family will assume the role of our educators, imparting a lesson to Uncle Mion and everyone else. The insatiable desires of mankind have long been a truth throughout history. Du Weisher took a sip of wine and remarked, as per your instructions, I must impart 300 characters to them, enabling their comprehension of vernacular texts and ensuring they at least grasp the fundamentals of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. However, the time frame you have allotted is exceedingly tight. After the spring plowing, they will be required to apply this knowledge. Many of these new recruits are rather dull-witted, and I cannot vouch for their ability to learn adequately. Wu Cheng shrugged. After the spring plowing, we must survey the fields to prepare for equitable land distribution. At that time, a substantial workforce will be necessary. I intend to undertake this task independently, which is precisely when they will be of use. In this world, nothing is more feared than comparison. On one side, we have the land-grabbing gentry and oppressive officials, while on the other, we stand for the equitable distribution of land, allowing everyone the opportunity to cultivate their own fields. The military and the common folk are not fools. They will weigh the two sides in their hearts. Once they begin to compare, their sentiments will inevitably lean toward us. Chapter 49, Land Survey and the Waning Days of Spring. The gentle breeze remains laced with a bone-chilling cold, whipping against the face like a blade, causing a sharp sting. Fortunately, the season has been marked by a generous amount of rainfall, a steady drizzle seemingly intent on compensating for the drought of previous years. The rain seeps mercilessly through the straw raincoat, leaving Wu Cheng shivering uncontrollably, his face flushed from the biting wind. Yet, he has no time to dwell on his discomfort, furrowing his brow as he observes the bustling crowds in the fields. As the spring sowing season nears its conclusion, the fertilizer he has prepared has been dispatched to various villages for application in the fields. Traditionally, the able-bodied men of the villages would seize the agricultural lull after the spring sowing to work as laborers for the local landlords. But this year they have all been assembled for training, marching alongside the new recruits and the banner troops to practice arms. Finding a moment to spare, Wu Cheng, alongside Yu Gong, summarizes the issues that have arisen during the training and adjusts the training curriculum accordingly. He also inspects the progress of the muskets being manufactured and, in passing, encourages Du Weisher to make a trip to Qinxian to secure a substantial loan from the ticket houses of the Shanxi merchants. During this period, the court has failed to disperse any funds, and the reports submitted in request for money have all vanished without a trace. However, maintaining military training, educating troops, and procuring equipment all require significant financial resources. Merely feeding the assembled youth from various villages incurs a considerable expenditure. Money flows out like a flood. The high-interest loan that Du Weisher previously borrowed in Wuxiang has not lingered in their hands for long. Fortunately, there are numerous merchants in Shanxi and many ticket houses eager to lend. Once funds are exhausted in Wuxiang, they can borrow in Qinzu, and from Qinzu to Qiuyuan. Wu Cheng has taken to purchasing a forged official seal from the black market of the county office and meticulously counterfeiting a stack of land contracts. With these documents as collateral, how could he possibly fear a lack of funds in the vast region of Shanxi? The act of forging seals and fabricating land contracts are serious crimes punishable by conscription, and the high-interest loans, particularly the ones borrowed within Wuxiang, are debts Wu Cheng cannot repay. However, he is untroubled by such obligations, convinced that with the potential for chaos in the near future, creditors and the court would be incapable of enforcing debt collection. If all else fails, he could always flee to Shanxi to join Li Zicheng. Having resolved to disregard these debts, he focuses on the ongoing land survey, which has become a pressing concern. The clearing in Linshan village is nearly complete. Wu Xiaoqi, can you guess how far off the surveyed land is from the records in the fish scale register? Elder he approached on a mule, with a young boy holding an oil umbrella beside him, carefully shielding the fish scale register in his hands from the rain. Wu Xiaoqi, at least half of the land in Linshan village is not accounted for in the fish scale register. Is it that far off? Wu Cheng exclaimed in mild surprise. The fish scale register was compiled under the supervision of Elder Zhang during the Wanli era. Over decades, the village's laborers have cultivated the land, and landlords have hoarded land for military purposes, making discrepancies in land records commonplace. Previous surveys in other villages had also revealed numerous hidden lands, but never before had he encountered such an audacious concealment of half the land. Unbeknownst to Wu Xiaoqi, the process of land measurement is indeed intricate. Oldie chuckled softly and assumed the role of a commentator, The imperial court's land surveying predominantly employs measuring ropes and carts. The court has strict regulations regarding the specifications of these tools. Yet, as you well know, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. The stringent rules imposed by the court are far from few. Naturally, the high officials in the court would not undertake the task of surveying the fields. Neither would the county's benevolent officials. The task falls to the clerks within the yamen. Wu Xiaoqi, you are aware that these clerks, having received silver, are capable of any misdeed, so why would land measurement be an exception? They often utilize the shortened step-bow method to measure land, resulting in whatever figure they choose to declare. Wealthy gentry and landlords can afford to pay for such manipulations, thus concealing their actual acreage. 10 mu of fertile land can easily be recorded as 5 mu of inferior land. Conversely, impoverished farmers cannot afford such expenses, and even barren mountain fields, newly opened wastelands, or ancestral burial grounds can be falsely registered as fertile level fields. Oldie paused to catch his breath and continued, this is still the court's land measurement, which at least employs tools for accuracy. However, when it comes to private land surveys, they rely solely on the village elders measuring step by step. The accuracy of such measurements is inherently flawed, especially since many of these elders themselves are landlords, who would not aspire to curry favor with the wealthy for the sake of their descendants' prospects, who would refrain from concealing a thing or two for those affluent landlords. Wu Xiaoqi, you must understand that most of our militia members can barely read, let alone measure land accurately. To conduct land surveys, we either have to borrow personnel from the government or report to the Ministry of War for them to dispatch someone. Yet, the ministry often redirects the request back to the local officials, ultimately sending clerks to measure the land. The underlying tricks of these surveys inevitably affect us as well. Wu Cheng nodded, acknowledging the lack of oversight in the moment of systemic corruption. He had long been mentally prepared for this, otherwise he would not have gone to such lengths to cultivate those newly selected recruits, bringing them to personally measure the land. Observing Wu Cheng's unwavering gaze fixed upon the new recruits laboring in the fields, Oldie hesitated for a moment before advising, Wu Xiaoqi. These recruits have only attended night classes for less than 2 months and are also required to train during the day. Many cannot even recognize a few characters, and their arithmetic skills are rudimentary, with many still struggling with addition and subtraction. Given the complexity of our 100 households villages, relying solely on them for the survey would yield painfully low efficiency. It is likely that it would take a year just to complete half of the task. That is of no consequence. The measurement is not the goal, but rather the cultivation of talent. Wu Cheng gently shook his head in response. By integrating theory with practice, allowing them to learn while working the fields, what they are taught in class will be etched indelibly in their minds. Wu Cheng surveyed the surroundings, noting the many elderly, weak, women, and children gathered nearby. After the spring plowing, the able-bodied had gone to the training camp, leaving the elderly and children free from the pressures of loans, resulting in their idleness. With no entertainment in the village, they found the new recruits' land measurement to be a curious spectacle, a diversion from the monotony of agricultural downtime. Among the crowd were a few individuals resembling stewards or servants, evidently sent by nearby landlords to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the bustling scene of the land measurement, their expressions turned grim. Wu Cheng smiled faintly. Moreover, there is no need for us to clear out all the villages. This land survey and redistribution are essentially mere performances, staged for the military and civilian populace of the 100 households, for the surrounding farmers, as well as for Zhang's family and him. Chapter 50. Provocation. The theatrical troupe on stage trembled in the corner, while a profound silence enveloped the garden. The servants and maids dared not breathe, and the elegantly dressed guests exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. The house servants hurriedly tidied up the shattered porcelain cups, as if desperate to flee the scene. This tense atmosphere did not linger for long, as the protective curtain was drawn aside, revealing Zhang Daohua, now clad in fresh attire, who entered with a broad smile and bowed apologetically, saying, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the foolishness displayed moments ago. I ask for your understanding." The guests promptly rose and returned the gesture, signaling that all was well. However, none could forget how Zhang Daohua's demeanor had abruptly shifted upon hearing news regarding the land measurement by the military at Wuxiang. His face paling as he dropped the teacup he was holding, spilling tea all over himself, before storming out into the rain in a fit of rage. Zhang Daohua resumed his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for the theatrical troupe to continue their performance. After sipping from a new cup of tea, he addressed the assembly. "I believe you are all aware that the Wuxiang military is currently measuring the lands, and today they have begun with the Linshan under my name. I wonder what thoughts you all might have on this matter. The guests, local gentry and landlords, exchanged glances, each acutely aware of their stakes in the situation. One boldly declared, "Let them proceed with the measurements. It is not the first time this has happened. Remember the commotion caused by Zhang Jiuzheng during the Wanli era? In the end, it was just a matter of reporting some arbitrary figures to appease the court. The authorities only concerned themselves with the tax revenue, indifferent to the actual measurements. If necessary, we can simply relinquish some land to meet their demands." Another quickly chimed in, "Old Hong speaks wisely. Such a troublesome task as land measurement ultimately falls to the clerks, who are intertwined with our interests. Whatever we say is what will be done." "Indeed, indeed," echoed another voice in agreement. "Moreover, if they are obstinate, we can simply shift the burden onto the tenant farmers below." How did Zhang Jiuzheng manage to sidestep the measurements back then? Was it not through the collaboration of landlords and officials distributing the tax burden to the tenant farmers, sparking waves of civil unrest? In the end, Zhang Jiuzheng only focused on the numbers, disregarding the actual measurements. There was a tacit understanding among all parties, enabling his policies to prevail. Can this mere 100 households wield more power than Zhang Jiuzheng? Zhang Daohua let out a bitter smile and shook his head. "You two are unaware of the full circumstances. This measurement is not mandated by the court, but rather conducted autonomously by the Wu Cheng military. Moreover, they are not utilizing clerks from the government. Instead, they have selected personnel from the flag army for this task." The guests exchanged bewildered looks, and one inquired, "Shanxi, is this true? A group of ruffians, unable to read a single character, how could they possibly manage the measurements?" "The Wu Cheng military has established a school to teach the flag army literacy and arithmetic." Zhang Daohua's teeth clenched audibly, his expression darkening. "The instructor is Du Weishe. Du Changji." In the midst of the garden, a commotion arose as many individuals lowered their heads to steal glances at Zhang Daohua. The impoverished province of Shanxi, lacking in cultural and educational prowess compared to the affluent southern provinces, could consider it a remarkable feat to produce a 12-year-old scholar, akin to a celestial being gracing the earth. Du Weishe, a notable figure among the gentry of Shanxi, had become widely known for Zhang Daohua's attempts to seize the Du family's ancestral home, ruin their prospects, and drive Du's mother to her demise, events that many were aware of. "It appears that Du Changji is still alive," someone murmured. Du Weishe had been absent for several years, leading many to presume he had perished. However, it was surprising to learn he was thriving and had established connections with the military household in Wuxiang. The new head of the military household in Wuxiang had ties in the court, possibly a result of Zhang's political maneuverings, while Du Weishe harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Zhang family. It was not difficult to surmise the target of their alliance, which only explained Zhang Daohua's recent loss of composure. The gazes of many guests had shifted towards Zhang Daohua, each quietly assessing the current situation. Zhang Daohua discerned their scrutinizing looks and realized his momentary excitement had led to an indiscretion. Unlike the oppressed commoners and tenants, Du Weishe, despite not having officially entered the scholarly ranks, was regarded as part of the gentry due to Zhang's interference. Since they belonged to the same social stratum, a modicum of respect ought to be preserved. However, Zhang Daohua's actions in ruining a man's future and causing his mother's death were deemed excessively ruthless. Though unspoken, a collective dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface among many present. In a world where misfortunes could easily befall anyone, who could predict when one might find themselves in a similar plight as Du Weishe? What would happen if the Zhang family pressed their advantage further? Clearing his throat, Zhang Daohua hastily sought to amend his previous remarks. "The talents of Du Changji are greatly admired by the foolish, yet as you are all aware, our Shanxi is destitute, and we have consistently lagged behind the scholars of the southern waters in the imperial examinations. It is solely through the efforts of Shanxi merchants and gentry establishing private schools that we cultivate talent. In the bureaucratic realm, mutual support among fellow townsmen is essential for gaining a foothold in court. Du Weishe, having refrained from attending the academy and neglecting to engage with us, the Shanxi gentry after the juvenile examinations, would it not be a waste of our province's opportunities for official positions to allow him to continue his pursuits in the examinations?" Thus, the foolish individual thought to leverage the matter of the ancestral home and the provincial examinations to subdue Du Changji. Yet he did not anticipate the obstinacy of the latter's family, leading to such an unfortunate outcome. The foolish man felt a pang of guilt. For had Du Changji been willing to return to the right path, it would have posed no difficulty for him to secure a future as a successful candidate. Despite his well-articulated sentiments, none of the guests present were convinced, They merely offered hollow compliments, each calling out praises for brother Shanxi's noble character. Zhang Daohua smiled and returned their gestures, fully aware that their flattery was insincere. He swiftly redirected the conversation. Ahem, esteemed guests, let us return to the matter at hand. How shall we address the issue of the military household in Wu Cheng surveying the military encampments? No one spoke. Those present were not fools. The collusion between Wu Cheng's 100 households and Du Weisha equated to the machinations of a certain unseen figure within the court, who had procured incriminating evidence against the Zhang family regarding the manipulation of the imperial examinations. This matter, if escalated, could result in capital punishment. Should old Zhang fall from grace in the court, this single piece of evidence could obliterate the entire Zhang clan. In such times, the wisest course of action would be to observe the ensuing conflict from a distance, waiting to see which faction would emerge victorious, rather than recklessly stepping forward to serve as cannon fodder for the Zhang family. Zhang Daohua glanced around, noting the silence, and immediately discerned the thoughts of those gathered. Anger surged within him, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Gentlemen, do you truly believe they will only target the Zhang family? Why, in Xishan village, were old Qing's steward and servants slain? How did the Wang family come to suffer? The land in Qingshan Tun does not belong to my Zhang family, does it? You have all profited from our family's dealings, committing numerous misdeeds, yet now seek to distance yourselves. Even if the Zhang family is willing, will those esteemed gentlemen in the court be inclined to do the same?" The guests exchanged knowing glances, and one inquired, "We have always followed Brother Shin's lead. What course of action does Brother Shin propose? Please instruct us." "Simple. Just as we dealt with Zhang Jujing in the past, we shall confront those rogue bandits in the same manner today." Zhang Daohua chuckled, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "I am eager to see when the common folk rise in rebellion, whether the dignitaries in the court will continue to allow these ruffians to run amok." Chapter 51. The opera troupe. The drums echoed repeatedly as the makeshift stage, crafted from mounds of earth, showcased a martial performer adorned with painted facial makeup, executing somersaults that elicited waves of cheers and applause from the audience below. Following the spring plowing season, a brief respite in agricultural labor had commenced, and this year, the abundant rainfall heralded a fortuitous year. Mian Zhangyu had invited an opera troupe from Qingzhou City to entertain the soldiers and civilians of the battalion. While Wu Cheng understood the importance of balancing work and leisure, gathering all those engaged in training and surveying to partake in this morale-boosting event. Those soldiers who were disobedient and slow to progress faced punishment and were excluded from this recreational gathering. For instance, Mian Changha, who had frequently skipped evening classes, was assigned by Wu Cheng to clean the stables and tend to the mules and donkeys while the others reveled in merriment. Wu Cheng mingled among the crowd, observing the performance. Having experienced the evolution of opera in later years, he found little enjoyment in this rural troupe, merely clapping half-heartedly as the performers tumbled. In contrast, the men, women, and children around him were thoroughly engrossed, their cheers and applause resonating continuously. Feeling disenchanted, Wu Cheng squeezed his way out of the throng and caught sight of Du Weisha leaning against a banyan tree by the field, sipping from a flask of inferior wine. He hurried over and exclaimed, "Mr. Du, why not join in the festivities? Far superior to the revelry is the allure of fine wine." Du Weisha replied with a hearty laugh, shaking his head. "Like you, Wu Xiaoqi, I too find little joy in the theater. While everyone revels in the performances, be it the legendary operas of the South or the mixed dramas of the North, nobles and merchants, even within the Forbidden City, maintain their own troops. The number of traveling performers in towns and counties is staggering, yet I have never been able to appreciate it. I have never enjoyed such gatherings. Indeed, everyone loves the theater." Wu Cheng mused, narrowing his eyes as he stroked his chin. "Yet, that rough fellow, I see, who refuses to study diligently, can still articulate profound truths, all of which he learned from the plays." Du Weisha paused in his drinking, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. "Wu Xiaoqi, what are you suggesting? Are you planning to establish your own troupe?" Startled, Wu Cheng erupted into laughter, patting Du Weisha on the shoulder. "You know me well, Mr. Du." "Indeed. I am contemplating forming an opera troupe to craft our own scripts and disseminate our policies." Du Weisha smiled gently and nodded. "The court is distant from the common people and lacks integrity. The populace would rather place their trust in local gentry, village elders, and shamans. Few can read, and even fewer comprehend the obscure official documents. Often, the court's proclamations sent to localities are distorted by officials and gentry, becoming empty rhetoric. Good governance can easily turn into tyranny bringing disaster upon the land. Yet, the common folk cherished the theater. They grasped the truths embedded in its narratives. Wu Cheng responded with a smile. If we had our own troop, we could vie for the narrative power against those officials and gentry. To achieve great things in the future, it would be advantageous for the populace to rally around us. Narrative power, indeed a compelling notion, Du Weisha affirmed. Establishing a troop is not costly. There are countless struggling rural troops. If we provide them with some funds, they will surely feel gratitude and dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. Wu Cheng chuckled heartily and nodded, already contemplating the model plays of later generations in his mind. At that moment, Old He squeezed through the crowd and approached. Lowering his voice to report, Wu Shaoqi, news has arrived from Wuxiang County. The county office has dispatched officials and bailiffs, intending to conduct a land survey in the countryside tomorrow. Wu Cheng was taken aback, having bribed Qiuyuan to relay messages in Qingshu. It was only natural that Wuxiang County had its own informants. He had spent money to win over several bailiffs and clerks in the county office, who were quite diligent in passing on information for a fee. Is the county magistrate not concerned about his official hat? Why would he suddenly think of conducting a land survey at this time? Du Weisha mockingly interjected. After his father's death, the family estate had been divided. The magistrate of Wuxiang County had played a significant role in transferring a considerable amount of land under the Du family's name to the county's official school, which had become a mere facade since the Zhengde era. Scholars now flocked to private schools run by Jin merchants, rendering the so-called official school land nothing more than a means for the magistrate to line his own pockets. He is only stirring up this land survey for the sake of his own position. A cold smile crept across Wu Cheng's lips. Concealing land meant avoiding military grain taxes, representing a substantial income for the Zhang family. How could the Zhangs allow their land to be surveyed? Indeed, the county office's land survey was an attempt to counteract our own efforts. Do you think they would sincerely survey the land? Humph. They are certain to seize this opportunity to create chaos and shift the blame onto us. Wu Shaoqi's conjecture was not off the mark. Old He quickly concurred, saying, according to sources from the county office, the officials dispatched are heading to Xia's Wangzi village, which suffered the most from last year's calamities. The government has mercilessly collected taxes, while many farmers have fled or starved, leaving behind land without owners, all waiting for this year's harvest to recover. Yet, the government suddenly resorts to extortion under the guise of a land survey, having already borrowed heavily for spring plowing, and before the harvest, they are stripped clean. How can those farmers survive? A great upheaval is inevitable. These officials and gentry truly lack conscience. Du Weisha sneered coldly, turning to ask, Wu Shaoqi, how should we respond? Wu Cheng opened his mouth to answer but abruptly halted, casting a glance at Old He, who understood and quickly excused himself. Wu Cheng surveyed the surroundings, noting that the military and civilians were engrossed in the performance of the martial artist on stage. He then leaned in closer to Du Weisha, lowering his voice to respond. The Zhang family is orchestrating this plan because they believe they have powerful officials in the capital backing us. However, as the banditry escalates, if Wuxiang were to erupt in civil unrest due to the land survey, would our backers be able to distance themselves? They can only suppress us to halt the land survey, lest civil disorder escalates into a rebellion like that of the Qing bandits. But we have no one backing us. What do the attitudes of the capital's officials matter to us? If they want to incite civil unrest, let them. We shall conduct our land survey and distribute land as needed. Du Weisha nodded in agreement, but then shook his head. No, you are mistaken. We cannot stand idly by. On the contrary, this is an opportunity, an occasion for us to leverage our strength and rally the people's support. You previously remarked that once the common people have a point of comparison, they will naturally gravitate towards us. This time, the government's land survey presents a contrast to our own. It is an opportune moment to amplify this issue, ensuring that the entire region of Wuxiang and even Shanxi become aware of it. The populace will witness this disparity and thus nurture hope and make choices. Wu Cheng fell into a contemplative silence, pondering that should this matter escalate, it may spiral beyond our control. If we overly provoke the Zhang family and the local gentry, our current strength is insufficient to contend with them. Some actions, once taken, leave no path for retreat. Du Weisha laughed heartily, draining the contents of his cup. If we seek to win the hearts of the people, we must not confine ourselves to a mere 100 households. We must strive for the hearts of the entire realm. Chapter 52. Incitement. Xiao Zhuangzi Village, a name that evokes a plethora of terms synonymous with desolation and decay, stands as a testament to the devastating calamity of the previous year, which nearly delivered a fatal blow to this small hamlet. A multitude of inhabitants abandoned their homes, becoming refugees, while the remaining villagers dismantled the unoccupied earthen dwellings, dividing the spoils among themselves. A few dilapidated mud houses, isolated and forlorn, stood in stark contrast to the graves that blanketed the nearby hillside, vividly portraying the scene of ruin. However, the present-day Qiuyuan village is bustling with activity. A score of government officials, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums, invaded the village, herding the remaining villagers into a gathering. The leader of the group, Clerk Hong, wore a smile as he addressed the villagers. "Good people, since you likely cannot comprehend the official document, I shall not tire myself with a lengthy proclamation. To put it simply, the Wu Cheng 100 households has initiated a land measurement project and has issued a decree for our county office to assist. We are merely following orders to visit you." The villagers exchanged glances, and an elder pushed through the crowd to inquire, "Sir, what does the 100 households measurement have to do with us? Qiuyuan village consists entirely of private lands." "Did I not just mention?" Clerk Hong interrupted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. "The Wuxiang 100 households has sent a notice to the county office for our assistance in this measurement. Does Qiuyuan village not fall under our jurisdiction?" The villagers stirred restlessly, yet faced with the imposing figures of the armed officials, none dared to resist and reluctantly acquiesced. Clerk Hong smirked coldly, wasting no time as he led the officials into the fields to commence the measurements. Instead of utilizing the array of measuring tools available, he boldly stepped into the fields, deliberately trampling the vibrant seedlings beneath his feet, counting as he moved forward. After covering a stretch, he commanded the officials trailing behind to plant wooden stakes, while the scribes diligently recorded the proceedings, all the while trampling the seedlings into disarray. The farmers observing from the sidelines gritted their teeth in anguish. One individual, unable to contain himself, rushed forward to protect the seedlings, only to be swiftly subdued and bound by the vigilant officials, who declared interfering with the measurement is tantamount to resisting the government. "You, a mere peasant, deserve death for this." Clerk Hong cast a disdainful glance at the farmer, continuing his relentless stride. After a considerable time, he concluded the measuring, stepping onto the ridge and loudly proclaiming, "This field belongs to you?" The scribe notes it as 10 acres of prime land. An uproar erupted among the farmers. With one voice rising above the rest, "His land is barely 3 acres of dry soil. How does it transform into 10 acres of prime land? What exorbitant taxes will he now face? Will this not drive his entire family to destitution? You ignorant peasants know nothing." Clerk Hong shouted back, "Our dynasty has adhered to the established practice of 240 steps constituting an acre. You witnessed my steps just now. I have even spared him several." The farmers were further incensed, for while Clerk Hong's words held a semblance of truth, his gait resembled that of a delicate woman, a sight all had observed. Moreover, even if the measurement were indeed 10 acres, they were barren dry fields. How could they possibly be classified as prime land? The local officials were clearly exploiting the situation to extort bribes. The elderly man, possessing a wealth of life experience, quickly discerned their tricks during the land measurement conducted by the official Hong. He hastily sent someone to retrieve some hidden silver from his dwelling, presenting it with both hands to Hong, imploring, "Sir, our village suffered a disaster last year, and we have yet to recover. We are relying solely on this year's harvest for survival. If this land measurement continues, how can we possibly pay our taxes? How shall we sustain ourselves? These coins are but a humble offering for your tea. I beseech you to show mercy upon us, the impoverished common folk." Hong took the silver in his hands, weighing it thoughtfully, a fleeting glimmer of greed sparking in his eyes before swiftly vanishing. With a bitter smile, he returned the coins, saying, "Old man, we are all from the same village. Why would we wish to make things difficult for you? It is merely a directive from above that compels us to act thus." He continued, "You see, the bandits in Shanxi have become increasingly ferocious, even encroaching upon our Shanxi in recent days. To eradicate these brigands, we must rely on the military. Without funds for their provisions, how could they possibly mobilize? The court itself is in a dire state and has left it to local officials to cover a portion of the expenses." Sighing deeply, Hong's face expressed genuine sympathy as he patted the old man's shoulder. The purpose of the land measurement by the local militia is clear. Is it not simply a means for them to amass wealth for their campaigns? Yet, how much can a mere 100 households contribute? The insatiable greed of those military officers cannot be satiated by a single 100 households. Thus, they turn to our county office, compelling us to assist in their financial extortion. At present, the eradication of the bandits is the court's foremost priority. When the military makes demands, how could we dare refuse? Hong pointed to a scar on his face, spreading his hands wide. Do you see this scar? It was earned while I valiantly argued on your behalf. Only to be beaten by the militia. They wield swords, while I am but a lowly assistant, powerless to defend myself. As he spoke, whether due to his impressive acting or the memory of that day in Shishan village, tears began to fall. Witnessing this, some villagers were moved, and the old man, weeping, sighed. I have heard that when that Lin fellow was in charge, the militia was already notorious for their ruthless extortion. Now, with a new 100 household leader, they have become even more vicious. Is this not a scheme to eliminate us, to force our demise? A wave of weeping spread through the villagers, with one particularly incensed individual leaping forth, shouting, "Damn them! Those thieving ruffians are intent on driving us to our deaths. Must we simply accept our fate? If they wish for our demise, we shall not grant them an easy victory. If it comes to sacrificing our lives, we will fight those scoundrels. Cease your foolishness." The old man rebuked harshly, yet sighed despondently. The military possesses weapons. Our village has only a handful of able-bodied men. If we confront them with nothing but hoes and poles, would that not be a futile sacrifice? The crowd was aflame with righteous indignation, yet utterly powerless, their wails resonating through the air. Hong smiled faintly, continuing to stoke the flames of their discontent. Old man, but the court turns a blind eye to the military's taxation. Should they provoke unrest among the populace, the court will not spare them either. If you truly wish to survive, rally your fellow villagers to seek justice. There is no need for violence. Simply encircle the stronghold, and the county magistrate will have reason to document your plight, prompting the court to send someone to advocate on your behalf. The villagers erupted in a cacophony of voices, many encircling the elder in an earnest attempt to persuade him. Observing the lingering hesitance among the crowd, the magistrate, Hong, hastily interjected, assuring the old man, "Rest assured, I shall accompany you, and I will never abandon you to the perils of war." Just as he was poised to continue his entreaty, a mocking laughter echoed from a distance, interrupting the magistrate's words. In the realm of Wu Cheng, there truly exists a commendable official who stands for the people. Chapter 53. The brave man. The registrar Hong trembled all over, turning his head to see a familiar figure strolling leisurely from the village entrance, hands clasped behind his back. Following closely was a group of robust men, wielding clubs and dressed in civilian attire, unmistakably valiant warriors. Hong was instantly struck with terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just in time. Wu Cheng mused, surveying the villagers glaring at his group with hostility, while the timid officials quaked in fear. Approaching the quaking Hong, he flashed a grin. I wondered which upright official was here to champion the people's cause. Turns out it's an old acquaintance. Hong, do you still recognize me? The toothless grin on Wu Cheng's face appeared to Hong like the gaping maw of a malevolent specter, instilling dread within him. His legs weakened, and he nearly fell to his knees but steadied himself with great effort, forcing a smile as he replied, Yes, I recognize you. You are the brave man from Shishan village. But today, we are the brave men of this little village." Wu Cheng laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Since you are the brave men of this little village, you certainly cannot oppress our villagers, Hong. Just look at you. Your wounds have yet to heal. And here you are, seeking another beating?" Before he could finish speaking, the disguised soldiers behind him charged into the fields, brandishing their clubs. The officials, terrified, scattered in all directions. However, these officials, accustomed to a life of indulgence, were woefully untrained, while the soldiers had been tirelessly honing their skills. The officials barely managed to flee a few steps before being overtaken, and soon, the air was filled with their wails of despair. Each of these burly officials carried a dagger, but those blades were meant to intimidate the villagers. Who would dare draw them against the soldiers? As the soldiers caught up and toppled them, the officials could only roll on the ground, howling in agony and begging for mercy, appearing utterly disheveled. Finally, Hong's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, hastily pleading for mercy. "Brave sirs, we are merely following orders. This is not our doing. It is the will of those above us, and we have no way to refuse. Please spare our lives. I understand, but the individuals above are beyond my reach at the moment. Thus, I can only vent my frustrations upon you." Wu Cheng shrugged, witnessing as the soldiers administered a thorough beating to the officials, binding them and discarding them by the field. He then turned to the trembling elder beside him. "Old man, I hope we haven't disturbed you?" The elder and the villagers, witnessing the robust young men overpowering the officials without explanation, initially feared they were bandits. They huddled together, trembling, but upon seeing Wu Cheng approach, the elder hurriedly stepped forward to bow respectfully. "Great king, Our little village is impoverished, comprised of struggling farmers. We truly possess nothing to offer you, noble sirs. We beseech you to spare our lives. Old man, we are not bandits. We have come to uphold justice on your behalf." Wu Cheng laughed heartily, gesturing for the soldiers to bring Hong forward. The officials, driven by their selfish desires, spread false rumors and oppressed the good-hearted. We could not stand idly by. And thus we have come to restore justice. Wu Cheng delivered a forceful kick to the knee of Hong Zhubu, compelling him to kneel. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, Hong Zhubu hastily divulged all pertinent information, causing the elderly man and the villagers to seethe with indignation. "You corrupt official! You incited us to assault the Wei army, nearly luring us into your deceitful trap, jeopardizing our very lives." The elder fumed for a moment, then, regaining his composure, respectfully addressed Wu Cheng. "This brother must surely be a military officer from the garrison, correct? Were it not for your timely arrival, who could have fathomed that this land survey was merely a guise for military appropriation? You are indeed our savior." Wu Cheng shook his head with a faint smile. "Old man, this fellow remains untruthful. He has not revealed the whole story. The land survey is not solely about military appropriation. You have seen the proclamation, which bears the county seal. As it is an official document, it must be executed." The elder appeared thunderstruck, and the villagers became restless, while Hong Zhubu, astonished, forgot his earlier lamentations and stared wide-eyed at Wu Cheng. In a fit of desperation, the elder prostrated himself before Wu Cheng, pleading, "Sir, we truly have no means of survival. Each time the government speaks of a land survey, it is merely a pretext for exploitation. We suffered a disaster last year and are left with nothing. I beseech you, grant us a chance to live." The elder's intense reaction startled Wu Cheng, who quickly approached to assist him. "Do not worry, old man. Our purpose is genuine. We are not here to exploit or extort. You and your fellow villagers may witness our proceedings, and if there is a hint of wrongdoing, you may strike me down." Hong Zhibu's eyes widened in disbelief, but he dared not utter a word. Fortunately, the elder had already posed a question on his behalf. "Sir, will you personally oversee the land survey? Our village consists solely of cultivated fields. How can your troops involve themselves here?" Did not Hong Zhubu state that the land survey is an official directive from the garrison for their assistance? If so, why should we refrain from intervening? Wu Cheng chuckled heartily, patting Hong Zhubu on the back. "Rest assured, should the county office seek to trouble you, they may come to us, and we shall engage them in discourse." Feeling a sharp pain in his back from Wu Cheng's slap, Hong Zhubu understood the implication and eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. You may rest easy, old man. These brave warriors are honorable and trustworthy, and even the county magistrate must show them respect. You should heed their words." The elder, still skeptical, hesitated for a moment, glancing at the bound officials grumbling in the corner before conferring with the villagers. Ultimately, he nodded in acceptance. "Sir, if you wish to conduct the survey, we cannot obstruct you, but we truly have no resources left to extract. I implore you, show us mercy." With the elder reassured, he reiterated, "If we falter in the survey in any way, you may strike us down." Wu Cheng smiled and waved his hand, instructing several soldiers to bring the surveying tools into the fields to commence their work. As Wu Cheng idly fiddled with the tools discarded by the officials, he remarked with a chuckle, "Hong Zhubu, why is this measuring rope so much shorter than before? Oh, how lax this is. The error rate is alarmingly high. Huh. Have you also tampered with this measurement? The bamboo ruler is utterly unstandardized." The chief clerk, left speechless, could only smile awkwardly, while the elder beside him became agitated, exclaiming, "Sir, even if the tools are subpar, it is outrageous that this corrupt official has no tools at all. He measures the land by striding across it, claiming that 240 paces constitute an acre, miscalculating those 3 acres of dry land as 10 acres of rice field. The premise of 240 paces per acre is that 5 feet equals 1 pace." Wu Cheng could not suppress his laughter. "Chief Clerk Hong, perhaps you should be sold to the brothel to become a rabbit figurine. Your steps are so awkward that even a beauty swing in the wind pales in comparison." Chapter 54. The Bodhisattva with a pained smile on his face, Hongzhu reluctantly bore the scorn of the villagers, while Wu Cheng shook his head and chose to ignore him, walking to the edge of the field to survey the surroundings. He turned to the anxious elder who followed closely behind and inquired, "Old man, I have taken a cursory glance and noticed that your village primarily consists of dry fields and mountainous terrains, with little room for further cultivation. In comparison to the fish scale ledger brought by that man named Hong, it too appears to have been tampered with, burdened by excessive taxes and usurious loans from landlords. Even if this summer yields a bountiful harvest, I fear you will retain little in terms of money or grain. The elder's eyes brimmed with tears as he shook his head and sighed deeply. You speak true, sir. When have we poor farmers not toiled to survive? The court and benevolent individuals press us relentlessly, forcing us to sell our children. When they ease their grip, we may manage a meal or two, barely scraping by. Wu Cheng nodded gravely and continued. On my way from I passed by the nearby Zhuangzi village, which boasts ample fertile land available for cultivation. Why do you cling to this small village instead of seeking a better life there? It is not that we do not wish to, the elder lamented. The land in Zhuangzi is indeed more fertile and offers greater prospects for cultivation, but it all belongs to Mr. Qing, the benevolent. To farm there, one must become his tenant. Any unauthorized farming would result in punishment from his hired hands. As tenants, we hold on to a flicker of hope. If our children prove themselves and the harvest is good, perhaps the court may reduce taxes, allowing us to save some grain for a better life. But as tenants, we would be forever trapped. No matter how much land we till, the harvest would not be ours, and we would be obliged to serve the landlord without compensation. If our women catch the landlord's eye, they must be offered as well. Once one becomes a tenant, the family is condemned to that fate for generations. Who would willingly choose such a life if they had any other option? Mr. Qing, yet another familiar adversary, Wu Cheng scoffed, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. He turned his attention to the surveying soldiers, while the elder remained silent, observing the proceedings with him. After a while, seeing the soldiers diligently at work, the elder's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile crept onto his lips as he hurriedly joined the villagers to prepare food and drink. By midday, the soldiers had completed their measurements. Wu Cheng quickly glanced over the ledger before stepping forward to address the villagers. Are there any literate individuals among you? If not, I shall read aloud the records, and you can verify against your own holdings. With a literacy rate of less than 10% in the Ming dynasty, the villagers of this small hamlet were illiterate. Wu Cheng found a small rise in the land and, with all his might, began to proclaim the surveying data. The villagers listened intently, their spirits lifted, and as each figure was announced, they echoed in unison. That is correct. Indeed, that is the extent of our land. The elderly man, filled with joy, stood by and personally presented a bowl of wine, eagerly approaching as soon as Wu Cheng paused momentarily. Sir, he said, this is the inferior wine we've kept at home. Please, have a drink to moisten your throat. I never expected you to come for the land measurement. We poor folks have limited understanding and mistakenly conflated you with those corrupt officials. Old man, your understanding is not lacking. We are merely unique. Wu Cheng chuckled heartily, accepting the bowl without hesitation. He drank deeply, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and continued his recitation. Once he finished and confirmed its accuracy, he instructed the villagers to place their fingerprints on the register. Wu Cheng shook the register in his hand and declared, Villagers, after the land measurement, I will have someone calculate the tax silver owed. Should any corrupt officials demand more from you, do not hesitate to seek us out. We will stand up for you. The villagers erupted in cheers, and the elder instructed the village women to prepare a meal, insisting that Wu Cheng and his companions dine in the village. However, Wu Cheng waved his hand, declining, Old man, the task is not yet complete. How can I partake in your hospitality? Please prepare some provisions, and we shall pay for them. Once we have resolved your matters, we will return to trouble you. As he spoke, Wu Cheng produced a handful of silver and pressed it into the old man's hand. The elder, startled, recoiled and hurriedly changed the subject. Sir, just a bit of food is enough. There is no need for payment. The land measurements in the village are complete. Is there anything further that requires your esteemed assistance? The regulations of the Wu Township are clear. We cannot take even a thread from the common people. Wu Cheng insisted, forcefully placing the silver into the old man's embrace. Laughing heartily, Old man, the purpose of measuring the land in Wu Township is to redistribute it, ensuring that each person has land to cultivate and food to eat. Your small village consists of dry fields, hillside plots, and insufficient land. How can you survive solely on these? Even if the government ceased its oppressive taxes, should disaster strike, you would still starve. Wu Cheng pointed coldly toward the direction of Zhuangzi village. Thus, we must equitably distribute the land, so that you can thrive. Qing holds vast fertile fields. Can he possibly cultivate them all alone? Can his tenants manage it all? He would rather leave them fallow than allow you to farm. Is that not a death sentence for you? We shall proceed to Zhuangzi village to measure the land. Any uncultivated land is ownerless wasteland, and we will allocate it all for you to farm. The villagers gasped in disbelief, staring at Wu Cheng in shock, while the elder, utterly flabbergasted, stammered. Sir, are you truly serious? Are you really going to give us Qing land? This has never happened before. You cannot be jesting with us. From this day forth, It shall be so. Wu Cheng boomed with laughter, raising his voice to a crescendo. That land has always belonged to you. Why should the hard-working farmers face starvation while the landlords and gentry lounge in their mansions, profiting from usury and seizing land for their own indulgence? Since the county office has accepted our petition and allowed us to lead the measurements, we shall ensure that everyone has land to cultivate and food to eat. The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, and the elder once again fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he worshipped, living bodhisattva? The military officer is indeed a living bodhisattva sent by the heavens. Oh, how could we ever deserve your protection? Wu Cheng hurriedly assisted him to his feet. There are no bodhisattvas or deities in this world. We merely act in accordance with our conscience. Every human being deserves to have a meal. How can one bear to watch another starve? Wu Cheng sighed softly. Casting a glance at the anxious face of the clerk Hong and the murmuring officials beside him, it is truly unfortunate that there are so few individuals with a sense of conscience in this world, rendering us as outcasts. Chapter 55. Stirring trouble. A formidable procession made its way along the mountain path towards Dazhuangzi village. In addition to the banner-wielding troops led by Wu Cheng, there were also the bound officials and clerks. The villagers from Zhuangzi could hardly believe that Wu Cheng and his companions would truly allocate the landlord's fields to them, yet they trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle in Dazhuangzi village. Upon seeing Wu Cheng's determined advance towards Dazhuangzi village, the clerk Hong was immediately seized by anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He approached Wu Cheng and lowered his voice to counsel. "Brave sir, that benevolent Qing is a scholar with the title of Jiren. Why provoke enmity with him? These simple folk will gain nothing from standing up for themselves. It may be one thing to survey their fields, but should you distribute the gentry's land, it would be deemed a grave offense of private appropriation of peasant land and interference in civil governance. This could escalate into a significant turmoil. Are you threatening me?" Wu Cheng turned to face him, causing Hong to hastily avert his gaze and bow his head in submission. Wu Cheng snorted dismissively, declaring, "A mere Jiren, not even a proper official. I, a minor flag officer, am an appointed military official of the 7th rank. He is a civilian. I am a government man. What do I have to fear from him?" With a grin, Wu Cheng gestured towards the sky. "If he wishes to lodge a complaint, let him do so. Does he truly believe we lack support? If it reaches the capital, I shall be most curious to see who ultimately suffers the consequences." Hong opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words, unable to fathom that Wu Cheng was merely posturing. Observing Wu Cheng's confident demeanor, he assumed that the latter must have secured backing from influential patrons, intent on escalating the matter. Thus, he prudently chose to remain silent and watch from the sidelines to avoid attracting trouble. Dazhuangzi village lay at the foot of the hill where Zhuangzi was situated. Descending from the mountain and leaving the path behind, the throng surged towards the village entrance, naturally drawing the attention of the local villagers. Numerous villagers emerged, engaging in greetings and inquiries with those from Zhuangzi. Wu Cheng and his group paid them no mind, securing the officials and clerks to a tree by the roadside before laying out their tools to measure the land. Wu Cheng meticulously compared each plot against the ledger, taking careful measurements one by one. There are quite a number of discrepancies in this ledger," Wu Cheng remarked, examining the records closely. "We've measured only a few plots, yet several hidden fields are absent from this ledger. It appears that the undisclosed lands in Dazhuangzi village could sustain the inhabitants of 2 Zhuangzi villages. Brave sir, this ledger was compiled during the Wanli era. Over the years, land reclamation has occurred, and discrepancies are to be expected," Hong hastily explained, his smile resembling that of a sycophant. "In truth, the records in this ledger are inaccurate. When Lord Zhang managed the surveys, many fields were reported without proper measurement. As long as the discrepancies were not egregious, the court would not pursue a meticulous investigation. It was merely a matter of fulfilling duties and augmenting the treasury's revenue from land taxes." Wu Cheng nodded, sighing, "The integrity of numbers is paramount. They do not lie. If one cannot even ascertain the accurate acreage, how can governance be conducted effectively? The deterioration of state affairs begins with such negligence." Shaking the fish-scale ledger, Wu Cheng shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "However, this matter does not concern us. As for the affairs of the state, the dignitaries in the court will manage them. We shall focus on our own tasks. Today, I will meticulously inspect each plot of land in the great Zhuangzi village according to the fish-scale ledger. Any land not recorded therein shall be deemed unclaimed wasteland, to be distributed among the villagers of the small Zhuangzi and the tenants of the great Zhuangzi." The registrar Hong's pupils dilated in shock. He opened his mouth but could utter no sound. As a seasoned official, he was well aware of the implications surrounding the hidden fields of gentry. Avoiding taxes on these hidden fields was one of their primary means of income. Now, this minor official intended to clear out the Qing family's hidden fields and distribute them to the villagers and tenants, which would be akin to inflicting grievous wounds upon the benevolent Qing. How could he possibly let this pass without retaliation? Moreover, the benevolent Qing was merely a moderate landlord in Wu Cheng, overshadowed by many more powerful figures. Would those watching the seizure of Qing's hidden fields not feel a sense of shared fate in their kinship with him? Did this small 100-household office truly intend to alienate all the landlords and gentry across Wu Cheng and even Shanxi? Given the magnitude of the situation, it was clear that only high-ranking officials could intervene. A mere 100-household office lacked the capability to engage such formidable backing. Hong's gaze towards Wu Cheng transformed, his lower lip nearly bleeding from his biting. Yet, he had no time to ponder further as shouts of "Step aside! Step aside!" echoed from a distance. The curious villagers and tenants hastily parted to make way for a furious steward, flanked by several household servants wielding wooden clubs and steel blades, who approached with urgency. "Who dares to come here and survey the land? Do you know whose land this is? Damn it, are you tired of living?" Wu Cheng observed them with keen interest. Turning his head slightly, Hong immediately understood and hurriedly stepped forward to introduce, "Good sir, this man is the steward of the Qing family. Reputed to be the cousin of the benevolent Qing's concubine. We privately refer to him as Qing heir." "Qing heir indeed appears rather foolish," Wu Cheng remarked nonchalantly. Disregarding the puzzled expression on Hong's face, he stood with his hands behind his back, awaiting the furious steward's approach. Before the steward could speak, Wu Cheng interjected, "Qing heir. Do you know whose favor has allowed you to become the steward of the Qing family?" The steward, aware that Qing heir was a derogatory term, felt a surge of anger at being addressed in such a manner. He hastily advanced, intending to seize Wu Cheng by the collar, but suddenly caught sight of Hong, who was bound behind Wu Cheng. He froze in place, scrutinizing Wu Cheng with a mix of awe and trepidation, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Ah, you are. He stammered without articulating his thoughts, yet Wu Cheng understood his implication. With a grin, he nodded affirmatively, "Indeed, it is I." The steward's complexion turned ashen, and with a whimper, he instinctively retreated, losing his footing and falling to the ground like a frightened rabbit, flailing his arms. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I had no part in this. How could you not be involved?" Wu Cheng chuckled, casting a glance at the bewildered servants who exchanged glances among themselves. He then retrieved the official notice he had previously used to deceive the villagers of Qiuyuan from his pocket. "Here lies the proclamation from the Wuxian County office. Each village under Wuxian County is to conduct a thorough measurement of their fields. This great Zhuangzi village is indeed governed by Wuxian County, is it not? Naturally, we must adhere to the orders of the authorities and cooperate with the measurement, regardless of whose land it may be. You, armed with weapons and speaking disrespectfully, are clearly resisting the measurement. To defy the measurement is to contravene the edicts of the government. Come, bind these ruffians." Chapter 56, The Swing at a Single Command. The flag army, which had quietly formed a semicircle around the household servants, surged forward, brandishing wooden sticks and striking wildly at the heads and legs of the servants. These servants had heard whispers of the affairs in Xishan village, and upon witnessing the sudden transformation of Qin, many began to deduce the identities of Wu Cheng and his companions, as they beheld the robust men surrounding them, akin to ferocious tigers. Even the most simple-minded among them realized the gravity of the situation, and they immediately scattered in a panic, clutching their heads in fear. Although the servants were armed with knives and guns and outnumbered the flag army, none were willing to risk their lives over a few acres of barren land. Even the leading steward was paralyzed with fright, and they dared not engage the soldiers of the guard, opting instead to flee in a chaotic frenzy. However, the villagers, witnessing this sudden upheaval, blocked their escape routes. In their desperation, several servants shouted harshly, demanding the villagers to clear the way. Yet, the villagers were momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Even if those in the front obeyed and stepped aside, those behind remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Pushing forward in curiosity, effectively sealing every possible escape route for the servants. Unable to flee, they were captured one by the flag army, beaten and bound. Qin was also tightly restrained and dragged like a lifeless corpse to a tree by the field, where he was tied up. The villagers, upon witnessing this, erupted into joyous exclamations, pointing and chattering amongst themselves, with an undercurrent of cheers beginning to swell in the crowd. Wu Cheng, glancing towards the source of the cheers, chuckled and delivered a resounding slap to Qiuyuan's face. Ah, you are indeed a tyrant who has oppressed the good and virtuous, devoid of any conscience. If we were to execute you right here before these tenants, how many would consider us their saviors? It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. It is all the doing of Lord Qing. Qiuyuan's face turned as pale as powder, tears and snot streaming down, his body trembling so violently that even the tree trunk shook. Summoning all his strength, he cried out a couple of times, only to wet himself, releasing a foul stench. Wu Cheng, covering his nose, took a couple of steps back, just as Hong Zhibu approached. Brave sir, the situation now is far different from that of Shishan village. Under the very eyes of Lord Qing, capturing someone is one matter, but killing them is an entirely different affair. The Qing family will surely not let this go easily. Engaging them in a fight to the death would only allow others to reap the benefits. Wu Cheng paused, squinting at Hong Zhibu, then laughed heartily. Personally loosening his bonds, your reminder is appreciated. Rest assured, I have my own measures. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall bury it. My sole task is to delineate the land, and how I coexist with Lord Qing depends entirely on his understanding of the matter. An exquisite porcelain cup shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. Yet, Lord Qing remained unsatisfied and seized a vase, raising it high before smashing it to the floor, creating a cacophony of shattered ceramic. Finally, breathless and agitated, he collapsed back into his chair, shouting hysterically, "Call everyone! Summon the guards! Bring forth the silver to hire men! If I do not eliminate this band of thieves today, I am not worthy to be called a man. Not worthy to be called a man. Master, you must not." A nearby concubine rushed forward to dissuade him, patting Lord Qing's chest in a soothing manner. Those thieves are, after all, the local militia. And they are armed. Do I not have a weapon? I possess even a tiger cannon. The benevolent Mr. Qing erupted in a fit of rage, interrupting her words with vehement indignation. What manner of soldiers are the guards? There are scarcely a few dozen capable fighters among them. Even if I were to exhaust my wealth, I could scarcely acquire a handful of skilled warriors. I shall annihilate his entire 100 households to satiate this grievance. Dear sir, please temper your anger. Do not jeopardize your health. The concubine rolled her eyes inwardly, yet feigned an expression of urgent concern. Sir, I share your fury. But consider this. Are those bandit ruffians in Shishan village killing and abducting in order to target our Qing family? This is an unwarranted calamity. Why should you intercede on behalf of others? Mr. Qing's breath gradually steadied, and he struck the armrest of his chair with such force that his hand turned crimson. Those scoundrels. Why is it that whenever the Zhang family and the officials of the capital engage in their power struggles, it is always my Qing family that suffers? Our lineage has been virtuous for generations. Why are we so unfortunate, caught in the crossfire like a mere ball? You are correct, sir. The conflict between the Zhang family and the officials of the capital is of no concern to us. Why should we involve ourselves in this turmoil? The concubine observed Mr. Qing's fury began to dissipate and continued to counsel him. The Zhang family enjoys imperial favor and holds official titles. What about us? Your support is merely that of a prefect, a distant relative. While they might assist in minor matters, can we truly rely on them in a significant crisis? Consider this. Sir, if you allow your anger to lead you into a mutual destruction with that 100 households, will the Zhang family extend you any assistance? They would likely relish seeing you punished by the court, eager to seize your estate. You are well aware of Zhang Daohua's greed and cruelty. How he once tormented the widow and orphan child of the Du family. If you leave them with any incriminating evidence against you, will they not resort to the same tactics against you? Mr. Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation, then nodded. Your words hold merit. Given the current predicament, what course of action should I take? Simply observe the unfolding conflict, sir. The concubine smiled gently and offered her strategy. In my view, these bandit ruffians surveying the land are merely pawns in the grand scheme of the officials against the Zhang family. Do they truly dare to conduct a genuine survey? Are they not afraid of incurring the wrath of the gentry throughout Shanxi and beyond? What befell Zhang Zhuzhing is well known. Which of those high officials in the capital can rival his power? Thus, once the conflict between the Zhang family and the officials reaches a conclusion, this matter of land surveying will naturally fade away. Let us allow them to survey, to cooperate with their efforts. If they wish to divide the land, we shall acquiesce. As long as we preserve the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. When the dust settles from their power struggle, either the bandits will be vanquished by the Zhang family or will rise in rank. At that time, we can reclaim the land. Those lowly tenants, bereft of the soldiers' backing, will they dare to rebel? Indeed, indeed, Mr. Qing exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he pressed a kiss upon the cheek of his concubine. Then I shall feign illness and remain at home, awaiting the outcome of their conflict. Sir, feigning illness will not suffice. You must exert yourself to visit the Zhang family frequently. The concubine shook her head, gently pushing Mr. Qin. Currently, the military is formidable, and the Zhang family finds themselves precariously entangled in courtly factionalism, rendering them weak. If we do not extend mutual support, we would be aiding the strong while assaulting the weak. At this moment, the Zhang family is particularly sensitive. Should circumstances change, they would undoubtedly harbor resentment against us for not offering assistance. Therefore, I believe that even if we choose to observe from the sidelines, we must present a faade of unwavering dedication to the Zhang family. The task may remain unaccomplished, but our demeanor must be impeccably aligned. Indeed, indeed, exclaimed the benevolent Qin with a hearty laugh. Go and prepare some gifts. I shall head to the estate of Zhang Laoer to express my condolences and seek assistance. Chapter 57. Indeterminacy torches ignited across the fields, shimmering like a constellation of brilliant stars when viewed from above. The flag-bearing troops, led by Wu Cheng, utilized the light of these torches to carry out their measurements throughout the night. In what should have been a tranquil and quiet hour, the edges of the fields were encircled by clusters of villagers. Not only did tenants from Dazuangzi village gather, but farmers from nearby hamlets also arrived, filled with excitement as they observed Wu Cheng and his men at work. Many villagers brought food and drink, laying them along the ridges of the fields, eager to offer hospitality whenever Wu Cheng and his companions took a moment to rest. Typically, when the government and gentry conducted land surveys, it was merely a guise for further exploitation, and the common folk were understandably reluctant. However, the soldiers were genuinely measuring the fields and distributing land immediately after surveying each area. In these times, nothing held more value than land. Those who had received their allotments were overjoyed, while those still awaiting their share craned their necks in anticipation. Villagers from nearby settlements seized every opportunity to inquire when Wu Cheng and his men would arrive to survey and distribute land in their villages. The Qin family, on the other hand, had not shown their face again, seemingly abandoning both the fields of Dazuangzi village and the household slaves bound to the trees. In contrast, a servant from the Zhang family made a brief appearance, observing the situation amidst the crowd before quietly slipping away. This left Wu Cheng feeling disheartened. The so-called benevolent Qin was utterly spineless. The Zhang family had at least sent someone to assess the circumstances, while he remained inactive. Alas, my arrangements have been wasted, and my men have been feeding on insects in the woods for such a long time. The truth remains, in this world, nothing holds more value than land. Severing a person's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their parents. Having seized the land of the so-called benevolent Qin and cleared his hidden fields, how could he possibly let this go unchallenged? A fierce confrontation was inevitable, and this conveniently fell into Wu Cheng's trap. The matter of land measurement and distribution was too significant, involving not only the Zhang and Qin families, local power brokers, high-ranking officials in the court, the Zhu family's princely clan, and the wealthy gentry and merchants across the land. Who among them had not engaged in matters of land? With Wu Cheng's current strength, pushing forward with land distribution would mean declaring war against the entire realm, an act so reckless that it could scarcely be described as anything but suicidal. Though Wu Cheng harbored rebellious intentions, he lacked the strength to revolt. Every additional day he could accumulate strength was a precious opportunity for survival. Thus, his best course of action was to amplify the situation within one or two villages, confining the impact to a select few settlements. To the eyes of the gentry and affluent families, his land measurement and distribution would merely be a strategy against the Zhang family. Since it was not a genuine endeavor, it would not provoke other powers, allowing him the time and space to maneuver. By escalating the situation, making it known throughout Wuxiang and even the entirety of Shanxi that the Wuxiang 100 households were acting on behalf of the people, the villagers would harbor hope in Wu Cheng. When the time came for Wu Cheng to raise the banner of rebellion, these oppressed, yet hopeful commoners would ignite a conflagration that engulfed the entire realm. Thus, even before setting out, Wu Cheng had set his sights on the fields of Dazuangzi village, arranging for Mian Chang'e to lead a group of dozens to hide in the nearby mountains. Should the benevolent Qin come to contest the land, they would engage in a fierce battle and capture him as well. Who would have thought that after Qin the Good Samaritan sent a wave of stewards and servants, he would retreat into his shell, not only failing to take the initiative but also neglecting to send even a negotiator, allowing Wu Cheng and others to toil until the late hours, measuring the fields of Dazuangzi village to the best of their abilities? Qing the Good Samaritan is rather naive. Otherwise, he would not have accepted the hot potato that is Shishan village. Beside him, the scribe Hong commented lightly, yet he possesses a clever concubine who frequently devises strategies for him. It seems she persuaded Qing the Good Samaritan to remain aloof. Watching as the heroes contended with the Zhang family, Wu Cheng furrowed his brow, squinting as he turned to Hong, scribe Hong. Why do you divulge such gentry secrets to me? Hong sighed with a bitter smile, waving his hand. It is merely a sentiment, nothing more, brave sir. Do not dwell on it. Wu Cheng regarded him deeply, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, and ceased his inquiries. If you speak thus, scribe Hong, I shall take your word. Since Qing the Good Samaritan has chosen not to intervene, our efforts here are rendered futile. Let us finish measuring this last piece of land and then return home. Once they completed the final measurement, observing Wu Cheng and his companions packing their tools in preparation to leave, the villagers from nearby hamlets grew anxious, crowding around to implore Wu Cheng and his team to measure and allocate land in their villages. Despite Wu Cheng exhausting his persuasive efforts, the throng remained unmoved. He had no choice but to ascend a dirt mound and shout, "Dear villagers, it is not that we are unwilling to measure your lands. We simply lack the manpower. We have yet to finish measuring our own 100 households' land, and if it were not for the reports of corrupt officials exploiting the guise of measurement to oppress the populace, we would not be here at all. Rest assured, once the military land measurement at Wuxiang 100 households is complete, we will cooperate with the authorities to measure and allocate your fields and assess taxes. Should any greedy officials attempt to extort you under the pretext of measurement, come to Wuxiang 100 households and seek me out. We shall stand for you." After much persuasion, the elder from Xiaozuangzi and the villagers from Dazuangzi joined in, gradually dispersing the crowd. Wu Cheng and his companions, akin to fleeing from danger, slipped into the darkness with the constables in tow, while the steward and servants of the Qin family remained bound to a tree, venting the frustrations of the tenants. Not until the flickering lights of Dazuangzi village faded from view did Wu Cheng wave his hand, instructing the soldiers to untie the constables. "You constables and clerks, some of you were beaten by us last time in Shishan village. The rest of you should now recognize our prowess. The celestial beings engage in their contests. You insignificant fish have no place in such affairs. Next time, think before you act, lest you lose your lives without even realizing it." The constables knelt in supplication, but scribe Hong sighed, straightening his attire and respectfully bowing. "Though we have crossed paths twice, we have not exchanged names. It is indeed impolite. I am Hong Lei. Courtesy named Sanshur. May I inquire your name, brave sir?" "Wu Cheng," he replied succinctly, a smile gracing his features as he mounted the donkey led by Qian Changha. "Scribe Hong, we shall surely have more dealings in the future." As he watched Wu Cheng and his companions vanish into the night, Hong Lei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. A constable approached, inquiring, "Scribe, we have botched this task. How shall we account to the Zhang family?" "It is perhaps better that the matter has faltered. Should it have succeeded, the Zhang family would inevitably have become the scapegoats." Master Hong waved his hand and sighed deeply. Neither Zhang De nor Zhang Heir possessed the capability to achieve anything significant. The affairs of the Zhang family must be decided by the matriarch. It has been several days since you departed for Dozhuang to deliver a message. I hope the matriarch arrives in Wuxiang swiftly, lest Zhang Heir continue to stir trouble. Master Hong squinted into the pitch-black expanse ahead, murmuring, "Wu Cheng, Wu Xiaoqi." The Zhang family's greatest support lies not in the capital, but in the southwest. When that person is finally able to intervene, it shall be the moment of the Zhang family's thunderous strike. Chapter 58. The reason the horizon had begun to pale, as sunlight gradually dispelled the darkness, illuminating the figure standing before the Tunbao like a great tree. Wu Cheng felt a jolt of surprise. "Uncle Mian, how long have you been waiting here?" "Since you left." Mian Zhengyu replied solemnly, casting a glance at the flag soldiers behind Wu Cheng. They all lowered their heads, sensing the unspoken cue to disperse, leaving only Mian Chang'e by Wu Cheng's side, adopting a stance of shared adversity. "Fourth brat, you should return to rest. I need to speak with Wu's boy," Mian Zhengyu said, glaring fiercely at him. Wu Cheng turned slightly to nod in agreement, prompting Mian Chang'e to reluctantly retreat into the Tunbao, though he did not leave entirely, instead hiding in the city gate to quietly observe the interaction between Wu Cheng and Mian Zhengyu. Mian Zhengyu furrowed his brow in contemplation before speaking. "Clearing land for farming is a good thing, so I want to stop you from settling the troops, but the village of Xiaozhuang belongs to the people. If the way army meddles in politics, they could easily label you with charges of treason if they so desire." Why involve yourself in such matters? Uncle Mian. If we could live in peace, who would dare meddle in matters that risk our lives? Wu Cheng replied with a bitter smile. But will the Zhang family allow us to live peacefully? Will the court grant us peace? Will this world permit us to live in tranquility? To survive, one must fight for their life. Burying our heads in the sand will only lead to our eventual demise. We must confront those who wish to exploit us, those who would drain us of our very essence, to safeguard our lives. Wu Cheng paused before continuing. Uncle Mian, I understand your concerns, but my resolve is unwavering. I wish to save as many people as possible. I cannot bear to witness the suffering of the common folk, perishing from hunger, cold, or the blade, as we saw on our way back to Shanxi. Hence, I must pursue this path, should you choose not to walk it with me. I can return your tickets from Mr. Du and assist you in securing an official position elsewhere. Mian Jingyu bowed his head in silence for a moment, then suddenly lifted it, his eyes piercing as he fixed his gaze on Wu Cheng, asking, Wu's boy, tell me, are these deeds of yours inspired by the celestial beings of the immortal realm? Wu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Mian Jingyu struggled with the concept of rebellion, yet his concern for Wu Cheng compelled him to seek a rationale to help him overcome this mental hurdle. Nodding, Wu Cheng touched his left chest, where once lay a vital part of him, now left in another world. Yet his heart continued to beat with fervor. There are no divine beings. It is the Great Ones, a group of extraordinary individuals who have imparted their wisdom to me. Mian Jingyu nodded, exhaling deeply. Since it is knowledge acquired in the realm of the immortals, it must surely be correct. Wu's boy, I may not be well-read nor understand the intricacies of philosophy, but I promised your father to ensure your safety, and thus I shall protect you for a lifetime. Wu Cheng felt a wave of emotion surge within him, his voice choked with the desire to express his thoughts. However, Mian Jingyu waved his hand, deftly sidestepping the topic. I have something to share with you. Old Yu mentioned that the new recruits have been practicing their formations with remarkable proficiency. In a couple of days, they will begin training with swords and firearms, and at that time, the new flag army will undergo categorized training. You wish to assemble a team of arquebus seers, did you not? I have found a leader for you. Today, I received a letter from my brother-in-law. He and 7 or 8 soldiers from the border army are coming to join us. My brother-in-law is skilled with a firearm, and the batch of arquebus crafted by Master Chun has yet to be tested, so they can assist in the evaluation. As fine rain began to fall from the sky, carried by the chill of the wind, Hong Zhufu stood in the courtyard, exposed to the elements, his clothing quickly becoming drenched. The cold wind blew, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Yet, he dared not move, lowering his head like a child caught in mischief, stealing glances at Zhang Daohua, who, clad in simple attire, sat beneath the eaves, playing the zither and listening to the rain. In his childhood, whenever he felt troubled, his father would encourage him to play the zither to calm his mind. Though his father was no longer with him, this habit had persisted to this day. After finishing his piece, Zhang Daohua slowly rose, accepting a teacup from a servant and taking a sip. He glanced at the shivering Hong Lei and scoffed. Hong Zhufu, the master of the Qing family, lamented to me until deep into the night yesterday, leaving me troubled ever since. Hong Lei swallowed hard and replied, Second master, those ruffians came at us without warning. I truly had no way to respond. I was also beaten by them. If you do not believe me, I can publicly remove my clothing for you to inspect my injuries. I believe you, Zhang Daohua interjected, but I cannot comprehend why, as officials appointed by the court, you did not retaliate against the guards when they assaulted you. You simply allowed yourselves to be beaten? He chuckled coldly. The Qing family is ineffectual, and you, as an official, are no better. You allowed yourselves to be beaten without a fight. You all went armed. If any were to be killed or injured, I would intervene on your behalf. Hong Lei rolled his eyes inwardly. Zhang Daohua spoke eloquently, yet if it came to a brawl with the guards, he would likely abandon them as a scapegoat. Zhang Daohua, oblivious to Hong Lei's thoughts, furrowed his brow and took another sip of tea. Continuing, these ruffians are brazen beyond measure, exceeding my expectations. However, this may serve a purpose. Their interference in civil matters, the assault on government officials, and the illegal appropriation of land. If the court were to take these matters seriously, any one of them could cost them their heads. But therein lies the problem with the word seriously. Zhang Daohua shook his head with a sigh. The actions of the high officials in the court are all aimed at vying for power and gain, which case is ever resolved without it becoming a tool for factional strife. These ruffians have their protectors. Even if the matter is brought before the court, it will likely end in nothing. Zhang Daohua lifted his gaze to Hong Lei, offering him a faint smile, yet his eyes were frosted with coldness. Thus, I must trouble you, Hong Shufu, to exert yourself further. The matter must escalate. Blood must be shed. If the government and the guards engage in a conflict that results in casualties, then the court will be compelled to take it seriously. Hong Lei trembled. Was this not urging him to race towards the gates of hell? Before a dispute could arise, Zhang Daohua interjected, Master Hong, Mr. Wang sent a letter a few days ago, mentioning that your son has been performing commendably at the academy. In a couple of years, he may be ready to attempt the imperial examination for youths. Hong Lei's pupils dilated in shock. How could he not discern the veiled threat embedded in Zhang Daohua's tone? What appeared to be a casual remark was, in reality, a warning. The fate of his family rested in his hands, with their future poised precariously between success and ruin, contingent upon his whims. Biting his lower lip, Hong Lei clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, In that case, I shall return to make preparations, and I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord. Chapter 59. Dispute. The grand estate's gate creaked open a narrow slit, through which Hong Lei slipped out. With a resounding bang, the gate slammed shut behind him. The obsequious expression that had adorned his face vanished, and his eyes darkened as he glanced back at the firmly shut door, unable to suppress a series of sneezes. How did the steward end up in such a state? A bruised constable approached, noticing Hong Lei shivering like a drenched chicken. Swiftly, he removed his own garment and draped it over Hong Lei, signaling to a companion to fetch some clean cloth for drying. A little rain. What does it matter? Hong Lei offered a bitter smile, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. When celestial beings engage in battle, it is the mortals who suffer. By all that is sacred, we are in for a reckoning. The constable's face turned ashen upon hearing this, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The one who had gone for the cloth asked in astonishment, Steward, do you mean we must confront those ruffians from the 100 House? They are backed by powerful patrons and armed with blades. How can we, mere clerks, stand against them? Would it not be courting death? Hong Lei, disinterested in further explanation, nodded vaguely, hastily wiping the droplets from his body. Accepting the oilcloth umbrella, he trudged through the muddy path toward the town of Wu Cheng. The two constables, though gripped by fear and pale of face, could only suppress their curiosity and followed closely behind him, holding the umbrella aloft. As they traversed halfway, they spied a procession approaching along the official road. At the forefront were a cadre of formidable, brawny servants astride magnificent steeds, bows drawn and blades at their sides, escorting an opulently adorned carriage. Following behind were a seemingly endless line of attendants and maidservants, the entire entourage advancing with such grandeur that they seemed to part the rain, leaving splashes of mud in their wake. The common folk hurrying along the road quickly veered aside upon sighting this procession, which exuded an air of menace. The leading servants, ruthless in their demeanor, lashed out with whips at those who failed to yield swiftly enough, clearing a path through brute force. Lost in thought, Hong Lei was caught off guard and failed to sidestep in time. A servant barreled toward him, momentarily halting upon recognizing Hong Lei's azure official robe, yet showed no sign of yielding. Just as the servant raised his whip to strike, a vigilant constable yanked Hong Lei aside, sparing him from an unnecessary lash. Though adorned in official garb, Hong Lei nearly bore the brunt of the whip, his heart brimming with indignation. He raised his gaze toward the carriage, only to burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, splendid, a timely arrival. With the Queen Mother presiding over that celestial being, we mere mortals may be spared from the impending blades. Zhang Daohua had just stepped into the inner chambers when he received word from the servants. Hastily grabbing an umbrella, he dashed to the estate's entrance. From a distance, he spotted the familiar carriage and the imposing throng approaching, and he quickly raised his umbrella in welcome. Mother, I have come to escort you. What brings you to Wuxiang in such inclement weather? Lady Hua emerged from the carriage, supported by her maids, her face etched with weariness. Upon seeing her son holding the umbrella, a flicker of irritation crossed her features. Had you been more considerate, I would not have had to brave the rain for hundreds of miles. Always stirring up trouble, you never seem to learn. Zhang Daohua, feeling unjustly scolded, could not help but feel a sense of grievance as he lowered his head to shield Madame Hua from the rain, guiding her into the estate. Observing his filial demeanor, the pent-up frustration within Madame Hua began to dissipate somewhat, and her tone softened considerably. Erlang, you are not a fool. You should be able to discern the reason for your mother's visit. That day, I came to Wuxiang out of concern for you, to ensure that you signed agreements with those local soldiers. Yet, as soon as I left, you began to stir up trouble. How could I be the one causing trouble? Zhang Daohua retorted with a hint of defiance in his voice. Mother, you are far away in Qingshui, unaware of the circumstances in Wuxiang. Those soldiers are encroaching upon our land and have even allied with the scions of the Du family, clearly targeting the Zhang family. If I were to do nothing, would that not be an admission of cowardice? My elder brother's position in the capital is already precarious. If our family allows itself to be intimidated by a mere 100 households, we would be unable to safeguard our own land. To outsiders, would that not signal the onset of our downfall? Who would refrain from taking advantage of our weakness? Mother, do you not realize how increasingly difficult it has become for me in Wuxiang? The local gentry and landlords merely sit back and watch, while the officials below are indecisive. The Qin family endured the murder of their kin and the division of their land, yet they remain silent. Even minor officials like Hong Lei, whom we supported, dare to act in defiance. Why? It is because we have appeared excessively weak. The outside world is also watching us closely. How could a down-and-out scholar from the Du family manage to borrow a substantial sum from the Jin merchants? It is because these merchants await the moment when the Zhang family falls, ready to pounce and divide our remains. Mother, in such dire circumstances, how can I endure? You have instructed me to protect the Zhang family's assets, and I have devoted myself to this task. What wrong have I committed? Initially, you wanted to pursue peace, but I opposed it. The Zhang family has endured its share of storms. When my father died for his country, our political adversaries bullied us, leaving us as a widow and orphans. Did we not persevere through those trying times? Now, with the ascension of the emperor and the elimination of the eunuchs, my elder brother is under siege in the court. Did we not survive that as well? How can we flinch before a mere 100 households now? If those in the capital wish to use them against us, why should we not remove this thorn from our side? Zhang Daohua spoke fervently, his face slightly flushed. Yet, Madame Hua remained silent, entering the main hall and taking her seat, gesturing for Zhang Daohua to occupy a side seat. Once the servants had presented fruits and tea, she dismissed all but one personal maid. After taking a sip of tea to gather her thoughts, she turned to the tense Zhang Daohua and asked, Erlang, allow me to inquire, what has enabled our Zhang family to achieve such prosperity today? Zhang Daohua furrowed his brow and replied without hesitation, Mother, our wealth is a result of the diligent efforts of our ancestors, who toiled to accumulate savings. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Lady Hua gently shaking her head. Zhang Daohua quickly amended his words, Mother, it is due to the benevolence of successive emperors and the mutual support among officials and nobles in the court. Once again, Lady Hua shook her head. At a loss for words, Zhang Daohua paused for a moment before attempting once more, Mother, could it be that our fortune relies on the assistance of local gentry and magnates? Beyond that, I truly know not what else it could depend upon. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lady Hua's eyes as she sighed and shook her head. As the saying goes, wealth and nobility rarely extend beyond 3 generations. It seems there is truth to this. You, your elder brother, and your father fall far short compared to your grandfather. Erlang, remember this well. The Zhang family's current affluence is attributable to but one reason. Our family is of great utility. Chapter 60. It is indeed a blessing to ascend the ranks, to achieve the esteemed title of a scholar, to enter the corridors of power, to bring glory to one's ancestors, and to indulge in the opulence and splendor of such a meteoric rise. Yet, the price paid is the perpetual state of vigilance. A life lived on the edge of a knife, where one's fate is no longer one's own. Lady Hua sighed softly, observing her bewildered son, and slowly shook her head. In this realm of power, notions of benevolence, morality, familial prestige, and friendships are mere illusions. From the emperor in the Forbidden City to the lowly clerks in the government offices, all that matters is whether one is deemed useful. Take Qiuyuan as an example. Why did the emperor shower him with such favor? It was because, amidst the utter collapse of officials and generals in Liaodong, he alone achieved a significant victory at Qiuyuan. His triumph over the eastern invaders earned him prestige, allowing him to control the proud and fierce warriors of Liaodong. He stood out as the sole civil servant among the military ranks, boldly proclaiming the plan of 5 years to pacify Liaodong when others deemed the situation impossible. Thus, the emperor believed he could rely on him to quell the turmoil in Liaodong, granting him boundless favor. Even when Yuan committed the grave sin of executing Mao Wenzhong without imperial decree, the emperor turned a blind eye to this transgression. Lady Hua scoffed coldly, yet he failed to protect the capital from the eastern invaders, who ravaged the area around the emperor's feet, leaving Yuan Chongzhen powerless. The emperor, realizing he was but a man of empty words, swiftly rescinded his past favors. Once a beloved minister, he met a gruesome fate of execution. Another Sai escaped Lady Hua as she regarded the pensive Zhang Daoa. Such occurrences are not rare in the world of politics. Figures like Yang Lian, Xiang Tingbai, Wei Zhongxian, Qian Longxi, Han Zhuan, the Chu faction, the Zhujiang faction, the eunuch faction, and the Donglin faction. Some were unmatched in talent, some renowned across the realm, some showered with favors. Others born to illustrious families or surrounded by esteemed friends. Yet, did any of them rise to prominence without being deemed useful? And did any escape ruin when they were no longer of value? Even the emperor himself retains his throne solely due to his utility. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daoha turned pale, ready to speak, but Lady Hua gestured for silence and sighed deeply. Is my Zhang family not similar? She lamented. During the Tianqi era, your father perished for his country, and how many sought to exploit us, the widowed and orphaned, attempting to seize the Zhang family as fortunes? How did we endure? It was due to the failures in Liaodong. Even the governor Xiong Tingbai wished to abandon the region and retreat. The court needed examples to stabilize the populace. Moreover, your elder brother forged connections with the eunuch faction, as Wei Zhongxian required the support of families like ours, who had sacrificed for the nation. To both the court and Wei Zhongxian, the Zhang family proved useful, thus preserving our legacy. After the emperor ascended the throne, it was I who urged your elder brother to betray the eunuch faction, selling the friendships of old to the emperor and assisting him in eradicating the eunuchs. Your brother was valuable to the emperor, which is why, despite the outcry for his demise, the emperor protected your brother's position, thereby safeguarding the Zhang family's wealth and status. Madame Ho paused, her brows furrowed as she gazed towards the capital. However, with the eunuchs now subdued, your elder brother has become of no use. Those officials have entangled him in the case of Qiuyuan Chongzhen, while the emperor merely watches from the sidelines, evidently prepared to forsake your elder brother, this useless individual. Erlang. The predicaments you encountered in Wuxiang, as well as those faced by our Zhang family, ultimately stem from our status as orphans and widows, rendered of no utility to the court and the emperor. Thus, to safeguard the Zhang family, we must ensure we remain of value. Madame Hua struck the ground with her cane, sighing. It has become meaningless for Daliang to remain in the capital. Instead, he is under constant scrutiny. I have asked Zhang San to go to the capital, not only to deliver a message but to suggest that he withdraw strategically and request a demotion back to Shanxi. The incursion of the Qing bandits into Jin has escalated, and Governor Song is overwhelmed with the task of gathering provisions and troops. I have already discussed with him that the Zhang family will provide funds and supplies, while Daliang will personally recruit a militia to assist Governor Song in eradicating the Qing bandits and restoring peace to Shanxi. Zhang Daohua furrowed his brow and inquired, Mother, if Daliang remains in the capital, we can receive timely updates on the court's movements and prepare accordingly. If he is demoted and leaves the capital, will those officials spare the Zhang family? We would then be left in the dark, unprepared, and vulnerable to an unexpected attack. Moreover, there are numerous wealthy gentry in Shanxi. Does Governor Song truly require the Zhang family? Your method, Mother, may inadvertently undermine our family's influence and provoke those lurking in the shadows to strike at us. You speak truthfully. The capital and court cannot be left unattended. We must retain someone of value there. Madame Hua smiled faintly and beckoned. A maid brought forth a draft of a letter and placed it on the table. The primary purpose of Zhang San's visit to the capital is this matter. Your father still has some remnants of influence in the Ministry of War. It is time for them to submit a memorial on behalf of our Zhang family. Zhang Daohua took the draft and glanced at it hastily, and a tremor coursed through him, his clouds of worry dissipating as he joyfully asked, Is it about my sister? Indeed, it concerns your sister. Madame Hua smiled gently, explaining, in the second year of Chongzhen, when the eastern Tartars invaded, the capital's defenses crumbled at the slightest touch, and the troops from Liaodong disregarded orders. The loyal forces from the 9 borders mutinied in succession, while the northern armies performed abysmally. The court must inevitably summon strong troops from other regions to protect the capital. Currently, in our Ming dynasty, only the bygone soldiers from the southwestern Shizhou pacification office can be deemed reliable and battle-ready. Last year, Shi Ming was defeated and killed, and this year, Wei sought to surrender. With the insurrection of Qian quelled, the southwest is now peaceful, making it the perfect time for the bygone soldiers to be dispatched north to safeguard the capital. The southwestern tribes are diverse, and the situation is complex, necessitating the authority of the venerable Lady Qin to maintain order, but she cannot remain in the capital indefinitely. Zhang Daohua began to comprehend, his smile broadening. Only the sons of Lady Qin can command the bygone soldiers stationed in the capital, namely Ma Xianglin and Ma Ruijing. As your sister is the wife of Ma Ruijing, she must naturally accompany the troops north to be stationed in the capital. The emperor and the officials in the court will rely on the bygone soldiers for their safety, thus they cannot afford to offend our Zhang family. Humph. Those hidden figures in the court will have to continue lurking. Indeed, you have finally grasped the situation. Madame Hu smiled with satisfaction, but soon retracted her smile and admonished. Old Lady Qing possesses a steadfast and righteous nature, and Ma Ruijing aligns with her. If you escalate this matter, and they learn of the Zhang family's encroachment on the military garrison, it would be a wonder if they do not denounce the Zhang family in a show of righteousness. How could Yi bear to seek their assistance afterward? The incursions of the Qing bandits into Jin have intensified, and it is precisely the time for military action. If you provoke a conflict with the Wei troops now, even if you emerge victorious, how will it appear to the other armies? Should unrest ensue, and the Wei troops defect to the Qing bandits, the situation in Shanxi could spiral out of control, compelling the court to intervene, whether they wish to or not. At that point, our Zhang family would be rendered powerless, facing imminent destruction. Seeing Zhang Dao bow his head, Madame Hu recognized his acknowledgement of wrongdoing and softened her tone. Is there truly any need to hasten our dealings with the Wei troops? For now, let us remain in the shadows. When the White Pole Army enters the Wei capital, that shall be our moment to act. During this time, you need not concern yourself with matters in Wuxiang. I have other tasks for you. The incursions of the Qing bandits into Jin also present an opportunity. You must personally venture into the Taiying Mountains. We must prepare ourselves. Chapter 61. The bird gun at the residence of the magistrate Hong. I delivered a sum of silver, which he accepted without hesitation. The young lad closely trailed behind Wu Cheng, lowering his voice to report. The magistrate Hong told me, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. He does not wish to be that fish. With old Madame Hu's arrival in Wuxiang, she can keep an eye on Zhang Air, allowing Brother Cheng to rest easy. Wu Cheng nodded thoughtfully. The display of Hong Lei at the Grand Village had convinced Wu Cheng that he was a potential ally. However, it was clear that the time was not yet ripe. Though Hong Lei harbored some ambivalence, he had not made any decisive moves to align himself. Hong Lei was well acquainted with the local gentry of Wuxiang, and if we could win him over, it would greatly benefit our cause. Make several visits to him. Regardless of whether he accepts, we must maintain a proper demeanor. Did not Lu Huangshu visit the thatched cottage thrice? Wu Cheng replied with a slight nod, his brow furrowing in thought. With Madame Hu and Wuxiang, the Zhang family will likely refrain from any actions for the time being. Indeed, recently, numerous villagers from various hamlets have come to us seeking justice. Those landlords and gentry are as meek as quails, returning land when asked and compensating where due. No one dares to stand against us. The young lad chuckled, his eyes narrowing with delight. I've heard some villages wish to donate to our temple. Soon, we shall be akin to bodhisattvas. Those are but clay bodhisattvas. The calm before the storm is always the most deceptive. Wu Cheng replied with a wry smile, rolling up the ledger of fish scales. When old man he returns tonight, remind him that we shall only mediate. Any criminal cases must be handed over to the authorities. Land measurements and allocations should only occur at the 100 households office. Do not be swayed by the villagers' plight to assist them in land distribution. The Zhang family does not wish to provoke us, and we must not overly incite the local gentry and landlords. We need time to develop and grow. More time is always preferable. Wu Cheng shrugged, mounting his donkey as he ambled toward the fortress. Let us proceed. Today, Uncle Huang and his men will be testing the guns. We must not keep them waiting. An open area near the fortress had been cleared, where a burly man with a thick beard was toying with a firearm. The newly enlisted gunmen stood in neat rows, while several militia members set up a wooden sign about 50 paces away before scattering in haste. The flag bearers, armed with spears, used their weaponry to clear a safe distance for the onlookers, nodding towards the burly man. The man removed his powder flask and ammunition from his waist, explaining the loading procedure to the attentive gunman while skillfully preparing the firearm, pouring in gunpowder, loading the lead ball, igniting the match, then extending the gun forward. He turned, tucked his chin, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the sound resonated like a clap of thunder, sending the women and children nearby into a frenzy of startled cries. Sparrows took flight in a chaotic flurry from the trees, and Wu Cheng's donkey let out a bray of panic, nearly unseating Wu Cheng in its retreat. The young lad hurriedly caught up, seizing the reins to assist Wu Cheng in calming the skittish animal. Did we startle you, Wu family? The burly man boomed with laughter as he approached. A few small flags in the gun team exchanged teasing laughter until the burly man turned sharply, silencing their mirth with a fierce glare. Uncle Huang, I am unperturbed. Wu Cheng forced a bitter smile and waved his hand. The man before him was Huang Jin, the brother-in-law of Mian Jingyu. The border troops had gone without pay for months, and when the wages were finally distributed, they were prioritized for the generals and their attendants. Naturally, the mercenaries among them could not starve to death. Upon hearing that Mian Jingyu had become 100 households, Huang Jin, along with several other mercenaries from the outpost, quietly fled to Wuxiang, where he secured a trial position as 100 households, tasked with training the newly formed firearms unit. Has Uncle Huang already tried his hand at the firearm? Truly remarkable. A shot that can pierce a willow at 100 paces. Wu Cheng's tone was laced with sarcasm, as he had witnessed Huang Jin's recent shooting, although the speed of the bullet was difficult to gauge with the naked eye. The wooden board had indeed trembled under the impact, nearly toppling over. Even with eyes closed, he could hit the target. Certainly a feat worthy of the phrase 100 paces through the willow. Practice makes perfect. Huang Jin, oblivious to the irony in Wu Cheng's voice, clapped the bird gun in his hands. Old craftsmanship has done a commendable job with this firearm. The inner wall is smooth and free of sand, and the drilling is precise. Unlike the border troops' firearms, which feel coarse and rough to the touch, often exploding after just a few shots. The initial batch of several dozen bird guns had either been crafted by old craftsmanship himself or procured from the black market in Wuxiang, and Wu Cheng had meticulously inspected each one, ensuring their quality. The few militia members learning under old craftsmanship had also produced several bird guns, but most were merely practice pieces, their quality inconsistent, with the majority being discarded by Wu Cheng for remaking. Wu Cheng had little desire to discuss the quality of the firearms with Huang Jin. Under his teaching method, even providing each member of the firearms unit with an AK-47 would yield no accurate shots. Uncle Huang, do the border troops never aim when they fire their bird guns? One need only gauge the general direction while loading. Huang Jin laughed heartily, explaining as he demonstrated. In truth, there are rules for firing the bird gun. One should support the middle of the gun with the left hand, use the right hand to open the firing mechanism, grip the stock, press the face against the stock. Aim with one eye, and follow the command to fire. However, this contraption is prone to exploding, and if one adheres strictly to the rules, one might end up blowing half their face off. Therefore, we border troops typically fire from a distance. That way, even if it does explode, it will only injure our hands, at least preserving our lives. Wu Cheng shook his head. Without aiming, how can one shoot accurately? At a distance of 50 paces, an enemy's charge will reach us in an instant. If we fail to inflict effective damage, the unprotected gunners will be even more vulnerable than sheep. Just as he was about to speak further, a young boy who had stealthily gone to check the target returned, hoisting a wooden board. Brother Qing, look at this board. Wu Cheng examined it closely and discovered a distinct bullet crater with the lead pellet lodged within it. As the boy ran, the pellet jostled slightly, teetering precariously before finally falling from the board. Wu Cheng was momentarily speechless. If they could not penetrate a wooden board from 50 paces, how would they confront an enemy clad in heavy armor on the battlefield? Such feeble power, I would be better off using the three-eyed gun. At least when the enemy is upon me, it can serve as a hammer. Uncle Huang, I recall that in the past, Qiuyuan remarked, the bird gun can pierce armor. During the military drills in Jijin, the Qi army set up human-shaped targets 80 paces away. The force of the bird gun's projectiles was so tremendous that they often shattered the targets into splinters, rendering them unrecognizable. Yet today, at merely 50 paces, I still face the same dilemma, the fear of a burst barrel. Huang Jin smiled sheepishly, explaining, 1 chin of powder for 1 chin of shot. The bird gun's projectile weighs 3 chins, so according to regulations, it should be loaded with 3 chins of gunpowder. However, I fear a burst barrel, which is why I have reduced the load by 1 chin. Generally, the troops also follow this practice. By loading less powder, the risk of a burst barrel diminishes significantly. Chapter 62. The trial of the firearm. Wu Cheng suddenly realized that Huang Jin was indeed correct. Reducing the amount of gunpowder did indeed mitigate the risk of the bird gun bursting. However, this came at the cost of significantly diminishing the firearm's lethality. The Eastern invaders, clad in double-layered iron armor, were able to engage in skirmishes against the Ming army's gunfire, and the Ming gunners' apprehension about the potential for their firearms to explode, which led them to reduce the powder load, transformed their formidable weapons into mere sticks for kindling. Wu Cheng cast a glance at the row of small bamboo tubes hanging from Huang Jin's waist pouch. During the southeastern campaigns against the Japanese pirates in the Jiajing era, the Ming army had already begun employing bamboo tubes for standardized powder loading. Typically, each gunner was issued 1 pound of gunpowder, distributed across 53 small bamboo tubes, with the number of lead pellets matching that of the tubes. This system allowed gunners to load their firearms without calculating the powder quantity, simply taking the powder from the tubes for loading. Qiuyuan had provided detailed records of this bamboo tube loading method, which Wu Cheng naturally followed to the letter. Equipping each gunner with a bamboo tube belt containing 3 qian of standardized gunpowder, ensuring that these inexperienced recruits would not be troubled by the intricacies of loading. Yet, while the equipment was inanimate, the soldiers were very much alive. Wu Cheng could not have anticipated that Huang Jin would neglect the standardized powder, secretly reducing the load by 1 qian, resulting in a woefully diminished firepower that left him astounded. Casting a glance at the somewhat embarrassed Huang Jin, Wu Cheng sighed deeply. Clearly, the crude and frequently bursting firearms used by the border troops had left a profound psychological scar on Huang Jin and his comrades. As seasoned veterans, they were well versed in every aspect of training and combat with the bird guns. They could recite the regulations without hesitation. However, their familiarity and competence made them overly cautious, unconsciously reserving their efforts at every turn. Wu Cheng held high hopes for this firearm squad and could not allow Huang Jin to bring the psychological burdens from the border troops into this new team. Seizing the bird gun from Huang Jin's hands, he chuckled, "Uncle Huang, teach me how to use the gun." Huang Jin, clearly apprehensive, turned pale and awkwardly reached out to reclaim it. "Do not jest. These new guns are dangerous. After a few shots without bursting, you may try. But if something goes wrong, how shall I explain it to your uncle?" Wu Cheng deftly sidestepped and gestured for Mao Hai to insert the wooden board. Turning back with a smile, he declared, "Uncle Huang, today I must try the gun. If you refuse to teach me, I shall shoot indiscriminately. Should anyone be harmed, I shall inform Uncle Mian that it was your doing." Huang Jin's face flushed with anger, yet he felt powerless. He could only wave his hand in resignation, leading Wu Cheng to take his position. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Cheng called out to Mao Hai, who was inserting the wooden board into the ground. 80 paces. Mao Hai, move further back. Upon hearing this, Mao Hai, huffing and puffing, ran another 20 paces and firmly planted the board in the earth before swiftly retreating. Wu Cheng smiled slightly, accepting the cleaning rod from Huang Jin and, under his guidance, began to clear the gun barrel. There were specific incantations for firing the bird gun. As Huang Jin instructed, he explained, "First, clean the gun. Second, pour in the powder. Third, secure the powder. Fourth, place the lead. Fifth, send the lead. Sixth, add the paper. Seventh, send the paper. Eighth, open the firing door. Ninth, insert the fuse. 10th, close the firing door and secure the fuse. 11th, listen for the command to fire and aim at the enemy." As Wu Cheng fumbled through the process, he cast furtive glances at the earnest Huang Jin, who was diligently instructing him. The mnemonic was simple and easy to remember, and Huang Jin, being an experienced veteran, should have wielded the firearm with aplomb. Yet, under pressure, he was forced to reduce his life-saving weapon to little more than a fire poker, which was truly lamentable. Oblivious to Wu Cheng's subtle movements, Huang Jin remained focused on teaching him how to operate the firearm. When Wu Cheng twisted open the bamboo tube and poured in 3 qian of gunpowder, Huang Jin's expression shifted dramatically. He opened his mouth to offer a warning, but swallowed the words back down. Loading the matchlock was cumbersome, and as a novice, Wu Cheng struggled for quite some time before finally completing the task. He rested the stock against his shoulder, closed one eye, and aimed at a distant wooden target. Unable to bear the sight of Wu Cheng in such a precarious position any longer, Huang Jin opened his mouth to advise him and reached out to seize the firearm. However, Wu Cheng was quicker and pulled the trigger. A flash of flame erupted from the muzzle, and a cloud of white smoke billowed forth, the deafening sound of the shot causing Wu Cheng's ears to ring painfully. The recoil of the firearm jolted him backward, nearly causing him to lose grip of the weapon. The lead shot soared over the wooden target, striking the ground beyond it and sending mud flying, prompting nearby soldiers and their families to snatch up their children in alarm and flee the scene. Again, Wu Cheng laughed heartily, not waiting for Huang Jin to respond as he repeated the previous sequence of actions. With the aid of the mnemonic, his loading speed improved significantly. Huang Jin offered only occasional guidance, and when Wu Cheng finished loading and aimed once more, Huang Jin ceased his urging, watching with a worried expression. With a sudden flash of fire and a plume of smoke, the lead shot whistled forth once again, but it missed the target, creating another explosion of mud on the ridge. Again, Wu Cheng shouted decisively. His loading technique had become more proficient, and with the mnemonic echoing in his mind, He executed the steps almost without need for Huang Jin's reminders. After loading, he shouldered the firearm and fired. This time the shot striking the wooden board with a satisfying explosion of splinters, causing it to topple over. Yet Wu Cheng did not pause. He aimed at a nearby tree, continuing to load and shoot without a moment's respite. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed around them, causing many onlookers, including women and children, to instinctively cover their ears. The large tree bore the brunt of the hail of lead, becoming riddled with holes, several branches severed and hanging by a thread of bark. Appearing half-dead, Wu Cheng's rate of fire accelerated, and he emptied the remaining gunpowder and lead shot from his belt pouch, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Old Chin's craftsmanship was exceptional. This firearm was commendable, boasting an effective range of approximately 100 paces, capable of inflicting significant damage at 80 paces, and potentially penetrating 2 layers of heavy armor from 50 to 60 paces. With the use of superior gunpowder granules and further enhancements to the barrel's durability and explosive resistance, both power and range could be significantly improved. Huang Jin's expression of concern transformed into astonishment as he observed Wu Cheng ceasing fire and toying with the firearm. Unable to contain his admiration, he raised a thumb in approval. "Ah, I have long heard of Old Chen's skill, and it truly lives up to its reputation. To fire so many rounds without a misfire. Surely, the matchlocks of the border troops from that year pale in comparison. Uncle Huang, our 100 household office in Wuxiang is unlike the border troops. Each soldier is a precious gem." Wu Cheng smiled as he returned the firearm to Huang Jin, casting a glance at the meticulously aligned and poised firearm squad. "Thus, the equipment provided to you must be of the utmost quality. Train them as you see fit. With all the rigor you deem necessary, there is no need to worry about casualties due to substandard armaments, as is the case with the border troops and other divisions. Whether this firearm squad can become our formidable weapon relies entirely on your guidance." Chapter 63. Instruction. After Wu Cheng had experimented with the musket, the psychological shadows that loomed over Huang Jin and his companions were significantly alleviated. They began to train the musket team in a methodical manner. Observing for a while and finding no tasks that required his assistance, Wu Cheng led his donkey towards the garrison. Within the garrison, military signals echoed as the flag soldiers and garrison troops trained with their weapons in the drill ground. Yu Gong personally participated, demonstrating techniques alongside skilled soldiers for the troops. Among them was Mian Changke, wielding a rattan shield in one hand and a waist knife in the other, exuding a fierce vigor. The operation of firearms, such as the matchlock musket, is intricate. Even seasoned veterans like Huang Jin could manage only about 2 shots per minute, while a proficient archer could release an arrow every 2 to 5 seconds. In this era, musketmen were inherently at a disadvantage compared to archers. The Eastern invaders often employed heavily armored soldiers wielding powerful bows to engage at close range, overwhelming the Ming forces with a torrent of arrows. Since the uprising of the Old Slave, they had achieved consistent victories, and later, Zheng Qinggong's armored troops showcased such mastery of archery that they rendered the Dutch musketmen inferior. Consequently, musketmen of this age required steadfast infantry to provide them with cover and protection. The grand formations of the Spanish and the chariots of the Ming army were designed to shield the musketmen. Nonetheless, firearms possessed incomparable advantages over bows. They were easier to train and offered sustained firepower. A musketman could be ready for combat after merely a month of training, whereas an archer required 2 to 3 years of rigorous practice to be deemed proficient. On the battlefield, a musketman in a secure environment could fire continuously until ammunition was exhausted, while even the strongest archer would become fatigued after shooting 7 or 8 arrows, significantly diminishing their effectiveness. Wu Cheng had little time to spare. The Zhang family's current dormancy instead hinted at an impending storm. He estimated that a large-scale conflict with the Zhang family could erupt as early as the summer harvest, leaving him with less than a month to prepare. Thus, the rapid training of musketmen became his only viable option. Consequently, the training at the Wuxiang 100 household station was primarily centered around the musket team. According to Wu Cheng's plan, the musket team would serve as the core of the army, with infantry predominantly consisting of spear wielders, supplemented by veteran shield bearers and gunners operating artillery. Only a few seasoned archers, already possessing solid foundations, would remain, while the rest of the various troop types would be largely eliminated. This simplified military structure, while certain to falter against the elite forces of the Eastern invaders or border troops, would be more than adequate for dealing with the household servants of the Zhang family. Upon ascending the platform, Mian Zhengyu had already spotted Wu Cheng and waved him over. As Wu Cheng approached, Mian lowered his voice and said, "Your timing is impeccable. I just sent off Tang Qianhua's servant. He inquired about our land survey and distribution matters." Wu Cheng was not surprised at all. As the highest-ranking officer of the Qing 2000 household station, how could Tang Qianhu be innocent of encroachments on military lands, the private division of military fields? And the concealment of lands? Tang Qianhu was acutely aware that Wu Cheng and his associates were backed by someone powerful. Their endeavors in Wuxiang Baihu were focused on land surveying and redistribution, which naturally drew his attention. Should Wu Cheng and his companions indeed possess the endorsement of their mysterious benefactor and be genuinely intent on conducting land surveys in Qinzhou, Tang Qianhu would find himself compelled to take a side, whether he wished to or not. He also received a letter from Master He, urging an immediate halt to the land surveying and redistribution efforts. Mian Zhengyu continued, stating that Master He's words were quite stern. The matter of land surveying involved influential officials and nobles across the realm. Even if they were backed by the emperor himself, the outcome would be dire, leaving them without a place to rest in death. If we are to court disaster, let us not drag him down with us, Mian Zhengyu lamented, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I responded as you instructed, informing them that our land surveying was merely a tactic employed by the dignitaries in court to counter Zhang De's factional struggles, and not a genuine initiative. Once Zhang De falls, the surveying will cease naturally. However, I am uncertain how much credence they will give to my words, regardless of their belief. As long as they refrain from provoking us during this time, it suffices. Wu Cheng shrugged. Once our troops are trained and we have established a foundation, we will no longer need to heed their expressions. Mian Zhengyu furrowed his brow, contemplating a response but ultimately choosing to change the subject. Speaking of military training, how do you intend to utilize those new recruits from the night shift? I must tell you, several old comrades have approached me, expressing concern that changing commanders at this juncture might unsettle the troops. Wu Cheng understood Mian Zhengyu's implication. No one was foolish. The recruits from Du Weishi's night shift had been specifically selected by Wu Cheng, and many speculated that he intended to cultivate them as officers. Those junior and senior banners had not yet settled into their positions. How could they willingly relinquish their roles? Presently, they had merely sought refuge with Mian Zhengyu. But should Wu Cheng attempt to forcibly usurp their positions, chaos would inevitably ensue. Yet, on the eve of an impending storm, this was hardly a time for internal strife. Fortunately, Wu Cheng had anticipated this predicament. Uncle Mian, I grasp your concerns. We cannot afford any disorder at this moment. Nor do we have the energy or time to gradually replace personnel. Let those individuals retain their ranks for the time being. We shall not disturb them. Mian Zhengyu regarded Wu Cheng with a look of confusion. After investing so much effort and energy into educating the night shift recruits and training them in military formations, how could he possibly set them aside merely to engage in the bureaucratic duties of land surveying? He raised his hand, signaling Wu Cheng to elaborate. However, I shall not neglect those night shift recruits. They will bear significant responsibilities. Wu Cheng chuckled, revealing his strategy. I plan to establish an additional official position alongside each junior and senior banner, with salaries equivalent to those roles. And I shall refer to them as instructors. These instructors would serve in a civilian capacity within the military, not interfering with operational command. Their primary duties would encompass educating soldiers on the purpose of their battles, ensuring the execution of orders by the junior and senior banners, managing the daily lives and discipline of the troops, imparting literacy skills, and overseeing various administrative tasks. Mian Zhengyu locked his gaze onto Wu Cheng, fully comprehending the implications. This so-called instructor role effectively stripped away military authority, save for battle command. With power came prestige, enabling them to stand on equal footing with those in junior and senior positions, potentially even usurping their authority. Wu Cheng spoke candidly, stating that the primary responsibility of these teachings was to instruct the soldiers on the purpose of their battles. They were all trained by the traitor Du Weishi. What kind of ideology would those soldiers, raised under such tutelage, possess? Mian Zhengyu could easily deduce the implications, observing the look in Mian Zhengyu's eyes. Wu Cheng surmised his thoughts and boldly affirmed, Indeed, Uncle Mian, my intention is to transform our flag soldiers, as well as the conscripted and civilian populace, into rebels. Only in this manner can we avoid being caught off guard in the future, ensuring that the people remain united. Before long, I fear the Zhang family will come to impose upon us. The sooner we align our thoughts and rally more individuals, the greater our chances of success. Chapter 64. Under currents and tranquil days, time seems to slip away swiftly, as if in the blink of an eye, spring has vanished. and the season of summer harvest quietly arrives. The fields are adorned with golden wheat ears, resembling strings of radiant jewels, merging into an endless golden sea. While the warm summer breeze caresses the landscape, undulating like the waves of the ocean. 3 days prior, the army had been granted leave. All drills and night shifts were temporarily halted. Men, women, young and old from the banners and garrisons alike flocked to the fields, laboring diligently for after the harvest. There was still the pressing need to sow again. Indeed, this year proved to be a bountiful one. Old he, clutching a fish-scale ledger, beamed with delight. Wu Cheng. We have only surveyed less than half of the villages, yet we estimate that over 800 stones of grain can be stored. Your fertilizer has worked wonders. In my lifetime as a soldier in Wu Cheng, I have never witnessed such a remarkable yield. Wu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from responding. His gaze fixed upon the diligent toil of the laborers and soldiers in the fields. As old he rightly stated, this year was indeed a rare harvest, and their grain collection would undoubtedly surpass the recorded 1,300 stones from the Wanli era. This should have been a cause for jubilation. Yet Wu Cheng found himself devoid of joy, his heart weighed down as if burdened by a great stone, leaving him breathless. Innocent men may suffer for their wealth. Should the Zhang family, Tang Qianhu, and the court learn of his modest 100 households' grain yield of 1 to 2,000 stones, how could they not feel envy? How could they refrain from causing a stir? His preparation time had been woefully insufficient. The military training had only just begun to take shape. Yet most of the soldiers were inexperienced recruits, untested in battle. The effectiveness of their training once faced with bloodshed remained uncertain. The garrison troops and displaced individuals were preoccupied with agricultural duties, resulting in even less training time. When thrust into battle, their reliability was questionable. Meanwhile, the situation in Shanxi deteriorated day by day, with an increasing number of peasant armies invading. They had been besieging and plundering various cities, having already captured Puxian, Zhaocheng, Hongtong, Shilu, and Yonghe, with their military might drawing ever closer to the Qingzhou region. In response to the peasant armies entering Shanxi, Governor Song Tongyin not only mobilized troops from various locations, but also commanded local officials and gentry to recruit able-bodied men and form militias to defend their territories. The Zhang family was also organizing local militias in the Qingshui area, recruiting family retainers and volunteers. Zhang Daojun, exiled to Yamingwen, seized the opportunity to leverage his connection with Song Tongyin to assist in military affairs. This news was certainly unfavorable for Wu Cheng. When he raised his banner, he would likely face not only the Zhang family's retainers, but also the militias and even the regular troops of the court. Such a dire situation dictated that the more time he had to prepare, the better. Had he ample time to train a formidable force akin to the Qiuyuan army, he could potentially dominate southwestern Shanxi unless the court dispatched border troops to attack. Unfortunately, the initiative was not in his hands. The Zhang family was also amassing strength, ready to strike at any moment. In the midst of his excitement, the elderly he failed to notice Wu Cheng's troubled demeanor and continued to speak animatedly. Wu Shaoqi. Previously, we stood up for the villagers and earned quite a good reputation. Now, the harvests across Wuxiang are quite satisfactory. Just a few days ago, some elders came to us, saying they wanted to donate money and grain to build a temple for us, and even offered to supply some provisions. Wu Cheng furrowed his brow, forcing a faint smile as he waved his hand dismissively. We shall not accept anything, absolutely nothing, and we shall not erect a temple. The money and grain are the fruits of their hard work. We will not take a single needle or thread from the common folk. You should clarify this to them as well. If anyone finds discrepancies in the tax amounts during the summer grain collection, they should come to us, and we will arrange for someone to help them verify the accounts, ensuring they do not pay a single grain extra. As for the harvest from each village, apart from the grain stored in the granaries, all other yields should be distributed among the households and military families. In the past, we offered tributes and gifts to those above. This time, we shall give none, and all surplus grain will be distributed, allowing everyone to rejoice. He was overjoyed, gesticulating animatedly in agreement. Seeing his excitement, Wu Cheng's smile widened, while he pondered inwardly. After great joy must come great sorrow. The common folk will inevitably make their choices. Alas, at this moment, our only advantage lies in the hearts of the people. In the elegant garden, delicate silk drapes shielded against the scorching sun, while a chilled wine vessel filled with icy fruit liquor exuded refreshing coolness. Several maidens rhythmically waved large fans, creating gentle breezes that fostered a comfortable ambience for the garden's master. However, Zhang Dao was drenched in sweat, his thin silk robe dampened. leaving distinct marks on his back. Is it possible that after just a few villages, we already have over 1,000 stones of grain? What sorcery have those hill bandits employed? His gaze turned fierce as he looked up at Madame Hua at the main seat. Mother, this year, the Song governor has ordered a closure of grain sales in Shanxi under the pretext of preventing banditry, strictly prohibiting the sale of grain to the disaster-stricken regions of Shanxi. Grain prices in Shanxi have soared, with 6 taels of silver barely purchasing a bag of rice. Had it not been for that so-called agreement, this 1,000 stones of grain would have filled the Zhang family's coffers, smuggled into Shanxi, potentially earning a fortune. Madame Hua glanced at him, sighed softly, and her tone turned severe. One must have a long-term perspective in their endeavors. How can one fixate on trivial gains? What is a mere handful of silver? If we navigate through this current predicament, the Zhang family's position will be secure, and in the future, we can surely earn it back. If the Zhang family falls, what remains unscathed beneath a toppled nest? If you acquire so much silver, will it not simply enrich others? You are right, mother. Zhang Dao quickly straightened up, earnestly accepting her reprimand. Noticing his demeanor, Madame Hua understood that he still bore some resentment, and with a deep sigh, she shifted the topic. Recently, the incursions by the Qing bandits into Jin have intensified. A notorious bandit named Wang Jiayin is gathering rogues by the Yellow River, preparing to cross and invade our Shanxi. Your elder brother has written that Wang Jiayin has a notorious criminal under his command known as Chuang Wang, who has joined his ranks. With such a guide, the bandits may very well threaten Qinzhou and our Qin Shui. Thus, we cannot afford to delay matters in Wuxiang any longer. Zhang Dao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he lifted his head to gaze at Madame Hua, whose expression revealed a hint of concern at his naivete. She gently furrowed her brow and shook her head slightly before continuing. Your esteemed Lu Shibo has sent word regarding the white-clad soldiers entering the capital. The emperor has already given his consent. Although the edict has yet to be issued, it seems unlikely that any unforeseen changes will arise. Given the urgency of the situation, we shall not wait for Yijie to enter the city. Let us first resolve matters in Wuxiang. Erlang, you shall venture to Taiyang Mountain tomorrow. Those individuals have concealed themselves for long enough and must now be stirred into action. Chapter 65, Mountain Bandits. The sickle swung gracefully as the farmers beamed with joy, harvesting the bountiful wheat. Children frolicked freely in the countryside, embodying a scene of flourishing vitality. Hidden beneath the shade of a tree, Hong Lei observed a group of children chasing after one who held a cicada, their laughter echoing as they dashed past him, involuntarily eliciting a smile. Turning to a young scribe by his side, he instructed, Yaoer, once we finish collecting the grain tax, please help me catch a cicada on the way back. Cheng'er is at that playful age, it would delight him. The scribe glanced up at the boisterous children and replied with a smile, Nephew understands, uncle. Are you not concerned that aunt will blame you for spoiling Cheng'er? I am the head of the household. What do I have to fear? Hong Lei retorted, though a hint of unease crept into his voice. He added, somewhat exasperated, if I don't indulge my own child, who else will? Did I not also pamper Zhuer back in the day? Look at how well he is doing at the academy now. Speaking of the academy reminded him of the Zhang family, and Hong Lei suddenly paused, his expression darkening. Forget it. This is not the place for such discussions. Let us swiftly complete the grain tax collection and return to the city before nightfall. Why is my small village of Zhuangzi not a place to linger? A commanding voice interrupted. An elder, supported by his relatives, approached, his demeanor fierce as he scolded. What? Are you still unsatisfied after the last beating? Humph. Shall we go to the garrison to seek justice once more? Hong Lei's face fell, and he quickly bowed, attempting to placate the elder. Old man. The garrison is also preoccupied with the summer harvest. There is no need to disturb them. I spoke in haste. I beg your forgiveness. At least you show some humility. The elder grunted, casting a glance at the account book in the scribe's hands. He admonished, you must be diligent. The last time the deities from the garrison came to audit our lands and taxes, we are keeping our own records here as well. Should you collect excessively, we will report you to the garrison and let them teach you a lesson. Hong Lei shuddered at the thought and quickly donned a smile, saying, rest assured, old man. We are collecting taxes strictly according to the garrison's measurements. If you doubt it, feel free to investigate, should there be even the slightest discrepancy. You may bind me and send me to the garrison. The elder nodded in satisfaction, offered a couple more words of admonition, and then turned to leave. The scribe, who had been fuming with anger, stepped forward to rebuke, Uncle, after so many years of serving as officials, when have we encountered such insolent and arrogant villagers? It's one thing to reap no benefits, but to endure their scorn and still have to smile and bow. How have we ever been so humiliated? Who can blame them when they have protection? Hong Lei sighed, shaking his head helplessly. When deities clash, it is the mortals who suffer. We are caught in the middle, enduring the pressure from both sides. Alas, alas. The contest among the children yielded a victor, as one young boy triumphantly seized a cicada, dancing and darting about with unrestrained glee. His exuberance drew a throng of children in joyful pursuit, spiraling around and racing past Hong Lei. The previously somber expression on Hong Lei's face melted away like snow before the spring sun, revealing a tender smile. Last year, Shanxi had endured relentless calamities, leaving countless souls perished from starvation, and this small village was no exception, littered with the remnants of hunger. Many of these children's parents and elders had succumbed to famine. Alas, they are all unfortunate souls. Having weathered last year's great disaster, they deserve to savor some joy. With this bountiful harvest and the protection of the garrison, they should be able to enjoy a few hearty meals this year. The scribe paused, glancing at the children with a chuckle, and chimed in, "Indeed. It is truly rare to find peace and prosperity in these times. I have heard that this year, Shanxi has once again faced calamity, with many regions yielding nothing. We in Shanxi are even prohibited from selling grain, resulting in an abundance of refugees. Bandits have descended upon our lands. How remarkable it is to witness the flourishing scene in Wu Cheng. This is all thanks to certain bodhisattvas, had they not broadcast their benevolence. The officials and gentry who suffered greatly during last year's disaster would have already descended upon us to exploit the situation. Regardless of how plentiful the harvest is for these common folk, it would scarcely suffice to cover rents, taxes, and debts." Hong Lei sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as clouds of worry reappeared upon his countenance, extinguishing any desire for conversation as he turned to observe the officials collecting grain. At that moment, a villager suddenly appeared on the distant mountain path, his face a mask of terror, covered in grime and blood. Upon seeing others, he hoarsely shouted, "Flee! Flee! Raiders are coming! The village of Dazuangzi has been slaughtered." Before anyone could react, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed like muffled drums. 100 burly men, armed with swords and guns, surged forth from around the bend, their faces twisted with ferocity. The leader, spurring his horse into a gallop, raised his gleaming steel blade high, and with a swift motion, he struck down the villager who had come to deliver the dire news. The bandits charged forth recklessly, trampling the children who were playing on the ridges of the fields, showing no intention of slowing down. The air was filled with anguished cries as the once carefree children transformed into lifeless, cold bodies sprawled upon the ground. Hong Lei, filled with a fierce resolve he did not know he possessed, dashed forward, positioning himself between the marauders and the fleeing villagers, and shouted, "Halt! From whence do these brigands come? What valor is there in slaughtering the innocent? Reveal your names." The leader of the bandits reined in his horse, squinting at Hong Lei's official robes and the flustered officials fleeing in panic. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! A mere minor official. Yet you possess quite the audacity to block my path. If not for your official attire, I would have made you another casualty beneath my horse." With that, the leader dismissed Hong Lei, casting a glance at the panicked villagers and bellowing, "Who is in charge here? Step forward and speak to me. Otherwise, I shall lay waste to this wretched village." An elderly man, trembling, approached Hong Lei and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "My lord, what is your command? We are but a poor village, and I fear we have little to offer you." "Do not trouble yourselves with offerings," the leader replied. "I shall take what I desire myself." The leader, laughing heartily, cast a menacing gaze over the villagers, while his formidable bandits gradually formed a fan-shaped formation, encircling the inhabitants. "If you would be so kind as to relay a message, we are the Shanxi righteous army, graced by the goodwill of our brothers on the road." Having summoned the name of this great king, Tong Tianliang, life has been arduous in Shanxi these past years, compelling us to seek our fortune in your Shanxi. To secure our livelihood, we must first establish our reputation, and for that, we require the assistance of you, the local villagers, to spread our name across this land of Wuxian. The leader's eyes gleamed with malevolence, and before the elder could respond, he swung his steel blade. "To aid this great king in spreading his name is a blessing for you simple folk. With such a blessing, you are certain to be reborn into a fortunate life." He commanded, "Bring forth the villagers. Let not a single man, woman, or child escape. Seize all provisions, gold, and silver, and set ablaze their homes and thatched huts." Slay. Chapter 66. The onslaught. The raging inferno illuminated the night as if it were day, while the thick smoke from the burning thatch enveloped the entire village ruins. Just a few hours ago, this thriving hamlet was vibrant with life, but now it lay desolate, littered with corpses, devoid of any living creature. Hong Lei, His eyes ablaze with fury, stared blankly at the village transformed into a sea of flames. Bound to a tree by the ridge alongside the officials and scribes. He felt no fear this time, only an all-consuming rage. Not far from him lay the village elder, his head severed from his body, blood long drained. Yet his eyes still reflected profound resentment. Such a travesty! Such a travesty! Lamented the scribe tied to the same tree, voicing his despair. We merely sought a few hearty meals and a peaceful existence, yet here we are, faced with such calamity. Why must the world be so unkind to the common folk? Indeed, what has become of this world? Hong Lei bit his lower lip until it bled, the metallic taste overwhelming him, inciting a wave of nausea that brought tears to his eyes. I thought you were a man, but it seems you are but a coward, reduced to tears. Taunted Tong Tianliang, who approached with a hearty laugh, a greasy chicken leg in hand. To kill is to kill. Blink once, and you claim victory. Hong Lei shouted in defiance, turning away from him. The scribe beside him opened his mouth to speak, yet words failed him, and he stood resolutely by Hong Lei's side. Meanwhile, the officials lacked such resolve, crying out for mercy. You do possess a modicum of courage. Tong Tianliang waved his hand, summoning a few strong henchmen who delivered slaps to the officials, silencing their pleas. You may be mere minor officials, yet you hold some status. I grant you mercy. I shall spare your lives, allowing you to return and inform the officials and citizens of Wuxiang that I, Tong Tianliang, am robust and formidable. Having established my stronghold in the Taihang Mountains, claiming kingship over your territory. Prepare your tributes. For those who defy me will meet the same fate as the villages that have been slaughtered. Wu Cheng rushed into the 100-house command post, disregarding the officers Yu Gong and Huang Jin present, and burst through the door, demanding, Uncle Mian, I heard from a sea that the Qing bandits have arrived. Mian Jiangyu nodded and replied, I sent C to find you for this very reason. The county registrar, Hong, encountered the Qing bandits and was held captive for several hours before being released. Dezuangzi, Zayazhuangzi, and several nearby villages have been massacred by the Qing, leaving no elderly, women, or children alive. Wu Cheng stood frozen, recalling his previous dealings with the villagers of Zayazhuangzi during the land survey. They were impoverished yet sincere, and he had hoped they would enjoy a few good days this year. The sudden calamity weighed heavily on his heart. Turning back to the map, Yu Gong, holding a candlestick, inquired, this band of Qing bandits arrived unexpectedly, not a whisper from Kinzu, and yet they appeared in our Wuxiang territory as if descending from the heavens. The tumultuous campaign against the bandits in Shanxi has led to a scattering of the defeated rogues, who now roam in disarray. Huang Jin interjected. Is it not said that the reports from the county office indicate that this band of Qing bandits comprises no more than 100 men? They are likely remnants of the defeated rogues, having traversed from the Taihang Mountains. Alas, our fortune in Wuxiang appears to have taken a turn for the worse. Wu Cheng, after skimming through the intelligence from the county office, furrowed his brow and opined, it is not so simple. Wuxiang is stationed with 100 households, and the Qing 2,000 household office is but a day's journey from here. If it were merely 100 thieves, they would surely raid and flee. What audacity do they possess to establish a camp right under the watchful eyes of the guard? Moreover, they even proclaim their identity, as if inviting us to assemble our forces and eradicate them. Huang Jin's expression shifted as he inquired, Brother Wu, are you suggesting that these bandits serve as vanguards for the Qing army? Could they be sent here to scout our Wuxiang situation? If it were merely reconnaissance, why would they expose their identity and alert us? Wu Cheng shook his head, harboring a suspicion yet lacking certainty, muttering, surely, these individuals cannot be so devoid of humanity. Regardless of the circumstances, our 100 households are stationed in Wuxiang to safeguard our territory and protect the populace. Now that bandits have invaded, we must mobilize our forces to confront them. Mian Jiangyu declared, striking the table, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. After such prolonged training, it is time for us to witness the reality of battle. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I shall dispatch a missive to Qingzhou today, arranging for Mao Hai and his men to venture into the mountains for reconnaissance. Once the military orders are issued, and Mao Hai locates the position of these bandits, we shall decisively eradicate them. The assembly hesitated briefly before departing to carry out their duties. Wu Cheng set down the report and turned to leave. But Mian Jingyu stepped forward to grasp his arm. Young Wu, your father was grievously wounded while eradicating the bandits in the Taihang Mountains. The battlefield is fraught with peril. Once we march, you must stay closely behind me. I will risk my life to ensure your safety. Tang Xinhu has been quite troubled lately. The strife between the two deities under his jurisdiction in Wuxiang has stirred considerable unrest. With the recent summer harvest, Wu Cheng has failed to deliver a single tael of tribute silver, and grain is accounted for accurately, leaving little room for manipulation or gain. Just as his spirits were low, news of a band of Qing bandits emerging in Wuxiang ignited both fear and fury within him. Tang Qianhu, well informed, understood that the Qing bandits wreaked havoc across various locales in Jin, leading to chaos and even the loss of heads among his colleagues. He was all too aware of the state of the guards in his jurisdiction, should the Qing bandits truly raise a ruckus. Even if he managed to save his own head, he would likely be apprehended by the court for the failure of his troops. Damn it! Why is it that affairs in this wretched place of Wuxiang are always so troublesome? He cursed under his breath as he descended from his carriage and entered the grand residence he had acquired. Upon entering, he was confronted by several burly, armored men, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. A jolt of alarm surged through Tang Qianhu as he reached for the dagger at his waist. Who dares to intrude upon the private abode of this Qianhu? Are you courting death? There's no need for anger, esteemed sir. We come bearing the promise of wealth and fortune. A scholar clad in a long robe emerged from the main hall, laughing heartily as he cradled a box in his hands. This is a token of our esteem for Lord Tang, he proclaimed. Please accept it. Lord Tang furrowed his brow, gesturing for his guards to take it. Upon opening the box, his face drained of color as a skull rolled out onto the ground. You might recognize this individual. It is your subordinate, Master He, your brother-in-law. The scholar chuckled, clapping his hands. This scoundrel has betrayed you, accepting bribes in secret and leaking sensitive military information. Lord Tang, we have rid you of him. Lord Tang swallowed hard. Master He had indeed been privy to crucial intelligence, and it was he who orchestrated the treachery from behind the scenes. These men, using this as a pretext to eliminate Master He, were clearly aware of the underlying truth. A blatant warning directed at him. Who are you truly, and what are your intentions? I have already stated my purpose, merely to bring wealth and prosperity to Lord Tang. The scholar bowed respectfully towards the heavens. I serve at the Yanmingwen Pass, under the command of the esteemed Zhang, with a mission to assist Lord Tang in vanquishing the invading Qing bandits, thereby achieving a significant triumph. Chapter 67, A Helping Hand Not Far from Qinshu. Within 2 to 3 days, a response was received not only to the military report submitted by Mian Zhengyu, but also from Tang Qianhu, who personally led several hundred valiant elites to Wuxiang, prepared to join forces with the local militia to eradicate the Qing bandits. As Wuxiang fell under the jurisdiction of the Qianhu, the atrocities committed by these Qing marauders, slaughtering innocent civilians and ravaging villages, were utterly unforgivable. Should the Qianhu refrain from taking direct action, it would surely betray the trust bestowed by the court and the hopes of the populace. Seated at the main position in the militia's headquarters, Tang Qianhu spoke earnestly. Old Mian, that was a matter of public concern. On a personal note, I have heard that these brigands are exceedingly ferocious. Your 100-strong militia is scarcely a match for them. In the past, the former Baihu cared for me on numerous occasions, and you have consistently shown deference. My personal presence here is also to ensure you gain a measure of merit for this endeavor. Thank you, Lord Qianhu, for your gracious support. Mian Zhengyu promptly bowed, while Tang Qianhu chuckled heartily and began discussing military affairs with him. Uncle has warned me that that fellow Tang is quite avaricious. Mian Chongzhen muttered under his breath, quietly sharing his thoughts with Wu Cheng. That scoundrel has a history of extorting money under the guise of duty, shunning battle for glory. When our army rallied to the king's aid, he concocted an excuse to remain behind. Alas, fortune smiled upon him as our forces mutinied, and the previous Qianhu was dismissed by the court, allowing this rogue to ascend to power and squeeze more wealth from the people. In these times, to hold an office and advance further, one must inevitably spend silver. I reckon that Tang, to secure his position as Qianhu, must have invested a considerable sum. Du Weisher jested, nudging Wu Cheng with his elbow. Here's a man enamored with wealth, having spent a fortune to obtain his title, who now relies on the tributes and summer grain provisions to enrich himself. Yet, despite receiving nothing from us, he remains unperturbed and even comes to lend a hand. Truly, there are still many good-hearted souls in this world. Mr. Du enjoys his jests. Wu Cheng chuckled in agreement, though his brow furrowed as he observed Tang Qianhu, brimming with bravado as he assigned tasks. However, the circumstances surrounding this Qing incursion are rife with suspicion. It appears as though someone is orchestrating events behind the scenes, and it seems directed at us. Indeed, it is aimed squarely at us. Du Weisher replied with a cold smile, taking a sip of his wine. Someone can no longer restrain themselves, and when they strike, it shall be with lethal intent. seeking your very lives. Humph, those two imbeciles lack the cunning for such a scheme. It must be the handiwork of that venerable matron. Regardless of whose design it is, the slaughter of innocents shall not go unpunished. I shall exact retribution for the suffering of the people, Wu Cheng declared, his body tensing like a tiger poised to pounce. Du Weisher sighed and advised, young officer, if you are aware that it is a trap, why venture forth? Once we mobilize our forces, let us head directly for Wuxiang and Qinzhou. There is no need to engage in a deadly struggle against those in the Taihang Mountains, because the common folk may not stand with us. Simply conquering Wuxiang and Qinzhou, even if we were to eliminate the Zhang family, would be of no consequence. Wu Cheng exhaled deeply, shaking his head in lament. Lord Zhang, a valiant hero against the invaders, has done much good for the community. The Zhang family's legacy still resonates. And to think they would collude with the Qing bandits to slaughter the innocent, such a notion is hard for me to accept, let alone the people. We possess no evidence. The common folk remain at best ambivalent. Should we directly rise in rebellion, we would merely be perceived as marauders disrupting their peaceful existence for our own selfish desires. How could we expect their support under such circumstances? Without the unwavering backing of the populace, how can we grow and thrive? How would we withstand the inevitable crackdown from the court? Wu Cheng sighed, continuing, thus, we must tread carefully into this trap. We must leave a seemingly empty 100 households to the Zhang family, making them believe they hold an undeniable advantage. This will embolden them to oppress the good-hearted, forcing the common folk to surrender their hard-earned gains. Only then will the Zhang family serve as our willing instructor, binding the people to our cause. You had foreseen this all along. Du Weisher chuckled, taking a sip of wine. It seems your military training has yielded significant results. The Zhang family would never anticipate that even those displaced could take up arms against them. They might end up losing more than they bargained for. Wu Cheng chuckled as well, patting Du Weisher on the shoulder. Mr. Du, during this campaign, General, you will remain behind to safeguard our interests. We shall rely on your assistance. We must overturn the Zhang family's grand vessel amidst this storm. Hong Lei stood obediently in the courtyard as usual, awaiting the master of the estate to issue instructions. The scorching sun drained the color from his face and drenched him in sweat, yet he remained oblivious. His mind still clouded since returning from the village. A cough interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to find Zhang Daohua, standing under the eaves, watching him. Noting the lack of respect in Hong Lei's gaze, he furrowed his brow, suppressing his anger, and spoke softly. Mr. Hong, I apologize for making you wait. I have summoned you for an important task. Mr. Hong remained silent, staring blankly at Zhang Daohua. Zhang Daohua gritted his teeth, snorted, and waved his hand, signaling a servant to present a letter. This letter is penned by my elder brother. Upon reading it, please burn it. In a few days, my brother will send someone to take command of the defense in Wuxiang. I have heard that the officials from the 100 households have been frequenting you lately. Please host a banquet to entertain the officers left behind. Hong Lei focused intently on the words of the letter, murmuring, This is the banquet at Hongmen. Is this a plan to utterly eradicate all officials and troops in Wuxiang? Mr. Hong, you are astute, yet some matters need not be spelled out explicitly. Just think of your son's future. Zhang Daohua coldly admonished, snatching the letter to burn it before turning to leave. Wait, my lord, I have a question. Hong Lei suddenly called out, halting Zhang Daohua. My lord, is there a connection between the invading Qing bandits and the Zhang family? Zhang Daohua's body stiffened, and he shot an angry glare at Hong Lei. Mr. Hong, have you forgotten my previous lesson? Do not ask what you should not. Focus on your duties, and you shall not be deprived of your rewards. I have been mindful of your son's future. Do not make me forget. Hong Lei, though hesitant in his resignation, had already found his answer. With his head bowed, he exited the manor and entered the palanquin, instructing the bearers to take him back to the city. Uncle, has the second master given any further orders? Inquired the scribe who accompanied him, lifting the curtain of the palanquin. Inside, Hong Lei's eyes blazed with fury, tears streaming down his face. Such young children, no older than Cheng, so many innocent lives. How could one possibly bring themselves to harm them? Chapter 68, Deployment. As Hong Lei departed, Zhang Daohua let out a cold snort and turned back to the hall, where he found Madame was seated firmly in the main position, her eyes closed in deep contemplation. Not daring to disturb her, he quietly stood to the side. Yet Madame Hua had already sensed his presence. Without opening her eyes, she inquired, Erlang, do you still find Hong Lei trustworthy? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Daohua nodded and replied, Mother, Hong Zhubu was supported by our Zhang family. He has been diligent in his duties and has always shown you utmost respect. Moreover, His eldest son is currently studying at our family academy, so I believe Hongzhu Bu is indeed reliable. Human hearts are inscrutable. One can never be too certain. Madame Ho replied, shaking her head as she opened her eyes. For now, keep a close watch on him. Do not allow anyone from the county office to leave the city until the soldiers from Wuxiang have been deployed. By then, the 100 households will only be left with their family members, and even if someone tries to leak information, it will not stir up any significant trouble. Zhang Daowen nodded in agreement but hesitated before asking, Mother, will eliminating the entire command of the 100 households not cause too much commotion? There are some matters that must be executed with absolute resolve, Madame was stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. A mere 100 households hold no significance. This strategy one I'm orchestrating is for the eyes of those in the capital and for future observers. The complete eradication of 100 households will make it clear that this is the doing of the Zhang family. From the emperor to the officials, everyone will be compelled to protect us. Those with ulterior motives in the capital, as well as the local officials of Wuxiang. Will they dare to swim against the current in such circumstances? It is reminiscent of the time when Yuan Chonghuan executed Mao Wendong. The emperor begrudgingly accepted it, thus elevating Yuan Chonghuan's status in Liaodong to an unassailable height. Now, if we undertake this act, a mere 100 households and the white-flagged soldiers guarding the capital pale in comparison to the grand scheme of the Qing invaders encroaching upon Shanxi. It is evident where the emperor and the officials will place their allegiance. By vanquishing this 100 households, our Zhang family will attain a formidable standing in Shanxi, akin to Yuan Chonghuan's dominance in Liaodong. The demise of Yuan Chonghuan stemmed from his ineptitude, unable to quell the eastern invaders. Yet, can our Zhang family not withstand a band of marauders formed by displaced individuals? If Delang achieves a great feat in pacifying Shanxi, our family will remain as steadfast as a mountain, Madame Ho exclaimed with a laugh. And it all begins with the annihilation of this 100 households military. This is a matter of establishing authority, and if we are to establish authority, let it be of grand proportions. Suddenly, she sighed and turned to Zhang Daohua, saying, Your vision must extend to the capital and the realm. How can you remain entangled with the trivialities of Wuxiang and a mere 100 households? Exercise patience for the moment, as it is essential to strike at the critical point, a lesson you must remember well. Mother's teachings are etched in my heart, Zhang Daohua replied, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly bowed in respect. Upon completing the gesture, he noticed Madame Ho rising and instructing her maidservants to tidy the room. Are you departing, Mother? The Wuxiang 100 households comprise merely a little over 100 men. I've heard they have been diligently training of late. Yet you know well what the soldiers of the garrison are like. I estimate only a handful are truly capable of combat, Madame Ho remarked, nodding, with a cold snort. She added, Tongshan Liang has over 200 capable hands under his command, and Tang Zongshan has more than 300. Is it not easy to deal with a group of garrison soldiers? The matters concerning Wuxiang have been settled, yet I must keep watch over your brother. Should he falter against the invading Qing forces, the fate that befalls Yuan Chonghuan would inevitably reflect upon my Zhang family. Pausing momentarily, Lady Hua, still anxious, instructed. The crux of the situation at Wuxiang lies with that band of banner troops. Their failure to repel the bandits resulted in a total rout. A rationale that can be justified anywhere without overly agitating those in the capital. Thus, for the time being, you must remain discreet and avoid unnecessary entanglements that could leave you vulnerable to criticism. You two brothers have never allowed me a moment's peace. The war drums reverberated several times, the horns sounded in a rolling crescendo, and the gates of the fortified encampment swung open. The banner troops of Wuxiang, aligned in precise formation, streamed forth from the stronghold, marching towards the Taiyang Mountains. Outside the gates, Commander Tang fidgeted restlessly atop his steed, a hint of awkwardness crossing his features as he bent slightly towards the imposing figure of Mian Zhengyu beside him, saying, Old Mian, I've heard of your rigorous training regimen. Witnessing this military display firsthand is indeed impressive. Your praise is too generous. Mian Zhengyu quickly turned aside, lowering his head to mask the pride in his eyes. Most of my banner troops are fresh recruits, mere novices who have yet to taste battle, and cannot compare to the seasoned warriors under your command, Commander. Old Mian, you are overly modest. Commander Tang chuckled, suppressing his own unease as he continued to observe the formations. After a moment, he turned to inquire, Old Mian, your banner troop has quite an arsenal of bird guns, doesn't it? Such weaponry proves advantageous in the mountainous terrain. With a smile, Mian Zhengyu, adhering to the earlier discussions with Wu Cheng, replied evasively, Commander, I understand the difficulties faced by the court, yet how can one wage war without proper armaments? We must carve our own path, fortunate to have the assistance of noble patrons to amass such resources. Indeed, in these times, who can thrive without the backing of influential allies? Commander Tang sighed, straightening in his saddle, his expression darkening as he muttered to himself, "Yet, are these patrons truly unmotivated by self-interest? When they engage in their schemes, it is we, the underlings, who bear the brunt of the consequences." The gates of the fortified encampment were thronged with families of the banner troops. Many women and elders wiped away tears as they bid farewell to their loved ones, while some young children, cradled in their parents' arms, called out for their fathers. Despite the stringent military discipline instilled through months of training, many could not resist turning back, eyes searching for familiar faces filled with reluctance. Historically, while soldiers embark on campaigns, their families often proclaim aspirations of glory and honor. Deep down, however, they merely yearn for their loved one's safe return. Du Weisher sighed, shifting the topic as he produced a thick stack of papers from his bosom. "I have prepared what you requested. I hope it proves as effective as you envisaged." Wu Cheng expressed his gratitude and meticulously tucked away the stack of papers. He turned his gaze towards Yu Gong, who, understanding the unspoken words, promptly interjected, "Brother Wu, rest assured, since it has been decided that I, old Yu, shall remain in charge, there shall be no mishaps. The reserve troops of the 100 households are under my direct training. I am well aware of their capabilities. They are more than capable of handling ordinary militia and garrison troops. I doubt the Zhang family possesses the means to summon border troops or the provincial governor's elite forces to challenge us at this empty fortress." Yu Gong paused, casting a glance at the nearby families bidding farewell, his face suddenly tinged with a faint blush. He retrieved an object from his bosom and pressed it into Wu Cheng's hand, saying, "Take this, cherish it, and may it ensure your safety." Wu Cheng looked down to discover a small cloth pouch, imbued with a fragrant incense, adorned with a haphazard array of runes. Yu Gong, appearing somewhat flustered, huffed. "This talisman was obtained from the temple. That young lady is truly forgetful. She has scarcely crossed the threshold of your Wu family before forgetting her father. And all she has secured for you is this charm." Wu Cheng was taken aback, suddenly reminded of the fiancé he had yet to meet, having been so preoccupied with various matters that she had slipped from his mind entirely. Du Weisher then erupted into hearty laughter, clapping his hands in delight. "Excellent. A fine match. Young flag officer, you must return safely. I, Du Changji, await the opportunity to toast with you." Chapter 69. The advance over 100 flag troops from Wuxiang, accompanied by more than 300 elite guards led by Tang Qianhu and some baggage-bearing soldiers, marched steadily towards the Taihang Mountains. Along the way, villagers, having heard of the guards' campaign against the bandits, eagerly awaited at the village entrances, offering wine and food to the advancing army. This spectacle surprised Tang Qianhu once more. "Lao Mian, your reputation in Wuxiang is quite esteemed. In the past, when we mobilized troops, the common folk would flee at the mere whisper of soldiers approaching. How could we witness such a generous display now?" The goodwill was undoubtedly due to Tang Qianhu's fortuitous standing, as the bandits had ravaged the villages, igniting a sense of hope among the people at the prospect of Tang Qianhu personally leading the charge against the marauders. Mian Zhengyu replied nonchalantly. Yet he knew the truth behind this phenomenon, casting a discreet glance at Wu Cheng within the ranks. Wu Cheng surveyed the surrounding villagers and, catching Mian Zhengyu's gaze, discerned his thoughts. With a subtle smile, he murmured to himself, "It is the will of the people that paves the way for great endeavors." Mian Zhengyu seemed to hear his whisper, nodding gently before turning away. Wu Cheng, returning his focus, nudged the boy beside him. "Mao Hai, continue. How goes your reconnaissance?" "We have been tracking the bandits and discovered their encampment." Mao Hai sketched on a piece of sheepskin with charcoal, unfolding a crude map for Wu Cheng. "The bandits' lair lies not far from Malinzwang. If one travels northward from the village into the mountains, there is a narrow valley, flanked by sheer cliffs. The terrain is steep and difficult to navigate. The bandits have established a blockade at the valley's mouth, constructed entirely of wood. Beyond the valley lies their stronghold." Wu Cheng furrowed his brow, studying the rudimentary map for a moment before letting out a cold snort. This location is astutely chosen. If a contingent is stationed at the valley's entrance, unless we possess the ability to fly, we would have no escape. They can defend while we assault, eliminating us at minimal cost. If we cannot breach the defenses on either side, we would be encircled and perish. He glanced ahead at Tang Qianhu, who sat mounted, knowing that the force guarding the valley's entrance consisted of the very 300 soldiers he had brought. Now that we are entangled in this predicament, we must be prepared to pay the price. Wu Cheng smirked coldly, instructing Mao Hai to stow the map. If they wish to feast on our tender flesh, they must also be ready to be devoured in turn. Indeed, indeed, interjected Mian Changa. 300 guards are hardly enough to fill our teeth. Qing good. I shall lead the charge and ensure none escape. Patience, we must toy with them a little longer. Wu Cheng gently shook his head. The time is not ripe. By willingly stepping into this trap, we shall reap the greatest rewards. Let these rascals serve as our instructors, honing our skills. The following noon, Wu Cheng and his men reached Malin Mountain. Malinzwang, situated at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, was a small village with only a few dozen households. The villagers had been completely slaughtered by the bandits. The authorities dared not approach the Taihang Mountains, and the corpses of the villagers lay abandoned in the ruins of their village, already beginning to decay under the sweltering summer sun. Wu Cheng and his companions took a moment to rest outside Malinzwang, orchestrating a team to remove the villagers' corpses to the outskirts of the village. They then gathered all the flag soldiers, ascending a small slope where Wu Cheng pointed to the lifeless bodies and shouted, "Do you see? Those marauders spare even the infants in swaddling. If we do not eradicate them this time, your families will also face their ruthless slaughter. Your food and wealth will be plundered, and your homes will be reduced to ashes. Only by vanquishing these bandits can you live in peace and prosperity. Do you understand?" The assembled flag soldiers responded in a unified roar, their voices booming like thunder, startling the crows hidden among the ruins of the village, prompting them to take flight. The sound even caused Tang Qianhu, who leaned against a withered tree, to tremble in his heart as he squinted to observe the disciplined formation of the Wu Township flag soldiers. Orderly, solemn, and silent, several words leapt to Tang Qianhu's mind. As someone seasoned in the military, he understood that such descriptors applied to a regiment indicated a well-disciplined force. The flag soldiers of Wu Township were entirely different from the guards he had previously witnessed, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Casting a glance at the 300 men he had brought, he noted that though they were the most capable he could muster, they displayed a complete lack of discipline. After a long, sluggish day of marching, they had sprawled out in the village to rest, with some even gathering to play games of chance, treating it as a distraction before their meal. Tang Qianhu found it unbearable to witness and sighed. Turning his gaze back to Wu Cheng and the upright Mian Zhangyu below the slope, mumbling, "How long have they been in charge of Wu Township? How have they trained such a disciplined and formidable force? Damn it, surely this time we won't meet with disaster." Before he could dwell on his thoughts, Wu Cheng concluded his address, instructing the flag soldiers to dig several graves for the villagers' remains. Each soldier was then given a few flatbreads, which they consumed with lukewarm water from their flasks before reassembling to continue their march. The guards accompanying Tang Qianhu, still waiting for a warm meal, erupted in noise upon seeing Wu Cheng and his men merely nibble on their bread and depart. Tang Qianhu was momentarily taken aback and hurried to catch up with Mian Zhangyu, asking, "Old Mian, why the haste? The brothers are not yet rested. How can we traverse the rugged mountain path for over 10 miles? We may not even be able to fight by the time we reach the bandit stronghold. My lord, the military situation is urgent. We cannot afford to delay." Mian Zhangyu interjected before Wu Cheng could respond. "The bandits will surely leave spies to monitor movements outside the mountain. If we rest here, they may seize the opportunity to escape, and we would be left searching in vain across the vast Taihang Mountains. It is better to march swiftly and confront the enemy stronghold before taking a break." Tang Qianhu frowned and cast a glance at Wu Cheng. Having learned from Qiuyuan that Wu Cheng was sent by the officials in the capital to oversee and control Mian Zhangyu, a significant figure that the Zhang family must eliminate. Seeing that Mian Zhangyu showed no signs of dissent, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You make a valid point. Let us proceed to the enemy's stronghold and rest there." Wu Cheng secretly chuckled to himself. Throughout the journey, he had discerned that these so-called elite guards were nothing more than a fade, a mere silver-plated imitation. After sprinting down the rugged mountain path for several miles, they would undoubtedly find themselves exhausted upon arrival, completely devoid of combat efficacy. In contrast, his own troops had spent months tirelessly circling the training grounds, accumulating an impressive endurance that would render the arduous trek a mere trifle. Upon reaching their destination, they would be ready for battle without the need for respite. At that juncture, they would not face the predicament of engaging in a two-front conflict. Instead, they could focus their efforts on the ambushing brigands who awaited in leisure. This would facilitate the smooth execution of his subsequent plans. As Tang Qianhu endeavored to placate the raucous guards, Wu Cheng paid him no further heed. He nodded to Mian Zhangyu and gestured decisively, "Into the mountains. Not a single brigand shall escape this time." Chapter 70. Engaging the enemy, the so-called mountain path of today, is not the meticulously paved stone road of future tourist attractions, but rather a rugged dirt track forged by the feet of local villagers. Not only is it difficult to traverse, but travelers must frequently pause to clear away the underbrush and drag heavy carts ensnared in the mud, thereby impeding their march. Despite these challenges, the soldiers brought by the Tang commander are already in a state of despair. Often deprived of pay and provisions, they have learned to fend for themselves, leaving little time or energy for discipline or training. Along the route in Wu Cheng, villagers offered food and drink, making the march feel akin to an armed procession. They managed to maintain their morale and formation, but once they entered the Taihang Mountains and found themselves on the treacherous paths, complaints escalated. Their pace slowed significantly, with many clamoring for a break to prepare meals, and some even stealthily slipping into the woods to escape. Wu Cheng, intent on wearing them down, showed no inclination to halt for a rest. He led his troops forward relentlessly toward their destination. The Tang commander, though exhausted, worried that falling behind would jeopardize his mission. He resorted to wielding a whip to spur his soldiers onward, promising them substantial rewards after the battle, compelling his weary troops to lag behind Wu Cheng's contingent. The Tang troops can't keep up with us. Mian Jingyu adjusted his iron-tipped helmet, his cotton armor making him slightly breathless. The scouts hidden in the forest had followed them all the way, perhaps recognizing the discipline of their formation and failing to find an opportunity to strike. However, they showed no intention of attacking the Tang commander, confirming his suspicion that they were indeed in league with one another. Wu Cheng replied coolly. The shadows flitting through the trees occasionally revealed figures that closely monitored their movements. These scouts, skilled in concealment and tracking, matched the stamina of Wu Cheng's soldiers, indicating they were no ordinary bandits. Ahead, the valley entrance came into clear view, and those who had ventured into the mountains previously, such as Mao Hai and his companions, emerged from their concealment. Brother Cheng, those bandits have destroyed the spring in the valley and scorched the vegetation. If we become trapped here, we may find ourselves without water or food. Wu Cheng, unfazed, nodded and gestured for his troops to charge into the valley. They were met with an unexpectedly open landscape. The terrain had suddenly leveled, devoid of underbrush, the ground charred black. In the distance, a large wooden wall had been erected at the valley's mouth, adorned with a banner inscribed in blood with the words Tong Tian Liang. With a cold smirk, Wu Chu was about to command his troops to set up camp when a sudden blast of horns echoed from behind the wooden wall, followed by the doors swinging wide open. A contingent of over 100 cavalrymen surged forth, gradually forming ranks beneath the wall, prepared to engage the enemy. Mian Jingyu shouted angrily, his brow furrowed. Where did these ordinary bandits acquire such armor and steeds? How can they exhibit this level of discipline? These scoundrels are no mere thieves. They are soldiers. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement. The cavalry opposite him were nearly all clad in armor, with some of their steeds even adorned in partial armor. Although much of it was merely coarse fabric armor, it still provoked envy among the majority of the guard soldiers, who relied on their flimsy attire for semblance. Such a high rate of armor coverage was unattainable for ordinary bandits. Even the formidable peasant armies of Shanxi could only boast a handful of elite marauders. Only the official troops of the Ming dynasty, specifically those conscripted from the military camps, could achieve this. Zhang's family had indeed invested heavily to confront us. Wu Cheng sneered coldly, drawing his feathered knife. In this valley, where space is limited, the cavalry would struggle to reach their top speed before engaging, which is not conducive to combat. These bandits forsake their fortifications, effectively binding their own hands and feet. They underestimate us. All troops prepare. Let this band of thieves have no chance of return. The distant sound of a horn echoed, causing Tong Tianyang to furrow his brow. The opposing flag troops rapidly formed their ranks, with gunmen positioned at the front, spearmen behind, and shield bearers flanking the sides, executing their maneuvers with remarkable speed and precision, even more swiftly than his own cavalry. This was no ordinary guard. Tong Tianyang felt a twinge of unease. The news of the expedition from Wu Xiang's 100 households had long reached him through his informants. He understood well the nature of the Ming's guard units, estimating the distance. It would take that band of soldiers 2 or 3 days to traverse the terrain, and upon entering the mountains, another day or 2 would be lost. By the time they reached the valley, their combat effectiveness would likely be diminished, requiring a day of recuperation. He had ample time to wait and strike when they were weary. Little did he anticipate that this guard unit would arrive with such swiftness, reaching the city in less than 2 days, completely surpassing his expectations. Now, as both sides prepared for battle, this guard unit once again exceeded his understanding. They were distinct from any guard he had encountered before, deserving of the labels well-trained and disciplined. During this period, the 100 households of Wuxiang had been engaged in relentless military drills. A scholar clad in leather armor, wielding a feather fan, rode forth. It was Zhang Jia's esteemed advisor, Tai Mingyi. Moreover, with many of the seasoned soldiers from the Qin's 1,000 households scattering after the mutiny in Liangxiang, the current ranks consisted of numerous new recruits. New recruits, being fresh to the military, are often the most obedient. Tong Tianliang cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to ignore him as he continued to scrutinize the opposing formation. However, Tai Mingyi, oblivious to the hint, persisted in his commentary. Li Shaoguan, having risen through the ranks of the guard and entered the governor's camp after years of service. You should understand that no matter how diligently new recruits are trained, once on the battlefield, they typically only manage to exert 2 or 3/10 of their potential. Furthermore, you are in a position of advantage facing foot soldiers with cavalry, and yet you hesitate to strike. If not now, when? Tong Tianyang bristled with anger, swiftly turning his head away. He had initially planned to defend the wooden fortifications and encircle this guard unit. Yet, Tai Mingyi's incessant clamoring for a proactive strike forced his hand to lead his troops into open combat. How infuriating it was that these armchair generals took such pleasure in directing those of us who actually bear arms for a living. Tong Tianyang muttered under his breath, then turned back with a feigned smile. Mr. Tai is indeed correct. I have never encountered a Ming guard capable of true combat, no matter how splendid their appearance. Once faced in battle, they are merely a pile of crumbling tofu. I shall lead the charge and scatter this band of guards. Tai Ming and Satisfied nodded in agreement, bursting into hearty laughter as they proclaimed, allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for Officer Li's resounding success. Rest assured, once affairs are settled, the master shall certainly recommend you to the governor, ensuring your ascent to greater heights. Such a splendid notion. Tongshan Liang laughed heartily, unleashing a fierce cry. Within the ranks, the war drums thundered, and the flag officer proudly raised Tongshan Liang's banner high. The 100 cavalrymen, in unison with Tongshan Liang, gradually quickened their pace, galloping towards the distant military formation of Wuxiang's 100 households. Charge! Scatter this band of guards. Great fortune awaits us all. Chapter 71. The initial battle, 100 warhorses charged forward with an extraordinary momentum, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the inexperienced recruits facing cavalry for the first time. The sight of towering riders, enveloped in swirling dust, hurtling towards them like apparitions, evoked an instinctive terror. Some recruits, unable to withstand their fear, began to retreat, while many of the foremost gunmen trembled uncontrollably, their weapons wavering uncertainly. Military order. Any unauthorized retreat shall be met with execution. Mian Zhangyu bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, even drowning out the distant clamor of the marauding cavalry. The soldiers of the Wuxiang 100 household had daily recited military discipline, and failure to memorize it meant running laps or going hungry. Thus, the regulations were deeply ingrained in their minds. Upon hearing Mian Zhengyu's fierce roar, they were jolted into alertness, halting their retreat and maintaining their formation. At that moment, Wu Cheng abruptly seized the flag from the standard bearer, advancing to the front of the ranks, positioning himself at the side of the gunman. He planted the flag firmly into the ground and raised his feathered saber high. Gunman, heed my command to fire. All subordinate flags and instructors, any indiscriminate shooting without orders shall be executed. Mian Zhengyu was taken aback, poised to send someone to pull Wu Cheng back, but he noticed the gunmen, inspired by Wu Cheng's courageous example, began to regain their composure, swallowing back their earlier fears. Mian Changhe stepped forward, brandishing a shield to protect Wu Cheng. The marauding cavalry charged closer, soon within 100 paces. Suddenly, the frontline riders split to either side, swiftly turning their horses to evade the range of the guns. Wu Cheng recognized this as a ploy to provoke them into firing. Mongol cavalry on the grasslands frequently employed this tactic against the poorly trained Ming gunmen, who, lacking discipline, would often fire indiscriminately. The shoddily made firearms of the Ming had little lethality at such distances, and their complicated operation rendered them useless against a second charge. Wu Cheng remained steadfast, as did the gunmen, their resolve unyielding. The marauders seemed momentarily surprised, their charge slowing slightly. Yet, given the proximity, the cavalry would not squander their advantage for a second test. A horn sounded, and over 100 riders surged towards the ranks of the flag army. 70 paces. Wu Cheng mentally counted, feeling his teeth chatter slightly as the enemy cavalry drew nearer. Nevertheless, he held his saber aloft, not lowering it until the first horse breached the 70-pace threshold. With a mighty swing, he brought the blade down, pouring all his strength into a furious shout. Fire! Open fire! The thunderous roar of gunfire erupted, resembling a sudden storm. Dozens of firearms discharged simultaneously, their smoke enveloping the front lines in a shroud of white fog. The lead projectile screamed through the air, piercing the unsuspecting marauder cavalry and erupting into a spray of crimson mist. Wu Cheng exhaled deeply. The training of recent times had not been in vain. The musketeers displayed commendable discipline, completing their volleys before instinctively retreating to reload, while the next line surged forward to take their positions. Under Wu Cheng's command, they fired in unison, immediately retreating to reload as the third line advanced, creating a seamless cycle. Initially, there was a hint of chaos, but the relentless barrage of gunfire echoed through the valley. The bandit cavalry was utterly bewildered. Even the border troops' musketeers struggled to achieve such synchronized volleys. The continuous gunfire was astonishing, especially considering the subpar, poorly loaded muskets wielded by the ordinary Ming soldiers, which might not even inflict effective harm at a distance of 50 paces, let alone penetrate armor from 70 paces away. Such a display was unheard of. The bandit cavalry relied on their usual tactics against the guards of Wu Cheng, charging forward with all their might. Many were armed with bows and arrows, prepared to shoot from horseback, entirely unprepared for the onslaught. They were swept away by lead bullets, each horse and rider suffering ghastly wounds, tumbling to the ground and creating obstacles for their comrades in pursuit, forcing them to slow down and evade. The bandit formations quickly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Mian Jingyu had positioned the howitzers, unleashing a torrent of lead and shrapnel upon the bandit cavalry, further disrupting their ranks and stalling their once impetuous charge as they approached the standard bearers, having already lost their momentum. Pikemen, advance! Wu Cheng commanded sternly, brandishing his flag. The pikemen of the standard army stepped forward in perfect unison, crossing the lines of musketeers and Wu Cheng's position, their forest of spears bearing down upon the bandit cavalry. While the musketeers spread to the flanks to continue their assault, the cavalry, having lost their speed, found their most potent weapons stripped away. The bandits, already taken aback by the sudden attack of the firearms, hesitated as the standard army pressed forward, reluctant to charge into the phalanx of spears and meet their demise. Only a few brave or fallen bandits dared to charge, while the rest turned to flee in panic. Tong Tianyang was similarly affected. Moments before, he had just removed his bow to shoot when the deafening sound of gunfire erupted. A nearby cavalryman screamed in agony, blood erupting from a gaping wound. And before Tong Tianyang could react, a bloody bullet struck his chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the bullet had first pierced the body of the cavalryman in front, its force diminished by the time it reached him, leaving a deep dent in his armor rather than penetrating it. This narrow escape filled him with dread, prompting him to rein in his horse. Many of his fellow cavalrymen mirrored his choice, while others, caught off guard, continued to charge forward. The rear ranks, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, pressed onward, resulting in a congested formation that was met with a direct hit from the standard army's howitzer. Tong Tianyang was fortunate. The surrounding cavalry absorbed the brunt of the bullets and shrapnel, but his horse was not so lucky, collapsing in a bloody heap. As Tong Tianyang rolled on the ground to avoid the trampling hooves of his comrades, he could not help but cry out in shock. He was also a seasoned veteran, well acquainted with the sound of the bird gun. Upon hearing it, one could easily surmise its nature. Yet, which army of the Ming dynasty possessed a bird gun capable of penetrating several men from 70 paces? The opposing flag army bore no resemblance to ordinary garrison troops. Without allowing himself further contemplation, Tong Tianyang hastily scrambled to his feet, seized a warhorse whose master had perished, and fled towards the wooden wall at the valley's mouth without a backward glance. Upon entering the gate, Tong Tianyang felt his legs weaken, nearly tumbling from the saddle. Tai Ming, who had been observing the battle from atop the wall, rushed over and seized the reins of his steed. Officerly, I saw clearly. Your losses are merely a handful. Why have you retreated before even engaging in battle? Quickly, muster the troops and press the attack. Attack! For heaven's sake! Tong Tianyang erupted in fury, exclaiming, Those scoundrels are not your typical garrison soldiers. I know not from whence they have brought forth this elite force. Attack? Not a chance. I refuse to march to my doom. Let us encircle them. Chapter 72 Confrontation. The valley echoed with the thunderous sound of hoofs, followed almost immediately by a deafening gunfire that startled the breathless Tang Qianhu, nearly causing his legs to buckle beneath him. Frustrated, he exclaimed with indignation, What on earth is Tang Xinliang thinking? After all these years as a commander, does he not recognize that this troop is markedly different from the rabble of other garrisons? Why must he venture into battle and risk his life? His loyal guard, supporting Tang Qianhu, overheard and quickly inquired, "Uncle, if those from Wuxiang defeat Tang Xinliang, won't Zhang's mission be compromised? Our leverage rests in their hands, and if, Uncle, perhaps we should charge into the valley to assist in combat, flanking them from both sides. Surely we could vanquish those from Wuxiang." "Spare me," Tang Qianhu retorted angrily, casting a glance at the scattered and weary soldiers of the garrison. He sighed deeply. These useless individuals lack the strength to fight. Bring the carts and select men to gather timber. We shall proceed with our original plan to block the valley's entrance. Alas, I only hope Tang Xinliang is wise enough to flee after suffering losses, lest he entangle us in his predicament. The bandit cavalry fled in disarray back to their wooden fortifications, leaving behind a dozen corpses, an assortment of scattered weapons, armor, and a few intact warhorses, inciting cheers from the victorious flag army of Wuxiang. Wu Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing his fortunate luck. The bandits had chosen the valley's gentle terrain for their charge. Had they not been taken aback by the unexpectedly fierce firepower of the flag army, and instead pressed forward into their ranks, he held no confidence that the recently trained troops could withstand the cavalry assault. Fortunately, the bandits lacked the resolve for a desperate fight, sparing Wu Cheng from witnessing the downfall of their ambitions before they had even begun. Meanwhile, the scout who had been monitoring Tang Qianhu's movements rushed over, lowering his voice in urgency as he reported, "Brother Qing, you were right. That fellow Tang is indeed at the valley's entrance, blocking it with carts and freshly cut timber, just as Mian Zhangyu had instructed his officers to restrain their troops." He approached upon hearing the scout's news, exclaiming in anger, "That scoundrel has taken so much of our silver yet aids the Zhang family in their misdeeds. The Zhang family can even mobilize the provincial governor's forces. Controlling Emir Qianhu should be effortless." Wu Cheng coldly scoffed and directed Mian Zhangyu, "Uncle Mian, issue orders for our units to regroup. We shall confront Tang Qianhu. Let us charge directly. Why waste words with them?" Interjected Mian Changka, who was shouldering a shield. With Mian Zhangyu and the scout nodding in agreement. "For I have said, we must make them our teachers," Wu Cheng said with a slight smile, gesturing toward the flag army as they organized themselves, patiently elucidating. "I have also stated that these soldiers will become the sparks that ignite a blaze across the world. However, determining how to kindle this conflagration and to what extent it shall burn is a monumental challenge. You all understand that I train my troops using the methods of the Qijia army. However, the remuneration for the Qijia army is double that of ordinary conscripts, and the pay for conscripted soldiers is several times that of the imperial guards. After we rise up, we will inevitably need to expand our forces and prepare for battle. Facing the relentless blockades and assaults from the court, we are bound to endure a prolonged period of hardship. We lack the substantial resources necessary to adopt the training methods of the Qijia army. An army sustained solely by wealth and provisions will naturally follow the side that offers more. With the court holding dominion over the realm, how can we possibly compete with them in terms of resources? Would we not risk a swift disbandment? How could these flag troops then become the backbone of our uprising and the spark that ignites the world? Thus, we must adopt a different approach, instilling in them a sense of purpose and aspiration." Wu Cheng smiled faintly, placing a hand over his chest, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart. "With a clear understanding of our cause, they will not be swayed by the temptations of wealth and fame. With aspirations, they will recognize our potential to change the course of history, allowing us to persevere on this arduous journey until the end. Only then can they become the first flames in our quest to overturn the heavens." Wu Cheng exhaled deeply, gesturing towards the valley entrance. If the intent is merely to kill, there is no need for further discussion. However, if we seek to comprehend the rationale behind killing, we must engage with that man surnamed Tang, using his voice to inform everyone that the court seeks to eliminate us loyal and valiant individuals. At the valley's mouth, a makeshift fortification had been erected using large carts and broken timber. The elite guards led by Tang Qianhu were busily transporting tiger cannons and firearms, anxiously observing the flag troops drawing nearer. Many within the flag troops, upon witnessing the situation at the valley entrance, began to speculate, and a stir arose within the ranks. Wu Cheng intentionally refrained from enforcing discipline among the divisions, allowing the soldiers to whisper amongst themselves, spreading news of the valley's circumstances throughout the army. Mian Zhangyu, riding a captured warhorse, approached just beyond the range of arrows and shouted thunderously, "Tang Qianhu, Where were you during the previous skirmish? Now you block the valley. What is your intent? After a moment, Tang Xinhu finally emerged from behind a cart, nervously scanning the flag troops and sighing before responding loudly, "Old Mian, do not hold it against me. I am left with no choice. The Zhang family has me by the throat, forcing me to trap you within this valley. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards the Zhang family." A tumult erupted within the ranks, with many soldiers unable to contain their voices. "We are all brothers of the guards. Why serve the Zhang family as their hounds? Engaging in mutual slaughter? Are you soldiers of the court or mere servants of the Zhang family?" The elite guards at the valley's entrance dared not retort, enduring the increasingly harsh insults from the flag troops. Mian Zhengyu allowed the flag troops to vent their frustrations before glancing back at Wu Cheng, who nodded in approval, prompting him to continue. "Tang Xinhu, considering our past friendship, can you offer us a moment of honesty? Are those bandits merely masquerading as the governor's troops?" A heavy silence fell over the valley. After a considerable pause, Tang Xinhu finally sighed. "Old Mian, since you have guessed the truth, why bother asking? The fault lies in your choice of allegiance. With the Zhang family's power restored, eliminating your 100 households will earn their full support. And it is likely that not only Governor Song, but also many high officials will side with them." Amidst the tumult of the military formation, a cacophony erupted as voices clamored. "We have fought to defend our nation and to vanquish marauders. Why does the court seek to take our lives? These brigands are but masquerading soldiers from the provincial governor's camp. What have the common folk done to deserve such unwarranted slaughter at the hands of their own troops? What sin have we committed that we find ourselves besieged? We have toiled and trained diligently, not merely to serve the Ming dynasty, but to uphold its honor. Yet, the Ming has cast us aside like mere weeds. What cruelty is this? What cruelty is this?" The clamor grew louder, with each soldier harboring resentment and indignation. Alongside figures such as Mian Chonghe and Mao Hai, who stirred the crowd further, the soldiers were consumed with a fervent desire to surge through the valley and eliminate those brigands. Observing that the moment was ripe, Wu Cheng rode forth to the front lines, raising his hand and declaring, "Brothers, please grant me a moment of your attention. Lend me your ears." Chapter 73. Letters from home. A chorus of officers and instructors called for silence, and the commotion among the flag troops gradually subsided. All eyes, filled with confusion and anger, were fixed upon Wu Cheng, who was mounted before them, awaiting his words. Wu Cheng nodded slightly and leaned towards Mian Zhengyu, whispering, "Uncle Mian, you previously inquired about the purpose of our military instruction. Allow me to provide you with a demonstration." Without waiting for Mian Zhengyu's response, Wu Cheng spurred his horse forward, retrieving a stack of letters from his bosom and brandishing them aloft. "Brothers," he began, "before we set out, I tasked Mr. Do with seeking out your families and composing these letters. Now that we find ourselves ensnared here, with life and death uncertain, I shall read them to you." As he spoke, Wu Cheng unfolded one of the letters and read aloud, "Hu Goer, this is your wife. Mr. Du has informed me that a school will soon be established to educate the children of our 100 households. Our cat will be among them. Do not concern yourself with matters at home. Focus on your training and combat, and do not disappoint the kindness of our leader." As Wu Cheng continued to read, Hu Goer, the soldier addressed, suddenly broke into tears, perhaps overwhelmed by thoughts of his wife and children and the dire situation they faced. Wu Cheng sighed softly and drew out another letter. "Third brother, this is your sister. Mother says that during this expedition, do not forget to wear the ancestral bracelet, which will ensure your safety. Mother mentioned that our father and 2 brothers have perished in battle, leaving you as the only man in the family. You must not come to harm. Upon your return, Mother will arrange a marriage for you, with the support of General Yu, so that you may carry on our family line." The soldier named Chong, upon hearing these words, felt his eyes welling with tears. He gripped his firearm tightly. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed in the stillness, his bottom lip nearly biting through from the tension, yet he remained silent, listening intently as Wu Cheng read on. Wu Cheng scanned the ranks of soldiers, observing their rapt attention, and nodded in satisfaction before extracting the 3rd letter. "Father, my siblings and I are well. You need not worry. This year, we have been allotted land, and after the summer harvest, Mr. Du has promised that all surplus will be distributed to us. We shall not go hungry. This summer, the elderly and weak in each village have arranged for the militia and civilians to assist, and we have received seeds, oxen, and tools. You need not fret. I will take good care of my siblings. We will await your return at home." Some, like Hu Goer, wept openly. Others hung their heads in silent contemplation, some seethed with rage, cursing the corrupt officials in the treacherous court, while others stood, eyes brimming with tears, lost in thought. Yet, each time Wu Cheng unveiled a new letter, the soldiers fell silent, attentively absorbing the heartfelt words being recited. Over 100 flag troops and accompanying militia had their sentiments encapsulated in more than 100 poignant letters. Wu Cheng read on tirelessly, his throat parched, until the sun dipped below the horizon. He instructed Mian Changa and Mao Hai to light torches and continue the readings. By the end, his voice faltered with emotion. His eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he finally drew forth the last letter. As I unfolded the letter, I was momentarily taken aback. Brother Qing, I am a daughter of the Yu family. I heard that Mr. Du intends to write letters home for the soldiers heading to battle. Knowing that your household is no longer complete, I took the liberty of asking my father to approach Mr. Du on my behalf to compose this letter. The amulet should be placed close to your heart. The monk said it would ensure your safety. My father and the villagers believe you are under divine protection. I know not of these matters, but I only hope for your safe return. Wu Cheng felt a slight flush on his cheeks as he gazed at the letter for a moment, a bitter smile escaping his lips, that drunken dew. He already knows of my circumstances, yet pretends as if it's the first time he has heard of them. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Wu Cheng lifted his head, his gaze sweeping repeatedly across the ranks of the flag army, raising the letters high and waving them. Brothers, have you all heard clearly? These letters are filled with the earnest hopes of your families for your safe return. They embody their yearning for a better life. Just moments ago, someone inquired why we fight. Wu Cheng's voice was hoarse, yet he endeavored to raise it so that all could hear. The Ming treats us like mere weeds. The court abandons us as if we were decayed wood, and the officials and gentry slay us as if we were lambs. Should we sacrifice our lives for them? If it were merely for riches, fame, and wealth, what distinction would we have from that surname Tang or those ruffians masquerading as bandits, slaughtering the innocent? Wu Cheng brandished the letter with a rustling sound, shouting loudly. What, then, are we truly fighting for? Today, I shall tell you. We fight for our families, for the common folk, for a life of greater beauty. Your parents brought you into this world, your siblings support you, and your wives and children care for you, allowing you to focus solely on training and warfare. Their only desire is to share a better life with you, to live in peace and joy. Those villagers, you fight for their justice, and in return, they offer you sustenance and even, like the communities of Shaoshuang and Xishan, gather silver to build temples, ensuring that you may enjoy the fragrance of incense for generations. Their only wish is to have enough to eat, to be free from the cold, and to lead lives of peace and prosperity. Turning back to you, your diligent training, and today's fierce battle ultimately stem from your desire for a better life. Do they not? This, indeed, is our reason for fighting, not for the Ming, nor for wealth or power, nor for the gentry or nobles, but solely for a life of beauty. Wu Cheng raised his arm and declared, Thus, if anyone stands in the way of our peaceful and beautiful life, they're our enemies. How shall we deal with our enemies? Kill. The flagged army roared in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. Mian Zhengyu's eyes sparkled with fervor, while Huang Jin approached with a stern expression, quietly inquiring, Cousin, is the Wu family? Indeed. Mian Zhengyu nodded decisively, his brow furrowed with concern. The Wu scion is treading a righteous path, the most upright path possible. Yet, it is also the most arduous and perilous path in this realm. Wu Cheng remained oblivious to Mian Zhengyu and Huang Jin's private exchange, continuing to incite. How has the Zhang family bullied you over the years? How many of you still bear their debts? Can they provide you with a better life? In ordinary times, generals, officials, and gentry have usurped military provisions, oppressing the good-hearted, while the court remains absent and taxes grow heavier with each passing year. Can they truly bestow upon you a life of beauty? Absolutely not. No one can. To attain a life of beauty, you must rely solely on your own hands to seize it, to create it, to remove the boulders and treacherous mountains that obstruct your path. Wu Cheng exhaled deeply, gesturing towards the valley's mouth. What stands before you now are these mongrels. They can masquerade as bandits, ruthlessly slaughtering virtuous villagers. You have witnessed this firsthand in Malan Zhuang. These beasts do not even spare infants in their cradles. If they were to surround and kill us, would they show mercy to your families? Wu Cheng raised the letters high, proclaiming, Behold these letters. Reflect upon the loved ones behind them. Think of those villagers who have been mercilessly slaughtered. To achieve a life of beauty, we have no choice but to fight. We must fight to annihilate all enemies that block our path, whether they be bandits, government troops, officials, gentry, nobles, or even the entirety of the Ming dynasty. Chapter 74, The Battle Kill. 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 The cacophony of battle cries reverberated throughout the valley, sending a shiver down Tongtian Liang's spine. He hastily donned his iron armor and ascended the wooden wall, peering into the valley where faint glimmers of torchlight flickered like distant stars. Like trapped beasts fighting for survival, Tai Mingi rushed over, making an unwavering judgment. These soldiers of the garrison knew they were cornered and were prepared to fight with all their might. Tongtian Liang shot him a glance, choosing not to respond. Surely, even a scholar could grasp the situation. How could he not? Yet, it was precisely this understanding that filled him with unease. The conduct of this garrison was so abnormal that it instigated a torrent of self-doubt within him. His heart pounding relentlessly. Tai Mingi, however, did not delve so deeply into the matter and continued to rally their spirits. These garrison soldiers number merely over 100, while we have more than 200 elite troops, fortified by the wooden walls. We need only to hold our ground. Once our brothers bring the artillery, these garrison soldiers will surely meet their demise. A surge of frustration welled up within Tongtian Liang. They had prepared a falcon it, intending it for the event that the Wucheng garrison remained holed up in their fort, feigning an attack as bandits. However, since the Wucheng garrison had deployed their troops, Tongtian Liang had deemed it unnecessary to transport the artillery, leaving it behind in their encampment for safekeeping. Little did he anticipate that the garrison soldiers would wield such sharp firearms and maintain such strict discipline. That very cannon would become the key to victory. With a falconet at their disposal, the garrison soldiers could not even form ranks, posing no threat to those who enjoyed the advantages of fortifications and numerical superiority. Ultimately, it was his own underestimation that led to this predicament. Now, Tai Mingi's mention of the cannon, whether intentional or not, felt like a slap to his face. Tongtian Liang exhaled deeply, adopting a more amiable demeanor. Mr. Tai is correct. I have sent someone to urge them. The artillery will arrive in no more than 2 or 3 hours. We can hold out for that long. As if to echo his words, a dazzling array of star-like lights erupted from the valley, the faint crackling sound of burning fuses carrying through the tranquil night. Tongtian Liang's expression shifted abruptly as he seized Tai Mingi, pulling him back with urgency, shouting, "Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" His voice was swiftly drowned out by a thunderous roar as a continuous stream of firelight flickered in the darkness, followed by the whistling sound of projectiles filling Tongtian Liang's ears. Nearby, a bandit caught unawares screamed as he fell, blood gushing forth and splattering into Tongtian Liang's mouth. Bitter and acrid. 100 paces. How could these garrison soldiers shoot so far? Tongtian Liang's face darkened as he steadied himself against the wooden wall, peering out cautiously. In the dim light of night, shadowy figures surged toward the wooden barricade, moving with an unsettling silence. His heart raced, teeth clenched tightly. Damn it. This time we may very well meet our doom. Tongtian Liang's band of bandits formed the backbone of the enemy's forces, possessing the strongest will to fight and the greatest combat prowess. If they were to be defeated, the soldiers under Tang Qiuyuan would undoubtedly crumble without a fight. Wu Cheng, clad in the heavy cotton armor of a border soldier, was drenched in sweat. Yet he paid no mind to it as he charged forward with the Yinling knife in hand. Mian Jingyu closely followed him, using his body as a shield, while Mian Chonghe and several others wielding swords and shields offered them protection. Behind them were the musketeers and spearmen, a force of over 100 troops forming an agile and compact formation, advancing relentlessly towards the wooden barricade. Every 20 paces, they unleashed a volley of gunfire to suppress the enemy. The bandits behind the wooden wall were mostly equipped with bows, their effective range barely exceeding 50 paces, leaving them unable to raise their heads under the onslaught of flying lead. However, the bandits quickly regained their composure. After an initial chaos, they retreated behind the barricade, refraining from exposing themselves. As the flag troops drew within 50 paces, a clarion call akin to a swan's cry echoed, prompting a surge of heads to appear behind the wooden wall, bows drawn and arrows released in a torrential downpour. The shield bearers hastily raised their shields for protection while the musketeers retaliated. At a distance of 50 paces, even the most resilient armor could not withstand the penetration of lead bullets. The hastily erected barriers by the bandits were largely pierced, and those archers hiding behind them met a grim fate as the bullets passed through, often striking multiple foes before ceasing. A thick cloud of blood mist erupted from behind the barricade, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. "Do not panic. Scatter and shoot towards the flames," shouted one of the bandit leaders, attempting to rally his men. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Huang Jin took aim and with a resounding crack, a bullet found its mark, penetrating his eye socket. The tremendous force sent him reeling backward, tumbling off the barricade, the bullet exiting through the back of his head, taking with it a spray of blood and a spinning helmet that soared into the air. Seeing this, the nearby bandits lost their resolve, dropping their weapons in terror and fleeing in disarray, while the arrows from behind the barricade became sparse. An arrow came flying towards Wu Cheng's face, but before it could reach him, Mian Jingyu swiftly sliced it apart, the broken tip grazing Wu Cheng's armor and ricocheting away, producing a sound that made one wince. Yet, Wu Cheng remained unfazed, even laughing heartily. The soldiers in the governor's battalion differed from the border troops, as most hailed from imperial conscription, selected from among the self-defense forces for their agility and resilience. These soldiers, emerging from the garrison, were well aware of the intricacies of the Ming military system. A 100-man unit could muster 20 to 30 capable fighters, qualifying as a formidable force. The bandits could scarcely fathom that they could elevate the combat effectiveness of these seemingly feeble garrison troops to such a degree in a mere few months. They believed this engagement would merely be a leisurely and enjoyable display of armed might, convinced that their adversaries would crumble easily without preparation for a grueling battle. Thus, when they encountered an unexpectedly fierce assault, their morale shattered instantly. After just 2 skirmishes, with only a handful of casualties, signs of a complete rout began to manifest. The soldiers from the governor's battalion were in disarray, and naturally, those under Tang Qianhu's command fared even worse. The outcome of this battle seemed fated from the very beginning. I can only imagine the expression on Zhang Daohua's face when I present the severed heads of Tang Xinliang and Tang Qianhu beneath the walls of Wuxiang City. Wu Cheng let out a hearty laugh, brandishing his Yinling knife, as the flag troops quickened their pace, pressing closer to the wooden walls. Led by Huang Jin, the gunners formed a long line, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower to suppress and provide cover, where arrows and wooden logs had occasionally rained down from the wooden walls. Now not a single figure could be seen. Wu Cheng pressed himself against the wooden barricade and bellowed towards the rear, demanding, "What are the troops dawdling for? Hurry and bring the supplies up." Chapter 75, Breakthrough Flee Quickly. The recently received pay and rewards must be spent with one's life intact. The once resolute defenders on the wooden walls, now scattered in disarray, had abandoned their posts. The court was unable to provide even the salaries for the border troops, let alone manage the mercenaries in the camps. Many had not seen a single piece of silver for months, and even their rations were often delayed. This campaign in Wuxiang not only settled past dues but also provided funds for battle preparations, along with opportunities to plunder the countryside and endeavor promising great riches. Yet, if one were to lose their life here, no amount of silver could compensate for such a loss. Ming bore a gash on his forehead from what splintered by a lead bullet, blood flowing unabated. Without time to tend to his wound, he urgently grasped Tang Tianliang's sleeve, exclaiming, "Officer Li, you have secretly brought your troops here. If we lose this battle, without the support of the Zhang family, how will you explain this to Governor Song?" "Damn it, I know." Tang Tianliang's eyes blazed with fury as he shook off Ming's grasp, drawing his blade and charging at the retreating soldiers. Without hesitation, he severed the head of a fleeing leader, shouting, "No one is allowed to escape. Those who retreat will be executed." He cursed vehemently, "We outnumber them and are seasoned warriors. To be driven into retreat by a bunch of rookies is disgraceful. Whoever dares to flee will meet my blade." After dispatching 2 or 3 foes, he finally halted the rout of the bandits, rallying his guards to force the thieves back into formation. "Those soldiers rely on their muskets for bravado. We shall not engage them atop the wooden walls. Draw your bows and line up below. Whoever shows their head, shoot them down." With a flurry of lashes and blows, the bandits managed to form a semblance of a line, archers in front and scattered infantry armed with various weapons behind. Tang Tianyang stood at the rear, his loyal guards flanking him, all eyes fixed nervously on the ominous shadow of the wooden walls above. But what breached those walls was not a valiant soldier, but rather a series of shimmering black objects, landing among the bandits' feet, sparking and emitting smoke. Tang Tianyang could not discern what they were. Yet the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, stirring an ominous foreboding within him. He hurriedly ducked behind his guards, barely steadying himself before a deafening explosion erupted. A searing shockwave, laden with shards of porcelain and iron, swept through, leaving his guards grievously wounded and sending him tumbling to the ground, mouthfuls of dirt filling his mouth. The thunderous blasts continued, accompanied by the wails of the wounded from behind the wooden walls. Wu Cheng smiled faintly. Their supply wagons were not laden with much in the way of provisions, but they carried half a cart of gunpowder. During their rest the previous night, they had fashioned makeshift explosive packages from burlap and other materials, intended to disrupt the enemy's formation. Now, they served their purpose perfectly, providing cover for their assault. A dozen sturdy soldiers supported the wooden wall, bending their bodies to form a human ladder. Wu Cheng led the charge, stepping onto the back of one soldier to begin his ascent, but Mian Zhengyu suddenly pulled him down and took his place. Protect the Wu family. Mian Zhengyu cast a sharp glance at Mian Changhe, and before Wu Cheng could utter a word, he leaped over the wooden wall alongside several flag soldiers. The clash of weapons and the cries of the wounded soon echoed from behind the wall. Wu Cheng, filled with urgency, attempted to scale the wall once more, but was restrained by Mian Changhe and Mao Hai, left helplessly watching as another group of flag soldiers, armed with waist knives and shields, ascended the barrier. Moments later, the wooden gate burst open from within, revealing Mian Zhengyu, drenched in blood, who forcefully shook the droplets from his Yanling knife and nodded at the worried Wu Cheng. With a sigh of relief, Wu Cheng followed the throng of soldiers pouring in, only to be met with a gruesome scene of severed limbs and rivers of blood. The dismembered bandits, their legs blown apart, writhed on the ground like grotesque worms, their entrails spilling out in a horrifying display. A pungent stench of blood assaulted the senses, causing some flag soldiers to retch uncontrollably. Wu Cheng's complexion paled as he fought against the urge to vomit, bellowing, "Form ranks. Those who falter in disarray shall face execution according to military law. Deliver a final blow to every surviving bandit. Let none escape alive." The soldiers of the Wuxiang 100 household were drilled daily in military discipline, reciting the laws at dawn and dusk, with random inspections ensuring compliance. Failure to respond correctly resulted in starvation and forced lapse around the barracks. The notion of unwavering obedience was ingrained in their minds, and upon hearing Wu Cheng's command, they steeled themselves against their discomfort, swiftly arranging into a square formation and advancing forward. The wounded bandits were dispatched with merciless final strikes. While the soldiers trailing behind severed their heads, caught off guard by the explosion, the bandits remained in disarray, yet the flag soldiers' formation pressed forward. The spear wielders shouted in unison, thrusting their weapons with fervor, claiming the lives of the bandits. In training, the soldiers were taught to target the heart, throat, and eyes with precision, aiming to eliminate foes with a single thrust. However, many of these spear wielders were fresh recruits, and despite strict discipline, the brutal battlefield sights and the cries of their comrades seeking mercy unnerved them. Consequently, their thrusts lacked power or were wildly inaccurate, failing to achieve the desired lethality. Some bandits even managed to fight back with their weapons despite being pierced by several spears. Fortunately, the bandits were not prepared for a protracted struggle. The explosive devices had shattered their morale. Only a handful resisted fiercely, while the majority turned and fled at the sight of the advancing flag soldiers, exposing their backs to the gunmen flanking the formation. The chaos among the bandits intensified as those fleeing collided with those pressing forward. And any bandit caught by the pursuing soldiers was swiftly impaled and fell to the ground, screaming in agony as they clutched their wounds, only to have their heads severed by the soldiers behind. Some bandit leaders, mounted on horseback, attempted to maintain order among their ranks, but one by one, they fell to Huang Jin's gunfire. As their commanders were dispatched, the bandits, bereft of leadership, descended into further panic, discarding their armor and fleeing in utter disarray. Only a few valiant souls dared to charge forward, their martial prowess surpassing that of any flag soldier. Yet, these undisciplined warriors soon found themselves overwhelmed, facing the onslaught of 3 or 4 spears at once, ultimately succumbing to the relentless advance of the flag soldiers' formation. Wu Cheng's exhalation revealed his dissatisfaction with the performance of these inexperienced recruits. Should they encounter an army imbued with a resolute fighting spirit, he feared for his own fate. Fortunately, the soldiers opposite were motivated by the prospect of wealth and battle. Despite their superior skills, richer battlefield experience, and better equipment, an army devoid of the determination to fight to the death could hardly stand against warriors who battled for their lives and families. The outcome of this conflict was already determined. The grand design painstakingly woven by the Zhang family had crumbled. It was now their turn to bestow upon the Zhang family a resounding surprise. Chapter 76. Confiscation. A swift steed barreled past, causing Timing to hastily dodge and tumble to the ground. As he looked up, he observed that the bandit on the horse showed no intent to slow down, colliding with 2 or 3 comrades who attempted to block the way before galloping away. Timing felt a surge of anger and fear, quickly rising to his feet. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted Tong Tianliang standing dazed among the disarrayed troops, fixated on the encroaching banner of the enemy. Several loyal soldiers were attempting to assist him in fleeing, and Timing rushed through the crowd to grasp him firmly by the arm. "Lieutenant Li, Oldly, you must restore order to the troops. Otherwise, the entire army will collapse." "Restore order? What nonsense!" Tong Tianliang replied with a bitter laugh, shaking his head. "That scoundrel Mian has only held the position of 100 household for a few months. How could he possibly train such ferocious soldiers? The morale is shattered. This battle is futile. We must retreat and regroup." As he spoke, Tong Tianliang prepared to mount his horse and escape. Timing felt a surge of urgency and seized the reins of the warhorse, shouting, "Lieutenant Li, if you flee in such a disgraceful manner, how will you explain yourself to the superintendent? How will you face Governor Song? Your life is entwined with this battle. If we fail to eliminate these garrison soldiers, do you think you will emerge alive?" Tong Tianliang hung his head in silence, but his hand stealthily crept towards the dagger at his waist. Timing noticed this movement, and his heart sank, realizing that the man intended to take his own life. Without Timing as an intermediary and overseer, he might evade the blame for the illicit troop mobilization and return to serve under Superintendent Song as his officer once more. With a determined grit, Timing stepped back, his eyes glinting with fierce resolve. He extended his sleeve dramatically, revealing a hidden hand crossbow, its steel glinting ominously as it pointed directly at Tong Tianliang. Just as Tong Tianliang had drawn his dagger halfway, he heard the ominous twang of the bowstring. His expression changed in an instant. Before he could evade, a bolt shot forth, striking him in the cheek, narrowly missing his brain. With a pained cry, Tong Tianliang, still clutching his blade, frantically commanded his soldiers to surround Timing. Before he could finish, a furious shout erupted nearby as a soldier leaped into the air, wielding his broadsword with fervor, cleaving Tong Tianliang in two. Timing nodded at the soldier, then turned to the other stunned troops, demanding, "Do you wish to follow Tong Tianliang to your demise, or do you aspire to ally with the Zhang family for wealth and honor? The garrison soldiers are closing in. Make your decision swiftly." The soldiers exchanged glances, gradually sheathing their weapons and stepping back to indicate their stance. Timing exhaled in relief, seizing Tong Tianliang as warhorse. "Come. Tong Tianliang is dead. This battle is no longer viable. We must hasten back to Qiuyuan to report to our superior about the insurrection in Wu Cheng, in league with the bandits who have ambushed us while seeking the bandits' whereabouts. Lieutenant Li tragically fell in battle. We must request Governor Song to dispatch reinforcements for the purge." In the final moments, the last bandit fell to a gunshot, and cheers erupted from the ranks of the flag army. Mian Jingyu instructed Mian Changhe to safeguard Wu Cheng, then proceeded with the young soldiers and several seasoned veterans to pursue the fleeing bandits. A number of bandits had escaped into the forest, and Mian Jingyu intended to follow closely, seeking to uncover their hidden lairs. Meanwhile, Wu Cheng remained behind to lead the soldiers in clearing the battlefield, ensuring that the gravely wounded bandits received their final blows. The bodies were arranged neatly, their heads severed and tossed onto a cart, while weapons and armor, valuable treasures, were stripped and piled together for inventory. The corpse of Tong Tianliang was soon discovered, his lower half mangled beyond recognition, yet the upper half remained relatively intact, still revealing a semblance of his former self. Tong Tianliang had become but half a beam. Wu Cheng spat upon his cold visage and gestured to several nearby flag soldiers. "Let this scoundrel receive such an end unceremoniously. Go fetch a sturdy log. We shall bind his body to it and carry him back, so that Tang Qianhu and his men may witness, as well as the Zhang family and the gentry of Wuxiang, and let the common folk of Wuxiang behold this spectacle." The soldiers complied, and Wu Cheng traversed the battlefield, comforting the exhausted and pallid new recruits who had yet to recover from the gruesome slaughter. Shortly thereafter, the young soldier returned on a captured warhorse, exclaiming, "Brother Cheng, Mian Laoda has apprehended several individuals who revealed the bandits' hideouts, and he wishes for you to bring some men to assist." Wu Cheng nodded, leaving a dozen men to continue clearing the battlefield while he led the remaining flag soldiers to reunite with Mian Jingyu. They marched through the woods and over mountains for an hour or two, ultimately discovering a camouflaged cave. Mian Changhe, accompanied by several flag soldiers, ventured inside to investigate, confirming that the bandits had fled entirely. Only then did Wu Cheng enter the cave, torch in hand, surveying the surroundings. The cave was modest in size, resembling a beast's den, temporarily occupied by Tong Tianliang and his men. Within, They had hoarded supplies pillaged from the villages they had ravaged and military equipment yet to be utilized by the bandits. Wu Cheng conducted a rough inventory of the provisions. Noting that in the northwest, silver was scarce while rice was precious, especially during the summer harvest. Most villagers had stored grain to exchange for silver taxes. And the bandits had seized little gold or silver. However, they had accumulated a significant amount of food, enough to fill half the cave. We must transport these provisions back. We have become rebels, and in due course, we will face the court's crackdown. These supplies will be vital for rallying the people and winning their hearts. Wu Cheng instructed the nearby flag soldiers to count carefully, turning to examine the weapons and equipment left behind by the bandits. The cave contained over a dozen splendid iron armors, evidently the spare gear of the bandit leaders, now fortuitously belonging to Wu Cheng. Additionally, there were numerous spare blades, spears, and bows, even a falconet, which astonished Wu Cheng. The Zhang family has indeed invested heavily to combat us. Mian Jingyu mused, stroking the cannon and sighing, alas. We lack gunners skilled in operating such a weapon. Much like a firearm, improper loading and firing could easily lead to catastrophic misfires. In our hands, it is but a chunk of iron. Inquire with old craftsmanship at Tunpu. Accustomed to firearms, he may possess knowledge on their usage. Huang Jin interjected timidly, avoiding the gaze of Wu Cheng and the others, expressing uncertainty about the situation within the fortress. The garrison consists solely of leftover soldiers. What if? There is no what if. Wu Cheng interrupted Huang Jin, surveying the provisions and military supplies within the cave. He gestured dismissively, asserting, this battle is far from over. Let us take these provisions, ensuring everyone has a hearty meal and a chance to rest overnight. Tomorrow, we shall seek out trouble with Tang Qianhu. Chapter 77. The captive. The sound of gunfire echoed like thunder throughout the night, intermittently accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. After a while, an eerie silence enveloped the valley. As if the clamor of battle had never existed, only a faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Tang Qianhu trembled, seated beneath a large tree, having dared not close his eyes throughout the night. Initially, it was the relentless gunfire that kept him awake, but as silence enveloped the world, he continued to stare with bloodshot eyes, fixated on the valley shrouded in morning mist. An attendant approached, carrying a bowl of congee. Upon seeing Tang Qianhu's condition, he sighed softly and urged, Sir, Officer Li and his men are resting and fortified by their defenses. They possess superior equipment and numbers. While those guards are merely fresh recruits who have trained for a few months, there is little cause for concern. Tang Qianhu mechanically shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, How can I not worry? When divine beings clash, it is mortals who suffer. We have been ensnared in this predicament, leaving us no avenue for retreat. I can only hope that the Zhang family retains some conscience to spare us. Alas, if we lose this battle, we will have lost our value to the Zhangs and offended the dignitaries of the capital. That would be a path to certain death. The attendant scoffed, saying, Sir, what do you think the guards are made of? We are in the midst of it. Surely we understand. The guards from Wuxiang are indeed stronger than ordinary troops. But Officer Li has carefully selected his men. With such an advantage, how could they possibly lose? You are worrying excessively. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden, urgent drumbeat resonated from the valley, followed by the distant sound of a gathering call. Shortly thereafter, a well-ordered and imposing formation emerged through the morning mist into Tang Qianhu's view. At the forefront, several robust flag-bearers carried a wooden cross, upon which lay a half-decayed corpse. With each step of the flag-bearers, blood and bits of flesh were shaken loose, staining the ground. Tang Qianhu felt a lump rise in his throat, nearly fainting at the sight. The corpse was too distant, obscured by mist, rendering its features unrecognizable. Yet, Tang Qianhu understood all too well that had it not been the body of Tong Tianliang, the guards from Wuxiang would not be parading it so brazenly. Over 200 camp soldiers, fortified by their advantageous position, could not withstand the assault of a mere 100 guards. The brutal death of Tong Tianliang underscored for Tang Qianhu the inadequacy of his own troops. He knew full well that they could not match the formidable strength of these flag-bearers. Tang Qianhu exhaled slowly. The death of Tong Tianliang, though tragic, was, in a twisted sense, a relief. If the camp soldiers could not withstand the might of these flag-bearers, it would not be surprising if he too fell before them. This would provide him with a means to distance himself from the Zhang family thereafter. With a deep sigh, Tang Qianhu steadied himself with his sword and rose to issue commands for his soldiers to form ranks. Just then, a clattering sound caught his attention. Turning to investigate, he saw that his nephew, serving as a personal guard, had dropped a clay bowl, its contents splattering across the ground and onto himself, oblivious to the mess. Trembling, he stared at the lifeless body for a moment before suddenly glancing back at Tang Qianhu with a hoarse, guttural cry, then leaped up and fled. Not just him, but the soldiers who were having their breakfast also erupted in chaos. The clamor grew increasingly loud, and soon the valley echoed with desperate cries for escape. The elite soldiers, meticulously chosen by Tang Qianhu, scattered like ants fleeing a boiling pot of water, hardly registering the faces of the enemy troops before collapsing in disarray. "Damn it!" Tang Qianhu exclaimed, his face paling. To be overwhelmed in battle was one thing. To see his entire force disintegrate without a single arrow being loosed was another. The Zhang family might forgive the former, but they would never overlook the latter. Yet, the 300 men under his command were paralyzed by fear. Each one focused solely on saving themselves. The approaching enemy, sensing their panic, quickened their pace, the sounds of running, shouting, and galloping hooves drawing ever closer. There was no time for Tang Qianhu to contemplate the future. He could only grit his teeth, turn, and flee while clumsily removing his cumbersome armor. His warhorse had already been seized by a personal guard, leaving him to escape on foot, breathless and fatigued. He had indulged in wine and pleasures, leaving his body weak and burdened by excess fat. After a few strides, sweat poured down his face, and he struggled to maintain his speed, stumbling through the uneven ground. Eventually, his weary legs could no longer support his weight, and he collapsed to the ground in a most undignified manner. Aware that the enemy was hot on his heels, Tang Qianhu had no time to rest. He hastily pushed against the ground, trying to rise, but his arms lacked strength, and he struggled in vain. Perspiration dripping from his brow as he shouted, "Someone, quickly come to my aid. Help me." After calling for what felt like an eternity, he could only watch as soldiers rushed by, heads down, without a single soul stopping to assist him. Frustrated and enraged, he cursed loudly, "Damn you all. A bunch of heartless wretches. Does the silver for battle diminish because of you? Damn it. I'll have you all executed when we return." In the midst of his tirade, a pair of arms reached from behind, grasping his shoulders and lifting him up. A surge of relief washed over Tang Qianhu, and he turned to express his gratitude, only to freeze, his words caught in his throat as he recognized the face before him, turning his complexion to a ghastly hue. Wu Cheng grinned, surveying the disheveled Tang Qianhu. "Why the outrage, Lord Qianhu? I have come to assist you. There is no need for thanks." Tang Qianhu's knees buckled again, and he fell back to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried out, "Spare me, good sir, spare me." It was all instigated by the Zhang family. "I never intended to provoke you." The minor figure, entangled in the clandestine sale of military secrets and the illicit trafficking of armaments, found himself at the mercy of the Zhang family. Should he refuse to assist them, his very life would be forfeit. "I implore you, noble heroes, to spare my wretched existence, considering the numerous pieces of intelligence I have previously supplied to you. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. The caliber of a commander reflects upon the quality of his troops. The soldiers of the guard, having not even loosed a single arrow, succumbed to panic, and the root of this chaos lies with you." Wu Cheng, with a resigned smile, instructed his steadfast guard, Mian Changtha, to procure rope and bind Tang Qianhu securely. "Come now, Tang Qianhu, we have a considerable journey ahead," Wu Cheng remarked, giving Tang Qianhu a gentle kick. He then turned his gaze towards the flag bearers who were busily pursuing the fleeing soldiers. "Rest assured, you must return to Wuxiang and elucidate the Zhang family's treachery to the people. Until then, we shall not seek your lives. Reflect carefully on what you ought to say along the way. You should well understand the perils of careless speech." Chapter 78. Abandoning the shadows, Wu Cheng and his companions toiled for over a day in the Taiying Mountains, transferring the seized supplies onto the army's wagons and captured war horses. Afterward, they escorted the prisoners down the mountain towards the stockade. As they passed through various villages, many villagers emerged to observe. They were astonished to see Tang Qianhu and Wei Junjian, who had once paraded with bravado during their expedition, now securely bound and led by a thick rope, resembling tethered dogs as the local soldiers and remaining militia dragged them forward. Wu Cheng intended to publicize the events of the Taiying Mountains, so upon reaching a village, he summoned the villagers to distribute food and silver. He then brought Tang Qianhu forward to expose the true nature of the bandits. Aware that his life was in Wu Cheng's hands, Tang Qianhu divulged everything, revealing Zhang's family's sinister plot without hesitation. The local villagers of Wuxiang were already aware of Wu Cheng's efforts in land redistribution and his advocacy for the people. They also knew of the atrocities committed by the bandits. Upon learning that the Zhang family aimed to eliminate the local militia that had defended them, and that the bandits were masquerading as government troops, their outrage ignited. Villagers pointed fingers at the captives, hurling insults, while some seized farming tools like hoes and sickles, following Wu Cheng in a quest for justice against the Zhang family. This was precisely the response Wu Cheng sought. The Zhang family had demonstrated their considerable influence by mobilizing even the governor's troops. In opposing them, Wu Cheng could only rely on the support of the local populace. His efforts over the past months had been aimed at winning their hearts, and the Zhang family's actions had irrevocably swayed the public sentiment of Wu Cheng in his favor. Completing the final piece of his rebellion, leading the throng of villagers, they made their way to the stockade. The journey took longer than anticipated due to the presence of prisoners and accompanying civilians. And it was not until dusk the following day that they finally beheld the towering stockade. However, they were alarmed to see countless arrows embedded in the walls and thick smoke billowing from both inside and outside, a clear sign of battle. Startled, Wu Cheng exchanged a glance with Mian Jingyu, and they instinctively urged their horses into a gallop towards the stockade. Upon arrival, they found the fields outside littered with corpses, while several pallid militia and resilient women were busy clearing the battlefield. A crimson flag was prominently raised atop the stockade, a prearranged signal between Wu Cheng and Yu Gong, indicating that the stockade was secure. Sighing in relief, Wu Cheng and Mian Jingyu rode towards the stockade's gate, where the station militia had already spotted them. Yu Gong and Du Wei greeted them with exuberance. Old Mian, brothers Wu, you have indeed triumphed. Not only had they emerged victorious, but it was a significant victory, with 87 enemies vanquished and 135 captured, while the remainder fled. Only Chong Wazi, Old Lu, and a few others suffered injuries from arrows. Mian Jingyu explained with laughter, surveying their surroundings before inquiring, what transpired at the stockade? Who attacked us? Was it the Zhang family? Indeed. It was the Zhang family and their cohorts of officials and landlords. Yu Gong replied coldly with a smirk. These scoundrels gathered their hired hands, attempting to exploit the stockade's vulnerability to annihilate us. However, we had received prior intelligence and were well prepared, resulting in their significant loss. As he spoke, Yu Gong stepped aside, allowing a man to emerge from behind him. With cupped hands, he introduced himself. I am Wu Shaoqi of Mian Baihu, and today I, Hong Lei, have chosen to abandon the shadows for the light. I humbly request refuge from both of you. Wu Cheng's heart leaped with joy as he dismounted to pay his respects, exclaiming, with the assistance of Master Hong, we may yet achieve great things. However, I have heard that the Zhang family has tightened their grip recently, forbidding anyone from leaving the city. How did you manage to evade their watchful eye, Master Hong? Thanks to Zhang Heir, Hong Lei replied with a cold smile. He intended to lure me to the gate of the Tunbeo fortress, which granted me my release from the city. With that, he began to recount the events of the past few days in detail to Mian Baihu and Wu Shaoqi. The acrid scent of firecrackers gradually dissipated, and the resounding drums fell silent. A lavish carriage, flanked by a throng of maidservants and guards, slowly vanished from sight. The officials, gentry, and landlords who had come to bid farewell collectively exhaled in relief, bowing to Zhang Daohua as they dispersed. Hong Lei distinctly heard the county magistrate beside him emit a cold grunt. Turning his gaze, he noticed the magistrate's obsequious smile as he exchanged flattering words with Zhang Daohua before boarding his carriage to depart for Wuxian County. Hong Lei stepped forward to bid farewell, but Zhang Daohua interrupted, saying, Master Hong, please stay a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Hong Lei furrowed his brow, stepping aside, anxiously observing Zhang Daohua as he mingled with the various officials and gentry, occasionally glancing toward the end of the official road with a sigh of despair. The kind-hearted Qin passed by without acknowledging him, his eyes filled with resentment, yet when he approached Zhang Daohua, his face lit up with a beaming smile as they engaged in lively conversation. However, Hong Lei knew this was mere pretense. The bandits had ravaged Dazuangzi village, where 90% of the land belonged to the Qin family, and most villagers were tenants of the Qins. Yet, the bandits had still laid waste to it. This was the Zhang family's way of using the Qin family as an example, warning the wavering landlords and officials. Qin, being astute, could not possibly be ignorant of this matter, and his heart brimmed with resentment. But what could be done about such anger? The Zhang family's power was vast, far beyond the capacity of these small landlords to oppose. To the Zhang family, a provincial official's relative was but a pitiful ant. With a deep sigh, Hong Lei pondered his own insignificance, Despite his heart brimming with discontent and fury, what could a mere clerk accomplish? At most, he could relay some information to help the military families in the Tunbeo escape. Lost in his own self-pity and thoughts of Zhang Daohua, he failed to notice the curtain of the Qing family's sedan chair being lifted slightly, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings before settling upon him. After Zhang Daohua had seen off the officials, he instructed the steward to dismiss the remaining merchants and scholars, then beckoned Hong Lei with a wave as he entered the sedan chair. Hong Lei promptly followed, standing by the window, awaiting Zhang Daohua's instructions. The soldiers of the Wuxiang Baihu have left the fortress. It has become an empty shell. Zhang Daohua whispered as he drew back the curtain. I have privately communicated with various families and the county magistrate. In a few days, we shall gather our servants and strong men to attack the Tunbeo. You must assist me by entering the fortress to deceive them into opening the gates. There will be ample rewards for your cooperation. Hong Lei trembled all over and hastily inquired, Second Master, did not the old matriarch say that it suffices to deceive the garrison officers into attending the banquet for the purpose of capture? To besiege the stronghold is no trifling charge. Is the old matriarch aware of this matter? Old matriarch, Zhang Daohua replied, his voice laced with anger as he glared at Hong Lei. The affairs of Wuxiang are under my purview. There is no need to trouble my mother with every little detail. Hong Sanshi, do not presume that I am unaware of who betrayed me and summoned my mother to Wuxiang. This is an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. Do not be ungrateful. Chapter 79. The revelation. Hong Lei was suddenly taken aback, rendered speechless as he lowered his head in silence. Zhang Daohua let out a cold snort and continued with his previous discourse. My mother once said that some matters should either not be undertaken, or if pursued, they must be executed resolutely. If the bandits could ambush and annihilate those soldiers, why should they not besiege the garrison, plunder the villages, and slaughter their families without mercy? Hong Lei trembled slightly, the haunting faces of the children from Shao Zhuangzi village flashing vividly in his mind, the sound of his teeth chattering audible, his complexion paling instantaneously, his chest heaving irregularly. Zhang Daohua was wholly oblivious to Hong Lei's distress, engrossed in articulating his plans. Do not presume that this is solely my decision. Those petty officials, entangled in land surveys and aiding the villagers in resisting rent, have long been displeased by the gentry of Wuxiang. My mother wishes to spare the lives of those remaining soldiers, aiming only to punish the instigators. The gentry of Wuxiang have suffered substantial losses and humiliation. How could a mere 100 flag soldiers and a few officers suffice to appease them? Turning his head, Zhang Daohua coldly declared, thus, I must eradicate the entire Wuxiang 100 household office to pacify those gentry and assure them of who stands in their defense and who represents their interests. Only then can they unite around the Zhang family. With the gentry aligned, the affairs of Wuxiang will be dictated by my family alone. Without our assistance, Song Tongyin would be incapable of training troops, unable to resist the Qing bandits, and the court would fail to collect taxes, destabilizing Shanxi. This, indeed, is what my mother refers to as usefulness. Zhang Daohua exhaled a breath of frustration and chuckled. My mother has long resided in her ancestral home in Dongzhuang, oblivious to the circumstances in Qinzhou Wuxiang. No matter, I shall rectify the gaps for her. Hongzhu, if you can deceive the garrison into opening the gates this time, you shall receive the highest commendation. I shall ensure your son secures the top position in next year's examination. If you fail to trick them, then you must fend for yourself. A surge of anger welled within Hong Lei. After enduring a prolonged struggle against the Wuxiang 100 household office, how could they possibly lack any defenses now that they were mobilizing troops to eliminate the bandits? Deceiving the gates to open was not merely a matter of exchanging a few words. Zhang Daohua was evidently pushing him towards a perilous path. Moreover, from Zhang Daohua's implication, his ambitions extended beyond merely dealing with the remaining soldiers. He intended to annihilate all military families and garrison troops of the Wuxiang 100 household office. Should he succeed, countless innocent children would meet the same untimely fate as those from Shao Guangzi village. Hong Lei, still possessing a fragment of conscience, could not possibly assist him in such heinous deeds. Resolutely, Hong Lei raised his head, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, Second Master, I shall return and make preparations. Today, I will set forth for that garrison, determined to deceive the gates for your cause, aiding you in achieving this great endeavor. The study lay in disarray as Hong Lei lifted a large section of the floor tiles, retrieving a box wrapped in yellow cloth from the hidden cavity. Upon opening it and meticulously counting the silver and notes concealed within, he finally felt a sense of relief. Carefully rewrapping the box, he beckoned the scribe. who stood frowning in the room. Yar, come here. The illicit funds I have extorted, I have saved a portion in this box. Take this box and flee Shanxi with your aunt and Cheng'er today. Live a peaceful life in anonymity. The scribe's voice trembled slightly as he advised. Why must you provoke the Zhang family? You've lost your position, your family is in disarray, and your life is in peril. Is it truly worth it for a group of ignorant villagers? Is it worth it? Who can say? Hong Lei offered a wry smile. The faces of the children from Shao Zhuangzi village resurfacing in his mind. Yar, when you first entered the magistracy, I told you that to survive long in this profession, one must first be devoid of conscience. I have served as a constable for decades, spent 5 years as a deputy, oppressing the good and even causing death, committing countless injustices. By all rights, I should have long lost my conscience. With a sigh, Hong Lei retrieved a longevity lock, cradling it in his palm. Yet ever since the arrival of Zhu'er and later Qing'er, I find myself inexplicably charmed by the innocence of those simple children. I am loath to trouble families with children, lest my conscience be forever troubled. But Tongshan Liang has mercilessly slain over a dozen children. Children as young as Cheng, right before my very eyes. He slammed the longevity lock onto the table, his anger surging. And Zhang Er desires to kill even more. He aims to annihilate all the remaining militiamen of Wu Cheng. These beasts will spare no one. How many children will suffer then? Since returning from Shao Zhuangzi village, every time I see Qing'er, each night as I close my eyes, I recall those tormented children. At that time, I could not save them. Now, if I were to assist in Zhang Er's nefarious plans, how could I live with myself? How could I face Qing'er and Zhu'er? Furthermore, why does Zhang Er want me to deceive the gate? He knows of my disloyalty and has perceived my wavering heart. He intends to use my life as a warning, and he will not allow me to leave the fortress alive. Breathing heavily, Hong Lei pushed the longevity lock toward the scribe. Deliver this to Qing'er. My intent to expose the truth is a gamble with my life. But Qing'er and your aunt must not share my fate. Help them escape, far away, to live in peace. Yer, can your uncle trust you? The scribe knelt, tears streaming down his face. What are you saying, uncle? When your parents passed away, it was you who raised me, providing for my education. I remember your kindness. And I would risk my life to ensure the safety of your aunt and Cheng. Receiving the longevity lock and the box, the scribe pondered for a moment before asking, Uncle, what about Zhu'er? He is still at the Zhang family's academy in Qingshui. How can we rescue him? Hong Lei fell silent, his expression twisting with complexity, a moment of compassion, then hesitation, followed by sorrow. After a lengthy pause, he wiped away the tears from his eyes and choked out, Zhu'er. It is up to fate now, may heaven protect him. The scribe immediately grew anxious, ready to speak, when the study door swung open, and Hong Lei's wife entered. Why have you two turned this fine study into such a state? My husband, the steward of the Qin family, Qin San, has sent a letter for you, insisting that you open it personally. Hong Lei curiously took the letter but refrained from opening it. After his wife had given him a thorough admonishment and left, he finally extracted the letter and read it hastily. A radiant smile blossomed on his face. My dear, there is no need to worry about Zhu'er any longer. The concubine of the Qin family has personally written to inform us that she will arrange for someone to retrieve Zhu'er from Qiushui under the auspices of the Qin family. You simply need to go to the address mentioned in the letter to reunite with Zhu'er. The scribe, having read the letter, was utterly perplexed and inquired, Uncle, how could the concubine of the Qin family, who has had no prior dealings with us, suddenly extend her assistance? You are still young and unaware of how she entered the Qin family. Hong Lei replied with a hearty laugh as he rose to his feet. After enduring humiliation and hardship for over 20 years, I have finally presented her with an opportunity to act. Chapter 80. The informant as dust descended. Hong Lei summoned his wife and meticulously explained the current predicament, urging her to take their son and flee the city under the cover of night. Overcome with emotion, his wife wept profusely, imploring him for a considerable time. It was not until the deep of night that she reluctantly began to gather their belongings, cradling their sleeping child, and stealthily climbed over the wall with the scribe, ultimately concealing themselves in a prepared room near the city gate, awaiting dawn to make their escape. After bidding farewell to his wife and child, Hong Lei sat in his study until daybreak, repeatedly scrutinizing the letter from the concubine of the Qin family. When the sun rose high in the sky, he carefully tucked the letter away, donned his official attire, locked the door, and rode out of the city on an old yellow horse. Not long after departing, several burly men trailed behind him. One of them, upon approaching, clasped his hands in greeting and said, Master Hong, the second master has sent us to ensure your safety. Rest assured, Your esteemed wife and 2 young masters will also be accompanied by our men, and no harm shall come to them." It suddenly dawned on him that they had sent someone to keep watch over him and his family. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Hong Lei shook his head on horseback and remarked, "Zhang is foolishly inept, yet he harbors ambitions of cunning and gain. Zhang heir, ever the opportunist, forgets loyalty for petty advantages, yet fears for his life when great matters arise. Clearly, he is an incompetent individual who fancies himself a strategist, but is careless in execution, leaving everything to chance and stirring up trouble at every turn. The young master of the Zhang family is absorbed in poetry and literature, indifferent to worldly affairs. Not a single man in the Zhang family has proven worthy." As he continued to voice his grievances, seemingly intent on venting years of frustration, he paid no heed to the increasingly disapproving expressions of the servants. The Zhang family has thrived until now solely due to the diligent efforts of the old matriarch and the third miss who married into the southwest. Alas, with 2 such self-important yet ineffectual men dragging them down, the Zhangs are ultimately doomed to decline and fall. "Master Hong," the leading servant could no longer contain himself and interrupted, "Are you not afraid of incurring the master's wrath with such reckless talk?" "Fear? What is there to fear?" Hong Lei laughed heartily. "If you have the courage, strike me down now. Let us see where Zhang heir will turn to for connections with the guards." The servant was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Hong Lei for a moment. He then turned to whisper to a companion nearby, who hastily wheeled his horse around and galloped back toward the city. Only then did it dawn on Hong Lei that it was too late. He let out a loud laugh, squeezing his legs against the horse's sides, sending the old yellow steed galloping towards the fortress. The atmosphere surrounding the fortress was tense, likely influenced by the impending threat of bandits. As a few riders approached, the soldiers and laborers in the nearby fields halted their work to look up, while several sentinels armed with bows and firearms appeared atop the fortress walls. When Hong Lei reached the gates, he dismounted and saluted as General Yu, clad in armor, approached with a bow and arrow, accompanied by several loyal soldiers. "General Yu, do you still remember me? I am Hong Lei, the scribe from Wuxiang County, and I have urgent matters to discuss with you," Hong Lei announced, but General Yu merely nodded, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the burly servants accompanying him. "Master Hong's arrival at the fortress is unexpected. Pray, what business brings you here?" Du Weisha emerged from behind Yu Gong, greeting Hong Lei with a radiant smile. Yet his gaze lingered on the several household servants. Hong Lei offered no reply, scanning his surroundings for a moment, and noted the plethora of defensive tools hanging from the walls of the garrison, with the stationed soldiers vigilantly watching them. Those laboring in the fields swiftly gathered under the command of the garrison leader, quietly encircling them. "It appeared you were well prepared." Hong Lei let out a bitter laugh, cleared his throat, and shouted loudly, striving for all to hear his voice. "The bandits of Taiying Mountain are but a ruse orchestrated by the Zhang family, who have bribed the provincial governor to disguise their soldiers, intending to surround and annihilate the flag troops of your guard. Zhang Daohua has conspired with the local gentry of Wuxiang, aiming to exploit the vulnerabilities of the Wuxiang 100 household by masquerading as bandits to slaughter the officials and citizens alike." From behind came the sound of swords being drawn. Hong Lei felt the urgency of the household servants closing in, and a wry smile crossed his face. Suddenly, he heard the twang of a bowstring, and an arrow grazed the side of his face, followed by a muffled grunt and the thud of a collapsing servant. Turning to look, he saw that the leader of the household servants had approached within a step of him, only to be struck through the left eye by an arrow, thus meeting his demise. The remaining servants, still in shock, had no time to escape, as they were swiftly cut down by the rain of arrows and bullets from the garrison above. Hong Lei exhaled deeply and turned about Yu Gong. "If not for your precise shot, esteemed General Yu, I surely would have perished at their hands." "You flatter me, Hong," Yu Gong replied with a slight nod, then inquired, "Is what you spoke earlier true?" "Indeed, it is true." Hong Lei pointed towards the fallen servants and elaborated. "Zhang Dao was gathering the household servants and armed villagers at the estate outside Wuxiang, distributing weapons to them. They will soon march to attack. If you do not believe me, feel free to send someone to investigate. There is no need for inquiry. We are already aware of this matter." Du Weisha sneered, narrowing his eyes as he queried, "Hong, I have heard that your son remains at the Zhang family academy in Qingshui, and your current position is also elevated by the Zhang family. Why then do you betray them to assist us?" Hong Lei paused, then suddenly chuckled bitterly. "You are correct. In your fierce struggle against the Zhang family, one must indeed be wary of them. Both the government and the Zhang family surely have their own spies. I need not risk my life to come and warn you." With a sigh, Hong Lei produced a letter from a concubine of the Qing family, presenting it to Du Weisher with earnestness. Mr. Du, do you believe me when I say I cannot abide the Zhang family's slaughter of children? Do you believe me when I say someone is aiding my family in escaping their control? You are a perceptive man. Tell me, if I were to comply with everything the Zhang family desired, would they spare my life? The Zhang family is untrustworthy and ruthless. They would certainly not let you live. Du Weisher took the letter, glancing through it briefly before his expression shifted slightly, then returned to normal as he carefully tucked it away. Since you understand these truths, we shall dispense with pleasantries. I will be frank. We have no great lords from the capital backing us, but we intend to uproot the Zhang family entirely, allowing everyone to live without rent or debt, in peace and prosperity. Hong Lei furrowed his brows, and after a moment, he suddenly realized, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. You are planning a rebellion. It is not a rebellion. It is an uprising. From the very beginning, we have been preparing for this insurrection. Du Weisher chuckled heartily, saying, Master Hong, Wu Shaoqi mentioned that your conscience remains intact and that you are indeed a perceptive individual who can discern the state of affairs. In this world, a conscientious and astute person has but one path to tread. Will you choose to walk this road with us? The decision is yours to make. Chapter 81. Preparations for war. That scoundrel Hong Lei has indeed betrayed us. Zhang Dao seethed with rage, berating a household servant before striking him with a whip. Get out of my sight, you useless wretch. You can't even find a woman or child. What good are you to me? The servant, shielding his face, meekly exited the hall. A burly man clad in rough armor observed the servant's retreat, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Master Zhang. It is evident that Hong Lei must have had a plan all along. Otherwise, his entire family would not have vanished without a trace. Surely, he has divulged our affairs. What shall we do now? What else can we do? We initially employed him merely to incite that group of ruffians, giving us reason to mobilize our forces. Zhang Dao scoffed, casting a scrutinizing glance at the armed figure of Lu Dianshi. How prepared are the militia under your command? Ensure they do not hinder our progress. Lu Dianshi appeared somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Master, you are aware of the nature of these militia. They are but a band of unruly youths from the city. Rarely do they train, and while they might manage a brawl or defend the city, an assault on the stronghold, on the battlefield, they may not bear the weight of responsibility. No matter, as long as they do not scatter in panic, their presence will bolster our morale. Zhang Dao disdainfully regarded Lu Dianshi and rose to leave the hall. The stronghold is left with merely a handful of soldiers and the elderly, women, and children. Even for farming, we lack manpower. Yet, we have more than 300 robust servants gathered from various households. Attacking a mere stronghold shall be more than sufficient. This time, I shall utterly eradicate the 100 households of Wu Cheng before all the officials and gentry. The stronghold was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension, with the remaining soldiers and capable women continuously transporting boulders, logs, and defensive implements to the city walls. The gates of the stronghold stood wide open as a dozen soldiers, armed with long spears and daggers, lined up at the entrance under the leadership of Old He, inspecting the villagers from various settlements who formed a long queue outside before allowing them entry into the stronghold. Most of the villagers and their families from nearby settlements had taken refuge, while those farther away could only be sent to hide in the Qing mountains. He was patrolling the walls with a bow and arrow, explaining the current situation to Du Weisher and Hong Lei. There are approximately 600 trained young men within the stronghold, the rest, being women and children, cannot partake in battle and must be arranged to hide in the guardhouse. 600, Du Weisher echoed, turning to the downcast Hong Lei who followed behind him. Master Hong, do you believe 600 can hold this stronghold? Hong Lei's face twisted in turmoil, and with a resigned smile, he replied, Now we have become the righteous army of the uprising. Mr. Du, do you still address me with the title of the imperial court? Are you mocking me? Du Weisher laughed heartily, narrowing his eyes as he asked, Brother Sanshur, have you truly contemplated such treacherous words? What else can I do? Hong Lei sighed and shrugged. Can I stop your uprising? The court will not regard me as a rebel. From the moment I chose to inform you, I was bound to your fate. We can only tread this dark path together. Hong Lei took a deep breath, invigorated, and explained, according to the regulations of the court, the number of militia is determined by the size of the prefecture and county. Wuxiang is a secondary county, and we are supposed to recruit 600 to 800 militiamen. After the Wanli period, a labor tax was imposed, requiring the payment of silver for labor, which is to be provided as sustenance for the militiamen. However, as you are all aware, the current state of affairs is rather dire. How can one expect the silver for the militiamen and labor to remain untainted by corruption? Thus, there is a significant shortfall of militia in Wuxiang County. In the past, there were only around 400 men. This time, Zhang Daohua is expected to supplement the funds and recruit some personnel, but it will take time to gather a substantial number. Hong Lei snorted and continued. The individual overseeing the militia in Wuxiang is Lu Wusan, a county clerk known only for his greed. According to the court's regulations, militia should conduct drills twice a month in spring, summer, and autumn, and practice should cease in winter. Yet, having worked with him for so long, I have never witnessed him conducting training for the militia. The men under his command likely do not even know how to wield a spear properly. Furthermore, according to court mandates, the militia should be recruited from the farmers of Wuxiang's villages or the respectable citizens within the city. Yet, with the allure of riches and the opportunity for extortion at the city gates, how can one expect such positions to be filled without the exchange of silver? The militia in Wuxiang consists of ruffians who have bribed Lu Wusan. These fellows oppress the good people and are adept at brawling. Can we expect them to bleed on the battlefield? It would be a miracle if they do not scatter in chaos. Thus, the militia need not be taken seriously. Regardless of their numbers, they are merely a disorganized rabble. Hong Lei concluded emphatically, rubbing his hands together as he continued his analysis. Therefore, the backbone of this assault will consist of the hired thugs from the estates of the landowners and gentry. Wuxiang is a secondary county, and the largest landowner is the Zhang family. The others are minor landlords. To gather 300 or 400 men would be quite remarkable. Hong Lei chuckled softly. Shaking his head, however, these individuals are attacking the fortress for their own wealth and glory, who would willingly sacrifice their own resources for the Zhang family. Thus, when they encounter fierce resistance and suffer significant losses, they will undoubtedly lose morale and contribute little to the fight. Raising a finger with utmost confidence, Hong Lei declared, "In my opinion, the only one we need to take seriously is Zhang Daohua himself. He can muster at most 100 men, 600 against 100. The advantage is ours. Victory is assured." Du Weishe and Yu Gong exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Wu Shaoqi stated that Brother Sanshi is well acquainted with the local gentry of Wuxiang, and if he can assist us, we will surely accomplish great things. It appears that Wu Shaoqi has a keen eye for character. Hong Lei smiled wryly and waved his hand, sighing, "I have been forced to this point, and I can only hope that you all truly achieve great success, and that I do not lose my head alongside you." Du Weishe and Yu Gong laughed heartily once more, just as a disguised soldier rushed towards them, and, upon reaching the fortress gate, shouted, "They have arrived. The enemy is at Qiuyuan, less than an hour away from the fort." They arrived rather swiftly. Yu Gong clapped the battlements and bellowed, "Close the gates, prepare the troops. We must ensure that these bandits come and do not return." Zhang Daohua stood atop a gentle slope, shielding his brow with his left hand as he gazed intently at the distant. His eyes swept over the fortress walls adorned with watchtowers, hanging gates, arrow shields, and other defensive implements, as well as the ditches and chevaux de frise outside the stronghold. His expression bore a hint of gravity. The local landlords and gentry who accompanied him whispered amongst themselves, and Lu Jinsher cleared his throat before stepping forward to say, "Second master, as we journeyed, we have not seen a single chicken in the surrounding villages. They must have retreated into the fortress long ago. It appears to be heavily fortified. It may prove difficult to assault. To falter before the battle even begins is utterly disgraceful." Zhang Daohua peers through his thoughts with a cold gaze, gesturing towards the distant fortress. "What if it is well guarded? It is merely a collection of serfs and residual soldiers. The garrison troops are hardly formidable. Can they truly withstand us? Lu Diancher, rally your men. We shall rest briefly before launching our assault. There shall be ample rewards for those who fight valiantly. But do not blame me for my ruthlessness towards those who hesitate." Chapter 82. The defense of the fortress to the first to breach the stronghold. A reward of 50 taels of silver. For the head of a male, a reward of 10 taels. For the heads of women, children, and the elderly, a reward of 3 taels. A group of servants clad in cloth armor galloped on majestic steeds, vociferously announcing the rewards just decreed by Zhang Daohua, ensuring that every soldier in the sparse formation heard the proclamation clearly, eliciting a cacophony of cheers. Indeed, the Zhang family was generous. Yu Gong snorted disdainfully, recognizing that according to Ming military regulations, the punishment for bandits was severe, and those unwilling to ascend were offered 10 taels. The Zhang family appeared to regard the entire stronghold's able-bodied men as formidable bandits, demonstrating remarkable extravagance. With such generous rewards, brave men will surely emerge, Zhang Er calculated. Du Weisher laughed heartily, his tone dripping with scorn. This fellow likely speaks in jest. Afterwards, he will deny it, and who would dare demand payment from him? Laughter erupted among the crowd. In the distance, Zhang Daohua, oblivious to Du Weisher's mockery, basked in the inflated morale. Striking a pose of a renowned general while wildly waving his command flag, a bare-chested strongman struck the war drum. Presently, even the border troops of the Great Ming had a significant portion poorly trained. What could be expected from a disorganized rabble of servants and local militia? The strongman was ignorant of the rhythm of the war drum commands, merely relying on brute strength to strike the drum haphazardly. Those gathered, unable to comprehend military orders, surged towards the stronghold upon hearing the drum, displaying utter chaos and lack of discipline. Old Master Zhang had served as the Minister of War during the Wanli era, and Zhang Zhanglie had commanded troops in Liaodong, but their martial prowess had not been passed down to the three sons of the Zhang family. Hong Lei gazed at the disarray of heads surging forth and mused, "It is indeed the third daughter of the Zhang family who, having married in the southwest and followed old Lady Qin in numerous campaigns, has acquired considerable martial skills. If we were to annihilate the Zhang family, I wonder if she would rally the bygone soldiers to hunt us down?" Yu Gong silently pondered, invigorated as he drew the formidable bow seized from the dilapidated temple. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Beat the drums. Prepare for battle. A rapid cadence of war drums echoed within the fortress, followed by the sound of horns resonating from afar. Lu Dianchi, standing beside Zhang Daohua, discreetly furrowed his brow and, gritting his teeth, turned to Zhang Daohua, saying, "Second master, the drumming and horn blowing from within the fortress are orderly and precise. Unlike the clamor one would expect from a gathering of the old, weak, and women, the enemy's situation is unclear. It would be prudent to restrain our forces for the moment and first test with artillery." "Nonsense!" Zhang Daohua snapped angrily, pointing his whip at the chaotic throng of servants and militia. "They have already charged like this. How can we rein them in now? Moreover, once the momentum is lost, if we do not press forward into the fortress now, but instead hold back our troops, would that not severely dampen our morale?" Lu Dianchi opened his mouth to speak, glancing at the nearby 100-barreled falcon, and obediently fell silent. He understood that Zhang Daohua was merely seeking an excuse. The conflict had only just commenced, and it was not impossible to rein in the unruly throngs of household soldiers. Zhang Daohua simply wished to conceal his artillery. The possession of armor was a serious breach of the law, yet with the influence of the Zhang family, suppressing this matter was not particularly challenging. However, hiding artillery was a different matter entirely. If it fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could lead to the family's downfall. Thus, Zhang Daohua chose to bring the cannon but refrained from using it, instead sending his household soldiers to the front lines, sacrificing lives to flatten the garrison. Lu Dianchi observed the spirited Zhang Daohua and could not help but sigh softly, hoping that the garrison troops within the fort were indeed as cowardly as Zhang Daohua presumed. Otherwise, he might find himself accompanying this headstrong individual to his grave. The household soldiers surged towards the base of the fort, initially cautious. They held shields and boards to deflect arrows, but as they approached, no arrows had been loosed from the fort. Convinced that the garrison troops had been cowed by their numbers and fervor, the soldiers began to cheer, discarding their cumbersome shields and even shedding their heavy armor, hastily maneuvering to push aside obstacles and charge towards the moat. "Are we not to fire?" Du Weisher asked nervously, glancing at Yu Gong, while Hong Lei, also tense, stared at Yu Gong's back, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After all, this was their first battle, and both felt a palpable anxiety. "No rush. Let them become congested." Yu Gong replied confidently, nocking an arrow and scanning for a target, casting a glance at the poised gunners atop the fort. "Once we strike, let them have their fill." As the household soldiers reached the moat, they found it 2 meters deep, filled with sharpened wooden stakes, forcing them to halt. They called for their comrades to bring ladders and planks to cross the trench. An increasing number of soldiers found themselves hindered by the moat, oblivious to the danger of arrows and cannon fire, creating a ruckus as they jostled one another. Some soldiers, armed with bows, indiscriminately shot at the fort walls, while others wielding matchlock guns joined in the chaotic barrage, creating a cacophony of noise. The formation of the household soldiers was in complete disarray, with siege engines and ladders stuck behind the throng. A leader clad in chainmail, witnessing the chaos, rallied a group of cavalry to charge into the crowd, brandishing his whip to carve a path. This was Zhao Jiaodo of the Zhang family, known for his elusive staff techniques. Hong Lei, pointing disdainfully at the armored leader, sneered, I heard he was a deserter from the border troops who fought against the Tatars. He possesses genuine skill, not mere tricks from the streets. Which is why Zhang Er appointed him as the family instructor. Genuine skill? Yu Gong replied with a cold smile. Drawing an arrow from his quiver and knocking it to his bowstring, pulling it back as taut as a full moon. I shall discern its authenticity myself. As the bowstring twanged, the arrow soared like a shooting star. Zhao, the instructor, was wholly engrossed in driving away the household slaves and militia, oblivious to the incoming projectile. By the time his eyes caught the fleeting shadow of the arrow, it was already upon him. With a soft thud, the iron tip pierced through his eye, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood and pale brain matter that erupted from the back of his skull. Zhao barely had time to emit a scream before his body swayed and fell from his horse. What a marvelous shot! Du Weisher burst into laughter. General Yu, perhaps we should bestow upon you a title like Shadowless Arrow to spread the word. Enough with the jesting. This is not the time for frivolity. Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaned against the parapet to assess Zhao's condition, only to witness several household slaves carrying his lifeless body away from the throng. The remaining slaves, upon witnessing Zhao's demise, scrambled to retrieve the shields and planks that had been discarded, while some of the more timid souls trailed behind those fleeing. Yu's smile widened slightly as he waved his banner. It is time. Beat the drums, fire the cannons. Chapter 83, Bombardment with a resounding roar. The city walls of Tunbeo erupted, sending forth plumes of white smoke that danced through the air. The thunderous sound reverberated, causing Zhang Daohe to instinctively cover his ears, his mouth agape in sheer terror as he straightened in his saddle to gaze down upon the chaos below, his heart heavy with an ominous premonition. In an instant, that foreboding feeling was cruelly vindicated. 2 solid iron cannonballs plummeted into the throng of people amassed at the fortress's base, rolling relentlessly with tremendous force. Each rotation churned forth a cloud of blood and severed limbs, while every impact against the ground was punctuated by harrowing cries of agony, carving out 2 long, crimson paths through the crowd. Alongside those iron projectiles, several light cannons unleashed a torrent of shrapnel, descending like a tempest, leaving behind a scene of dismembered corpses and countless wounded souls, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds. Ignoring their grievous injuries, these survivors writhed in pain, dragging themselves across the ground in a desperate attempt to escape the fortress, yearning to distance themselves from the horrors of Tunbeo. The fortress was under siege. Lu Dianshur exclaimed in astonishment. Not only he but also many officials and gentry who had come to witness the spectacle cried out in alarm like frightened roosters. Accompanying their cries, the household servants and militia beneath the fortress scattered chaotically. This sudden barrage of firepower caught those who had thought this battle merely an armed procession completely off guard, leading to utter disarray among the ranks. Countless individuals, shrieking in terror, abandoned their weapons and fled, resulting in a tragic number of casualties from trampling and chaos. The wall of the fortress was also thrown into turmoil. The cannons of the Wucheng 100 House were the oldest relics from the Wanli period, and many had languished in storage, rusting, and unfit for use. Recently, Master Chun had led a team to repair and clean a few of them, enabling their deployment in this battle. However, these antiquated cannons had been neglected for so long that they were not without issues. During the first round of bombardment, 1 cannon exploded, possibly due to a problem with the gunpowder loading or the cannon's gas seal, sending its barrel flying. The unfortunate gunners, caught off guard, were scalded by the searing flames, and the ensuing shockwave knocked them to the ground. A few unfortunate souls were even struck directly by the cannon, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Ceasefire! Ceasefire! Yu Gong, in a state of frantic urgency, bellowed commands to his loyal guards to rescue the artillerymen who were incessantly wailing in agony, carry the injured away for treatment. The gunners must descend from the walls, allowing Master Chun to inspect the cannons thoroughly. Even without the artillery's assistance, we can contend with the Zhang family. However, we cannot afford to lose the gunners we have painstakingly trained. The personal guards received their orders and departed. Yu Gong turned to observe the household servants and militia below the fort, noticing that they had already begun to scatter in a panic. He immediately raised his command flag and exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? Sound the drums and unleash the arrows and gunfire. Strive to vanquish these birds." The drums resounded, and arrows rained down upon the fortress like a tempest. Bullets flew chaotically as the guards and soldiers stationed at the stronghold relied on antiquated 3-barreled guns. Lacking in training, many of them loosed arrows that fell feebly to the ground. Fortunately, the household servants and commoners, consumed by their singular desire to flee, exposed their backs to the fortress's firepower, with none daring to turn and resist. Like a surging tide, the throngs of household servants surged forth, only to recede just as swiftly, leaving behind a desolate scene strewn with lifeless bodies and the incessant cries of the wounded. A fleeting triumph. Yu Gong let out a sigh of relief and turned back to Hong Lei and Du Wei, smiling brightly. You too can rest assured. This group of inept individuals intends to breach our stronghold? Humph. Even if faced with tenfold adversity, I shall not falter. Slay the retreating ones. Slay the retreating ones. Zhang Daohua, astride his steed, roared with a ferocity akin to madness, his visage flushed crimson. He arrived brimming with confidence, fully believing that subduing a small garrison, merely manned by a handful of soldiers and their families, would be a trivial endeavor. However, to his astonishment, as soon as the battle commenced, those hired hands and local militia faltered, failing to breach even the defensive moat before crumbling in disarray. To make matters worse, they lost an instructor, leaving him utterly humiliated before the gathered officials and local gentry. Brandishing his whip, he urged his horse forward, intent on confronting the retreating forces. But Lu Dianshi hastily caught up, grasping the reins of his horse and imploring, "Second master, temper your anger. Within the fortress lies concealed artillery. Mere human sacrifice cannot suffice to amass strength. The morale has already waned. It would be wiser to temporarily withdraw the troops and seek alternative measures." A few officials and gentry approached to persuade him. Zhang Daohua struggled for a moment, but could not break free. In a fit of anger, he questioned, "Lu Dianshi, your militia crumbles the fastest. What do you propose we do?" Lu Dianshi's face flushed with anger. The disarray of the entire army commenced with the demise of the instructor from Zhang Daohua's household. At that moment, the servants of the Zhang family, well acquainted with Zhao Jiaodo's martial prowess, had already sensed the impending disaster and begun their retreat. Meanwhile, his own militia and the servants of other gentry still stood foolishly awaiting the arrival of siege ladders and other assault equipment to cross the moat. Now, Zhang Daohua had the audacity to cast blame upon him, a clear attempt to shift responsibility. Swallowing his indignation, Lu Dianshi gasped, "Second master, this is not the time for such inquiries. Capturing the fortress must be our foremost priority. The fortress is armed with cannons, and no one is willing to endure an onslaught from them unprovoked. If we do not employ our artillery to suppress the fortress's firepower, this battle cannot be won." Zhang Daohua fell into silence, turning to gaze at the door of the 100-armed Buddha machine, his expression revealing a palpable indecision. Lu Dianshi, at a loss for words, instructed his confidants to gather the retreating troops while persistently urging, "Second master, if you bring your private guards and local militia to besiege the stockade this time, should you succeed in your assault, all will be well. However, should you fail, how will you explain this to the matriarch? How should one contend with the officials in the court who cast covetous glances at the Zhang family? Second master, this is not the time for hesitation." Zhang Daohua glanced at the cannon, then at the scattered militia and servants. After a lengthy hesitation, he finally nodded and said, "Lu Dianshi, the cannon you brought is yours to wield as you see fit. There is no need to seek my counsel." Lu Dianshi's face darkened with anger once more. He lowered his head and nodded slightly, choosing to disregard Zhang Daohua. With a swift kick to the horse's belly, he urged it forward towards the artillery team. Silently reflecting, to engage in grand endeavors while fearing for one's safety, to forsake righteousness for minor gains, to revel in advantage yet falter at the slightest setback. Damn it. I fear today may be my last stand. Each cannon must undergo thorough inspection. It is imperative that there are no further instances of barrel explosions. Yu Gong's expression was grave as he cautioned Chun, the seasoned craftsman, who was meticulously inspecting the artillery positions before the battle. "We have indeed tested these cannons and conducted thorough checks. Yet, one of them has exploded. Damn it. We have not even engaged the enemy. And already our own artillery has claimed lives." Chun, drenched in perspiration, sighed heavily. "Captain Yu, you are well aware of the quality of the materials dispatched by the court. Many of these cannons date back to the Zhengde and Jiajing eras, obsolete relics that should have been retired long ago. No matter how rigorous the inspection, we cannot guarantee they won't misfire. We can only hope to endure this battle." Yu Gong sighed in return. "Once we capture Wucheng City, with the assistance of the local craftsmen, we shall melt down these antiquated cannons and forge new ones." Chen nodded in agreement, poised to respond, but suddenly saw Yu Gong's pupils constrict dramatically. In an instant, he lunged forward, tackling Chen to the ground. "Watch out." The thunderous roar echoed ominously, as a barrage of cannon fire rained down from below, swiftly engulfing several artillery positions along the city wall. Chapter 84, The Siege of Baizi Fralangi. Indeed, it is Baizi Fralangi. shouted the old craftsman Chun in a frenzy, blood trickling down from a gash on his forehead caused by shrapnel. He showed no inclination to wipe it away. The artillery they possess is scarce, and I have only seen illustrations of it in the Divine Artifact Compendium. Who would have imagined I would witness one in reality today? Zhang Er has truly invested heavily in us. Yu Gong forcefully pulled Qin backwards, his voice laced with anger. This cannon is aimed directly at our artillery position. Damn it. We were fortunate to have withdrawn the gunners. If it were not for their inexperience, we might have met our demise right at our posts. Qin, filled with regret, rapped his knuckles against his head. What a pity. Even if our artillery were operational, we would still be unable to reach them. If only we had a heavy cannon, we could obliterate them in a single round. Let us prioritize our lives. Yu Gong urged, pushing Qin into the embrace of the approaching soldiers, instructing them to shield him behind the fortress wall. However, when he turned back, he found the station's soldiers in disarray, nearly all experiencing artillery fire for the first time. Many were paralyzed by the thunderous roars of the cannon, darting about in panic as if they were headless flies, scrambling for cover even when the shells had not landed near them. Sighing, Yu Gong observed this group, typically wielders of hoes, now inexperienced recruits on their inaugural battlefield. Initially, they appeared somewhat composed, but the true pressure had revealed their true selves. Glancing at the household troops regrouping in the distance, he managed a bitter smile. In this contest of novices, the measure was who possessed the least shortcomings. His relentless efforts were aimed precisely at ensuring these peasant soldiers would exhibit greater resilience and discipline than their rowdy adversaries. Seizing a nearby soldier, he urgently commanded, "Hurry. Sound the drums. Seek out the various section leaders and instruct them to rein in their men and prepare for battle." The soldier complied and hurried off, while Yu Gong strode purposefully towards the city tower, which had also been struck by a cannonball, leaving a gaping hole in its roof. Fragments of wooden tile cascading down. Hong lay cowered behind the fortress wall, his body curled and trembling, hands tightly clasped over his ears. At the sound of each cannon blast, he let out a shriek, while beside him, Du Weisher, though still shaken, gritted his teeth and managed to control his quaking frame. Peering out from the battlement to catch a glimpse of the enemy formations in the distance, Yu Gong chuckled quietly, delivering a kick to Hong Lei. "If you're frightened, retreat to the fortress. Those cannons won't approach the stronghold. It's safe here." Hong Lei nodded, then shook his head, stammering, "No. It's fine. I shall remain here, watching General Yu vanquish the foe." Yu Gong laughed heartily and yanked Du Weisher down. "Everyone, take cover behind the shields. Zhang's cannon is merely a tool to bolster morale. They will soon launch an assault." As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of shouts erupted from afar, with the household troops surging forward like a tide once more. "They are arriving quickly." Yu Gong smirked coldly, eyeing the figure on the earthen slope, eagerly observing the battle. Such impatience. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Lu Jianshi gazed at the throngs of serfs surging towards the fortress, a grimace twisting his features. He turned a glance at Zhang Daoa, who wore a visage marred by tension and anxiety, his hands gripping the reins with such force that his knuckles turned pale, causing the warhorse beneath him to fidget restlessly, tossing its head and exhaling clouds of vapor. A wave of frustration washed over Lu Jianshi. The cannon fire had barely ceased. Their own ranks were not yet properly organized, and they hadn't even accounted for their numbers, yet Zhang Daohe was compelling the serfs to charge into battle. In such haste, even if Zhang Daohe doubled the rewards, Lu Jianshi sensed that this assault was likely doomed to fail. As the serfs approached the fortress, Zhang Daohe seemed unable to contain his mounting anxiety, parting his lips to let out a low growl. Lu Jianshi shook his head subtly, letting out a sigh, devoid of composure, yet foolishly occupying the position of commander. "Damn it! Why must my grandfather be so unfortunate? Brothers, storm the fortress. The treasures and women within belong to you. The first to breach the walls shall receive a reward of 100 taels," bellowed a serf leader, brandishing a sword amidst the crowd, urging the serfs carrying ladders to advance. However, his bravado was short-lived. An arrow suddenly shot forth, knocking him to the ground. Simultaneously, plumes of white smoke erupted from the fortress walls, and lead projectiles rained down like a deluge, soon followed by a hail of arrows. The air was filled with the cries of the wounded, those who had been struck collapsing on the ground, desperately trying to evade the trampling of their comrades, crawling in a frantic bid to escape the battlefield. Yet this time, the serfs were prepared, raising shields and planks above their heads as they surged towards the moat, awaiting their comrades to lay down a path to the fortress with the ladders. This time, no cannon fire rained down from the fortress. One serf leader, witnessing this, jubilantly proclaimed, Did you see? The fortress's cannons have been dismantled by our own artillery. Without cannons, what is there to fear? Charge into the fortress. Wealth and glory lie just ahead. The serfs relayed this news, their spirits soaring as they braved the rain of arrows. Pushing the ladders against the moat and surging across it towards the fortress. Archers and gunners, do not shoot aimlessly. Focus on the enemy with shields, not those carrying ladders. Yu Gong roared, commanding his troops to relay his orders to each captain, who would then convey them to their respective soldiers. Bring up the rolling stones and logs. Smash down upon those supporting the ladders. Dozens of logs and stones were hurled from the fortress walls, plummeting rapidly under the influence of gravity, reaching incredible speeds. The shields and planks held aloft by the serfs were utterly inadequate to impede the descent of the heavy projectiles, and those caught unawares were struck down. Blood and debris scattering in all directions. The cries of the wounded filled the air, and some serfs who had earlier clamored for the siege were instantly paralyzed by fear, hastily discarding their armor and fleeing. Yet, a greater number of serfs surged over the moat, erecting ladders high against the fortress walls. Truly fearless, Yu Gong scoffed, waving his hand. Sound the drums. Prepare the gold. The arrow-proof gate hung upon the fortress wall as several station soldiers rushed to the bonfire where large cauldrons simmered. With long iron rods, they vigorously stirred the bubbling excrement, and a nauseating stench enveloped the entire battlement. 3 ladders leaned against the fortress wall as armored vassals. Gripping their waist blades, desperately climbed upward. Many of the vassals were lured by the generous rewards promised to the first to ascend. Eagerly erecting the ladders against the wall and scrambling to reach the top, Yu Gong took a deep breath and bellowed, "Pour the golden liquid." Now, Chapter 85. Defense. A cascade of golden waterfalls poured from the fortress walls, reflecting brilliant glimmers in the sunlight. The valiant serfs, who were laboriously ascending the ladders, were caught unawares, enveloped in boiling excrement. The foul liquid seeped into the crevices of their armor and garments, searing their flesh and leaving them in a state of excruciating agony. The anguished cries of the serf warriors pierced the air as they plummeted from the ladders. Those who did not succumb to immediate death writhed on the ground in torment until they were scalded to death. The serf militia, supporting the ladders, also suffered greatly. The pervasive excrement drenched them, most lacking even the protection of armor, resulting in a cacophony of wretched screams. Those not instantly cooked alive flailed helplessly on the ground, causing nearby comrades to flee in panic, only to slip and fall in the treacherous muck. The high temperatures released an aroma of roasted flesh, mingled with the noxious scent of excrement, creating a nauseating stench that permeated the air. Some soldiers could not withstand the repulsive odor and vomited, while others, horrified by the gruesome scene below, fled towards the fortress, their faces pale with fear. "Deserters at the brink of battle shall be executed," roared Yu Gong as he lunged forward, his blade striking the ground before a fleeing soldier, startling the retreating troops. "Do you not remember the military discipline you recite daily? The law is merciless. Do not blame me for disregarding past kindness." Unbeknownst to him, Du Weisher had trailed behind, trembling as he raised his hands and shouted, his voice quaking with emotion. "Brothers, think of your families. Think of the land you have been assigned. Think of the harvest you will reap this summer. If the fortress falls, will any of you survive? Will your lands be spared? Will your hard-earned bounty not be plundered? Only by fighting to the bitter end can you preserve all that is dear." Yu Gong, responsible for military training, and Du Weisher, who taught literacy and arithmetic, both held considerable respect among the troops. With one invoking military law and the other appealing to reason, the serf soldiers suddenly regained clarity and, under the swift approach of their commander, returned to their positions to continue the fight. Yu Gong exhaled deeply and turned to Du Weisher with a wry smile. "No matter how diligently we train or how clearly we explain military law, the instinct to flee arises on the battlefield. With a few battles to temper them, they will adjust. It is human nature to fear death." Du Weisher struggled to control his anxiety, forcing a grim smile as he glanced down at the serf militia. How fared those below? Just as the trend of retreat among the fortress troops began to wane, the serf militia once again broke ranks. The torrential downpour of molten excrement continued unabated. In the sweltering summer heat, most wore only thin garments, which quickly became tattered and bloodied upon contact with the golden liquid. The wounds and infections of this era were beyond remedy. Even if they managed to escape, they merely delayed the inevitable approach of death. The harrowing scene and the anguished cries terrified the mercenaries who had come for the promise of reward. Many turned to flee, becoming entangled with their comrades on the siege ladder, resulting in several being pushed off into the moat. impaled by the wooden stakes below. Those who did not perish immediately clung desperately to the blood-soaked stakes, screaming for assistance from their comrades above, yet not a single soul came to their aid, allowing them to bleed out and succumb to death. The archers and gunners atop the fortress unleashed a torrent of arrows and bullets upon these mercenaries, whose backs were exposed. At such a close range, even arrows of insufficient strength and the relatively weak firearms could inflict horrific damage. The elite mercenaries clad in cloth and leather armor were unable to withstand the deluge of projectiles, suffering grievous wounds as they collapsed to the ground, powerless to retaliate. Simultaneously, dozens of robust soldiers and remaining troops wielded towering levers, securing the bifurcated ends at the summit of the ladder. With a collective shout, they forcefully overturned the ladders propped against the battlements. The ladders crashed to the ground, shattering the morale of the mercenaries below, who scattered like frightened rabbits. At that moment, a thunderous cannon fired, a volley of grapeshot erupting in a fiery plume of smoke. The cannonball thundered forth, not aimed at the walls, but instead crashing into the fleeing mercenaries, resulting in a macabre shower of blood and dismembered limbs. No retreat was ordered. Those who faltered would be slain. A squadron of cavalrymen galloped across the battlefield, brandishing their sabers as they mercilessly hacked at the fleeing serfs. One rider, clutching a box, intermittently reached inside to retrieve handfuls of silver coins, casting them recklessly upon the ground. To the first to charge, a reward of 500 taels. A bounty of 100 taels of silver shall be bestowed upon the beheading of anyone, regardless of age or gender. Let it be clearly understood. All in hard currency. On one side lies the threat of blades and axes, while on the other, the allure of generous rewards. Those servants and militia, already on the brink of collapse, experienced a flicker of renewed spirit. Like sheep driven from their fold, they returned to the battlefield under the relentless pressure of the cavalry, surging once more towards the garrison. Zhang Er has gone mad. Yu Gong chuckled. These servants of the people, after suffering their initial crushing defeat, were hastily thrust back into battle without a moment's respite. Now, having faced another rout, they are being coerced into attacking the fortress. It seems that each of them is solely preoccupied with preserving their own lives. How could they possibly devote their energies to besieging the fortress? Zhang Er is merely squandering his family's strength and vigor if he continues to employ such tactics. I fear he shall never conquer our fortified village in this lifetime. The conflict unfolded precisely as predicted by Yu Gong. The household servants and militia were driven to the foot of the fortress, yet none dared to seize the opportunity to assault it. Each individual sought refuge, employing various means to conceal themselves. Some took shelter in the moat, while others huddled tightly in the corners of the fortress walls, using shields and wooden planks to shield themselves thoroughly. A few resorted to using corpses as shields, lying on the ground feigning death, each displaying their own ingenuity in this dire situation. Only a scant few ladders were propped against the fortress walls, and those below jostled one another. Yet no one had the courage to ascend first to attack the stronghold. When golden liquid cascaded down from the battlements, they scattered in panic like cockroaches fleeing from light. The cavalry of household slaves shouted the bounty repeatedly, yet they were unable to rouse the spirits of the besieging household warriors. More and more of them resorted to dilatory tactics to preserve their lives, while many took to guerrilla tactics. As the cavalry charged to the left flank, they fled from the right, and vice versa. Some even chose to circumvent the stronghold entirely to escape. The household cavalry dared not enter the range of fire from the stronghold, and witnessing the increasing number of dilatory workers and fleeing warriors left them helpless and frustrated. After a while, it seemed that Zhang Daohua finally realized that the assault on the stronghold could not continue, and thus, he sounded the retreat on the copper gong. The household warriors retreated without hesitation, their speed kicking up clouds of dust, creating a tumult of smoke that elicited hearty laughter and cheers from the garrison stationed atop the stronghold. Chapter 86, Coincidence. The sun gradually sank behind the verdant mountains, leaving behind streaks of colorful clouds that continued to radiate their brilliance. Yu Gong nibbled on a coarse grain cake, observing he organizing the families of the brave women soldiers within the fortress to deliver food and water to the stationed troops, while the injured were carried away for treatment. The day's battle had been quite lively, yet the spirit of the household slaves and militiamen was feeble, inflicting minimal casualties upon the station defenders. Upon tallying the aftermath, it was found that merely 2 of the station troops had perished and 11 were injured. Among them, the 2 fatalities and 3 of the wounded were casualties due to the misfiring cannon. Thus, the losses on their side could be deemed negligible. Conversely, The attacking household slaves and militiamen suffered far greater losses. A rough count of the bodies left beneath the fortress and the incessantly lamenting wounded revealed over 100 casualties. With countless more injured fleeing back, Yugong cast his gaze toward the distant flames, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Zhang Daohe and those officials, along with their subordinate household slaves and militiamen, presumed that the garrison troops from Wuxiang would effortlessly crush the fortress. Believing it was left with only the families of the station defenders, they had not prepared for a protracted struggle, and upon encountering unexpected fierce resistance, their commanders became flustered while the soldiers merely focused on preserving their lives, resulting in utter chaos from top to bottom, which naturally led to their one-sided defeat. To be frank, the performance of the station troops within the fortress today was also quite disappointing. Had they faced a resolute army, this fortress would likely have fallen by now. Thankfully, both sides were novices squabbling with each other, and it was evident that their side was slightly superior. After observing for a while, it struck Yugong that the opposing household slaves and militiamen had yet to break for food. Du Weisha approached with a jug of wine. Zhang Er must be thinking he could seize the fortress in a single day, completely unprepared with provisions. Du's conjecture was correct. Not only were there no rations, but even the tents for encampment had not been prepared. Hongzhu also came over. Holding a bowl of meat soup, I oversee the finances and provisions in the county. If you wish to requisition supplies, I could shed some light on the matter. Zhang Er intends to capture the fortress in a day and annihilate your Wuxiang garrison, which is why he hastily gathered his troops to attack. I suspect he hasn't even had the chance to distribute the overdue wages and rewards for mobilization to the militiamen. Hong Lei paused for a moment. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Zhang Er is always like this. When in power, he becomes reckless, self-important, and acts on his own accord. Each time he stirs up trouble, he has to rely on the old matriarch to clean up his mess. A family that neglects virtue deserves to be utterly extinguished. Du Weisha, filled with rage, cursed, suppressing his anger with sarcasm. Hey, I wonder if Zhang Er is also famished? How about we move the meat pot up to the fortress wall and let them catch a whiff of the aroma? Whether Zhang Er was hungry or not remained uncertain, but it was inevitable that those household slaves and militiamen would be left starving. Yugong, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, surveyed the distant campfires. No rewards. No rations, having fought all day without even a place to rest, and with so many dead and wounded. The morale of those household slaves and militiamen is bound to plummet to rock bottom. Du Weisha narrowed his eyes and inquired, General Yu, are you contemplating a night raid on Chao's camp, akin to Ganning? Yugong chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, these hired servants and militia are utterly demoralized. Lacking a stronghold to rely upon, akin to succulent morsels placed tantalizingly before them, how could they resist taking a bite? What do you mean we can't continue fighting? Zhang Daohua, filled with ire, exclaimed, his campfire flickering and illuminating his contorted, restless visage. We are nearly 1,000 strong here, and after losing merely 100, we can no longer pursue our objective? Lu Dian, under the promise of generous rewards, surely there will be brave souls among us. I will double the bounty. Are there not still courageous men to quell that insignificant stockade? Lu Jian, chastened by the scathing rebuke, felt his anger swell within him but dared not express it. He lowered his gaze and meekly replied, My lord, the brothers have not received their wages, and today as combat rewards have yet to be distributed. This is fundamentally against protocol. The men are only exerting themselves to assist you out of respect for your standing. Having already suffered the loss of over 100 brothers, we must consider their compensation. The living must also have sustenance, must they not? Since noon, the men have not had a grain to eat. My lord, the emperor does not wish to starve his soldiers. How do you expect them to fight on empty stomachs? Moreover, it is now dark. Many of our brothers cannot see, rendering them akin to the blind. How can a blind army hope to engage in battle? If we delay your grand ambitions, how can I, a mere official, bear the responsibility? Do not attempt to excuse your negligence with such reasons. I am well aware of your character, Lu Dian. You are nothing but an insatiable wretch. Zhang Daohua, infuriated, paced back and forth, his chest heaving with rage. Your mother secured this position for you, so you could aid me in Wuxiang. How many times have I covered for your extortions and misdeeds? In the past, I allowed you to indulge in pleasure. Now, it is time for you to serve on the battlefield. How can you so shamelessly shirk your duty? If you no longer desire this position, there are plenty who would gladly take it. Lu Jian felt his anger boil, his previously submissive demeanor threatening to crack. He hastily lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he implored, My lord, the matriarch sent me to assist you, and I shall certainly do my utmost. However, the morale of the militia has plummeted, and after a day of grueling combat, they are starving. Sending them into battle now would be akin to sending them to their doom. My lord, who, in their right mind, wishes for death? Such pressure may well lead to a mutiny. If the matriarch were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly. Do not invoke my mother to sway me. Upon hearing Lu Jian repeatedly refer to the matriarch, Zhang Daohua erupted with fury. The territory of Qinzhou is under my jurisdiction. Why must you all invoke her name whenever difficulties arise? Hong Lei does it, and so do you, as do those officials in Qinzhou. After years in Wuxiang, my words hold less weight than those of a mere servant. Have you all truly disregarded my authority? Zhang Daohua took a few heavy breaths to regain his composure, glancing around to see the local gentry whispering among themselves. When they met his gaze, they hastily averted their eyes, intensifying his ire. Lu Jian, let me make myself clear. Tonight, we will launch a nighttime assault on the stronghold. If we capture it, everyone shall receive rewards of silver, wine, and feasting. If we fail, you may as well relinquish your position as official, and your family's prospects shall be forfeit as well, even with your mother's presence. I shall see to it that you are dealt with. Lu Jianshi lowered his head, his eyes wide with silence for a moment. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and consented. Very well, very well. The second master has given instructions, and I shall obey. I will proceed to organize the troops at once. And this night, I shall personally lead the forces to launch a surprise attack on the garrison. If we do not succeed, I shall embrace my fate. Zhang Daohua exhaled deeply, letting out a hearty laugh. That is splendid. I shall await the auspicious news from Lu Jianshi. Chapter 87. Night raid. The night was as dark as ink, with only a crescent moon hanging high in the sky, intermittently obscured by drifting clouds, casting no light and enveloping the world in a shroud of darkness. Yugong, bending his waist, hurried to a large tree and patted the head of a hidden bodyguard beneath it, inquiring, "What news? Have those servants and militiamen stirred?" The bodyguard rose, clasping his hands in salute, and replied, reporting to General Yu. At sunset, those servants and militiamen became quite raucous, seemingly on the verge of a breakout, but were subsequently calmed and dispersed to rest. Yugong speculated that they were likely clamoring for provisions, unaware that Zhang Daohua had coerced the servants and militiamen into a nighttime assault on the fortress, nearly inciting a rebellion. Yet, he was not particularly concerned with the reasons behind it. Their disturbances were of no concern to him. After all, tonight, they would all become casualties. How's the camp arranged? How many sentinels are on watch? The bodyguard scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his face. General Yu, I have been concealed here since dusk, and they have not even posted a single watchman opposite us. I have remained hidden right under their noses, and now, well into the night, even the cats and dogs are asleep. Those servants and militiamen have labored all day without supervision, so who has the heart to keep watch? They have all sought places to sleep. The camp lacks any semblance of order. A convoy arrived from Wuxiang this evening, delivering a supply of food and fodder. Those servants and militiamen, being famished, fought among themselves, resulting in many casualties. Who has the heart to set up a proper camp? Most have simply collapsed on the ground to sleep, while only Zhang Er and the officials have somewhat refined tastes, erecting tents for their rest. Yugong straightened, shielding his eyes with his hand to gaze into the distance. He spotted several conspicuous tents in the fields, illuminated by torches, and could not help but scoff. Ha! Zhang Er truly does not regard us as worthy adversaries, making those tents so glaringly obvious. Is he not merely marking himself as a target for us? The bodyguard chuckled in agreement. General Yu, those officials likely believe we will only endure their blows without retaliating. TSK, if we had a cavalry, we could stealthily infiltrate their camp under the cover of night, and not a single one of Zhang Er and his officials would escape. They would all find themselves as our prisoners. Indeed, we shall have cavalry, artillery, everything we need. Yugong grinned, waving his hand. But for now, let us focus on the task at hand. We must first vanquish this band of thieves. A group of scattered, concealed troops approached, all carefully selected by Yugong for their commendable performance in training in the recent skirmish. Daring and battle-ready individuals. Though few in number, they would be no match for the enemy in open conflict, but Yugong was confident in breaking through the unguarded enemy camp. Taking a deep breath, Yugong led the way, stealthily advancing towards the camp of the servants and militiamen, followed closely by the troops. The enemy camp lay as quiet as a graveyard. Everyone deeply asleep, with no sentinels on guard, nor vigilant soldiers, and even the campfires had dimmed significantly, leaving only a few flickering embers. Yu Gong crawled forward, pausing only momentarily when he could distinctly hear the faint sound of snoring. Noticing that the household servants and militia were entirely oblivious, he resumed his advance until he could clearly see the face of a slumbering militiaman beneath the great tree by the ridge. He gestured behind him, and a soldier handed him a bundle of explosives. Yu Gong ignited the fuse with a flame from his portable torch. The fuse crackled ominously, causing one of the deep sleepers to stir, stretch, and rub his bleary eyes in Yu Gong's direction. With a cold smile, Yu Gong swung his arm and hurled the explosive away, swiftly drawing his bow. Just as the militiaman cried out about an enemy attack, Yu Gong shot him down with a single arrow. The soldiers beside him also threw their explosives, and with a series of thunderous explosions, the previously silent camp erupted into chaos. All the household servants and militia were jolted from their slumber, many unable to don their trousers or clothes, shrieking and scrambling in disarray. "Target the tents of those officials and gentry. Follow me into battle," Yu Gong shouted, leaping forward with his sword, leading the charge into the frenzied throng of household servants and militia. The remaining soldiers closely followed him, rushing forward, their unified battle cries drowning out the cries of nearly 1,000 people, striking fear into the hearts of the bewildered. After just a few strides, a personal guard caught up with Yu Gong, urgently tugging at his sleeve and pointing toward the fort. "Captain Yu, look." Upon turning, Yu Gong beheld the fort ablaze with countless torches, scaling ladders propped against the walls, and armored household elites clambering up, shouting and engaging in battle. "Damn it, they're thinking along the same lines as us," Yu Gong spat, surveying the chaotic camp before bellowing, "Ignore them. We are in a desperate situation now. If we can vanquish these bandits, the fort shall surely be secured." With that, he disregarded the situation at the fort and shouted as he plunged into the throng, the night raiders following closely behind, roaring as they charged. The household servants and militia in the camp had battled fiercely the day before, receiving neither rewards nor sufficient rations, their morale already at a low ebb. Without the protection of tents, they were caught off guard by Yu Gong and his men, unable to discern friend from foe or organize themselves. Many of the militiamen suffered from night blindness, unable to see in the pitch darkness, and the flickering campfires cast shadowy shapes that appeared to be an overwhelming number of attackers. Where was the courage to resist? The camp erupted into chaos, and not a single soul dared to fight back, all scattering like frightened rabbits. Zhang Daohua emerged from the tent, witnessing the sight of the household servants and militiamen fleeing in all directions. He quickly admonished his guards to restore order, but the entire camp was paralyzed by fear, and no one could be controlled. Those closest to him attempted to intervene, only to be trampled by the panicked crowd or swept away in the tide of fleeing soldiers. Meanwhile, the night raiders drove the retreating troops toward Zhang Daohua and the officials' tents. "Second master, it's no use. We must flee." A personal servant rushed to embrace the flustered Zhang Dao, along with his comrades, forcefully pulling him towards the carriage. Zhang's face contorted in desperation as he brandished the whip, shouting hoarsely, "We cannot leave. Lu Jianshi is on the verge of breaching the fortress. Victory is within our grasp. Why should we depart? Stand aside." The loyal servants paid no heed to his commands, dragging him onto the carriage as they urged the horses to flee. In a fit of rage, Zhang Dao kicked one of the attendants aside, preparing to leap from the vehicle when, suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the air. A personal servant shouted a warning. Brandishing a sword, and with a swift strike, an arrow, its shaft severed midway, struck Zhang in the shoulder, the tremendous force sending him crashing back onto the carriage. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, he trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face as he frantically cried, "Hurry! We must leave. What are you fools waiting for? Move." Yu Gong observed the fleeing carriage, then sheathed his bow with a shake of his head, sighing, "I wonder which official or gentry has been struck down. If only a single arrow could have claimed Zhang's life." Chapter 88. Change of residence. A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, reverberating through the night air, causing Lu Jianshi, who had been stealthily approaching the fortress, to startle. He hastily turned his gaze towards the distant camp, where a brilliant flash of fire soared into the sky, soon followed by a cacophony of frantic cries, a chaotic scene of countless individuals either fighting or fleeing for their lives. An elite servant crawled over, his face a mask of uncertainty. "Lu Jianshi, the camp is under attack. What shall we do?" Lu Dianshi's mind was a blank slate. He had been coerced by Zhang Daohai to launch a nocturnal assault, gathering the household servants and militia to convey orders. The weary servants, having labored all day without reward or sustenance, were understandably agitated, nearly inciting a rebellion. Lu Jianshi could only select about 100 resolute elite servants to attempt a surprise attack on the fortress, while those left behind in the camp were demoralized and devoid of will to fight, bound to crumble at the first sign of trouble. As he made his way, a flicker of hope lingered in Lu Jianshi's heart. The garrison stationed within the fortress was small, mostly comprised of unseasoned recruits lacking in training. He could only wish they lacked the audacity to confront an enemy that vastly outnumbered them. However, the recent explosions had shattered this illusion, leaving him in a predicament with no clear escape. Another elite servant approached, urging Lu Jianshi, "Lu Jianshi, our master is in peril. We must return immediately to provide aid. Will you follow?" Lu Jianshi's face flushed with anger. The majority of the men he had brought were Zhang's household servants, many of whom had been raised from childhood in the Zhang household. Their loyalty was unwavering, and their resolve to fight was steadfast, making them the backbone of the nighttime raid. His eyes darted in contemplation before settling with a determined gaze. He grasped the arm of the elite servant who was intent on returning to rescue Zhang Daohai and declared, "Even if we turn back now, we will be too late. Instead, let us seize the moment and capture the fortress. Once we take the stronghold, those attacking the camp will be isolated, vulnerable. Even if they succeed in assaulting the camp, they will be like leaves adrift, destined for ruin." Pausing briefly, he noticed the lingering hesitation on the servant's face and pressed on. Those bold enough to attack an enemy far superior in number must be the elite of the fortress. Now that they have ventured out, it is the perfect opportunity for us to infiltrate. Their numbers cannot be vast. While we have nearly 1,000 servants remaining in the camp, we can easily outnumber them. If we return to aid them, we risk losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. If we miss this chance when dawn breaks, do you wish to sacrifice your flesh and blood against this stronghold? The elite servant, perhaps recalling the brutal battle from the previous day, shuddered and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. Lu Jianshi exhaled deeply, rising to his feet with a rallying cry, "Brothers, the fortress is vulnerable. Now is the time to strike. The first to scale the walls shall receive a reward of 500 taels. All the women and treasures within the fortress shall belong to you. Charge." Over 100 elite slaves howled like beasts, brandishing their swords, shields, bows, and guns as they sprang forward to assault the fortified encampment. The garrison, evidently taken by surprise, had their attention diverted to the conflict occurring in another section of the camp. The chaotic sound of alarm drums resonated from the battlements, accompanied by the frantic shouts of the defenders. It was only when the elite slaves breached the moat with their ladders that arrows and lead projectiles began to rain down from the walls. Yet this did little to deter them from positioning their ladders against the battlements, swarming up like ants. Lu Jianshi, observing the raucous ascent of the elite slaves, drew a deep breath and seized a civilian leader about to climb the ladder, pulling him aside. "Quickly, find our men and have them prepare. The fighting has commenced atop the walls. We shall slip away amidst the chaos." The civilian leader, taken aback, turned with a puzzled expression. "Uncle, what do you mean? We're not fighting? If we simply flee, the Zhang family will hold us accountable." "Lower your voice." Lu Jianshi shot him a glare, scanning the surroundings. Noticing that the elite slaves were wholly engrossed in their assault on the walls and had not noticed them, he exhaled in relief and clarified, "What nonsense. Those words were merely a ruse to lure the Zhang family's hounds to their doom, distracting them long enough for us to escape. The morale of those useless soldiers in the camp is utterly shattered. They cannot possibly withstand the surprise assault from the garrison. In this situation, even if we capture the encampment, we would find ourselves ensnared within a lonely fortress. It is wiser to depart now. As for the Zhang family, whether Zhang heir returns alive tonight remains to be seen. We must prioritize our own survival. Quickly, rally the men to drive those ruffians away." Du Weishi, bare-chested, hurriedly ascended the battlements, his garrison soldiers trailing closely behind him, attempting to grasp his arm repeatedly, only to be shrugged off. Upon reaching the wall, he beheld several elite slaves already leaping atop, wreaking havoc with their formidable prowess. The station soldiers stood no chance against such skilled adversaries, and 2 or 3 were dispatched on the spot, while another 2, gripped by fear, abandoned their spears and fled. "Do not flee. If you run, you will lose your families and your lands, and certainly your very lives," Du Weishi bellowed, grasping a spear and charging at the elite slaves. Yet, as an untrained scholar, he lacked martial skill, merely flailing the spear in a haphazard manner. Before long, an elite slave deftly deflected his spear and surged forward. sending him crashing to the ground with a shield. Just as the elite slave prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a nearby soldier shouted, "Do not harm Mr. Du," and leapt forward, taking the strike in place of Du Weishe, bringing the assailant down. The tumultuous scene on the battlements drew the remaining garrison soldiers to rally in support. Even the previously fleeing soldiers returned, lacking the courage to confront the elite slaves directly. Instead, they hurled wooden logs and other objects meant for defense from the walls into the fray, disrupting the elite slaves' combat, while some armed themselves with bows and firearms, firing indiscriminately. The martial prowess of the elite servants atop the battlements evidently surpassed that of the hastily trained militia within the fortress, yet their numbers were few. Confronted by the surging militia, they found themselves cornered against the wall, unable to withstand the overwhelming odds. Du Weishe, utilizing both hands and feet, maneuvered through the throng. And just as he was about to rise from the ground, a pale hand rested upon his arm. Upon looking up, he saw the trembling figure of Hong Lei rushing towards him, aiding him to his feet. "Upon hearing the news of your peril, everyone in the fortress rushed to your aid." Hong Lei's voice quivered as he cast a glance at the tide of people surging up the battlements. Leading the charge was Old He, accompanied not only by the militia but also by numerous sturdy women and military families, armed with hoes and wooden clubs, joining forces to strike at the elite servants. "Mr. Du, your reputation in this fortress is quite formidable." Du Weishe chuckled heartily. "They are not here to save me. Rather, they are here to protect their families and their way of life. I have imparted wisdom upon them, instilled hope, and stirred the hearts of the people, and thus, they inadvertently saved my life." Chapter 89. Escaped. The elite slaves scaled the fortress walls in droves, only to be surrounded and exterminated by our stationed soldiers and the families of the troops. None returned alive. Yu Gong laughed heartily, engaging in lively banter with Du Weishe and Hong Lei as they recounted the conclusion of the battle. "I led the assault team back, and the elite slaves below the fortress never anticipated that I would so swiftly dismantle their encampment. Moreover, Lu Jianshi, who commanded the assault on the fortress, had quietly fled, leaving them without leadership, and they promptly scattered in disarray. Regrettably, our numbers were few and predominantly comprised of novices, so I dared not pursue them too far. We managed to capture over 200 prisoners and seize numerous weapons, including a 100-barrel flintlock and countless swords and armor." Yu Gong shrugged and smiled at Wu Cheng and the others. "Had I known you would return so quickly, I would not have led the troops to assault the camp. We could have coordinated a pincer attack upon your return, and Zhang Er would surely have fallen into our hands. What a pity." Wu Cheng chuckled and turned to Hong Lei, inquiring, "Hong Zhubu, do you intend to remain with us? Where else could I possibly go?" Hong Zhubu replied with a wry smile, spreading his hands. "Being forced to the Liangshan is tantamount to becoming a rebel, whether one is a rebel or not. Losing makes one a rebel, but winning naturally does not." With a hearty laugh, Wu Cheng surveyed the chaotic battlefield and called out to Tang Qianhu, who was being escorted into the fortress. "Tang Qianhu, the elite guards under your command are even less formidable than these slave militia. At least they put up a fight, right?" Tang Qianhu's face flushed with shame and indignation, which quickly morphed into obsequiousness. "That is thanks to the brilliance and martial prowess of Wu Shaoqi, as if descended from the heavens. Who would dare stand against your might? My men, naturally, fled without a fight. Such rapid changes of demeanor are truly distasteful." Mian Zhengyu frowned and kicked Tang Qianhu from his horse, watching as Mian Chong he led the captives into the fortress. He then remarked, "Zhang Er has indeed presented us with a grand gift. Had he not rashly deployed his troops and received news of our victory over those brigands and that fellow surnamed Tang, gathering his forces to secure Wuxiang, our small contingent, lacking in artillery and firepower, would never have breached Wuxiang County. Now, however, we have acquired 2 heavy cannons, and the local gentry and militia of Wuxiang must be quaking in fear, likely devising their escape plans. Wuxiang has become a vacant city, practically delivered into our hands. A city is of little consequence. It is the talent that holds true value." Wu Cheng smiled and nodded at Hong Zhubu, tightening his legs around the horse's belly as he strode towards the fortress. "Let the brothers rest a while. Allow them to reunite with their families. Each unit should visit their homes, informing their families of our experiences and elucidating the nature of the battles we faced against the officials and tyrants, so that everyone comprehends their brutality and cruelty. Later, we shall return to reap the fruits of Wuxiang. Lao He, kindly select some individuals to visit each village in Wuxiang, urging them to send representatives here. We must suitably display these captives before the villagers of Wuxiang. The town of Wuxiang has descended into chaos, with Zhang Daohai assuming a stance akin to a lion ready to pounce on a rabbit. Having nearly taken away all the local militia and the majority of the household slaves nurtured by the gentry. As a result, they suffered a defeat at the hands of the enemy near the Wuxiang 100-house stronghold, resulting in a hasty and disorderly retreat. Upon returning to Wuxiang to assess the situation, nearly 1,000 household slaves and militia were reduced to just over 300, who still maintained some semblance of order. Fortunately, the remaining troops stationed at the Wuxiang 100 house were capable of self-defense, albeit lacking in offensive capability. With these 300 men, they managed to hold the fort at Wuxiang, gradually regrouping the scattered forces and recruiting new soldiers, hoping to eventually launch a counterattack on the 100-house stronghold. However, the news arriving from the Taihang Mountains soon shattered the illusions of the local gentry. Waves of soldiers and fleeing troops from the garrison brought alarming tidings of the death of Tong Tianliang and the capture of Tang Qianhu, which caused an uproar within Wuxiang. Those officials fortunate enough to evade capture hurriedly gathered their valuables and fled the town. Many citizens, upon hearing of the impending disaster, hastily packed their belongings and followed suit. Eager to escape, the militia tasked with maintaining order suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining individuals, consumed by panic, reverted to their baser instincts, mingling with the retreating troops to exploit the chaos, breaking into homes and extorting valuables, thereby plunging Wuxiang into utter disarray. Lu Dianshi, responsible for overseeing the militia and law enforcement in Wuxiang, bore the heavy burden of maintaining order. Yet, he found himself devoid of the will to confront the turmoil within the town. Gritting his teeth, he hastened to a nearby estate, forcefully kicked open the door, and rushed inside, confronting several household slaves who approached him. "What does your message mean? Why is the second master still in Wuxiang? Weren't you instructed to escort him to Qingxian?" The gathered household slaves, cowed and hesitant, could only lead Lu Dianshi toward the back hall. Before he could enter, he heard Zhang Daohai's loud protests. "I will not leave. I refuse to abandon Wuxiang. I shall not go anywhere." A flicker of anger crossed Lu Dianshi's face as he strode into the back hall, where he found Zhang Daohai, bandaged like a rice dumpling, yet still vociferous. He quickly urged, "Second master, Wuxiang cannot be defended any longer. The county magistrate has already fled. Why remain in this perilous place? As long as the Green Mountains endure, one need not fear the absence of firewood." Zhang Daohai's anger intensified at Lu Dianshi's arrival, and he retorted, "If it weren't for your incompetence on the battlefield and your cowardly retreat, our forces in Wuxiang would not have been depleted. How dare you come here to raise a ruckus?" Suppressing his fury, Lu Dianshi clenched his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. "Second master, this is not the time to apportion blame. Those soldiers may soon come to seize the town. Your safety is paramount. It is imperative that you leave the town at once to seek refuge." Zhang Daohai shook his head vehemently. No. My mother has painstakingly built this advantageous situation for the Zhang family. If I abandon Wuxiang, I would be placing my mother, my elder brother, and the Zhang family in an irretrievable abyss. I cannot flee. I cannot abandon Wuxiang. Zhang Daohai muttered to himself, and Lu Dianshi let out a cold snort. If he understood the intricate plans laid out by the matriarch, why then did he choose to act recklessly, leading to this untenable situation? Now, regretting his choices, it was far too late. Lu Dianshi sighed deeply and approached the despondent Zhang Daohai. Suddenly, he struck down with his palm, rendering Zhang unconscious. He gestured to the household servants, instructing them, "Assist the second master onto the carriage. Tang Qianhu has been captured, and the safety of Qingzhou is in jeopardy. After a brief respite in Qingzhou, escort the second master to Qingshui, where the old matron can watch over him to prevent further troubles." The servants hastily approached to carry Zhang Daohai away. One of them inquired, "Lu Dianshi, will you not accompany us?" Lu Dianshi shook his head with a bitter smile. "The old matron assigned me to assist the second master in Wuxiang. Yet I have abandoned Wuxiang. How could I face her now? I shall remain here to rally the scattered soldiers and retreat to Qingzhou, joining Governor Ho in safeguarding the city. Wuxiang has fallen. We cannot afford to lose Qingzhou as well." Chapter 90. The Siege Military Order. The Baihu Suo of Wuxiang has taken control of Wuxiang County. All citizens, regardless of their character, must kneel and bow their heads in submission, without holding any weapons. Those who resist shall be executed on the spot. Military order. The soldiers of the Baihu Suo are to enter the city, ensuring that innocent citizens suffer no harm. Any individuals within the city who disobey this command will face immediate execution without mercy. Military order. Wuxiang County is now under martial law. No pedestrians or vehicles are permitted on the streets. Those who defy this order will be apprehended. Any who dare to resist shall be executed without hesitation. Those who seize the opportunity to pillage, commit murder, or engage in acts of violence will be executed without exception. Wu Cheng rode his horse through the vast, open city gates, where the streets were already filled with the banners of the Baihu Suo and the shouts of soldiers. They divided into groups, traversing the streets to spread the news of Wuxiang County's change of ownership and restore some semblance of order to the chaotic city. Wu Cheng did not dare to underestimate the situation. He had brought nearly all the capable soldiers from the Baihu Suo to Wuxiang. Yet, without a single battle fought. The dust raised by the marching troops barely appeared on the horizon before the guards at the city gate and walls scattered in disarray. They did not even have time to close the gates, allowing the soldiers of the Baihu Suo to enter the city with great confidence. The defeat at the fort and the swift collapse of Tong Tianliang and his men had utterly extinguished the will to resist among the officials and gentry within the city, prompting them to flee Wuxiang. With morale at an all-time low and no one to organize the local militia, they too fell into a frenzy, transforming into bandits and wreaking havoc within Wuxiang until the vanguard led by Mian Zhengyu entered the city, at which point they hastily retreated. Mian Zhengyu, with a smaller force, managed to secure the city gates, awaiting the arrival of Wu Cheng's main contingent. From the county office as a focal point, he rallied his troops, shouting slogans as they surrounded the area. When they encountered the male citizens darting about in confusion, they did not hesitate to overpower them, binding them with coarse ropes in preparation for later identification and interrogation by Hong Lei. The Baihu Suo's troops were too few, and many bandits, sensing the impending danger, fled the city amidst the chaos. Moreover, many of the rioting locals were from Wuxiang County itself. Upon seeing the troops approach, they discarded their weapons and sought refuge in their homes. The soldiers of the Baihu Suo lacked both the manpower and time to discern each individual, leaving the matter to be addressed later. Wu Cheng rode through the ravaged streets, where the buildings still smoldered with remnants of fire, with columns of smoke rising into the sky. The troops of the Baihu Suo were diligently extinguishing the flames street by street, carrying the corpses to the broader thoroughfare of the county office, awaiting the families to identify the deceased. Thus far, they had collected over 200 bodies, filling the entrance of the county office to capacity. These marauding scoundrels truly lack humanity. Mian Changha, who held Wu Cheng's horse, spat in anger. Damn it. They tremble at the thought of battle, yet show no mercy when slaughtering the innocent, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Such is the nature of cowards. Du Weisher scoffed. As the upper beam is crooked, so too is the lower beam. Such officials and gentry naturally breed their own pack of sycophants and hawks. Wu Cheng stared at the corpses for a moment, silently nodding before dismounting and striding towards the county office. Mian Zhengyu had long been waiting at the entrance, his expression somewhat peculiar. The county magistrate had already fled the city, and most of the officials had also made their escape, leaving only the clerks who were affiliated with Hongzhou. Except for one, the magistrate's aide, Huang, remained behind, waiting for you in the main hall. Wu Cheng was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Mian Zhengyu. Mian Zhanghe curiously inquired, With the chaos in Wuxiang, the county chief has fled. Why hasn't this fellow run away? Is he guarding his black market? Precisely to protect his black market. Wu Cheng grinned, shaking his head. Ah, a businessman indeed. Upon entering the main hall, they found Huang seated firmly in the magistrate's chair, gazing up at the high-hanging plaque inscribed with the words Ming Jing Gao Xian. At 30 years of age, having failed the imperial examinations numerous times and lacking family wealth, he had no choice but to serve as an assistant to a fellow villager, following him to Shanxi. Eventually, he linked up with a wealthy patron and established himself in this county office. Huang spoke in a tone as calm as still water. Decades have passed, and countless individuals have come and gone from this chair. The only thing that remains unchanged in this office is this plaque proclaiming Ming Jing Gao Xian. Wu Cheng smiled faintly, recognizing that Huang was subtly alluding to himself. He gestured for Mian Zhengyu and the others to wait outside and approached Huang, saying, Some things, when left in one place for too long, should not be disturbed. Otherwise, one cannot foresee the troubles that may arise. Seeing Wu Cheng grasping the underlying meaning, Huang displayed a smile as warm as spring, nodding in agreement. What you say is indeed correct. No, it would be inappropriate to address you so now. Should I call you Your Highness? Or General? Or perhaps some other nickname? Let us stick to the old ways for now. I'm too lazy to think of new titles. Wu Cheng shrugged and asked, Since you are aware of my rebellion, why do you remain here? Your patron is a pillar of the Ming dynasty. Can they allow you and me, a rebel, to continue our dealings? My patron only cares for silver. I am merely a businessman accumulating wealth for them. Huang replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Business is business, no matter with whom one engages. Whoever possesses silver, I will open my black market to them. Wu Cheng scoffed, intrigued, and asked, what about the Eastern barbarians? Do you still trade with them? My venue is too small. I cannot even touch the edges of such a grand enterprise with the Eastern barbarians. Huang laughed heartily. The wealthy merchants from the Fan family in Jiaxiu and those from Zhangjiago are the ones who catch the eye of my patron, facilitating trade with the Eastern barbarians to amass wealth. After pausing, Huang waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. Since you have raised the banner of rebellion, the military supplies and provisions you require cannot solely rely on Wuxiang. For instance, the banner army of Wuxiang has been equipped with so many firearms. The amount of gunpowder needed is astronomical. Without the court supply lines, where will you procure it? Master Huang, with a smile, gestured towards himself, asserting that only he possessed both the courage and the capability to fulfill your needs. If you wish to remain secure in the city of Wuxiang, you cannot do without his connections in the black market. Wu Cheng, discerning the veiled threat within Huang's words, furrowed his brow momentarily. After a silent exchange of glances, he broke into a grin, reassuring Huang, rest assured, I understand the underlying principles. No matter how tumultuous the world becomes, commerce will always prevail. Regardless of how Wuxiang transforms, your position remains steadfast. Huang let out a hearty laugh and vacated the magistrate's chair, remarking, this seat is too uncomfortable for someone of my stature. Perhaps I shall retreat to the back room. Whenever you wish to consult me, simply give a nod. Wu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to bid him farewell. Yet, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, Master Huang, please hold on. May I ask if, should we possess any items to sell for profit, you would be able to assist us in selling them? Of course. Huang replied with intrigue, casting a curious glance at Wu Cheng. As a businessman, I thrive on the profit margin. Should you have any exceptional goods, I can certainly help you sell them, ensuring fair prices and honesty for all.